45. Mac found great changes in San Francisco. He found a new city landmark, the Ferry Building. Dominating the waterfront, its shining clock tower was a copy of an exquisite Moorish spire on the Cathedral of Seville. He found City Hall finished at the corner of Larkin and McAllister after 29 years of construction and expenditures of $8 million. Boosters said the French Corinthian building with its high dome was beautiful. Cynics said so many corners had been cut it would fall down if hit by a strong sneeze. He found the town expanding relentlessly toward the ocean, reclaiming the sandy wastes of the western addition for new homes. He found the section south of Market, south of the slot, a literal slot in the street for cable cars, much more congested and run down than he remembered. He found a new mayor, Jim Phelan, in office. The eccentric populist Sutro was dead 2 years now, most of his reform schemes unfulfilled. Phelan was that rare bird, a rich Democrat. A grandee with a Jesuit education, he boasted idealistic visions and a frank loathing of the SP and municipal graft. He found a burgeoning literary and art community whose movable party shifted back and forth between the city and windswept cottages at Carmel. Nellie had rented one there and would return to it soon. This news came in a letter from Rome. With great glee, she reported that another San Franciscan, her friend Frank Norris, cruelly handsome, alas, he's married, was completing a railroad-bashing novel, a roman clé based on the killings at Muscle Slough. Mac found that youthful memories, good memories of San Francisco almost balanced other memories, of Fairbanks, Bow Key dead in the starlight, Huntington in his skull cap, Silver-toothed Coghlan in that sour, damp room of pain and defeat. He found that, without realizing it, he had long ago given his heart to this shining pastel city on the bay. When or where it happened, he couldn't say, but knowing it now filled him with a sweet, sentimental satisfaction that he dared reveal to no one. Mac lived quietly during the first months of 1900, attending to his various enterprises, hiring a staff, advertising for an assistant in Hearst's East and West Coast papers, buying more San Francisco real estate. He secured a local lawyer, Rhett Haverstick, Esquire, a tall, regal man. An old-line city Democrat with family roots in South Carolina, Haverstick possessed the inbred good manners of Southerners, but none of their occasional arrogance. Mac established substantial bank accounts at the Bank of California. He would have nothing to do with Fairbanks Trust. One of the bank officers proposed him for the Olympic Club, and Haverstick seconded him. He was elected, though Haverstick told him Fairbanks later said he'd have tried to block the election, had not SP business kept him away from the city when the membership committee met. Mac's turreted castle faced Sacramento Street and afforded splendid views of the bay from the rear, the Clay Street side. He set masons to work building entrance pillars and casting a pair of cartouches in concrete, and hired a firm to furnish the house temporarily and plan a complete redecoration, starting with the ballroom. He decided to gut and remodel the entire top floor to create the largest, most lavish suite of private offices, conference, and storage rooms the city had ever seen. Gradually, the city's better element became aware of his presence. He knew the society leaders would consider him a parvenu, and prepared to overcome that by a simple method. He would buy his way into their favor. Mrs. Jane Stanford was gray now, but energetic as ever. Her other guest was Dr. David Starr Jordan, the president of Stanford University. Jordan was about 50 and over 6 feet tall, with the ruddy look of a confirmed outdoorsman. He had been one of the first Americans to climb the Matterhorn. Jordan declined Jane Stanford's offer of tea, slipping in a pointed little sermonette on the harmful effect of stimulants. Mac took tea, then presented the governor's widow with a draft for $100,000. "This is most generous," Mrs. Stanford exclaimed with great emotion. "Most unexpected, too." "I believe in education. California's been good to me, and I've never forgotten that you and the governor gave me my first decent job." With disarming charm, he added, "I also hope this takes a little of the sting away from the memory of the Nickel Fairy."
How could it be otherwise, Mr. Chance? The university is my deepest concern. My only one, now that Leland's gone.
Jordan smiled. "She tends to our welfare as devotedly as Phoebe Hearst tends to that of the university at Berkeley." He examined the draft, obviously delighted. "Thanks to benefactors like you, the Stanford endowment continues to far exceed that of schools such as Columbia and Harvard. When I came here from the presidency of Indiana, members of the press predicted I'd have no operating funds, no faculty, and no students. They said I'd lecture all alone in empty marble halls for years, perhaps forever. We continue to give the lie to those naysayers. Thank you for helping us."
"Have another cup of tea, Mr. Chance," said Mrs. Stanford. "And should I not say, welcome home?"
"We can put you up for the Bohemian Club if you want," Rhett Haverstick told him. "When it was founded 30 years ago, it was just what the name suggests, a hangout for journalists and painters. Now it's the business and political crowd, the best and most powerful people. You might even make the summer encampment if things move speedily." "Will they let me in?" "Of course we must discount our friend Fairbanks again. He belongs, does he? I'm afraid so. As for the rest of the membership, I should think they'd be enthusiastic. You know what's being said about you around town?" "No, I don't." "Chance is too rich to be ignored." Mac smiled. The decorators returned with an architect's scheme to knock out the foyer ceiling and the ceiling on the floor above. "What we propose is a dramatic 3-story entrance roofed in Tiffany's finest multicolored glass." Mac studied the plans a while. "How much?" "Less than $300,000. Again he was silent for a bit, turning the pages of the ledgers stored in his head and studying their numbers. Then, "Go ahead." The Bohemian Club admitted him, the only blackball, Fairbanks's, and that was not sufficient to keep him out. He received an invitation to the Midsummer High Jinks, the annual retreat, to be held this year at the club's new campground in the Russian River Redwoods. As business took him around the city, he met more of its leaders. A few refused to associate with him, those connected with Fairbanks Trust and the high echelons of the Southern Pacific, and those connected with the Examiner's arch competitor, the Chronicle. Publisher Mike D. Young ruled his empire from a new 10-story skyscraper on Market Street. Though he was a stalwart of Mac's own Republican Party, whenever the two met, he gave Mac a cool nod, no more. Anyone known to be a friend of Hearst received the same treatment. One man who should have been his enemy treated him cordially. Henry Huntington, the son of CP's older brother Solon. Nephew Henry, nicknamed Ed, had taken a job with the SP back in '81. Now he managed the line's San Francisco streetcar subsidiary. He was a blunt man, about 50, and perhaps he and Mac respected one another because they detected common traits, chief among them, implacable ambition. Weekends, Mac surrendered to his passion for the outdoors. He hiked down the wild Big Sur coast and hunted quail, wolf, and wild goat in the Sierra foothills, but with nothing more lethal than one of Eastman's black box Kodak cameras. He devoured Clarence King's Mountaineering in the Sierra Nevada and took up the sport, climbing the wind-scoured volcanic heights of Shasta and surveying the lush vineyards of Napa and Sonoma from the summit of Mount St. Helena, named by the wife of a Russian governor-general. In Contra Costa County, he climbed up through fields of wildflowers, then sycamore and pine, to the top of Mount Diablo. Nearly 4,000 feet above the sea, he could see for almost 100 miles in every direction, sweeping vistas of the Pacific, the city, the North Coast, the Central Valley, and the far Sierras. On that peak on a summer afternoon, he was the king of California, the king of the world. Whatever else he did, he devoted an hour every evening to little Jim. The boy was going on too, toddling and using new words and pulling down any object not nailed in place. Little Jim's eyes had remained a deep blue, Carla's eyes, and a great lot of golden hair capped his head. Unquestioningly, he favored his mother. Signora Olivar agreed. Some weekends, Mac took his son walking in Golden Gate Park, or showed him the rocky coast at Bodega Bay from the deck of California Chance. The boy went on these excursions dutifully, but seemed uninterested. "I cannot tell you why," Angelina Olivar said, when Mac raised the question. "Perhaps, like his face, his disposition favors her." God forbid, Mac thought with a shiver of dread. The Grove, the Bohemians' newly acquired tract on the Russian River, hosted members for the first time that summer. An uncharacteristic shyness enveloped Mac as he carried his gear to his assigned cabin, where he met his campmates for the week of hijinks. Hunter Van, an important trial attorney, Oscar Himmel, a commission agent and warehouse owner, and Joe Snell, an official of the SP-controlled streetcar line. They greeted Mac with varying degrees of warmth. Himmel was too pompous and opinionated for real friendliness. Joe Snell said he'd come up with his friend and fellow member Ed Huntington, and Mac said hello to old Collis's nephew at the first evening campfire. Like most of the others, Huntington wore boots and a lumberjack shirt. He shook Mac's hand warmly. Across the huge, sparking blaze, Mac saw someone watching them. It was Fairbanks, surrounded by cronies deep into their bourbon. The lawyer nodded to him. Mac drank whiskey during the singing, as did everyone else. They locked arms and swayed to and fro under the gay Japanese lanterns, and generally acted like a lot of small boys suddenly relieved of daily cares. Not everyone could leave everyday affairs behind, however. Huntington spoke of his love of books, and then about streetcars. "I have a theory, Chance. Local transportation lines can do regionally what the Central and Southern Pacific did for this state. They can shape the future by shaping the way a city expands. Service must be fast and clean, using overhead electric lines, perhaps. But I'm convinced the idea is sound. I'm going to test it out in Los Angeles one of these days." Later, on a steep dirt trail back to his cabin, with the river purling nearby and insects harping in the dark, he met Fairbanks coming down, laughing with a friend. The trail wasn't wide enough for them to pass, and one or the other had to step off. Mac stopped under a paper lantern that cast feeble red light on the trail. Fairbanks stopped too. "Well, Chance, I suppose I owe you a welcome to the Bohemians." "You don't owe me a thing, Walter." Fairbanks rubbed his mustache with his little finger. Sarcastically, he asked, "How's your stock in the People's Road?" "I liquidated it after the sellout." It was a sore point. The San Francisco and San Joaquin had reached Bakersfield in '98. Then, in a surprise move, the directors had negotiated and merged the line into the Santa Fe. Mac and some other substantial stockholders attempted to block the sale, charging the directors with fraud, but they lost. "What a pity. We all lose some rounds, Walter. The harbor, the debt." Fairbanks didn't take the bait. "Neither of those detract from the company's strong position." "Maybe not, but one of these days, Walter, you won't run California. One of these days the people will see to it. Good night." Mac stepped forward so abruptly Fairbanks was taken by surprise, and he stepped back. Then he realized what he'd done. The screw-like pain pierced his forehead. "Who is that?" his friend asked as Mac disappeared up the trail. "A son of a bitch I'll get rid of when the time is right." They fished and sang and lazed away the bright summer hours. They celebrated the cremation of care in the traditional outdoor play written and performed by the members. Happy and relaxed, they returned to the city at the end of a week to be met with stunning news. C.P. Huntington had left his Fifth Avenue mansion for a vacation at his camp on Raquette Lake in the Adirondacks. There, in August heat, 1 year short of 80, the old man had died. The last of the Big Four was gone. Ruthless as a crocodile, said the obituary in the Monarch of the Dailies. An era was over. This was never more evident than at the funeral. One of the mourners was E.H. Harriman, a banker who'd found his métier in railroad speculation. From his position as chairman of the Union Pacific Executive Committee, Harriman was acquiring lines all over the country. "They say he's already negotiating for Ed Huntington's stock," a friend told Mac. "It's really the end." "I don't think so. The octopus is still choking the life out of this state." Over the racket of tools and cursing workmen, Mac interviewed the 17th applicant for the job of assistant. This young fellow struck him as just as unsatisfactory as the rest. He was small, no more than an inch or two over 5 feet, and had delicate hands and tiny feet. His hair was prematurely gray. He was perhaps 28 or 29, and the thick lenses of his pince-nez only drew attention to his weak, watery eyes. His skin was so white it was doubtful that he ever saw sunshine. 2 unnatural splotches of color crowned his cheeks. He shook Mac's hand as if it were a pump handle. "How do you do, sir? My name is Alexander Muller. I am a Swiss, from the canton of Zurich. Traditionally there is an umlaut over the U in Muller. I have dropped it. I want to be an always American." Behind the young man's smile, Mac sensed a driven person. Alexander Muller cocked his head well forward, like a bird ever alert for a tasty worm. "You don't know a thing about my business, Muller. That's the trouble I'm having with every candidate. No one knows my business like I do." "Perhaps you look for the wrong qualifications, sir." "Beg your pardon?" "How can anyone know your affairs as well as you? In time, yes, perhaps, but it will require many years of industrious application. However, certain other qualities can recommend a candidate. A mathematical aptitude, for example. I clerked in a bank for 3 years. I am quick with numbers. I am industrious. I am dedicated to making my career in California." "Why is that? You're far from home." "Far from the banks of the river Limmat I roamed as a child, yes. But you see, sir, I can't lie if you are to employ me as a trustworthy person. I have been in a certain kind of hospital in the Alps for 2 years. When I was young, I was stricken with phthisis." "With what?" "Pulmonary consumption, sir. It is in remission. It shall stay in remission, because I have come to the great hospital and sanitarium of the world, California." "You believe that?" "Along with millions of other Europeans, I do, sir." A consumptive for an assistant. Mac didn't know if he liked that. But he liked this nervous, fragile, gray-haired man-boy quite a bit, he decided. "Tell me more about yourself. Do you have a family?" "No, sir. Parents deceased." "A wife?" "No, sir." "A girlfriend?" "No. My only mistress is my work." "Well, that's American, all right. You'd fit in well around here." Mac hired him. In the summer, Mac took up another old passion, cooking. With renovation of the foyer and ballroom on schedule, he decided to plan a gala party to celebrate the official start of the new century on New Year's Eve. A banquet would precede the dancing, and he'd prepare at least one main dish. But he was dissatisfied with the wine, and he and Alex Muller drove up into the country with a satchel of cash. At the end of 3 days, Mac owned the Sonoma Creek Winery. Mac's busy life was not without its physical side. He was still young and no anchorite, so when his needs and stresses exerted themselves, he found a ready solution at hand, a visit to one of the so-called French restaurants. The French restaurant was the city's own peculiar institution. There were 2 or 3 dozen of them scattered in the shabbier districts, the earliest having sprung up during the gold rush. No one could say exactly why they were called French. The cuisine didn't qualify them for that description, being generally excellent but plain. Nor were the owners of French extraction. Perhaps the name had been given them because most Americans thought of the French as relatively relaxed regarding matters of sex, and sex was most definitely on the menu. The first floor of every French restaurant was just that, a dining room, and a perfectly respectable one, often patronized by the most conservative and conventional of businessmen. On the second floor, however, you could take supper in a private dining room, either alone or in the company of a discreet female companion who resided on the premises. None of the rooms was without a comfortable couch large enough for two. For even longer periods of refreshment, there were small suites called supper bedrooms on the third floor. You rented those for the entire night. Mac tried a couple of other French restaurants before he settled on a favorite, Maison Napoleon, tucked away on the north side of Mission, south of the slot. During his second dinner there, he fell into conversation with the owner, who intrigued him because of her age. She was only in her early 20s, and her air of propriety. Her name was Margaret Emerson. He silently admired her enterprise and her obvious intelligence. No ordinary street trollop could have run a place so close to the edge of the law, yet so clearly successful. He and Margaret quickly became friends. Margaret Emerson was a slightly built young woman with large brown eyes, auburn hair, and a dappling of freckles on her nose and cheeks. Her jaw was rather too long, and so was her neck. When she was on duty, acting as hostess for the dining room, she maintained a serious air and wore dark dresses befitting someone much older. She enhanced the effect by piling her hair high on her head in a dignified arrangement and covering her freckles with powder. So long as she kept her mouth closed, Margaret resembled a maiden aunt or the wife of a Presbyterian deacon. The moment she smiled, however, there was a marvelous transformation. She showed a mouthful of teeth, perfect white teeth. That smile and her brown eyes banished any illusion of age and severity. She became an ageless pixie, full of charm. But she carefully hid this side of herself from her dining room customers, perhaps believing a respectable demeanor downstairs was absolutely necessary because of what went on upstairs. Soon she and Mac were going on outings together. On sunny weekends they rode wheels through Golden Gate Park, taking picnic baskets brought from the Maison's kitchen. Once he took her for an overnight cruise on California Chance. He had dozens of fresh flowers placed in the largest of the guest staterooms and made a show of presenting her with the door key just as Captain Norheim's men were casting off. She gave him a swift look of comprehension. He wanted her company, but not in bed. That sort of companionship he could find on the Maison's upper floors. If there was a flicker of regret on her face just then, Mac didn't notice. The offshore cruise, which lasted until late Sunday, was a splendid success, with past histories shared and a great deal of laughter. By the time they docked, they were more than friends. They were confidants. Mac had known Margaret for several months when it occurred to him that she would be an ideal guest and partner for New Year's Eve. That same evening he dropped in and tendered the invitation. Her brown eyes showed her eagerness, but she didn't voice it. She said, "What if someone recognized me?" "I doubt they will, but suppose they do. You keep telling me politicians and businessmen come in all the time." "By the back door, usually. They'd never admit it. You're taking a risk." "I need a hostess. I can't think of a prettier or more charming one." "Very well, I accept the invitation." On New Year's Eve, 1900, 100 guests presented engraved cards in the three-story foyer roofed with Tiffany glass and lit from above by electric fixtures. An orchestra played in the ballroom while the ladies and gentlemen mingled for an hour in the public rooms. At 9:30, everyone went into the immense dining hall. Margaret sat at Mac's right, resplendent in a sapphire tiara he'd given her for Christmas. The great horseshoe table gleamed with white linen, glittered with silver cutlery, sparkled with fine crystal. He'd chosen low gaslight rather than the harsher glare of electrics. His boiled shirt shone like snow on a mountain when he rose to speak briefly before the meal. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my house and this celebration of the new century. I was not born in this state, but I am now a Californian to the bone." Some applause and murmurs greeted that. Guests had been plied with unlimited amounts of Cresta Blanca champagne, the state's finest, before the banquet. "Therefore, the dinner you're about to enjoy is a California dinner. Every dish is native to this state. You will be given a printed menu in a moment. Meanwhile, I hope you'll look with special favor on the stuffing and the glaze of the caille rôtie, native quail from the San Joaquin. Cooking is a love of mine, and I prepared both the stuffing and the glaze. I confess I've never cooked for 100 people before. That's a mighty lot of time in the kitchen. Laughter. The wines, too, are Californian. Tonight we celebrate not only the new year and the 20th century, but the state we love. He lifted his brimming glass. To California, and your very good health. The gentlemen rose for their toast, a long, elegant line of black lapels and white ties. I made it, he thought, heady with wonder and pride. Margaret took a symbolic sip of champagne and folded her white-gloved hands in her lap like the most proper of wives. By gaslight, her eyes were enchanting, her face luminous as an affectionate child's. Mac signaled to the column of waiters queued up in the passage to the kitchen. "Menus, please. Let the festivities begin." To start, les huîtres de tamales, Tamales bay oysters on the half-shell, each enclosed in a linen napkin intricately folded, a mignonette sauce served alongside. Next, le consommé de haute balasse, clear chicken stock and abalone broth, placed in individual cups, napped with lightly salted whipped cream, dusted with nutmeg, and lightly glazed before serving. Then, les filets de sole sauté, sand dabs, California's best fish, filleted, sautéed simply, and served with lemon wedges. The quail followed, with Mac's own stuffing of brown rice, nuts, and dried apricots, the whole glazed with his marinade of orange juice and Sonoma Creek wine. In the European style, the salad came after these entrees. La salade de saison. The Pasadena salad was a composition of greens, sections of grapefruit and orange, the oranges were Cowgolds, and wedges of avocado. A slightly sweet vinaigrette flavored it. Following le plateau de fromage assorti, Mac told guests seated nearby that very good French-style cheese had been made in Sonoma County for years. The waiters marched in with a triumph for dessert. La poire condée, whole cord pears from one of his valley farms, poached in a sweetened wine collation and served on a bed of creamy sauce anglaise, the whole dripping with a dark chocolate sauce and sprinkled with crushed almond macaroons. To conclude, la café noir, demi-tassé. At 11:30, Mr. Joe Snell of the Bohemian Club proposed a toast of appreciation to their host. Instead, someone started clapping. Astonished, Mac saw that it was the sob sister for DeYoung's Chronicle. He hadn't noticed her before, undoubtedly because he hadn't expected her to show up. He'd sent the invitation because DeYoung's paper was too important to ignore. She jumped to her feet, breathy, tearful, and slightly drunk. She led the standing ovation. They remembered that night long afterward in San Francisco. It was the start of a legend, the Chance Banquets. Nothing like them in America, said those privileged to be invited, who didn't fail to brag pointedly to those who were not. Among the latter was Walter Fairbanks. At 3:30 in the morning, Mac danced the last waltz with Margaret. She was pliant and warm in his arms, and her small round breasts smelled of powder and perfume. She patted his shoulder gently as they danced on a floor strewn with confetti and pieces of paper. "A triumph, an absolute triumph, Mac." "Yes, I think so. You helped immensely." She squeezed him and risked criticism by resting her cheek on his. "I'd be happy to stay the night, if you'd like that," she said softly. He thought of Nellie. Was she asleep now? Where? And with anyone? "Thank you, but I'm tired. I'm sure you are too. Alex will drive you home." She did her best to hide her disappointment. 46. Hellburner Johnson swung down from the cable car. It clanged on down California Street while he paused on the corner, inhaling the spring breeze, which, faintly, fishy, blew from the bay. The sight of the Texan standing there turned heads in passing carriages. A big muskrat cap with the ear flaps tied up perched on his head at a rakish angle, and he carried his Arctic coat over his arm. From a bulging canvas pack strapped to his back jutted a pair of snowshoes. In the pack he'd stored his gun belt, wrapped around a cash roll amounting to $4,500, the sum received for the gold he'd panned standing in the sea off the beach at Nome. Johnson had never visited San Francisco, only seen it pass to starboard as a coastal steamer bore him to Alaska. He had strong memories of the last 18 months, the onion-domed churches of Sitka, the cold, glassy gleam of Muir Glacier, and the caress of its icy breath as he walked on it. From Skagway, he'd trekked up to the Chilkoot Pass. He became part of a human ascent chain 14 miles long, sweating through his red flannels one day, clinging to handholds in icy rock the next. "Damnedest land in creation," he swore afterward. "Mosquitoes big as bullets, and mush ice in the creeks in August." Dawson City was a dismal boom town on a swamp, flooded most of the time. He chewed onions from a carefully hoarded sack to avoid scurvy, but he saw hundreds of victims, men with joints swollen, teeth loosened, cheeks softened till a finger could poke through the skin as if it were wet newsprint. On the pier at Dawson, hundreds of new arrivals were soon lining up to rush out again, all the way down the long, snaky Yukon River to the Bering Sea and the new strike at Nome. That was his last stop, Nome, a rowdy city of white tents on a black sand beach. He'd survived 2 robbery attempts there and come back with more memories stored up. Also, for once, he'd come back a little richer. All that he'd seen tended to fade away as he walked up Nob Hill. San Francisco was a mighty handsome town, with pretty row houses decorating the hills and her bay shining blue out yonder. But he was most impressed by the mansions of the millionaires. When he turned right, then left again on Sacramento Street, consulting an address on a paper, he found a house whose size and ornamentation overshadowed the rest. Great pillars flanked the entrance, a foot-high cartouche of concrete adorning each. J.M. Chance had his brand on display. Johnson shook his head in amazement. He plucked his emerald green bandana out of his shirt to whisk away a tobacco fleck in the corner of his mouth, then opened the iron gate and went up the steps. "Mr. Chance is occupied at the moment," said the stiff-necked butler. Johnson couldn't stop gawking at the sun-flooded Tiffany skylight 3 stories above. "Please call again, in the rear, tradesman's entrance." "You jackass, I'm his partner. Show me to his office, and right now, or I'll show you the business end of the colt stashed in this here pack." The alarmed butler led him up, and up, and up again, through a wonderland of carved banisters, potted greenery, sunlit carpet, to a double door on the top landing. Again the cartouche adorned each, hand-carved in a medallion of cherry wood, and these opened on a spectacular suite of rooms. Johnson walked through several, including one fitted out with 12 chairs around a long table. The last room was the largest, bigger and grander than the office in Riverside. Here Mac held forth at a mammoth desk. Behind him, a triptych of leaded windows spread the panorama of Russian Hill, the bay, and Marin. Mac was shaking a pencil at a tall, skinny chap with the sort of face Johnson considered suitable for an undertaker. Nearby hovered a young squirt with funny eyeglasses and the gray mane of a grandpa. "And I won't go higher than 65,000 on those blocks out by the Presidio." Johnson slung his pack to the carpet to make noise. "Hellburner! My God! I thought you were going to stay in Alaska forever." "Nearly did. Mighty beautiful place. Didn't mean to interrupt." Mac ran forward and embraced him. No, we're almost finished for the morning. Sit down, sit down." Mac was all smiles and energy, bounding back to his desk and rapidly shuffling papers. He looked thinner, Johnson thought. Plenty of gray showing around the ears. How was he getting along without a woman? He wondered. How was that Sprout getting along without a mama? Mac introduced him to the tall drink of water. Haverstick, a lawyer, and the funny little foreign dude, Alex Muller, who bustled around jerking open cabinets and consulting files from the desk like he owned the place. Haverstick, legs crossed, sat in a chair angled to provide a view of the entrance. All at once, Haverstick nodded in that direction. "Visitor, Mac." Mac looked up and saw little Jim. Mac's son was outfitted in a Norfolk jacket and tweed knickerbockers. His black stockings matched his shoes, and his child's four-in-hand was perfectly tied. By someone else, Johnson figured. A perfect little dude. Was he ever allowed to get dirty? The boy bore an unmistakable resemblance to Carla. He'd shed his baby fat, and he stood there observing his father with dark blue eyes, earnest and maybe a bit scared. Or did Johnson just imagine that? "There's my boy." Mac jumped up and hurried to him. 2 years old now, going on 3, he said to the Texan. He swept his son off the floor and hugged him. "Jim, it's 12:30. Time for dinner. Go find Angelina in the kitchen." "You come, Pa." "No, I can't." "Pa, come on." "I can't," Mac said in a harder voice. He set the boy down and patted the seat of his pants. "I'll see you later today." Little Jim's mouth turned down, but he said nothing. With a last look at his father, Mac was already striding back to the desk, he walked out past the conference table and through the vast rooms beyond. Young as he was, there was definitely a sad air about him, Johnson decided. A lonely, abandoned air. Like a dutiful little soldier, Mac's son marched straight through to the staircase, and Johnson watched his blond head sink from sight below the line of the floor. Quickly, Mac scanned the agenda Alex had prepared for the morning. "We're finished. The Presidio property was the last item." The wall telephone rang, and Alex grabbed it. "Mr. Potter in Los Angeles," he said to Mac after a moment. "Yes, Enrique," Mac said. He listened. "Absolutely not. No extension. We close on that Long Beach tract in 30 days or no deal. Tell them." He hung up and scribbled a note on a pad. Looks damn prosperous, Johnson thought. A gold watch chain decorated the front of Mac's vest, and there was a gleam of the same metal inside his mouth. Nothing but the finest. "That's it, gentlemen. Thanks to you both." Rhett Haverstick closed the clasp on his legal case. "Mr. Johnson, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you at last." "There's a huge guest suite waiting for you on the second floor," Mac said. Alex Muller snapped his pocket watch open. "Sir, you are due at the Olympic Club in 15 minutes. "Bankers," Mac said, giving his friend an apologetic smile and snatching his coat from a rack. "Call the carriage." Alex darted to the speaking tube in the wall. Johnson licked a cigarette paper and pasted it shut. He stuck the cigarette in his lip and lit a match on his boot. "Olympic Club. Sounds pretty high-toned." He was beginning to feel out of place, about as comfortable as a minnow in the sea with a typhoon blowing. "The best in the city, you'd have to say." Mac slipped into his coat. "Alex, what about the figures on the ranches in the valley?" The foreign squirt peered through his thick pince-nez. "On your desk, sir, together with an estimate of the harvest at the winery." "I'll go over them tonight." Johnson's jaw dropped. "Winery?" "Something else I picked up," Mac said with a grin. "In the country a few miles above Sonoma, I've started to throw supper parties. It's a hell of a lot cheaper if I serve my own vintages." "I guess that's how the rich get richer," Johnson muttered. He slid lower in his chair and squinted through curling smoke while Mac whispered something to the squirt. Then Mac waved to his friend. "Walk downstairs with me." Johnson did, but he was feeling sour and didn't hide it. "This here all the time you can spare for conversation?" "Look, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're back, but it's a busy day. They're all busy now. We'll eat supper tonight, catch up on things." This here's a palace, Mac. Too big for me, but it creates an impression. Helps with business. They clattered down the wide stairs and crossed the second-floor landing, which was big enough to park a covered wagon. What do you hear from Carla? Nothing since the divorce. Your boy sure looks like her. Colored lights from the Tiffany window patterned the marble floor of the foyer. The butler glided up in a spooky way and handed Mac his hat, gloves, and stick. Jim's a quiet one. I can't seem to talk to him very well. Takes time to raise a youngster. Mac shot him a look. Shit, he can't stand criticism, Johnson thought. He quickly added, So I've been told. That mollified Mac. Lord, I've missed your company. What have you been up to for so blasted long? Chasing after gold in the by-God frozen north. Some places it's so cold even this damn cork foot got the frostbite. I met a young fella up there I think you'd like. Matter of fact, he's an Oakland boy. Your sort, in a way. A parlor socialist, don't you know? Mac accepted that with a tolerant smile. The butler opened the front door, his expression indicating that Johnson was interfering with the orderly affairs of the house. He writes stories, too, like Nellie. Name's Jack London. I got his address. I'll introduce you. Fair enough. Mac dashed down the steps to the waiting carriage, a double-suspension broom with a shiny dark green body and green Morocco interior. The driver snapped the lacquered door shut after Mac. Sun flashed from the enameled JMC emblem. The driver scooted up the wheel to his seat and Mac leaned out. And I'll introduce you to my new automobile. Your what? Automobile. That's the name they've settled on for the horseless carriage. I bought a steamer. $850. The broom pulled away. Johnson had a fleeting look at Mac leaning back and lighting a cigar. Johnson had seen him smoke cigars before, cheap, stubby ones, but this monstrosity was green and fully as long as the barrel of Johnson's Peacemaker. The Texan tossed up his hands in dismay. That's all. That's the end, he thought. An airy wake of smoke followed the broom as it left Nob Hill. On Saturday, Mac Johnson and Jack London ate lunch in the tiny kitchen at the Sonoma Creek Winery. London was 8 years younger than Mac, a garrulous, hard-talking towhead with thick knuckles and a burly build. Full of himself, he hardly gave the others time to speak. He informed them he knew everything important about the writings of Darwin, Huxley, Spencer, Karl Marx, too. Don't know any of them boys, Johnson remarked. I figure I get all the lies I need from the papers and 10-cent novels about Buffalo Bill. London's eyes flashed. Those boys tell the truth, like I do. Sure, Jack, eat your lunch. Halfway through, Mac jumped up and pulled on heavy driving gauntlets. He ran to the stove with a pair of tongs and gingerly opened the lower door, lifting out a U-shaped, glowing red steel pipe. What the devil's that? London asked. The firing iron, to start the burner. Can't stop to talk, have to keep it hot. He ran out. He didn't answer my question, London said. The locomobile don't run on gasoline. He has to get the steam up before we drive. Takes about a half hour. The firing iron starts the burner. If I ever sell enough fiction to become a rotten capitalist, damned if I'll buy an auto that complicated. Me neither. 4 legs and a tail suits me. In the yard, they heard purple oaths. A moment later, Mac walked in. The firing iron had turned gray. Not hot enough. Have to start over. A thin fog settled in the afternoon. They didn't leave the winery till after 3, but when they did, Johnson had to admit it was a sensational experience. Steam's up, Mac cried. The water supply's good for 20 miles. Let's go. The Locomobile steam runabout was a beauty, the best steam car offered by the factory in Watertown, Massachusetts. She carried a single-wide passenger seat and a shining coat of red lacquer. On the front side of the dash panel, Johnson discovered the JMC. Looking for it was getting to be tiresome, because you always found it. Mac buttoned his tan duster, togged down his goggles, and settled his stiff-billed canvas cap. He'd provided similar gear for his passengers. They squeezed into the seat, and away they went, rolling down the hard dirt lane from the adobe brick winery, past the arbors to the main road. The locomobile didn't sputter, shake, knock, or generate any noise except a low hiss of escaping steam. Johnson and London hung on tight to the seat while Mac handled the steering tiller. He was like a boy with a toy. A ribbon of steam unfurled in the mist behind them as Mac steered expertly around a fanner's cart full of melons. The farmer cursed the steam car and calmed his frightened nag. They whisked through a cathedral arch of tall eucalyptus, Mac shouting, "I don't have to fool with a spark advance or gears. There's a lot to recommend, Steam." "You're a demon driver," Johnson laughed. He enjoyed the reckless rush down the country road and temporarily forgot his dislike of Mac's obsession with material things. "I'm going to race one of these days," Mac promised. Suddenly, they found themselves in a flock of frightened doves, which flew in their faces and beat their wings against the tan dusters in the moving vehicle. Mac steered away from the birds, hit some weeds alongside a fence, jerked the tiller over, and brought them back to the road. Steaming and hissing, the locomobile sped up a 30-degree rise without a hesitation. "She's a marvel climbing hills. No effort, notice?" They drove on to the rugged terrain above Sonoma, the Valley of the Moon. "I'll have a house on one of those hilltops someday," London shouted. "My friend Nellie Ross is making a lot of money from her book. No reason you can't," Mac shouted. "She's a hell of a good writer," London shouted. "They call her the female Zola." "I know," Mac shouted. "Say, Mac," Johnson shouted, "what happens if something blows out the fire in this tin can?" "We walk back." 15 minutes later, they did. Late one afternoon in May, Mac and Haverstick met for a drink at the Bank Exchange, a favorite watering spot of the city's rich and powerful. Haverstick ordered a martini, the gin and vermouth cocktail invented by the legendary bartender Professor Thomas of the Occidental Hotel, and Mac ordered a blue blazer. When Haverstick excused himself and squeezed through the crowd to speak to Hunter Van, the trial attorney, Mac occupied himself watching Jerry mix the scotch and a dash of sugar syrup, add boiling water, and touch a match to it. As the blue flame flickered, someone poked Mac's elbow. "Hi, Hazelton, president of the Glacier Ice Company." Mac regarded the sweating round face. Reluctantly, he shook hands. "Macklin Chance." "Oh, everybody knows who you are. I need to speak to you, one businessman to another. You own a large produce warehouse." 3. "That's a lot of drayage. Wagons in and out all the time." Hazelton's little eyes glistened. "Careful, here's another crusader. But for what?" "We don't need union draymen in San Francisco, Chance. We don't need union shops of any kind. We need a free labor market, the kind General Otis created down south. There's a new local organization of community leaders dedicated to that idea, the Employers Association. I want to personally invite you—" "No thanks. I'm not interested in union busting. Working men have a right to organize to protect themselves." "That's a misguided attitude. Trade unionism's a cancer. We've let it grow too long in San Francisco." "Hazelton, excuse me," Mac said with an ominous little smile. "I paid for this drink, and I'd like to enjoy it." High Hazelton the Ice King sneered and waddled off. Jerry added a bit of lemon peel to the blue blazer, and Mac picked up the warm glass and sipped. When Haverstick came back, Mac mentioned the conversation. "I've heard about the Employers Association," Haverstick said. "You can't get a fix on who belongs. They're secretive, but there's talk on the street of the association forcing a confrontation this summer." "What kind?" Against the Union Teamsters is what I'm hearing. With all your connections on the waterfront, you'll want to keep your eyes open. I can't tell you why they're called French restaurants, Mac said, in answer to Johnson's question. The two of them were walking down from Nob Hill in the purple dusk. Windows in electrified buildings twinkled along Market Street. The wonk-wonk of an auto's bulb horn sounded from a cross street. The changes, Mac thought. So many changes. Do any respectable people go to these joints? Johnson asked. He'd donned a new black suit, knotted up a string tie, and slicked his hair for the occasion. All the time, to the first floor. He explained what went on up above. Brass electric fixtures and a painted tricolor plaque decorated the entrance of Maison Napoleon. Several couples and a large family were already seated in a dining room as conventional as any hotel's. A plaster bust of Bonaparte glowered from a corner pedestal, and Empress Josephine's vapid face gazed down from a gilt frame. A small electric lamp with a fringed shade of translucent silk shed a patch of colored light on each table. The blue-rimmed bistro china was heavy and solid, and a thick carpet hushed the noise. Johnson studied his menu, handwritten on parchment inside a leather cover stamped with a fleur-de-lis. Mac lit one of his gun-barreled cigars, and Johnson made a show of fanning away the smoke. Mac grinned and kept on puffing. After a bald waiter took Mac's order for a bottle of Cabernet, Johnson noted a stairway leading up from an alcove in the back. You been upstairs? I've paid a couple of visits, yes. Mostly I just like the food here, and Margaret's company. There she is. He smiled and raised his hand as she came through the kitchen door. Johnson craned around to see a boyishly slim young woman wearing a starched white shirtwaist with long sleeves and a white tie. Her navy skirt swished as she hurried to the table. She might have been running a bordello, but on any stage she could play a schoolmarm or someone's hymn-singing virgin cousin from Toledo. The disguise amused Johnson. "Mac, good evening." He jumped up and kissed her cheek. She gave his arm a quick squeeze, but he seemed not to notice. Then she smiled. "Lord, look at them teeth," Johnson said to himself. "Margaret Emerson, this is my friend and partner, H.B. Johnson." They shook hands decorously. "Welcome to Maison Napoleon, Mr. Johnson. Mac said so much about you." "Nothing good, I expect." "To the contrary. Did Mac tell you about our 2 upper floors?" "Indeed he did. 1 flight up, as I get it, I can sit down and eat dinner. 2 flights up, I can lie down and have dessert." Margaret laughed, though she darted a look at the family to see if anyone had heard. "Well put," she said. A bell above the door tinkled, and again she touched Mac's shoulder. "Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. Please excuse me." She hurried over to greet 2 men Mac recognized as city supervisors. Now her lips were pressed together almost primly. The pixie hid while the proprietress showed the gentleman to a table. "She's come a long way for a young woman," Mac said. "Her parents were pig farmers up in the Sacramento Delta. Dirt poor. Our finer citizens call people like that pikes, because a lot of them come here from Pike County, Missouri. Margaret's parents did. She ran away from home when she was 12. Sounds like you know her pretty good." "Not the way you mean. She's a smart girl, ambitious. I see a lot of myself in her. Maybe that's why I like her." The bald waiter came back, and Mac ordered veal chops, Johnson a venison steak. "Seems like you always take a shine to hard-driving females," Johnson observed after he handed his menu away. "I wouldn't say Carla fit that description." "No, and maybe that's why it didn't work out." Over Mac's shoulder, he observed Margaret at the cashier's counter, pretending to check a customer's bill while darting looks at Mac. She caught Johnson watching, and as color rushed to her cheeks, averted her head. The momentary loss of poise confirmed what he'd already decided. Margaret Emerson was interested in something a lot heavier than friendship. Mac mused over his cigar, tapping it on the edge of the ashtray. "I suppose Margaret and Nellie are alike in some ways. I never thought of it before. Say, is Nellie back yet? Week before last. She here in town? No, she moved right into the place she leased in, Carmel. Wants to finish her new novel there. You seen her yet? Mac's hazel eyes shone in the light of the silk-shaded lamp. Next week. We're going back to the mountains. Johnson took one look at that lovelorn face and then glanced at Margaret, who was busy now with a pen and a ledger. Poor gal, he thought. She can try till she's 90 and she won't get nowhere with him. Wonder if she knows it. 47. The pack mules picked their way along the bank of the Merced, with Mac riding a saddle horse at the rear of the string, Nellie in front. Yosemite Falls thundered in the forest to their left. If she reacted to the memories of the falls, she gave no sign. They stopped at Camp Curry, a well-kept enclave of 25 white tents at the foot of Glacier Point. A pair of young school teachers from Redwood City, David and Jenny Curry, had opened the camp in the summer of '99. Transplanted Hoosiers, the Currys were graduates of Indiana, where David Starr Jordan had inspired them with his love of the outdoors. Jordan had urged Mac to pay a call. Over a hearty lunch served by Mrs. Babb, the camp cook, David and Jenny shared their pride in their new venture, the first commercial campground in a national park. "They're grand people," Nellie said after they had said goodbye and started on toward their campsite. "I just don't like encouraging tourists. Too many of them will despoil this place." "What do you propose to do? Set up a board to evaluate virtue and intelligence? Decide which tourists are fit to come in? You're dealing with one of the most beautiful spots in America. Everyone wants to see it." "I don't know what I propose," Nellie said, irked. "I just know we have a problem here." The valley rioted with springtime color. Woodpeckers hammered the trees, and floating clouds changed El Capitan from white to purple to white again. They made camp about 3 o'clock. Mac putting up the tents and Nellie gathering wood and laying the fire. The long trip from the coast had been friendly, even intimate, but without any physical contact except the most casual. They might have been a pair of brothers, he thought with extreme frustration. He pounded in the last peg and lashed the corner of the tent. Nellie's tanned face turned up to the sky like a lodestone seeking the magnetic pole, and suddenly she ran from the glade into the meadow and danced with her back to him, her braided hair tossing around her shoulders. She was like an ingenuous child. She ran back, flushed and excited. "Oh, Mac, I love this place so much." "Had enough of German castles and Roman Colosseums?" "Enough for a lifetime. I'm back in California to stay." She stood not 2 feet away, breathing out her palpable aura of warmth and strength. Sunlight through budding leaves laid a pattern on her scrubbed cheeks. It's the right moment. Take hold of her. He hesitated too long. A rhythmic noise shattered the peace, and Nellie spun on her boot heel, shielded her eyes. "There!" Mac exclaimed. From the direction of Camp Curry, lurching along in a blue cloud, came an open auto carrying 4 passengers. Goggles flashed and someone flourished a green bottle. The passenger in front threw something in the weeds. The auto resembled a horseless phaeton, and Mac recognized its design. "That's an imported Daimler, what they call the Siamese model because of the second seat behind the driver's." The Daimler came down a curving road near them. From the back seat, the 2 ladies in picture hats tied with scarves hallooed and waved kerchiefs. The man at the tiller steered the chugging, rattling vehicle in and out of ruts. Nellie coughed hard and somewhat artificially, Mac thought. The auto's blue smoke cloud was confined to the road. "That isn't the first automobile in Yosemite," she said. "A few months ago, I saw a photograph of a steam car up on Glacier Point. Now that the valley's a national park, John Muir wants the Interior Department to ban those metal monsters." The Daimler passed on, laying down its trail of murk and noxious fumes. Now Mac got a whiff. "I can see why," he said. He, too, started to cough. Next day, they hiked to the summit of Sentinel Dome. The last 200 yards on the east shoulder required some hard climbing, and near the top, Mac clasped Nellie's hand to help her over a rough place, and she held tight for half a minute. She looked trim and fit in miner's shirt and jeans. They clambered the rest of the way, and then, in a cluster of scrawny pines on the escarpment, they stood silently in the wind, feasting on the spectacle of the valley. Mac put his arm around her. The clasp of his hand while climbing up had pushed her close to the limit. This was too much. "Go on, don't stop there," she thought. Then she cursed her own weakness and controlled the faint trembling started by the feel of his strong arm holding her. He felt her tension and frowned, but didn't say anything. Then, careful not to look at him, she pulled away. They climbed the old Tioga Road with their mules. An abandoned mine road, it ran some 15 miles to Tuolumne Meadows, high country Mac had never seen. As they rode along, he felt the air growing cooler. Large patches of spring snow rilled the washes and clung to sunless hillsides. Nellie pointed out cedars and ponderosa pines giving way to white fir, mountain pine, and tamaracks that showed the blazes of earlier trail markers. In dark shade away from the road, an occasional empty cabin with shattered windows spoke of some hope unrealized, some California dream abandoned. In the meadows, the wind waved great fields of gentians and lavender daisies. 2 black bears ambled in the distance. They crossed a hairpin bight of the purling Tuolumne River. Nellie said it ran 20 miles down to a valley called Hetch Hetchy. "I went there once with Muir. It's as lovely as Yosemite, and still pristine." They chose a campsite in a grove of dead trees, mountain hemlocks blasted and burned by lightning. "Let's put up that piece of canvas for a windbreak," she said. "Why? It's hot as the devil." "You'll fight the black ants and the mosquitoes all day, but as soon as the sun's down, you'll be freezing. We're at 8,600 feet. I won't be responsible for death from pneumonia." He laughed. "Where's the canvas?" They set up their tents facing each other across a shallow pit dug for a fire. Mac's eye was repeatedly drawn to Nellie. If she was conscious of it, she gave no sign. She was a strong woman. She worked hard, sweating freely, and he discovered grace and loveliness in her swift, supple movements. The line of her throat, the light dew on her forehead, everything about her was special and desirable. Part of his desire was physical. He hadn't slept with a woman for a good while. But only part. What he felt, the love, the need, tugged on his heart and his mind as powerfully and insistently as it did upon his body. He watched her raise and tie up the flaps of her tent while a doe and her fawn slowly, cautiously crossed the meadow near the dead trees. He longed for some way to catch and hold that fleeting image. Nellie, the deer, the meadows, hold it forever. Shadows stretched out, purple-blue and perceptibly cooler. The thin air went whistling down into his lungs to produce a high mountain giddiness. Storm clouds blew up from the north, and the sunset disappeared in a sudden spring snowfall. To start the fire, he had to dust a layer of white from the wood. After dark, they put on heavy coats. The fire generated a comforting warmth and light. Mac was famished. Slab pork, tinned beans, and hardtack tasted like a banquet at his mansion. He squatted with his fork and tin plate, his physical need strong again. Fortunately, his coat hid that. The snow diminished and the clouds passed, a quarter moon visible now in the clear, dark sky. When he couldn't stand the need any longer, he tossed his plate aside and reached for Nellie's hand. "There's no way to say this but straight out." "Mac?" It was half pleading, half warning. "Come live with me. Marry me." Her eyes grew larger and misted at the corners, as if she wanted what he wanted. He chafed her small hand between his harder ones, and like the moment on Sentinel Dome, this one also passed. "It's a lovely, flattering thought, Mac.
I don't mean to dismiss or demean it when I tell you I can't do it.
Why the hell not?
I have an agenda, just like you. Where is Mr. T. Fowler Haynes, by the way? Still in Riverside?
Yes, that seems to be a good permanent home for him.
I finally did some reading about that intrepid gentleman.
Don't change the subject. If you married me, you'd never have to work again. The wind billowed sparks from the fire. Little ribbons of snow fluttered around the tents. Nellie's laugh rang in the frosty air.
Am I really hearing this? Yes, I fear so. I have got to say this so that you never misunderstand again. I care for you. I care for you very much. But I am not a Victorian woman. I am not dutiful, submissive, or a lot of other things I probably should be in the opinion of most men and far too many women. Well, too bad. I'm Nellie Ross, Natalia Rochev, no one else. I have many more books to write, more than I can finish in a lifetime. I'll always work.
But you're still a woman. There's absolutely no need for you to support yourself. She slapped her knees and stood.
You're impossible. Sometimes I think the word is unredeemable. Did you hear anything I said? One word.
It was going wrong again. He didn't know what to do about it and got angry. Yes, but damn it, I don't understand. I never understood Carla. I don't understand you.
Precisely, my dear.
Her light tone didn't conceal a sudden bitterness.
Maybe that's the whole trouble. You don't try.
He gripped her shoulders. I'm trying tonight. Again she disengaged herself, and he swore, his breath pluming out, a cloud tinted by the firelight. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he walked around the windbreak to the edge of the dead trees. With his back turned, he said, I'll sort out what we need for breakfast and hang it up so the bears can't reach it. That way we can get an early start down to the valley.
Yes, that's best. It's turned cold up here.
He walked around the windbreak to the fire. She'd already gone in and laced the flaps of her tent. Mac came into the billiard room buttoning his overcoat. Johnson sat on one end of the table, and at the side, standing on a stool, little Jim leaned into the glow of electric light from fixtures with shades of green glass. Johnson rolled a red ball across the baize from his right hand to his left.
One,
the boy exclaimed. Mac watched from the shadows. His son saw him, and his face illuminated. Johnson whizzed a white ball to his left hand. Jim jumped up and down and clapped.
2.
Johnson ruffled Jim's blond hair. This little sprout's mighty quick. He can count to 10 easy, and up to 20 with a bit of cogitating. He ambled over to Mac. You should stick around a little more and see. The boy rolled balls across the table, all the while darting shy, affectionate looks at his father. Mac kept his voice down. I give him all the time I can. An hour at the end of the day when he's tired ain't hardly enough. Not when he's nigh onto 3 and growing and changing so fast. What makes you an expert on fatherhood? I was a sprout once myself, Johnson said just as testily. A Comanche on a toot put a bullet in my paw, and I didn't have him no more after age 2. It hurts a youngster to grow up like that. I do my best, Mac said. He crouched down and held out his arms. Little Jim ran to him. Good night, son. Go to bed and get your rest. Mac hugged him and then left. The boy stared after him for a long moment. He turned into the passage leading from Jesse Street. The fog rolled thick and white, muffling the hoot of a ferry in the bay. Under a dim electric bulb on the rear stoop, Mac shot a look over his shoulder, then knocked. On the second knock, someone unfastened the inner bolt.
Mac, she said, stepping back.
Evening, Margaret. He went into the dark little foyer that smelled of frying. Sounds of clinking dishes drifted from the far end of a hallway. I felt in need of your hospitality tonight.
You're going upstairs, then?
Yes, and I don't care to be seen. That surprised her. Always before, he'd used the front stairs, not the back door, which the girls and some of the customers jokingly called the husband's door. All at once, his respectability was weighing on him, and evidently other things, too. He looked tired, downright haggard. His voice had an uncharacteristic bite. Margaret gestured to the stair, trying for a light tone.
We always protect the anonymity of our patrons. Go right ahead. We aren't busy tonight. You'll have your choice. I'll put it on your bill.
He nodded, went up quickly, and disappeared. A girl with a peacock green wrapper floating over her heavy white thighs crossed the landing, smoking a cigarette. Faint laughter and thumping drifted down. Margaret pressed her closed hand to pale lips never touched up with color.
Yes, go on, she said. You could have any woman in the place, if you only knew it.
48. It was a summer of trouble in San Francisco, the very trouble Haverstick had predicted. The National Convention of the Epworth League came to town in July, and the Employers Association, operating through its Drayman's Committee, secured the league's sizable baggage handling contract for a non-union firm. So the association's first target is the Teamsters, Haverstick said. The union was barely a year old, but already a strong member of the Labor Council. The non-union draymen found themselves unable to handle all the luggage of thousands of Epworth delegates and issued an emergency call for help. When union Teamsters refused to respond, the Employers Association declared all union drivers locked out and further declared an end to the closed shop in the cartage business. The union called a general strike on the waterfront. Along with the draymen, merchant seamen went out, longshoremen, warehouse workers, something like 15,000 men on both sides of the bay. The commerce of the harbor came to a halt. But produce from the valley kept pouring into Oakland and rotting. Boxcars piled up in the rail yards, and cargo ships rode at anchor, waiting to unload. Mac honored the strike, put his warehouse men on half pay for the duration, and watched anger build on both sides. Valley farmhands came over the Coast Range and started to handle the piled-up produce. Berkeley students were recruited as summer stevedores. The inevitable result was violence. Scuffles, rock-throwing. Someone poured kerosene on 200 crates of melons, softening on a dock, and set them afire. A warehouse belonging to Himmel, Mac's campmate at the Bohemian Grove, was vandalized at night. Just a few defended the strikers, and just one newspaper, the Examiner. Hearst's editor, Tom Williams, wrote, "The attempt of the Employers Association to destroy the Teamsters Union is an act of criminal viciousness without parallel in the annals of the city." Chief of Police Sullivan didn't see it that way. A colonel of militia in '94, Sullivan had moved ruthlessly against railroad strikers in Sacramento. Ordering his troops to fire, he had earned the nickname Shoot Low. Shoot Low Sullivan said the non-union Teamsters would work, and the wagons would roll without hindrance. To ensure it, he hired what he called special police. Ex-convicts and Spanish-American veterans out of work. Mac fumed to Johnson. They're registering their addresses in empty hotel rooms. You know who's supplying their pistols and clubs? The Employers Association. Mayor Jim Phelan, whom Mac knew and admired, seemed to lose control of events. Pleading the need to maintain order, he approved the use of additional, specially deputized police officers. That infuriated the unions. Then he refused to call for state troops, and that enraged the businessmen. One of the city's best and most popular mayors suddenly found himself without a constituency. The summer of trouble became a season of death. On September 6th, at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, a deranged anarchist shot President William McKinley, who died 8 days later. Johnson's commander in Cuba, Roosevelt, became the nation's 25th president, 3 weeks from his 43rd birthday. "Teddy's all right," Johnson declared. "A mite green, but plenty of grit. You ever need help from Uncle Sam, I'll not hesitate to knock on his front door."
On September 29th, several off-duty special policemen walked out of the Thalia, a dive on Kearny Street. They had been drinking for several hours. Some passers-by recognized them as strikebreakers and taunted them. Out of nowhere, other men came running with fists cocked and clubs raised, and the specials drew their pistols. The regular police refused to respond to the riot alarm. Mac's face went white when he read the names of those killed and wounded. Knocked down with a bullet through his left leg was one Alonzo Lon Coughlin, a special formerly employed as a San Francisco detective. In answer to the Thalia riot, the Union called a mass meeting at Metropolitan Hall. 4,000 chanting, shouting working men jammed every seat and squatted in the aisles. Mac donated half the rent on the hall and watched the rally from backstage. The young socialist writer London gave a fiery speech. Next came Father Peter York of the San Francisco Archdiocese. The priest was an Irishman from Galway and delivered his Jeremiad in lilting English, pounding the podium repeatedly. "They bring in university students and call it free enterprise, but they are rich men's sons, working not for themselves but against the common man." There was cheering and foot-stomping. The floor shook and the gas mantles rattled. Mac got a start. In the wings at the opposite side he recognized Diego Marquez, shabby and somewhat wild-eyed, Felicia clinging to his arm. "What's he doing here?" Mac whispered to London. "I'm told he's an old friend of York. Wanted to speak, but they wouldn't let him. Too extreme even for this crowd." "A union of rich men attempting to crush the unions of poor men," York thundered, waving his arms. "But they will fail, because we are strong. We are steadfast. There will be no compromise. There will be no negotiations. There will be no retreat." Every throat roared. Mac saw Diego Marquez staring at him, and he lifted his hand to acknowledge him. Marquez hugged Felicia to his side, swaying back and forth. Drunk? His glassy stare met Mac's and slid away. Mac understood. Marquez was ashamed of being rejected. A moment later, when Mac looked again, Marquez and the girl were gone. Rain poured down on the sagging planks of the wharf, water streaming over the 5-foot-high sign on the sloping roof above the loading dock. Chance Produce Company, San Francisco, Sacramento, Odesto, Fresno. The warehouse sprawled along one side of a finger wharf jutting into the bay. Only half the wharf frontage belonged to Mac, that near the Embarcadero. The warehouse at the outer end belonged to Oscar Himmel. To reach it, Drayman had to drive past Mac's building. In front of Mac's loading dock, blocking the wharf, half a dozen sodden pickets straggled around and around in a circle. Rain soaked and blurred their cardboard signs. Workers together, no scab labor, union stevedores on strike. Suddenly came the sound of iron wagon tires and hooves, and a line of 4 wagons turned into the head of the wharf. A picket ran up the dock stairs, darted past some empty crates, and flung the door open. "They're here, Mr. Chance." It was 2 days after the Thalia bloodletting. Mac had heard through Haverstick that he was to be a target. He struggled into his coat and dashed outside, the shopkeeper's Colt in its holster under his coat tail. He ran down onto the wet wharf as the first 2-horse wagon approached. In addition to the driver, it carried 3 passengers, tough-looking men in rain slickers and derbies. He recognized one, who stood directly back of the driver with the arrogance of a Roman charioteer. Buck Float was his name. He had worked for Mac for 3 months and was a Spanish-American war veteran. He'd complained of war nerves to justify frequent absences. He disappeared one Friday and never came back, though Mac had already decided to fire him. Buck Float was a heavy man with blond brows and a nose like a ripe beet. He wore a soiled duster and automobiling cap. The creaking axles, grinding iron tires,
hooves clopping on the planks, were the only sounds beside the rain. Mac saw no weapons, but felt sure the specials had them. He strode to the open side of the wharf. The water was greasy green, full of floating fruit rinds and paper trash. There was just enough room between this wharf and the next for a small vessel to dock. Way up at the head of the wharf, Mac noticed someone watching, a small man in an overcoat and soft hat. Except for a brushy mustache, his face was a blur, but Mac thought he recognized him by his diminutive size. The man stepped into the lee of a shanty, and from there continued to observe the advance of the wagons. Mac moved between the worried pickets and the first wagon. The driver reined his horses and shoved the brake lever with his foot. Rain leaked off the hat brim of a special with his hand plunged under his gleaming slicker. Waiting, just waiting. "No traffic on the pier," Mac said. "We're honoring the strike." "Get out of the way," Buck Float said. "These wagons belong to Oscar Himmel, and we're going down to his warehouse to pick up a load. I'm deputized to protect Himmel's property." "Doesn't matter. Turn around," Mac said. Rain ran down his face and collected in his hair, setting up a maddening itch. He wanted to glance up to the sign on the roof of the loading dock, but didn't dare. The men with Buck Float stood up. Float's duster blew open, and underneath it Mac saw a nickeled gun in an old holster. Buck Float tugged it to free it up. "Chance, everybody knows you're in bed with these dirty communists, but Mr. Himmel won't allow you to infringe on his rights. We're duly deputized, and we aim to see you don't. Don't push this, Buck. I've no quarrel with you anymore, or with any of these men. Only with the people who hired you." Mac's palms prickled. Fear made his belly hurt. "Leave peaceably. I don't want trouble." "But you got it," Buck Float said with gleeful fervor. His hand flashed out with the nickeled pistol. Mac gestured upward to his right. "Those men on the roof don't want trouble either, Buck." The driver and specials turned as one. Two warehousemen with shotguns were balancing on the sloped roof at each end of the tall sign. They'd been hiding behind it. The rain struck the roof and ran off, splashing the wharf and leaking through the cracks. A wagon horse busily dropped horse pies under his tail. Buck Float raised the nickeled gun to his shoulder height, aiming at a man on the roof. Mac snatched his Colt out and steadied it with both hands. "Don't." Buck Float lowered his muzzle an inch or so, studying Mac over his gun arm. "I don't believe you got the balls to pull that trigger, Chance." "You try me, Buck. Come on." "I'm turning around," the first driver blurted. "I ain't dying for Himmel or any other nabob. Sit down, Buck." Buck Float clenched his teeth. "Buck, damn you, I'm leaving." Float delivered himself of some obscenities, then jerked the nickeled pistol down. Mac lowered his revolver to waist level. The men on the roof held their positions as the driver executed a wide turn in Mac's loading bay and passed the other three wagons, which, one by one, turned around on the dock. Mac let his shoulders slump. His gut hurt fiercely. He waved the men off the roof and trudged toward the door, his shoes squeaking and leaking water. He'd forgotten about the small man still standing in the lee of the shanty, watching. "Quite a little standoff," Johnson said early the next day. "All the papers got the story. Most ain't very complimentary about you." "I'm used to that." "I'd have been there with you if you hadn't been so damn secretive about it." "I didn't want anyone hurt, least of all my friends." "You don't seem too pleased about trouncing that crowd." "Nobody trounced anybody. We turned them back with loaded guns and an ambush. I had to do it, but I didn't like it. I'm guilty of using the same tactics as Shootlow Sullivan. It solves nothing." Johnson shrugged to say maybe, then tugged a scrap of paper from his vest. "Took a call on the downstairs phone while you was up with Alex. Gentleman named Roof. Asked you to meet him at the pup. I wrote it down." He showed the scrap. Pup, 7 p.m. Roof. "Roof, that's who it was," Mac exclaimed. "How's that?" "There was a man watching down at the wharf yesterday. I thought I recognized him from a distance. Abe Roof." He spelled the last name. "He's a lawyer. You don't follow local politics." "Hell no. A politician's just a road agent with a stiff collar and a church membership." "Something in that," Mac agreed. "Roof cuts quite a figure. He's a Republican, or was." "One of you boys that's always sucking hind tit, eh?" That was true. San Francisco politics had been dominated for some years by Democrats and Reform Independents. Mac explained, "Roof's worked in the party a long time. This spring he made a move to take control from Crimmins and Kelly and organized a splinter group, the Republican League. The League got whipped in the August primary. I voted against them because they struck me as a bunch of opportunists. Roof immediately started promoting a new party, which says to me he's chiefly interested in promoting himself." "What kind of party?" "Labor. Roof and Izzy Less from the Barbers Union are the organizers. They've already pulled in most of the waiters, hack drivers, cooks, and beer bottlers. Roof says they'll put up candidates in the fall election. He's a tough little bastard. Knows the town well. He grew up here. His father started the Mayor Roof Dry Goods Company down on Market. Roof went to Berkeley and Hastings Law College. I wonder what he wants out of me." "You don't suppose it could be money?" Johnson drawled. The pup was just up Stockton from Market. He walked in at 7:10. The little restaurant was crowded and noisy. Electric light glared off white tile walls and floor, and odors of cigar and fish floated in the hazy air. Waiters in long aprons shoved and blustered in and out of the kitchen with mountainous trays of dishes. 2 huge silver coffee boilers behind the counter created a strange, distorted mural of the scene. Abraham Roof spotted Mac from the rear corner table where he customarily held court. He dismissed the police sergeant seated there and then stood up as Mac approached. Roof was about 35. He wore a smart single-breasted suit and a dark striped four-in-hand. Several things about him struck Mac at once. His Gallic nose, his bouncy energy, the gleam of his bright brown eyes, shiny as sable fur. He was smaller than Mac remembered. Roof shot out his hand. He smelled of sweet cologne. "Mr. Chance, what a pleasure to see you again." "Thanks, mutual." Mac laid his stick and Homburg on the table. He ordered black coffee, Roof another slice of cherry pie. The little Paul gestured to the restaurant. "I hope the din doesn't annoy you. I like the energy in here. I do more business at this table than I do in my law offices." Roof's smile was cordial and winning. Mac could easily imagine him stepping right off of Paris Boulevard. Roof's ancestors were, in fact, French. He enhanced the boulevardier look with a pink carnation in his lapel. Roof forked the pie with small, delicate motions, while Mac stirred coffee in a heavy white mug. "I watched the contretemps outside your warehouse yesterday," the Paul said. "I noticed. Everyone knew it was coming. I wanted to see how you handled it." "And?" "You handled it admirably. Still, you were interfering with the rights of Oscar Himmel." "I was honoring the strike." Roof kept smiling, but he jabbed like a prosecutor. "Come, sir. The pier itself, the access road. You don't own those." "Strikers have tied up other public thoroughfares." "Breaking the law." "To enforce a higher one. Thou shalt not squeeze blood out of my weaker brethren." "I like that. I was raised on the Hebrew Talmud, the patriarchs and the prophets. I admire men with a passion for justice. I was testing you with my questions." "Cross-examining, I'd say." Roof laughed. His mention of religion struck Mac as calculated. The man was a manipulator. "Down to cases, then. We've scarcely exchanged 10 words at Republican functions. I thought we should have a chat because you endorse the strike. Not many men with your wealth and status would take that risk."
Mac kept stirring his coffee, waiting. Rufe darted looks around, then leaned in.
"I can tell you confidentially that Governor Gage intends to intervene to end the strike."
"That's bad news. Henry Gage is in the pocket of Walter Fairbanks, William Herron, and the SP Political Bureau."
"Nevertheless, the unions simply can't win against hired strikebreakers and the police. I feel a settlement is inevitable, and I'm urging it, though it won't be favorable to our side."
So now it was our side. Mac's weariness grew.
"I like the situation as little as you do, Mr. Chance, but continuing the strike is foolhardy as your confrontation with those thugs. What if there had been bloodshed? Bloodshed accomplishes nothing. We must take control of the machinery, win the working man's rights with votes."
"Are you talking about your new party?"
"That's right, the Union Labor Party. Do you know Eugene Schmitz?"
"I've seen him conduct the orchestra at the Columbia Theater."
"Another confidence, then. Schmitz will be our mayoral candidate."
Mac almost laughed. "He's a violin player. What does he know about running a city?"
Annoyed, Rufe said, "Everything, because I'll teach him. Gene's an ideal candidate, German and Irish parents, Catholic, a family man. The musicians' union is less threatening than many others, and he'll look good on the platform. They don't call him Handsome Gene for nothing. He'll be the champion of the working men of San Francisco. He'll represent them in our halls of power, just as Senator Abe Rufe of California will someday represent them in Washington. It took me years to understand that if you want to do good, the power to do it must come first. Power is the lever of Archimedes. Power is everything."
The electric lights glittered in Rufe's brown eyes, and he draped his arm over Mac's chair with a false bonhomie. Dangerous man, Mac thought. "I hear what you're saying," he said out loud, "but I'm not sure why you wanted to meet."
"Because we share a common objective. We both want to build power for San Francisco's most important constituency."
"So you really have abandoned the Republicans?"
"I'll use them if I can. But most of them are entrenched plutocrats, gutless. You're an exception. The Union Labor Party is looking for exceptional men, men with the courage to support the candidacy of Gene Schmitz, with their ballots and their checkbooks."
There it was. Mac leaned back. A waiter stormed by. "God damn it, coming through!" "I'm afraid I'm not your man. After your league lost the primary, you put your allegiance somewhere else, overnight. I'm for supporting the working man. I'm not interested in exploiting him." The little Pole's toothy smile turned cold.
"That's a short-sighted view. Let me tell you what I foresee in San Francisco. I foresee a day when nothing moves on our docks, nothing happens in our government, without the sanction of the Union Labor Party and its hand-picked mayor and supervisors. You may count on this, too. When we're in power, we'll assist our friends and remember those who disdained friendship."
I don't like this man, Mac thought. He drew himself up in his chair. "In other words, money up front will guarantee favors." Rufe flung down his napkin.
"I don't think I care for that. I could name certain other intelligent, progressive gentlemen who don't take such a cynical view of friendship. They've donated to the party, and what's more, they've retained me on a regular basis to represent them in the future at City Hall."
Mac stood up. "Rufe, I don't pay extortion money. I especially don't pay it in advance." The little Pole's mustache quivered. His closely shaved cheeks were white as the china mugs.
That remark was a mistake, Mr. Chance. We'll see. Excuse me. Surely. We'll meet again. His eyes promised it wouldn't be cordial. With the intervention of Governor Gage, the strike ended. The terms of the settlement kept secret. The union drivers simply picked up and went back to work. Mac's warehouse men didn't want to talk about it, except to say the union shop was dead in San Francisco. Abe Roof personally wrote a basic 5-minute speech for handsome Gene Schmitz. He rehearsed the candidate, and Schmitz gave the speech everywhere, bringing to it a natural flamboyance from his theater work. Soon the women in his audience were sighing and wringing their hands, while their husbands stamped and whistled for everyone's new idol. The dismal conclusion of the strike had an effect on the campaign, driving union men to work hard for a political victory. They were helped by the lackluster candidates of the regular parties. The Republicans offered a hack, the city auditor. The Democrats put up Joe Tobin, a young supervisor with money. His chances were diminished by the widespread unpopularity of Mayor Phelan. The monarch of the dailies was unimpressed with the whole lot. The major candidates have been carefully picked over by representatives of the Southern Pacific, the Market Street Railway, and the Spring Valley Water Company. Those chosen are sure to carry out orders with a fearless disregard of the public good. On the night of November 5, 1901, at Republican headquarters, Mac watched them chalk up the tally. Tobin, 12,000. Wells, 17,000. Schmitz, 21,000. Well, he remarked, the wolf's in the fold. 49. On a drizzly night that winter, Mac went to Margaret's for dinner. While she cooked pork chops and green beans spiced with ham chunks and brown sugar, he sliced golden bell peppers and artichokes brought from his own warehouse. She served a rich, almost syrupy Merlot from someone else's winery. He made a comment about that. Margaret had recently begun to fix dinner for them at least once a week when his schedule allowed. She lived in a flat next to the Maison Napoleon, but no connecting door breached the thick plaster wall between. It was as if she could shut out that part of her life by coming into these proper Victorian rooms, furnished with the inevitable three-legged tables, potted greenery, old Rogers groups, and other assorted bric-a-brac. Knife in his right hand, Mac pushed green beans onto the fork in his left. It was the European way, Margaret had taught him. His cravat was loosened, his collar unbuttoned, his vest open, his sleeves rolled up. Under the imitation Tiffany glass electric, they sat together in a relaxed, almost domestic intimacy. While he finished eating, she darned a tiny tear in a yellowed lace tablecloth. She never ate much, to preserve her figure, she said. I don't know a lot about Abe Roof, Mac said after drinking some wine. But I had a bad impression of him last fall, and it hasn't improved. I've never seen anyone move in so fast. They're paying court to him at the Pup until midnight or later every night. Roof's party had elected not only the mayor, but 3 of its slate of 18 supervisors. It was a strong start. I know him slightly. He dines next door about once a month. Always orders in French. He's proud of all the languages he speaks. He never goes upstairs. They say ambition leaves him no time for women. It's a fairly common disease, Mac said with a wry look. Rhett Haverstick told me Roof's picking up clients right and left. Pacific Telephone and Telegraph, Pat Calhoun's United Railroads. Rhett claims Roof collects $500 a month from every one of them. What's going to happen? While the voters let him get away with it, nothing. Schmitz is a lightweight, but he's a superb actor, and Roof has a certain brassy charm. People like both of them. He pushed his plate away, stretched, and patted his stomach. He felt the beginnings of a potbelly. You're a fine cook. Anything for a friend? She applied herself to her needlework, but promptly pricked her finger. Then, avoiding his eye, she asked, Will you be going next door tonight? No, I just want to relax. This is the best refuge in San Francisco. Better than my clubs. There, someone always wants something, usually a donation. He sighed, enjoying the rare contentment. A gold-plated clock on the parlor mantel chimed the quarter hour. He plucked a silver cigar case from his coat nearby.
"You said you were going south again," she began.
"In a few days. I could stand some sunshine." He lit up and puffed. Outside, rain fell harder, making their little island of light all the more cozy. "That's a lovely old tablecloth."
"Irish lace."
She raised it to show the pattern.
"It was my mother's only decent possession. I treasure it because it reminds me of her. It also reminds me that a person needn't stay in one place swilling pigs forever."
"Growing up was hard for you, wasn't it?" She turned her head on that lovely long neck. A swan's neck, he called it in his thoughts. The face of a sad, freckled child seemed to glimmer behind the face of the mature young woman.
"The fine people of California, the ones who settled in the Delta 20 years before my father, didn't exactly welcome dirt farmers. Pike was not a name you called a friend."
"So you ran away. How did you ever get this place?"
"I worked for it."
Watching for a reaction, she added,
"In someone else's place, resembling the rooms upstairs at the Maison. I'll tell you this, Mission Street won't be my last stop."
"What do you want from life, Margaret?" The rain fell, beating on bay windows hidden by heavy velvet drapes. Far away, a trolley clanged on Market Street. She pressed the tablecloth into her lap, her thimble shining like a nugget of silver. The line of her slim bosom trembled with a noticeable tension.
"Something better. I want something much better than this."
Her eyes said the rest, and it made him uncomfortable. He put the burning cigar in a tray and stepped to her side, laying a paternal hand on her shoulder. She let out a breath, the tautness leaving her, and she averted her eyes to the precious tablecloth. "I'd better start home."
"Walking?"
"I don't mind the rain. The air will do me good." He patted her. "I'll see you as soon as I come back. Meantime, thanks for the good meal."
"I don't have the budget for the kind of dinners you prepare, or the talent."
He laughed and kissed her temple in a chaste way. Her high-piled autumn hair had a warm, fresh smell. "You're a wonderful cook, a wonderful friend." Her right hand swept up and across to press his. Standing behind her now, he saw her pained face in the back mirror of a heavy old sideboard. Quickly, she lightened the pressure of her hand.
"Well, I'm grateful for that much, anyway."
After he went out, she locked the door, then leaned against it with the tablecloth held between her breasts. She closed her eyes and let the tears roll down. He lay awake in the small hours. It happened more and more lately. Columns of numbers streamed through his head, lists of things to be done. He kept a pad beside the great imperial bed with the JMC carved at the apex of the headboard. He was practiced at scribbling in the dark, though the notes were hell to read in the morning. It stormed violently about 2 a.m., thunder bumping over the bay, and the high, dark house seemed to breathe and shudder. Margaret's face disturbed his rest. He knew what she wanted, what he could never give. The stairs creaked. He opened his door and saw the glowing circles of Alex Muller's spectacles. The young man was going downstairs in his nightshirt, lamp held aloft. He coughed, a sound like shoes scuffing cement. The light disappeared. Far below, Alex kept coughing. Mac wrote on the pad, then flung his hands under his head and shut his eyes. No use. Too many worries, steady as the rain. Too many memories. Too much guilt. Tonight, that involving Margaret dominated the rest. As Mac strode into the sun-flooded office, Alex jumped up from his corner desk. "Ready, sir? So am I. All packed." It was 10:30. 3 tickers chattered and spewed tapes of the latest trades and postings from the stock exchanges, San Francisco, California, and Pacific. Mac had also installed a private telegraph wire and key, and a second telephone. "I want to say goodbye to Jim. Is he outside?"
No, sir, in the library.
On a morning like this? He ran down 3 flights and flung open the library doors. Little Jim sat in a red velvet chair, his feet dangling above the floor. Johnson knelt beside him, watching the boy play with some kind of toy. Mac stormed in. The dark room smelled of dust and leather bindings. "What the devil have you got there, Jim?" His son held it up so he could see. It was a Chinese abacus, brightly finished in lacquer. On the frame, tiny hand-painted dragons chased each other, spurting fire from their jaws and smoke from their nostrils. "Where did you get it?" Johnson stood, his knee joints popping. "Kim Luck in the kitchen dug it up. Alex says Jim's a whizzer at ciphering. He's picked this up real quick. Jim, show your pa. How about 507? Little Jim studied the abacus a moment. Then his small hand pulled down a 5-unit bead on the 3rd wire from the right and clicked it against the dividing bar. He pulled down no beads on the 2nd wire, a 5-unit bead on the 1st wire, then pushed up 2 1-unit beads. Proudly, he showed the abacus. "Swan Pan," he said. "That's the chink name of the thing," Johnson said. "Why are you fooling with that on a sunny day?" Mac grabbed it. "Go on outside and play." "Don't want to, Pa. I want to do numbers." He reached for the abacus. Mac kept it away from him. "I said go outside. Get some air." Jim's small hands closed to fists. He jutted his jaw and held his breath, and turned red as he marched from the room. "Jim," Mac called, "I'll see you in a week or 2. In answer, a door slammed. Mac threw the abacus on a table, then whipped the drapes open. Sunshine poured in. "This place is cheerful as a tomb." "You ain't much better. You ragged that boy too hard." "I'm not going to raise a hothouse lily. I want him to enjoy the outdoors like everybody else in California." "Maybe he don't take to it. Maybe riding and camping and all the stuff you like ain't his style. He's a quiet one, but he's brainy. He can already pick out words in the newspaper. I want him outside every day. Hell, he's only 3. He don't have to climb Mount Shasta just yet. Don't tell me how to raise my son." Mac walked out. Johnson sighed. "And goodbye yourself," he muttered. "Jesus." Mac found little Jim walking along the Sacramento Street side of the house, dragging a stick across the uprights of the wrought iron fence. Rat-a-tat. "There you are. Give me a hug before I go." The boy clutched the stick to his shirt. "Come on, Jim. I didn't mean to yell. Fresh air's good for you." And little Jim was pale, very pale from too much time indoors. The California climate had been good for Mac, and he wanted the same benefits for his son. Stubbornly, he crouched down and held out his arms. Little Jim hesitated, snapped the stick in two, and edged sideways into Mac's embrace. "I'll miss you," Mac said. "Sure, Pa. Goodbye." Mac felt the boy's stiffness. He was holding back, resenting him. Damn. Alex drove around the corner with the buggy. Leaving, Mac watched little Jim standing there without a smile, joyless as a little old man in the California sunshine. For the train trip, Alex carried a satchel of business papers and correspondence. Mac's valise held a similar stack and some books. The Octopus by Nellie's friend Frank Norris, which he hadn't read, his marked copy of The Conquest of Arid America by William Smythe, and one he plunged into immediately, heedless of Alex's pleas that they work. Appleton's had published Nellie's new novel 2 weeks before. Range of Light was essentially another romance, but a somber, bitter one. Mac stayed awake most of the night in his berth, mesmerized by it. The story involved a Yosemite hotel keeper seduced by greed and the blandishments of a San Francisco developer who wanted to buy in and treble the size of the hotel. The hotelman, an older man, had previously brought a young wife to the valley. At first, the natural beauty had diverted her from the loveless marriage. When Nellie introduced her, she was restless and discouraged. A young Basque illegally herding sheep in the valley became her summer lover. In one scene, they met secretly at Yosemite Falls. They soon saw themselves as allies in a war against the innkeeper's avarice and bourgeois mentality. Always, the Sierra Range loomed as a presence, its light-flooded purity mocking their furtive love in the shadows on the valley floor. Finally, they decided to risk a meeting in full daylight. They would climb up together to taste the sun, once. The husband learned of their plan, followed, and shot them both during their tryst on Cloud's Rest, then accidentally fell to his death on the way down. It made no difference in the hotel scheme. The developer took over the property, remodeled, and turned the hotel into an enormous success, bringing raucous crowds who sang and shouted all night long in the new saloon bar. In the final pages, a drunken guest kicked the bar's player piano. After the guests left, the piano kept playing the Blue Danube faster and faster, louder and louder. The piano started to shake itself to pieces, wires snapping and pinging, the music growing madder and uglier. It dinned from the open windows, drowned the voices of complaining guests, rolled down the valley. Nellie's last images seemed omens. Frightened deer fled along the banks of the dark river, and wild birds flew frantically across the face of the full moon while the music of civilization played on. He closed the book. Critics might never guess why the female Zola painted such a dark portrait of the lovers. He knew one possible answer. Or was he flattering himself? Not that it did any good. She was in Carmel, maybe with someone else, and he was here, in a stuffy berth, rattling through the California night, alone. Filth, editorialized the Los Angeles Times. We need no further outpourings of prurient prose and foreign ideology from Miss Ross, Mr. Norris, or any of their debased, deviant cronies who purport to be artists and loyal Californians. Let them ply their trade in the sewers of corrupted Europe. Despite the valiant crusade by General Otis to safeguard the morals of others, Californians bought every available copy of Range of Light within a week of publication. It became a national bestseller. Every literate person in America knew the name Nellie Ross. The wind raged. Yellow dust hid the mountains and attacked the eyes. Mac leaned into it, gritted his teeth, and held his hat. Alex staggering along behind. Mac had picked a devil of a day to trek out to Indio to reveal his latest scheme. Here's the marker. I bought 100 acres. 50 of it goes into date palms. The other 50 will turn into a camp. Camp, sir? What kind? For consumptives, people who need the hot, dry climate but can't afford to stay. The blinding dust hid Alex's immediate reaction. From an inner pocket, Mac took a folded paper. The screaming wind almost tore it away. Here are the details and the numbers. We'll put up tents first, then build regular dormitories. We'll bring in cows and chickens. Invalids who can afford to pay something will be charged $3 a week. If they're indigent, they'll pay nothing. We must hire at least one doctor and a professional manager. We'll set it up on a non-profit basis. Why are you doing this, sir? Because I've taken a lot from California and I want to give some back. Thousands of people with tuberculosis come here with nothing but hope to sustain them. We can't help all of them, but we can help a few. Alex's stalwart strength finally gave way. He wept. God bless you, Mr. Chance. You are a good man. Such a good man. In Riverside, Mac inspected the groves and went over the books. He spent an evening with Billy Biggerstaff and the manager's wife and 7 children, but their boisterous happiness made him melancholy. He went up to Ventura for 2 days with Haven Ogg, then over to San Solaro, where the Wardlow brothers had completed the water system, and Hazard's Realty Company had already brought in 23 families. Cottages were under construction, clear water flowed in the canal, and the derricks continued to draw oil out of the earth. Back at Villa Mediterranean, he and Alex met with Enrique Potter on a Saturday morning. The attorney, slightly stooped and paunchy now, presented a plat of the Los Angeles region with a webwork of red lines radiating from the center. "Here are 2 more interurban lines Henry Huntington has announced. This one adjoins land that you own outside Redlands. This one cuts right through your property in Whittier. Pacific Electric's real estate department approached me last week." Mac leaned back and tinted his fingers. A warm spring breeze rustled papers on his desk. T. Fowler Haynes occupied its customary corner. "I bought some of this property because I was sure the city would expand," he explained to Alex. "You can only go so far west and then you're swimming. Ed Huntington talked about interurbans at the Bohemian Grove, and that's when I started buying more land. Since he incorporated PE last year, he's gone faster than I ever dreamed." Mac rubbed his chin. "Sometimes I feel guilty making money this way, like one of the SP sharks, profiting from knowing ahead of time where the line will be built. A quadruple increase in land values is damn good medicine for guilt," Potter said. "Furthermore, Henry Huntington didn't coerce you into buying land. You did it on your own initiative. Spare me this Southern Pacific shark business." Mac laughed. "All right. You know my bottom price in each case. Don't go below it." Potter checkmarked something on his legal pad. Mac shifted papers. "What about that new acreage in the Cahuenga Valley?" The attorney touched a folder. "Here, they've accepted your offer. All the documents refer to the incorporated name, Hollywood." "Good work. You two handle the rest." Mac left the desk and plucked a fancy white felt Stetson from the rack. "You're in a devil of a hurry," Potter said. "There's a speed driving exhibition down on the flats. I don't want to miss it." Henry Ford's 999 Racer tore across the flat, leaving a rooster tail of dust. The noise was formidable. On a 109-inch wheelbase and a chassis painted rust red, the young automobile wizard from Detroit had created a brute machine and stripped it for speed. No bonnet protected the 4-cylinder 80-horsepower engine. The driver steered by tiller from a precarious seat only big enough for one. A crowd of about 300 lined both sides of the road west of Riverside. Some had taken the train from Los Angeles. Some had driven carriages, and 5 had arrived in automobiles, 2 of them electrics. One gasoline auto belonged to Mac. He liked the snappy little runabout with its steering tiller, 3-gear lever, 2 forward plus reverse, and its 1-horsepower engine mounted behind the single seat. The auto, from the Olds Motor Works and thus named Oldsmobile, had a smart curved dash, a black lacquer finish, red trim, and rakish brass acetylene lamps. At a top speed of 20 miles per hour, it didn't go fast enough for him. Spectators screamed and cheered as 999 turned around down the road and started back, accelerating for the test mile. Mac jumped up on the seat of Ransom Olds' little runabout and shouted with the rest. The 999 howled across the finish line, and the flagman whipped his green flag back and forth. Not the easiest car to steer, the 999 shot along the shoulder, slowing down. Rather than try another turn, the hired driver put on the brakes. High on his wooden stand, the timekeeper checked his clock. "Time for the measured mile? 1 minute, 11 1/5 seconds. A new record for the Ford 999 and its demon pilot from Toledo." Pandemonium. The driver stopped the racer, stripped off his goggles and leather helmet, and rushed back to the crowd surging to meet him. Only last year, young Barney Oldfield had been racing cycles in Ohio. He began working the crowd with a stubby cigar in his mouth, signing autographs, reveling in the attention. Mac left the Olds runabout and spent a few minutes studying the 999. Ford had named the racer for the crack train of the New York Central. Fast driving excited Mac. He needed a faster and more powerful automobile to replace the locomobile and the Olds. Not a steamer or an electric, they were rapidly losing out to internal combustion. What should he buy? One of those German machines? He was walking back along the dusty road pondering that when he noticed 3 people approaching, a man with a woman on each arm. The man's handsome face leaped out. Mac had a strong urge to avoid them, but he didn't, instead striding forward with forced good cheer. "Wyatt, for God's sake." Wyatt Paul stopped, his women obediently halting as well. Each held a sleeve of Wyatt's white linen suit, which was most peculiar, severely cut, with a white dicky and episcopal collar and a white silk kerchief billowing from the breast pocket. Wyatt Paul looked like a photographic negative of a priest. "By heaven, my partner!" Wyatt smiled, and the sun put that strange opal blaze in his eyes for a moment. Mac pulled his hand back, annoyed. Wyatt had blandly refused to take it. They appraised each other. Wyatt's tan was darker than ever, yet he didn't look well. He was still dangerously thin, and white streaks like birds' wings swept back through the pomaded black hair above his ears. Curiously, his lips seemed fuller, red and womanly. It gave him a disturbing androgynous quality. The 2 young women, both buxom, peered at Wyatt like children awaiting instructions, their high-collared dresses so tight Mac could see the lines of stays beneath. Corsets cinched in their waists to the smallest possible measurement, which in turn put more emphasis on their breasts. Dust clung to chiffon veils tying down their huge velvet Gainsborough hats trimmed with ostrich plumes. Despite this altogether proper attire, they managed to look like whores. "Ladies, this is my esteemed partner from San Solaro, James Macklin Chance. This is Deacon Martha, this is Deacon Mary. I remarked to the ladies that you live near here." "Arlington Heights," Mac nodded, vaguely uneasy. Wyatt kept track of him. "I presume the bank's getting your royalties to you regularly?" "Indeed. My bookkeepers at the Tabernacle post them and hand me a monthly report." Mac swept off his Stetson and wiped his forehead. "Did you say Tabernacle?" "I did. The Tabernacle of the Sun Universal. We've just moved into our new sanctuary in the foothills near Pasadena. 10 acres and a remarkable building. It's an octagon, many windows and very few walls. A man named Fowler built some octagonal houses around 50 years ago. He said there was something mystical and healing about the design. Of course, it didn't catch on. He was ahead of his time and dealing with the general public, and we know what that consists of," Wyatt said with a little smirk. "Dupes, village idiots, hymn singers, and worse. At any rate, an octagonal building is perfect for us. It fosters openness, the kind of freedom from conventionality that we endorse and encourage." "So you're a preacher now?" "I prefer teacher or spiritual leader." And Mac heard the old smooth gears mesh, the machinery of charm beginning to grind. Wyatt brushed away the hands of his companions and let his own flutter and swoop as he spoke. "I founded what you might call a secular faith. We worship and study the natural forces symbolized by the sun." "Health, healing, wholeness," Deacon Martha chirped with a vapid smile. Or was it Deacon Mary? "We recognize the rightful supremacy of man's physical side," Wyatt said. "We cultivate its well-being. We maintain that robust, healthy, and completely free expression of biologic drives are the highest form of morality." "That should make your church very popular." The cynicism brought a scowl from Wyatt, but the other deacon chirped, "Oh yes, we have more than 900 communicants already." Max slowly got over his surprise. Why should he be surprised at all? Wyatt had always been ambitious, amoral, and enormously persuasive. California was a seedbed for strange cults that appeared and vanished as regularly as the green hills of spring. "Ladies, wait for me in the carriage," Wyatt said. "But June," one said. "Do as you're told, sweet." He smiled and grasped her arm. Her knees buckled and Mac realized he'd hurt her. The other girls supported her as they hurried away, their fine dust ruffles dragging through the dirt. Still uneasy, Mac said, If you're interested in autos, you must be prospering. I'm delighted. Are you? How generous. As a matter of fact, we're attracting a lot of rich communicants from Iowa and other states in the Midwest. They find the climate and our doctrine liberating. Suddenly he stepped in close. The sun behind him put a halo around his head. Is Carla with you? No, we're divorced. He stepped back. You took her away from me, used her, then you disposed of her, is that it? Come on, Wyatt, that happened years ago. Bad memories linger, my friend. We aren't friends, so stop pretending we are. Carla made her choice. I didn't force her. As for disposing of her later, she left me. Eagerly, I might say. That should make you feel good. I think we've said all we have to say. He tipped his Stetson and walked off. Barney! Barney! Admirers were chanting back along the road as Oldfield posed for a cameraman who ducked under a black drape. Oldfield, hurrah! The breeze snapped Wyatt's creased white trousers, soiled now with country dust. Naked hate disfigured his handsome face. In the double bed at the hotel, Deacon Mary snored lightly with her cheek on his left arm. Deacon Martha worked diligently at his crotch. Junie, don't you like this? Junie, June? Indifferent, far away, he fondled her hair. Damn Mac for spoiling the day. Wyatt couldn't forgive him for stealing Carla. Mac's success enraged him with jealousy. No, not so much Mac's success as his public personage. James Macklin Chance was a name often seen in the California dailies. J.M. Chance was not only a millionaire, he was a personality. Well, God damn it, Wyatt Junius Paul was on his way to that same pinnacle. He was mining gold from the fools who flocked to the tabernacle. He was riding a cresting wave of his own ingenious devising. He was out in the sun again, after a long, dark obscurity that he preferred to forget. Couldn't. When he'd left San Solaro, he started to dip into his oil royalties. He could survive on them, but survival wasn't enough. He wanted spectacular wealth. Even more than that, he wanted to be known all over California. Admired. Loved. How, though? For a long time, he couldn't find the answer. In San Diego, he met and married a tubercular widow. He was tipsy when he proposed, dead drunk when they stood before a justice of the peace. Wyatt helped the woman open a cheap sanitarium hotel, one of hundreds in the state catering to the one-lung crowd. Her bad health and the hotel began to suggest a solution to his dilemma. The woman died quickly, as he'd hoped, and he liquidated the hotel, using the capital to bottle the first 1,000 pints of Sunshine Health Syrup. Cripples and hypochondriacs who bought the slop claimed they were energized, pepped up. They fucking well should have been, considering the raw alcohol and cayenne in his recipe. From this medicinal triumph, he advanced to a more elaborate one. Living in a shoreside cottage in Santa Barbara, he built the first of his alpine inhalation cabinets. Price, $1,000. He manufactured and sold 11 of them, making money, but he was still anonymous. He wanted the kind of notoriety and prestige J.M. Chance enjoyed. One night, frozen from a long swim in the surf and running a fever, he fell asleep and dreamed of his mother in Osage, Kansas, her insane religious faith, her equally insane ideas about health. God, how he wanted to puke from all the oat gruel and graham crackers she forced into his mouth. He woke before dawn, listening to the Pacific. His fever inflamed him, but so did a sudden idea, clean and simple and perfect for its purpose as a razor's sharp edge. Excited, he opened a hoarded brandy bottle. He was drunk by sunrise, drunk and ecstatic. He would combine his mother's two insane predilections into a single scheme superbly suited to the place, the time, the climate, and all the idiots who came over the mountains wheezing and spitting out bloody gobs from their lungs. A church, not of the next world, but this, headed not by some wild Jew claiming divinity, but a man of superior intelligence. A church offering not some wispy chromo dream of an afterlife, but the vibrant physical reality of longer, lustier life in this one. A church of health. God damn Mac Chance for demeaning that vision today with his little looks and remarks. God damn him for turning his back, walking away, so respectable and superior in his fine suit and white landlord's hat. And God damn him most for stealing Carla. Bad memories linger. Oh, yes, they do.
What did you say, Junie?
I said I love you, Deacon Martha.
Junie, she giggled. Sometimes I think you're just crazy.
He yanked her hair. You pig-brained bitch. Put your head down and do your work. 50. In the spring of 1903, Mac fell into conversation with Fremont Older at the Olympic Club. Older was managing editor of the San Francisco Bulletin. Ink for blood, they said of him. He'd risen through the ranks as a tramp printer and reporter, an admirer of Hearst and Hearst's sensational style. He was a huge man with a grenadier mustache and a passion for fine clothes and cigars, with eyes like searchlights and a lumpy bald pate. Wags around town said the lumps came from banging his head against the wall behind his desk. He banged his head over a weak headline or a grammatical gaffe. He banged his head over municipal corruption, which he abhorred. Sometimes he banged his head over things in general. I like your editorials about Schmitz, Mac said after he introduced himself. Thank you. Glad to hear it. Have a drink. Have a cigar. Mac took one and thanked him. Older then said, So you agree this administration's rotten? Ever since the Perkins election, you can hardly escape the stench. To return its tame dog George Perkins to the U.S. Senate, the SP Political Bureau had been forced to deal with Abe Roof, who controlled 4 key votes in Sacramento necessary for Perkins' reappointment. That's only one symptom of the malady, one small symptom. There's an evil sickness spreading through this town, Mr. Chance. I love San Francisco. I won't see it poisoned and left to die. Really that bad, Mr. Older? I'll tell you how bad. Abe Roof's turned City Hall into a mart in which everything's for sale. Permits, votes, favors. Schmitz is a puppet, a nobody. Roof runs things, from his law office, the pup, his hip pocket. He throws the unions a bone now and then, otherwise he ignores them. The corporations kiss his fundament and slip him $1,000 or $2 every month to make sure they win franchises and municipal contracts. Now he's moving into the underworld. That I didn't know. The saloon owners put their advertising where he tells them to put it. They don't run it in a bulletin, I assure you. He's making inroads in prostitution. It's all covert, hardly visible to the ordinary citizen, but it's poisonous. What are you going to do about it? More of what I'm doing already. Editorials, exposés. The facts are hard to dig out. Roof chums around with important men, and I've been threatened. Our publisher, Mr. Crothers, has been threatened. Well, keep at it. I like what you're doing. Write us a letter and say so. Men of conscience are going to have to clean up this town. It's either that or let the barbarians reign. The huge ornate fixture cast a circle of light on the green-covered table in the mansion's card-room. On opposite sides, with cigars and mugs of steam beer, Mac and Hellman played two-handed euchre, 10 points a game. The light isolated them in the midst of a great darkness. Hellman had been staying with his son-in-law for the past week. He no longer seemed enthusiastic about his real estate and ranch holdings, which others managed for him. His hair was nearly gone, his eyes watered a lot, he was flatulent, and he climbed stairs with difficulty. It was melancholy to contemplate. It reminded Mac that he too was growing old. Mac took the last trick with a tin of trumps, scoring a march. He'd euchred his opponent in hand after hand. "That's game, Swampy. Shuffled 'em." The old man did so, but listlessly. "I got a news story. A visitor goes into the auto owner's ward at the Nut House. He don't see nobody. 'What's the matter?' he says to the doc. 'Where are the patients?' 'Oh,' says the doc, 'they're all underneath the beds, fixing the gears.'" Mac finished his beer. It tasted stale. "You didn't laugh," Hellman said. "You hear that one before?" "Practically the first time I saw an auto." Hellman shuffled the 24-card deck, then suddenly put it down. "We've been doing this 4 nights now. It gets boring." Mac reached across to take the cards and shuffle. "You sound like your daughter." "Did you know she's back from New York?" "No." "Well, I guess she wouldn't rush to tell you. She's running with that arty crowd down in Carmel. Painters, writers, socialists, free love types. Rotten bunch." The cards snapped and flowed together between Mac's hands. "Not all of them." He held out the deck. Hellman cut. "How is her—" He searched for a polite word. "Health." "You mean, is she boozing herself to death? That's what I hear." He picked up his cigar and ash fell to the carpet. Ignoring it, he regarded his son-in-law gloomily. "You were the only good man Carla ever hooked up with." "Oh, I don't know. There was her father." They looked at one another. Shared affection relieved the boredom and their miserable loneliness. Johnson had left for South America a month before. Mac dealt 3 cards for each of them, then 2 more, then the turn-up card. Spades or trump. The door opened, laying a rectangle of light on the rug, and little Jim stood in the center, barefoot in his long nightshirt. His fair hair shone like a cap of gold. "Come in, son." "I came to say good night, Pa." Mac cupped the boy's chin. His hand was hard and brown, a contrast to the child's cheek. "Look at you, white as milk. You're still staying indoors too much." Little Jim would be 5 in the fall. He was shooting up, slim and sturdy. "I like it indoors, Pa. I like sitting with a book or doing sums." "Say, don't I know it," Hellman said, patting him. "Jim put on a real show for me this afternoon. With that Chinese thingamajig, my grandson can add numbers faster than I can say Kaiser Bill." Frown lines cut in above Mac's nose. "I want you out of the house 2 or 3 hours every day, Jim. Tell you what, tomorrow we'll drive down to Stanford. The football team is starting spring practice. We'll watch them scrimmage. Football's a devil of an exciting game. You'll like it." Solemnly, Jim said, "I bet I won't." "Come on," Mac said, trying not to show he was irked. "You're going to make a fine football player when you grow up." "No." Mac raised his hand. "Don't talk back to me." He saw Hellman's disapproval. Then, lowering his hand, he said, "Go to bed." Little Jim marched away like a soldier under orders. The door closed and darkness possessed the room again. Mac sighed and scooted lower in his chair. "Lord, he's a difficult boy. Nothing I say seems to get through. Or maybe I don't know how to say it." "He's growing up handsome, though. Don't look a thing like you. Looks like Carla. Acts like her, too." "That's what worries me." "Deal the cards. Let's get this over with." In the morning, Angelina Olivar said, "The boy can't go with you today, sir. He has a bad stomach ache." "Is he faking?" "Senor Chance, what a terrible suggestion. Of course not." "All right, Angelina." He was unconvinced. What am I doing wrong? He wondered as he hurried up the stairs to the day's important business. On a fine April day, Walter Fairbanks parked his shiny Pope Toledo in front of Mac's mansion. He enjoyed driving the powerful machine, which he'd bought after driving and comparing a Ben-Hur, a Luxor, and a Leland. The Pope Toledo's black paint was suitably rich and conservative. The sight of the JMC cartouche on the pillars disgusted him, but he tried to rein in his emotions as he rang the bell. Fairbanks wasn't comfortable seeking favors in this house. This mission, however, transcended personal feelings. A servant showed him to the third floor. Mac was, as usual, submerged in papers and memoranda. He felt as uncomfortable as his guest, whose secretary had telephoned for the appointment. Alex felt uncomfortable too, unconsciously twisting his swivel chair a few inches this way, a few inches the other way. He fully expected an explosion. "To what do I owe the pleasure, Walter?" Fairbanks laid his polished stick across his knees and gripped it tightly with his right hand. "As you may know, I'm on the committee handling arrangements for President Roosevelt's visit next month. Gene Schmitz is sponsoring the banquet on May 12th. It's to be a celebration of San Francisco and the Golden State. The palace has promised us gold china, gold utensils, cloth of gold to cover the tables. At a price of $20 gold per plate, the invitation's around here somewhere." Mac's casual hauteur infuriated Fairbanks. The worm of pain began to eat through the front of his skull. He'd argued long and hard in favor of sending someone else to plead with Mac Chance. But the harder he argued, the more the others insisted. Roof wanted Chance at the banquet, and he demanded that Fairbanks do the job. "You've not sent it back?" "I don't intend to." "Mac, you're a prominent citizen. Please reconsider. The mayor is anxious that we demonstrate San Francisco's nonpartisan solidarity to the president. I'm a great admirer of Teddy Roosevelt, but I'm afraid my admiration isn't enough to overcome my dislike of your new friends." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about George Perkins going back to Washington. His reappointment was promoted by the SP and purchased with those 4 votes Roof controls in the state Senate. I'd say you now have an alliance with Boss Roof, Walter." "What has that to do with a banquet for the President of the United States?" "Everything. One hand's washing the other, all very cozy. Well, there's an old saying, if you don't want to get covered with tar, stay away from tar barrels. I wouldn't set foot in the palace on the 12th of May. The tickers clicked and spat paper, and a gull swept past the sunlit window. Alex twisted in his chair some more. "You're a fool to buck Abraham Roof," Fairbanks said, small dots of red blooming in his cheeks. "His organization's already immensely powerful." "I'm certainly aware of that. I'd like to see it destroyed before it destroys the city." Fairbanks jumped up. "My God, you're arrogant." Mac parried with an icy smile. "Somehow you bring out the worst, Walter. You hold grudges. You're right. You destroyed a fine horse down in Riverside. You destroyed her so you could win your damn polo game. I despise any man who'd do a thing like that." Fairbanks trembled so hard he couldn't speak. Jamming his hat on his head, he rushed for the door, but not before his temper boiled over. He whirled around and shook his stick. "You keep this up, this antagonism toward the people who run this town, every business you're involved in could suffer. You could be badly hurt." "Not by you, Walter. I beat you, remember? Show Mr. Fairbanks out, Alex." 600 guests attended the gold banquet at the Palace Hotel. President Roosevelt tactfully conversed with the mayor about music, nothing else. The guests fretted as Eugene Schmitz rose to speak. They needn't have worried. Roof had written the short address, and handsome Gene had dutifully memorized it. The applause at the end was loud and sincere. Everyone was glad Schmitz was through. He hadn't embarrassed himself or the city. Prominent men in the audience noted that James Macklin Chance had left town the day before, traveling down to the dedication of permanent dormitories at the Palms at Indio, his charity health camp. A week before the November election, Mac wrote a letter that Fremont Older printed. It mentioned an increasing number of allegations of graft in the Schmitz administration and urged a vote against Schmitz's re-election, including that a vote for the incumbent was actually a vote for the Roof machine. After Abe Roof read it, he was livid. "Put word out that this man's an anti-Semite, a Jew-baiter." "But, Abe, he isn't." "What does that matter? Do it." When the rumor reached Mac, he immediately called on the rabbi of Temple Emmanuel on Sutter Street. "I've never opposed any man for what he is, only what he does. How do I handle this?" "Mr. Chance, calm yourself. I'm not aware that the professed religion of Mr. Abe Roof exerts one iota of positive influence on his character. I grant you the Jewish community holds a divided opinion of him. Many are pleased and proud to see him ascend to prominence. Others feel as you do. I am one. I dislike and distrust Mr. Roof. Stick to your principles and follow them. Your friends won't believe any lies told about you. Those who believe them don't matter." Eugene Schmitz and his Union labor ticket won re-election handily. Mac wrote a second letter, this one even more hostile toward Schmitz and Boss Roof. November 12th was a sparkling day, clear and cool. Mac felt refreshed and invigorated as he worked through the morning with frequent attention to the clock. Alex, however, seemed distraught. Mac finally pressed him for the reason. "Sir, it's that most recent letter. The cousin of my friend Heidi Meyer clerks in the law offices of the boss. I'm told Roof is furious with you." "Are you surprised? He knows how I feel about him, and he's had a good 6 months to build up steam. Ever since I boycotted the gold banquet and decided to put my feelings on record." Alex didn't look reassured. Mac rested a hand on his shoulder. "Look, let me worry about Abe Roof. I honestly don't think it matters what I say or write. He isn't going to bother with me. He's too busy piling up $2,000 and $3,000 retainers from people who want favors at City Hall." "I hope that is the case. However, with respect, sir, I believe you underestimate your stature in San Francisco." That surprised Mac and amused him. "Do I now?" The office door opened.
Pa, I don't feel so good."
"Nonsense. It's a beautiful autumn day. Do you good to get out. Do us both good. Stanford against UC is the biggest game of the year." He snagged his coat and pushed little Jim gently. "You can help me check out the auto before we go." Alex followed. "I hear this is indeed a fierce rivalry. Very partisan crowds, sometimes violent." Mac grinned. "Right. So's the football." He took his son's hand. The boy had already learned the futility of arguing with his father when he was in this kind of zestful, boisterous mood. Alex left them at the upper landing. How sober the boy was, except for his remarkable blue eyes. There, Alex saw the furious resentment. 51. Mac folded back the panels of the garage door. Inside, his new 1903 Cadillac Runabout shone like a metal gem. Jim peered at his reflection in the forest green lacquer of the dash panel and stuck out his tongue. So did the reflection. Jim laughed, and a rush of hope buoyed Mac. It didn't last, though. Jim's smile faded, and he eyed his father with an uneasy, almost distrustful look. Mac began the ritual familiar to every prudent automobilist. He checked the grease cups, oilers, crankcase, radiator. He topped the tank from a special can of gas strained through a chamois. Store-bought gas was often impure and full of bits of debris, even gas refined from Chance Johnson oil. While he worked, he talked to his son, hoping to cheer him up. "It's a fine day. This will be an exciting game. They call it the big game. Stanford and Berkeley have played 12 times before. Stanford's won 5 games, lost 4, and tied 3. The coach, a man named Jim Lanigan, is new. Do you know what a coach does? He tells the team how to play, when to run the ball, when to pass, when to punt." Mac demonstrated a punt. Jim watched, blank-faced. Mac put his hands on his hips. "Do you understand any of what I'm saying?" Little Jim, 5, shook his head. "It's your own fault. You're talking over his head. He isn't a little old man. He just behaves like one." He checked the kerosene supply for the side lights, then inspected his toolbox, jack, air pump, tire iron, and extra tubes, and made sure he had all the supplies for patching stored in the bolted-on rear entrance tonneau. He decided to leave the equipment for longer trips, the removable leather top, side curtains, and storm apron, mud chains, shovel, block and tackle, rubber boots, canvas bucket, coils of rope and wire. On California's rutty and boulder-strewn roads, motoring was a pastime for pioneers. From a department store box, he produced a child's cap and goggles. The boy reluctantly donned the cap and then played with the elastic of the goggles. Jim put them on. Mac heard his own sharpness and scored himself for it. He knelt down. "Here, I'll help you. We're going to have a good time today." Wearing the goggles, little Jim resembled a mournful owl. His expression doggedly denied any possibility of a good time. Mac lifted him to the seat, then he started the Cadillac. He liked the runabout's sportiness, but not its engine. The Leland and Falconer Little Hercules lacked the power for racing. Mac was already thinking about other cars as he turned left out of the ground-floor garage, westbound on Clay. A fat man studying a newspaper on the corner of Clay and Mason watched the Cadillac putter away in the autumn sunshine. The man wore a green plaid suit and a marble-sized paste pinky ring. He looked grossly out of place on Nob Hill. He folded the paper and rushed south on Mason at what amounted to a fast waddle. Halfway down the block, two men waited in an old depot wagon with a flat top and the side curtains rolled up and tied. The vehicle, a poor man's carriage, was 20 years old. The original black color showed where patches of scabrous pea-green enamel had peeled off. "He just left," the fat man said to the man in the rear seat. The man sat sideways, favoring a stiff left leg. "I don't know how you guessed it." "Get your fat ass in that seat and shut up, Pinky. I don't indulge in guesswork. I spent 18 years on the detective force. Macklin Chance gives a lot of money to Stanford. He loves the school. He loves the Cardinal team. Today's the big game. The conclusion's obvious. Slim, get going. I don't want to lose him." "Yes, sir, Mr. Coghlan." Slim, a tough-eyed young man, whipped the horse and wheeled the wagon in a 180-degree arc, nearly knocking down a woman with a perambulator. Lon Coghlan shifted his leg. The bullet wound from the Thalia throbbed a little. Even so, he was relaxed and confident. His collar-length hair was no longer the same bright silver as his right incisor, but white. Years of drinking had coarsened his nose even more. The pores were so large it resembled a red Swiss cheese. "There he is," Pinky said as they turned onto Clay. "Follow him, but not too close," Coghlan said. "We want to earn our money, but we don't want to go to the hoosgow. We'll move only if we get a good opportunity." Nervously, Slim said, "I'd like to get this over with. I don't like daylight jobs." Silver-toothed Coghlan spread his arms against the seat cushions. "Daylight jobs are all right if you're smart. This one's going to be a pleasure." 2 blocks west of Lafayette Park, a loud explosion rocked the Cadillac, and the left front end sank sharply. Mac swore and steered the machine to the curb. "It's a flat," he said. He was furious because he'd put on the best tires he could buy, Goodyear pneumatics. But no tire lasted more than 1,000 miles, with many a flat before that. While Jim watched, he performed the Herculean job familiar to anyone rich enough to own an auto and patient enough to put up with its vagaries. Demounting the punctured tire took 10 minutes, the tire iron, and a lot of grunting and sweating. The tube was pierced, but not torn. "Blast it, Jim, we're going to be late." "What do I do, Lon?" Slim exclaimed, panicky. "Don't go past him, for Christ's sake. Turn left here. We can't take him on a busy street. Drive straight out to Richmond Field and we'll wait there. Maybe he'll arrive during play. 15,000 to 20,000 people will be screaming their heads off. Could be a good distraction. I'd say things are breaking our way. The November day remained cool, but Mac was awash with sweat when he finished roughening the tube with the grater, buffing the patch with emery cloth, and cementing it on. He waited 10 minutes for the cement to set, then mounted tube and tire, more struggling, more muttering, and fell to with the hand pump. Once the tire was inflated, they got going again. The puncture cost them 45 minutes. Mac was in a temper by the time they bumped along Lake Street. Passing Fifth Avenue, they turned into the parking area adjoining Richmond Field at 6th. Through sunlit trees, he saw the packed bleachers, the blue and gold pennants of California on the near side, the cardinal ones of Stanford on the other. An old man jumped up from a crate at the entrance to the parking area. 5 cents, please. Mac stood up and stared over tops of horse-drawn vehicles and a scattering of autos. Is there any room? First lane in, turn left, go way down near them trees at the end. Do you know what's happened on the field? Won't be the half for some minutes yet. Stanford's ahead 6-0. Who scored? Dutch Bansbach, the quarterback, faked a handoff up the middle. Men cut around left end and went 45 yards. Savage Dole kicked the conversion. My nephew Horace, he runs back from the stands and tells me if there's a score. Otherwise, I wouldn't take this damn lonesome job. Oh, excuse me, Sonny. Mac drove on. He made the suggested left turn and bumped toward a shady grove at the end of the lane of trampled grass. Pinky stood watch on the top row of the bleachers, among rooters chanting for a California touchdown. He spied the Cadillac, whistled to someone below, then struggled down the steps. Mac swung into the last space on his left and turned off the engine, still irked by the delay. Little Jim took off his cap and goggles. He looked tired and fretful. Mac patted him. Come on, there's still plenty of action left. He walked around to the passenger side. It was a beautiful, crisp afternoon, with a few high clouds and the sharp, long shadows that decreed autumn. He smiled and raised his hands to help his son alight. Behind him, the heads of 3 men appeared and disappeared among carriages and autos. They were walking fast but quietly. Silvertooth Coughlin's excitement anesthetized the ache of the bullet wound. He dipped his hand into his overcoat and caressed the metal knuckles. Mac took Jim's hand and started toward the ticket booth near the UC bleachers. The blue and gold stands rocked with a chant, "Overall! Overall!" Overall was a fourth-year man, a star punter. Mac heard the whap of a well-kicked ball, and the punter's rooters jumped up with a thunderous shout while a brass band struck up a march. Chance. Mac looked around. No one. This way. They were off to his left, in the shady grove at the edge of the field. 3 of them. A fat man wearing a garish suit and a flashing pinky ring. A younger one with the seedy air of a Barbary Coast hustler, and between them, smiling like an old friend, smiling and showing his gleaming silver tooth. Mac's mouth turned to sand. Where had they come from? Why? How had they known he'd be here? They must have guessed he might be here, a Stanford partisan. This was contrived, then, not accidental. Jim squeezed his hand, unsure of what was happening, and Mac stepped around the boy to place him on his right side, away from the men. The sight of Coughlin, aging but still exuding arrogance, unleashed all sorts of emotions. He fought them. The past didn't matter. Only Jim. Coughlin fanned himself with his derby there in the shade. You look a hell of a lot more prosperous than you did the last time. Come over here. I need to have a word with you. Mac estimated the distance to the ticket booth. Sorry, I'm late for the game. He nudged Jim, and they walked rapidly, straight ahead into the narrow space between parked buggies. Stop him, Coughlin yelled. The young one darted from the shade into the nearest rutted lane. Run for it, Jim. Mac and Jim dashed across the next lane, squeezing between 2 more carriages. Slim chased them, coming from their left, weaving between vehicles like a backfield runner, Coghlan and the ox with the pinky ring pursuing from the rear. Mac and Jim made it across one more lane, horses picketed to iron pins shying from the commotion. As they ran between a carriage on the right and a trim imported Fiat on the left, Slim vaulted over the bonnet of the Fiat and came down like a swooping bird, blocking their way out. Coghlan closed off the other end of the narrow space. The detective strolled up with his right hand buried in his overcoat. Mac remembered the metal knuckles from the basement room where the water ran. Coghlan smiled, displaying the point of his silver incisor, while Mac held Jim tight against his waist, shielding him with crossed hands. "What the devil do you want?" "We're delivering a message. Some people around town don't like the things you've been writing in Older's Rag. It'd be a good idea if you stopped it." The bleachers roared, the brass blaring, snare drums beating. A cloud crossed the sun, putting them in shadow. Impulsively, Mac pushed his son to the ground. "Crawl under and run." Scared, Jim didn't balk or argue, but dropped and crawled under the buggy. "Catch the kid," Coghlan yelled to Pinky. The fat man lumbered to the other side. "Come here, you little brat." He snatched Jim by the hair and dragged him out, yelping. As Coghlan bent down to watch, Mac abandoned niceties and smashed his knee under Coghlan's chin. Coghlan's head hit the side of the carriage and he let out a roar. Mac yanked Coghlan's hand from his pocket, tore the metal knuckles off, and threw them away. Coghlan came at him then with wild, looping punches, but Mac ducked and darted, to the left, to the right. As Pinky pulled Jim toward the nearest lane, the boy managed to wrench free. Pinky charged, and Jim put his head down and butted the man's groin. Meanwhile, Mac was weaving and feinting and trying to set up one good blow to Coghlan's jaw. Suddenly he heard someone rushing up, and, before he could pivot, a shot-loaded blackjack hit him behind the ear. As he fell against the low step of a buggy, Coghlan kicked the small of his back. "Help! Somebody help us!" Jim cried. "Shut up," Pinky said, holding him tightly with one hand and dragging him into the middle of the rutted lane, his other hand massaging his crotch. Pushing on the buggy step to regain his footing, Mac had a distorted view of Pinky's face, red with rage. Slim rushed him, but Mac tangled a foot between his legs and tripped him. He saw Lon Coghlan on his knees now, hunting for his metal knucks. Mac jerked Coghlan by his long hair and smashed his face against the big hub of the buggy wheel. The detective's nose cracked and spouted blood. He shrieked in a high, girlish way. In the lane, Jim gamely kicked at his captor. Using both hands to seize Jim's legs, Pinky lifted the boy off the ground. Jim responded by attacking Pinky's face with his nails, raking an eye. Pinky threw him down on his back. "You dirty little shit!" He raised his high-top shoe. Hobnails studded the sole. He stomped on Jim's left foot, and the boy screamed. Mac hammered backward with his elbow, catching Slim's ribs before the young thug could sap him again. Slim staggered away. Mac jumped up on the buggy, off the other side, and rushed at Pinky. Too late. Pinky stomped Jim a second and third time. At the ticket booth, several people saw the fighting and raised the alarm. Shortly, a uniformed policeman appeared, his whistle punctuating another roar from the game. Slim waved frantically. "Coppers!" Mac lurched to his son, who was rolling on the ground. A shadow flickered by. Pinky, his gut jiggling under his shirt as he fled to the grove. Mac heard the police whistle again, and people running to help. Panting, he chased the fat man. Pinky looked around, his bloated face streaming with sweat. Mac's arms and legs pumped. 3 more steps and he'd catch him, break his... A tire rut caught his left foot and he sailed forward like a football tackler. The impact snapped his teeth shut on his tongue and blood spurted between his lips. He lay dazed while Pinky, Slim, and Coghlan clambered all over each other like circus clowns, trying to be the first into an old depot wagon parked in the shade. Coughlin's face flowed with blood. He grabbed the reins from Slim and the wagon jolted away with Pinky hanging on the side, yelping as his hobnailed shoes dragged through the weeds. "Oh, dear God, the poor lad." Mac got up, dizzy. He saw the policeman kneeling by Jim, gingerly lifting the boy's bloodied cuff. The shock hit him as he ran toward the policeman and the spectators crowding around. Blood soaked Jim's left shoe and trouser leg. Something white protruded. "Jim, hold on," he shouted at the crowd. "Get an ambulance." A man ran. Jim gulped and rolled his head from side to side in the brown grass. "Oh, Pa, it hurts. It hurts awful." Mac knelt behind him and cradled his head. His hair hung in his eyes and sweat ran down his nose. Jim trembled and cried. Mac rubbed his son's shoulders, staring at sharp jutting splinters of bone that glistened in the sunshine. Mac walked up and down outside the boy's room. A taped bandage covered the egg-sized lump behind his ear. Nuns in the habit of the Sisters of Mercy passed by with looks of sympathy or a murmured word for the distraught father. Mac wasn't Catholic, but that had no effect on compassion. One sister stopped to say, "Did anyone tell you about the game?" "No, sister." "They tied, 6 points each." "Thank you, sister." The teams could have sunk to hell for all he cared. A horse-drawn ambulance had rushed Jim from Richmond Field to the hospital, St. Mary's on Rincon Hill. An examining doctor immediately urged telephoning a specialist, Dr. Theodore Steinman. "Best orthopedic man on the Pacific coast." Steinman had been inside with little Jim for 2 hours. Mac kept walking up and down. After a while, spent and worried, he sought a bench nearby. He no sooner sat down than the door finally opened. Dr. Steinman came out with his vest and suit coat over his rolled-up sleeve. He shut the door and avoided Mac's eye. His professional reticence was infuriating, then alarming. "I want to see him," Mac said, starting by. The doctor's arm barred the way. "Wait a moment. The sister is still with him. I must speak to you first." 52. Blowing mist hid Golden Gate and the Marin shore. The December wind raked the bay, heavy with dampness, and white water foamed on tall waves that broke and flooded the concrete esplanade. The two men came out of the dark green park at different points, walking toward one another on the esplanade like duelists. Mac had put on overshoes and a scarf and turned up his velvet coat collar. It did no good, though. The sea spray soaked his face and clothes. It was impossible to keep warm. He couldn't have gotten warm in 90-degree sunshine. He was cold in the bottom of his soul. He was unable to sleep at night. Wherever he went during the day, his office, one of his clubs, one of his warehouses or ranches in the valley, the scene kept flashing in his head. A jerky kinetoscope with color. He saw the green of plants in the hospital alcove where he sat with Steinman. He saw the red of Christ's bleeding heart in a chromo on the wall. Mac and Abraham Roof faced each other on the esplanade. Roof cleared his throat. "I wasn't sure you received my letter asking for this meeting. You didn't favor me with a reply." Mac stared at him. "I'm grateful you chose to come. I must preface what I want to say by telling you this. It would not be to my advantage to be seen with you. If you ever discuss this meeting or repeat this conversation, I'll deny all of it. However," Mac stared. The waves broke loudly, and though the two of them stood at the esplanade's landward edge, water swirled around their feet and the great wind-blown fans of water soaked them. Roof mopped his face with a white linen handkerchief. He wore tight leather gloves. His fingers were small as a child's. "However," he repeated after clearing his throat again, "I freely admit to you that one of my underlings, completely without my knowledge or authorization, sent those hoodlums to your home. On their own initiative, they followed you to Richmond Field. It's well known that you are a fan of the Stanford 11. Mac had scarcely been outdoors since the accident. The tan was fading from his face. Now the color seemed to leach away completely. I didn't come all the way out here for a little chat about football. Rufe heard the suppressed rage and hastily raised his hand. My apology. Please, hear me out. Mac heard instead the disjointed, dreadful phrases Steinman spoke that afternoon. Phrases he didn't understand to this day, and understood too well. Mid-tarsal fracture dislocation, midfoot and forefoot separated, circulation embarrassment, interference with dorsal and medial arteries. Subsequent to the, incident, I further discovered that the 3 men were ordered by my subordinate to give you a verbal warning, perhaps muss you up a bit, but nothing more. Absolutely nothing. I swear it. The attack on your son was spontaneous, accidental, and of course inexcusable. Did he believe Rufe? What did it matter? Especially critical site. Every practitioner fears a fracture dislocation here. Rufe spoke with sincerity and passion, like a defense attorney summing up for the jury. You and I have differences, no secret about that, but I deal fairly and openly with opponents. Damned liar. What did it matter? I do not, I will not condone violence in any form. Mr. Coghlan and his fat associate departed some days ago on a passenger train from Oakland. They are residing in a remote part of the state. Neither man will be returning to San Francisco. Should they defy me and violate their exile, they'll be dealt with forcibly. I can do nothing about the third assailant, the young man. He disappeared on his own. Rufe's persuasion couldn't breach the stony rage of his listener. The little Paul applied the white handkerchief again, his own perspiration mingling with the wave spray. For God's sake, Chance, I'm trying to tell you how sorry I am. I want to redeem the situation to the extent of my ability, repay you in some measure for your boy's suffering. For the future, I cannot promise, I cannot guarantee that he... Mac wondered if another dream had been layered over the memories of Steinman and the hospital. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Abraham Rufe with a tentative, unsure look on his face, reaching into his overcoat, pulling out money, a stack of it, almost an inch thick, bound with a rubber band. On top was a $100 bill. Here, take this. Perhaps it will help cover the medical... Max shouted like a gored animal, and his balled fist knocked the money from Rufe's hand. The elastic broke, and the packet sailed aloft, $100 bills whirling and sailing every which way. You little bastard! You piece of scum! I'll see you in hell! Chance, I'm trying... I'm going to ruin you, Rufe. You and your goddamned machine, too. Terrified, Rufe retreated, but Mac was faster. He caught his overcoat lapels and dragged him up to tiptoe, screaming at him. My son won't ever walk normally again. He's lame. He's in constant pain. For life. Rufe could only whisper, Oh, my God, no. I didn't know the full extent. Mac wanted to fling him off the esplanade, throw him under the white-topped waves, and stand there till he drowned. Trembling, he let go. Get out of here before I kill you. Rufe opened his mouth in one last attempt to persuade, ameliorate. Mac's eyes convinced him he'd better not, and he bolted, flinging a scared look over his shoulder as he hurried down the flooded esplanade and disappeared in the dark pine trees. A few moments later, a gasoline motor coughed, turned over, puttered, then gradually faded away. Clouds of blowing mist streamed around Mac, the wind knifing his face. As breaking waves tossed wet money in the air with the spume, some fell on the esplanade and floated. Mac picked up 7 $100 bills. He tore them up and threw the pieces in the bay. Johnson came back from a 1,000-mile journey on the Amazon, through the rainforest. "So you're going to get Roof?" "I am." "You blame him for Jim being crippled?" "Hell yes. Who else?" "Never mind. Forget I asked." 7. Into the Fire, 1904 to 1906. The city grew up quickly, but not completely. She had a foot in the old century and another planted in the new. Solid commercial buildings proliferated. The plush elegance of her great hotels, the Palace, the Fairmont, the St. Francis, rivaled anything in New York or Europe. The enthusiasm of her civic leaders was equally impressive. Mayor Phelan had drawn important men together into the Association for Improvement and Adornment of San Francisco, and the group engaged Daniel Hudson Burnham, a celebrated architect, to draw up a comprehensive plan for the modern San Francisco, much as Baron Haussmann had ripped apart the old Paris and created the new for Emperor Napoleon III. Burnham was to finish his work and present it to the supervisors in 1905 or 1906. Meanwhile, the city remained caught between the present and the past. In her slums and poor neighborhoods, there was no brick or fine granite. There were wooden row houses as congested, flimsy, and dirt-ridden as the ones that burned in the fire of December 1849, and 5 more times in the years after that. Progress vied with poverty. On Market Street there were people on foot or driving farm wagons. There were carriages, plain and elegant, horse cars shuttling up and down, cable cars riding the mechanized slot in the center. There were a few autos that now and then left all the rest behind. Everyone was enthusiastic and confident. That was the tenor of the decade in the city that carelessly bestrode one of nature's most unpredictable and implacable forces, the cataclysmic power latent in the 650-mile San Andreas fault line. 53. Events large and small filled the hours and days of 1904, as they did every year. Mac took up a meerschaum he bought when he traveled to New York on business. While there, he discussed politics with Pierpont Morgan in Morgan's great marble library on Fifth Avenue, and he sat for studies by John Singer Sargent, who had sailed over from London for a month to accept Mac's commission. Mac wore a black suit for the portrait. On the fingertips of his right hand, at waist height, he balanced an orange, as if he possessed and dwarfed the products of the earth. A dusky glint in the background suggested the dome of a stock ticker. Sargent would be many months completing the picture. When it was finished, Mac intended to hang it in the library at Sacramento Street. He continued to tend all his enterprises dutifully, and none fulfilled him so much as the palms at Indio. He remodeled the first dormitory and expanded the sanitarium on a cottage plan, 50 small private houses surrounding a large central building containing dining hall, sunrooms, offices, and a medical wing. He appointed Alex Muller executive director, with complete responsibility for the sanitarium, which now had a waiting list. This added a huge new workload to Alex's already considerable duties, but he didn't complain. If he worked the rest of his life without sleep or a day off, he still would not be working as hard as his employer. For relaxation that year, Mac read Richard Harding Davis and The Call of the Wild, a sensational literary hit written by Johnson's Alaska friend Jack London. He gave a banquet for the writer, and the Kipling of the Klondike attended without his new wife. Whenever he was introduced to someone, he said, "Call me Wolf." He frightened the guests with talk of the coming socialist revolution. After the first course, he passed out drunk. In 1904, Mac's hair turned white. It was a thick, distinguished mane, but strangers guessed James Macklin chanced to be 50 years old, not 36. During the year, Senora Olivar learned mechanical sewing on an electric Singer machine Mac bought for her. She loved it, calling it a miracle of the new century. Alex had a new machine as well, a Blickensdorfer typewriter, on which he learned to write at great speed with very few mistakes. He hired a young female assistant to operate the machine part-time. She, too, was called a typewriter. Nellie continued her writing, started smoking Turkish cigarettes, and actively worked for the suffragist movement. One day she went to the Roundhouse restaurant on Market Street and sat down and asked for a menu. They threw her out, reminding her that, like many establishments, they served men only. She returned the next night, this time refusing to leave. The police arrested her, and she stayed in jail till morning. Then she wrote an article, the Examiner providing the headline, "Penned Up with Felons, Her Night of Horror." Hell Bernard Johnson spent the first 5 months of 1904 in Riverside, running the Calgold operation. Then he came back to San Francisco, joined a volunteer fire company, and spent hours at the Olympic Club with a guest card. "Till I took up polo, I had no idea I was born to be a gent. I love that club. No women, dogs, or Democrats. Gives a man breathing room." Once back, he adopted Mac's son almost every way but legally. "I got an affliction similar to yours," he liked to remind Jim, tapping his cork foot. "It ain't so bad. You'll get along if you don't dwell on it." Jim didn't seem to dwell on it. In fact, an odd reversal took place, with him and with his father. Jim now wanted to be outdoors as much as possible, and Mac now wanted him indoors, sheltered. Johnson ignored Mac's wishes, taking the boy hiking, sailing in the bay, even climbing part way up Mount Diablo, though it was slow going because Jim's left foot dragged at every step. Little Jim's new passion for the outdoors didn't lessen his passion for learning. The weakness of his foot made him keener to strengthen his mind. After he learned to read at age 5, he read endlessly, and he ciphered like some kind of swift and amazing machine. Mac hired one tutor after another, but none satisfied him. Then, early in 1904, in answer to an advertisement, there came Professor Lorenzo Love of Piedmont, Ohio. A small, ordinary, forgettable man, when he kept his mouth shut. The moment Love spoke, he controlled every listener, his voice pealing like a church organ. He said he was a graduate of Oberlin College. He had no papers to prove it, but you didn't argue with that organ voice. He was full of enthusiasm for education, and full of maxims. "The foundation of every state is the education of its youth, Mr. Chance. Enlighten the people, and tyranny of the mind and body will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day." Who said that? I did, sir, quoting Diogenes in the first place and Thomas Jefferson in the second place. Professor Love had fled the boredom of Columbus, Ohio, and a certain female there bent on pressing me into marital servitude. He said a lifelong nasal condition had been cured the moment he set foot in California. He was a man obsessed with details. "Mr. Oscar Wilde considers details vulgar, my boy. Not so. What separates those who fail in life from those who succeed? Attention to details. What is the bridge from the slough of commonality to the acme of accomplishment? Ask a rich man. Ask your father. Details, details, details. Tie your cravat again, please. It's a mess." Lorenzo Love was a scold and fussy, and little Jim loved him. In the summer of '04, there could be found in Mac's address ledger the names of 1,012 acquaintances in California. He added at least one name each week, the business address noted down in his careful hand, and the telephone if there was one. Sometimes he leafed through the book and gazed at all the names, and realized he had but 2 male friends, Johnson and his father-in-law. Marquez, who might have been a friend in different circumstances, had disappeared in the Central Valley again. Once a month, Mac visited his ranches out there, giving him an excuse to look in on Hellman, who grew more feeble every day. The old man had moved into 3 rooms in a Sacramento boarding house.
Mac urged him to come to San Francisco. "You deserve better than this. You certainly can afford it. Let me hunt up a flat for you."
"Maybe sometime," Hellman said with a weary wave. "For now, I'm too tired."
Mac took his father-in-law for a drive in his open Cadillac. On the journey from San Francisco to Sacramento, the auto had broken down twice, about average. They chugged along back roads of the Delta. Mexicans knee-deep in bright water worked the rice fields. At a crossroads, they came upon two people different from any Mac had seen before, scrawny brown men in loose shirts and turbans who bowed respectfully to the auto, then hurried on as if afraid of being stopped and questioned.
"What kind of men are those, Swampy?" "Those little brown buggers? Hindus."
"In California?"
"Yeah, I seen quite a few this year. They're coming down from Canada, looking for field work, I guess."
"In Fresno, I ate a dinner in a restaurant run by Armenians. The whole state's filling up with foreigners."
"You're starting to sound old, Johnny. You're starting to sound like Fairbanks or some other purebred, snot-nosed native son."
"God forbid," Mac exclaimed. But he realized Hellman was right. It was something to guard against. Late in the summer of '04, Mac finally saw The Great Train Robbery. Edwin Porter's little 740-foot moving picture had been released the preceding winter by Edison Films to instant acclaim. Mac paid his 5 cents and ducked inside Neville's Nickelodeon one afternoon between meetings. The picture exploded in his mind. He'd never experienced anything like it. The last scene showed Barnes, the outlaw leader, in giant close-up. He aimed his revolver and fired point blank at the audience. Mac jumped in his seat. 2 ladies swooned. He ignored his schedule and sat through it 4 more times. "It has a story, a genuine story," he told Johnson that night. "If that idea catches on, the pictures could amount to something." He took Johnson to see it.
"Not bad for a bunch of dressed-up Easterners play-acting," Johnson said afterward.
"Jim might like it." "No, too scary." The trolley war started in 1904. Mr. Patrick Calhoun, grandson of the famed South Carolina secessionist John C., owned United Railroads of San Francisco, and he decided it would be to his advantage to put all of his cars on overhead electric lines, doing away with the tangle of horse and cable systems on many streets. Calhoun promised improved service, while screaming opponents promised a new, incredibly ugly city choked with wires. Calhoun wanted to electrify the Sutter Street system first. His men campaigned at City Hall, and it was no secret that he retained Abraham Roof, Esquire, for municipal assistance and counsel. Adolph Spreckles invited Mac to the Pacific Union Club for luncheon. Adolph was upright, bull-necked, about 50, and second son of the ruthless old Prussian Klaus Spreckles, who had created a sugar kingdom in the West. Klaus had gone out to Hawaii, they said, and won vast cane fields from the king in a poker game. Adolph ran the family business in the city. He had 3 brothers. John, older, lived down in San Diego, managing his holdings from there. Rudolph and Klaus Augustus, called Gus, had chosen to strike out on their own after a bitter fight with the old man over disposition of some plantation land in Hawaii. At lunch, Adolph politely muffled a cough with his starchy napkin.
"This trolley business."
"Your brother Rudolph's in the thick of it," Mac said.
"You know Rudolph, I take it."
"Yes, I've had dinner at his home a number of times. I was there when he first discussed a Sutter Street Improvement Club to fight the overhead wires."
"Roof, the little sheeny," Mac winced, "is telling everyone Rudolph is against Calhoun because the Sutter Street line passes his front door."
"Every man has an ox to be gored, Adolph. It's still a worthy fight. I gave the club $1,000 to help with it." Eyes darting, Adolph Spreckles leaned near, as if they were hatching a bomb plot. He drew a plain envelope from his coat.
"I want to make a donation. Please take this cash and then write the draft in your name. My brother and I differ on so many things. He is an ardent, outspoken reformer, for example, while I prefer anonymity. I'm sure you understand." Mac nodded, though he didn't. Feuds, such as the legendary one that racked the Spreckles family, mystified him. Never mind, the money was good, and would be put to a good purpose. On a couple of occasions, Mac had talked with Adolf's brother Rudy about the need for a serious reform movement in the city. That need seemed to grow more critical with every week that passed. Every month or so, Mac went down to call on Nellie at Carmel by the Sea. She lived in a perfect little artist's bungalow, isolated among the pines, but with a view of the windy blue bay. Mac never stayed overnight, and usually they argued about graft, about the trolleys, about the city's water situation. To break the monopoly held by the Spring Valley Water Company, former Mayor Phelan had cast his eye on distant sources, Lake Tahoe, Shasta, the Sacramento River. Late in Phelan's administration, his water consultants recommended establishing a claim on behalf of the city to the Hetch Hetchy Valley. Phelan had done so. Under the Federal Right-of-Way Act, the city proposed to build a dam in the valley. The Interior Secretary blocked the proposal, and it had been tied up in litigation ever since. "And a good thing, too," Nellie said. "Is that your opinion or your friend Muir's?" "What's the matter with you, Mac? If you dam that valley, you destroy it forever." "What about the city's water supply? It's completely inadequate. Meanwhile, the population keeps growing." "Not my fault. Put up barricades." "Oh, the great Democrat is suddenly the great exclusionist." "No, I didn't mean—" "Nellie, San Francisco has a major problem, but you and all the folks in the nature societies want to ignore it." "Nature societies? Oh my God, that's so snide." She threw a book. As a consequence of this kind of conversation, he had lately spent a lot of time with Margaret Emerson. Mac forgave Nellie her short temper. Her San Francisco colleague Frank Norris had died suddenly and tragically 2 years before, of peritonitis, and with the permission of his widow, she was attempting to write The Wolf, the last novel of his trilogy about wheat. She wasn't having any luck, and that roughened her disposition. "I reread parts of The Octopus again last night," she told Mac. "Annixter seeing the wheat at dawn, the wonderful gangplow passage. In every sentence I hear the voice of a friend, but I can't imitate it. I try and I fail. I've never failed so miserably at anything before." So Mac made an effort to excuse the quarrels, even to laugh about them. Underneath, he was angry and bitterly frustrated because he couldn't move the relationship one way or the other. Much the same kind of frustration bred of love spoiled his relationship with his son. He found contentment in small things. California names. He loved them, and in a corner of his memory he amassed a collection. Pigeon Point, Calexico, El Dorado, Fallen Leaf, Drake's Bay, Hurdy-Gurdy, Chinese Camp, Malibu, Likely, Pismo, Chowchilla, Havilah, Dinky Creek, Rough and Ready, Sevastopol, Berryessa, Hobo Hot Springs, Avalon, Ahwahnee, Fandango, San Juan Capistrano, Angel's Camp, Coarse Gold, You Bet, La Mirada, Yucaipa, Eureka, Glendora, Fiddletown, Modesto, Petaluma, Susanville, Point Reyes, Death Valley, Malpaso Canyon, Mokelumne River, Mare Island, Signal Hill, Thousand Palms, Visitation, Hoopa, Tiburon, Portola, Calistoga, Ramona. Oh, California. A year before, on the 5th floor of the Mills Building on Bush Street, Chance Johnson Oil had opened an office. Mac's competitors at Union Oil occupied space 2 flights up. One day in the fall of 1904, Mac met there for 3 hours with Haven Ogg and 2 other geologists. After showing them out, he welcomed Fremont Older. They lit cigars and relaxed by a window looking up Nob Hill. It was a cool and golden afternoon, one of those rare city days without sea breeze. When there was no wind, the soft coal haze from thousands of chimneys wrapped the rooftops and settled all the way to the streets. The haze was like a gray sea, with huge signs advertising occultists and beer swimming in it like painted fish. "I have some word about the water situation," Older said. "The enlightened Mr. Roof shares the view of the federal government. We must not dam Hetch Hetchy. At the same time, we must break the vile stranglehold of the Spring Valley Company." "How will we do that?" With a cynical smirk, Older said, "We'll bring in a competitor. Bay Cities." "Bill Tevis's company." "The same." Tevis, a San Franciscan, had inherited something like $20 million from his father Lloyd, another of the state's 19th century land and cattle barons. "The company has water rights up on the South Fork of the American and the North Fork of the Cosumnes. My moles who burrow around City Hall tell me the boss is definitely leaning toward a franchise for Bay Cities." "Is he a friend of Tevis?" "No, but I understand someone in the Tevis organization has offered a little something to generate a friendship." "What's a little something?" $1 million. "My God," Mac said. "It gets worse and worse." "Indeed it does. There's hardly an honest man to be found at City Hall. They're all so hungry for boodle they'll eat the paint off a house. We've got to unmask Roof, get him out, and his hirelings, too." "How, Fremont? Roof's more popular than ever, so tell me how we do it." Smoking their cigars, they stared at one another in the waning light of a coal haze afternoon. Mac, Johnson, and little Jim went down to Fisherman's Wharf. It was a Saturday at twilight. Jim held tightly to his father's hand as they walked out on the long plain pier. The trim little Monterey boats had come in for the night, their red sails furled, but the fishermen, dark, weathered men who chattered and yelled in Italian and Portuguese, still had much work left to do. They hoisted baskets of wriggling halibut and sea crabs to the wharf, spread and hung their weighted nets on its rail. One of the young fishermen with a gold ring in his left ear tousled Jim's hair. The three walked on out to the end. In the dusky bay, red and green running lights showed on small launches and an outbound Pacific steamer. Her great whistle bellowed, and the boy watched her churning toward the sunset. "Where's she going, Pa? China?" "Good possibility of that." "I'm going there one of these days." "Sure, but right now we're going home. It's cold. Look at that fog rolling in." The bank lay just outside the Golden Gate, the sun all at once swallowed by it. "I want to stay a while." "No, it's too chilly. I don't want you catching cold." Jim started to say something, but Mac patted his head. "Don't argue." "Look," Johnson said to the boy, "they're bringing in more live crabs." That was enough to cue Jim to move away to see. Both men watched his tilting gait, heard the terrible slow scrape of his left foot. Johnson's bright orange bandana snapped in the wind. "Listen here. You're treating that boy like the very kind of hothouse lily you said you wouldn't have." "You're meddling again, Hugh." "Well, I figure I better. He's your flesh and blood, but you don't have but a few scraps of time to give him. When you do take him out, you treat him like some little girl's china doll." Mac held his temper. "What I wanted for Jim before and what I want for him now are different things. He's crippled." "He ain't a freak. He's a healthy, growing young'un. Every time you coddle him, you make him remember what's wrong with him, 'stead of what's right. He don't like that, and I don't blame him." "He'll have to put up with it. I have only one son, and I mean to take care of him." "You ain't doing it proper. I don't need your advice, and I don't want it." Johnson pulled his Texas hat lower over his bushy gray brows and stomped back up the wharf. "Guess we gotta go home now, Jim," he called. "Ain't my idea." When Mac went to Jim's room to say goodnight, the boy was quiet, almost sullen. Mac insisted on a hug, and Jim complied with a hooking motion of his small arm, a light, fast hug, to let Mac know he didn't like Mac's discipline. Never mind. The boy was fragile. Look how easily he'd been injured at Richmond Field. Mac refused to risk it again. One of these days, Jim would understand and thank him. As he went upstairs, a distant telephone rang. Alex Muller hurried to find him. "Mr. Older is calling." "What is it, Fremont?" Mac said when he answered. The voice came over the wire faint and scratchy. "It appears the Bulletin has printed one too many stories about Abe Roof and his cronies. About an hour ago, our publisher was attacked on the street by unknown assailants. Thieves? They took nothing. They beat Crothers with lead pipes and ran away. It's doubtful that he'll live." In November 1904, Mac voted for Theodore Roosevelt and argued with Nellie over the merits of national and local candidates. She was particularly strong for Judge Alton Parker, a Democrat Mac disliked. He said with some heat that she would probably vote Democratic if the party ran a name from a tombstone. She said, "Oh, enough. I'll be happy to discuss voting when you arrogant males condescend to permit me to do it," which immediately ended the conversation. R.A. Crothers of the Bulletin surprised everyone and survived his savage beating. The incident heightened tensions between the Roof machine and the few who dared to speak against it or ignore its authority. As the year closed and the new year began, the struggle focused on the issue of the French restaurants. Back in the spring of '04, Police Commissioner Hutton had launched a campaign against San Francisco's own peculiar institution, announcing that French restaurants were open houses of assignation and a menace to public morals, and proposing the revocation of their liquor permits. For several months, the other 3 members of the Police Commission Board refused to go along. Hutton's brand of Puritanism didn't fit the style of an easygoing port city, but things changed toward the end of '04. Members of the Cooks and Waiters Union tried to organize one of the largest of the restaurants, Tortoni's. Union business agents hired 2 men to eat supper there, then request introductions to the ladies working upstairs. Presented with depositions detailing what went on at Tortoni's, the members of the Police Commission Board now were forced to act, and they refused to renew Tortoni's license. By early January 1905, the commission had refused to renew the license of a second French restaurant, Delmonico's. "I had a call about it at 6 o'clock this morning," Margaret said to Mac, "from Pierre Priet of Marchand's. He's terrified we'll all be run out of business. The others are just as scared. Tony Blanco at the Poodle Dog, Jean Loopy at the Pup, Max Adler at the Bay State. They want to organize a French Restaurant Keepers Association. Each member will be assessed, and the association will hire a specialist to cure the illness." "A specialist? What are you talking about?" Mac said. They were dining under the fake Tiffany Electric in her quarters next to Maison Napoleon. "I'm quoting Pierre. He was practically gibbering. We're all supposed to contribute enough to raise $5,000 immediately and another $5,000 for next year, to retain Dr. Roof. That's what Pierre called him, Doctor." "Good God, what did you say?" "I told Pierre to go to hell. I'd pay no graft for a legitimate liquor license." "That's a dangerous stance, Margaret." "I run a business patronized by some of the best men in San Francisco. City officials eat here. They go upstairs with a wink and a smile. Do you think I'm going to be threatened by a bunch of hypocrites who suddenly decide I'm a fine source of boodle? The answer's no. That's what I said in my letter." Mac's fork clattered on his plate. "You wrote that in a letter? Let me see it." "I don't have it. I mailed it to the Bulletin this morning." "I'll call Fremont right away." "Mac, sit down. I simply said City Hall was extorting money from business people, and Roof was behind it." "You don't say that kind of thing in San Francisco, Margaret. Not publicly. These people are powerful, and they're vindictive. Look what happened to my son, to Crothers." "I don't care. And furthermore, it's too late. The letter's gone. I stand by it." "I admire that, but you're taking a hell of a risk." She patted his hand. Her fingertips lingered. He was frowning,
too worried to notice. "You're kind and sweet to concern yourself," she said. "I think it's needless. They may harass me, but that's all. A woman is still safe in this town, even a woman like me."
54. Acetylene headlamps dug tunnels of light in the evening fog as the Model A Ford putted around the corner onto Mission Street. The 8-horsepower car had a single seat under a folding top. Painted black, it resembled a motorized buggy. A second identical Ford appeared. A man and woman crossing Mission to Maison Napoleon gawked at the autos, which were still not all that common. The first Model A parked in front of Margaret Emerson's flat. The second stopped behind it. There were 2 men in each vehicle, men of some size, trying hard to fit in the single seats and present themselves as gents by wearing derbies and velvet-collared coats. The passenger in the first Model A was in charge. He was a hulk with a huge mustache waxed in points. Jumping out, he signaled to the men in the other auto, then trotted up the steps to Margaret's door. He tested the handle, then signaled again. The 2 men from the second auto took up positions in front of the flat, while the first man and his driver moved quickly to the entrance to the French restaurant. The man in charge studied the foggy street. A horse-drawn cab passed with a clatter and glimmer of lamps. There was no other traffic. "In we go," he said with a smirk that hid his state of nerves. The little bell rang over the door. Margaret broke off her conversation with guests at a rear table and glided to the front, menus in hand. Only 3 tables were filled on this rather foul night. She was happy to see more customers, and showed it with her brilliant smile. "Gentlemen, good evening. Table for 2? The first man snatched off his derby. He was burly, with the sort of round face she associated with butchers or brewers. His dark eyes shone as brightly as his waxed mustache. "We can take care of our business right here, Miss Emerson." Margaret's palm prickled. The second man kept glancing at the front door, fearful of interruption. "You have the advantage of me, gentlemen. Would you be kind enough to tell me your names?" The mustached man stepped close enough to brush the arm of her white shirtwaist. The touch felt unclean somehow, though the man's breath was heavily sweet from gin. "Let's just say we represent the police commission." Her heart raced. A waiter came from the kitchen with 2 dinners on a tray. Though she tried to warn him with her eyes, he devoted himself to his customers, bowing and smiling as he served the plates. "May I see some credentials?" "That isn't necessary," said the mustached man. "We want to inspect your liquor permit." "You know I don't have one that's current. I told the last boodler who came in here that I'm not paying $500 or $1,000 for a license." "You can't operate without one." "You mean I can't operate without kicking into a slush fund for roof? I work too hard for my money to throw it away on bribes." "Bribe is a nasty word." He grabbed her wrist. "You used a lot of nasty words in that letter in the paper." She wrenched away, and a couple seated nearby glanced up from their plates with worried looks. Softly, Margaret said, "Get out of my restaurant." "You mean your whorehouse? You better pay what's asked, Miss Emerson, and you damn well better stop signing your name to letters full of lies." Margaret felt a strange, terrified flutter in her throat. The byplay about the license was a sham. These 2 had come for another purpose, and nothing she said or did would divert them. Panicky, she called to the waiter, now hurrying to the kitchen. "Red, please step in the back and telephone—" She stopped. Telephone the police? They'd never respond. Not in time. "No, never mind." The waiter hesitated, puzzled. "I'm sorry about this, Miss Emerson. It's just orders," the mustached man said with a smarmy piety. He waved. She noticed for the first time that he wore tight gray leather gloves. "Bruno, go to work." The other man pulled his right hand from his overcoat. Margaret saw a flash of blue gunmetal. "Be careful, everyone," she cried to the patrons. The first man caught her arm and whipped it like a rope, throwing her into the wall. Josephine's framed portrait fell off and the glass broke. Then he pounded a fist in the small of her back, and Margaret dropped to her knees, gasping. Bruno leveled his blue revolver. The waiter dropped his tray with an anvil clang while diners flung themselves from chairs, shouting and exclaiming. Holding his pistol in both hands, Bruno began to shoot out the lights over the tables. Margaret's cheek scraped the wall, her head spinning. The pain from the blow to her back was brutal. She heard the little bell ring, then the mustached man's shout, "Give me that axe and get to work next door." Next door? Margaret bit her lip and pushed away from the wall, then fell back again dizzily. Bruno kept shooting. Glass showered the tables and the diners trying to crouch underneath. Someone passed a fire axe through the front door. The mustached man hacked the door until it splintered. Then, with a looping blow, he struck Napoleon from his pedestal, bursting the bust into hundreds of small pieces. The waiter had darted into the kitchen, leaving the door ajar. There was plenty of light for the two men to do their work. Bruno reloaded and shot at the ceiling. A girl upstairs screamed. The mustached man attacked empty tables, shattering china and goblets and tabletops with the fire axe. "Next door!" Margaret's mind cried out. She crawled toward the door, struggled to her feet, and pulled it open. The tiny bell rang again. Cold, foggy air swept over her. "The bitch ran out," Bruno shouted. Panting, slipping, railing, and lurching up again, she managed to reach the little covered porch outside her flat. Electric light streamed through the open door. She heard them breaking things inside. Earlier, anticipating a cozy end to the evening, Margaret had lit a small fire in her hearth, then carefully placed a screen in front of it. There were two other men in her flat, men wearing identical overcoats and derbies. They had flung the screen aside, and one of them had a baseball bat. She ran in the parlor just as he swung the bat and demolished her gold-plated mantel clock. Springs uncoiled with pinging sounds, parts flying everywhere. "You bastard, leave my things alone!" With both hands, she grabbed the man's collar. He struck backward with the bat, hard. She clutched her knee through her skirt and fell in a chair, hair undone, tears of fury streaming from her eyes. She was most conscious of the noise and their huge nightmare shadows. In the dining room, the second man overturned the table and then levered a leg back and forth until it loosened. He snapped it off, took a stance, made sure she saw, and used the leg to hit the fake Tiffany shade. The electric bulbs survived the blow, but pieces of colored glass fell, flicking specks of colored light across the walls. Twisted strands of lead hung from the fixture. A few more pieces of glass dropped. Clink, plunk. Looking for something else to destroy, the man reached under the table and pulled out the fine lace cloth, then ripped it in half like a rag. Margaret's mind sank into incoherence. She struggled from the chair, hand raised. "Please don't damage that. It was my mother's. I can sew it back together. Just please don't." She sensed, heard, movement to her left. The man at the mantel swung the bat, the thick end smashing into her stomach. There was no corset beneath her skirt to protect her, and the pain was sudden, huge, felling. She flailed backward against her brake front, her wildly swinging arms shattering the glass, spilling china. Glass cut her wrists as she went down again, and blood ran over the buttoned white cuffs of her shirtwaist. "Something special?" said the man in the dining room. He came into the parlor with the torn tablecloth in his fist. "Not no more." He tossed it in the fireplace. Margaret screamed. They finished quickly. Everything important or valuable in the parlor and dining room was ruined. She heard shoes scrape on the walk as they hurried away, then a chugging of autos. In the hearth, the tablecloth caught fire. On hands and knees, she crawled toward it. Glass littered the carpet. She was dizzy, disheveled, close to fainting, but kept crawling. She bit down on her lip and kept crawling, heedless of gashing her palms on glass. It seemed a mile to the hearth. Glass tore her shirt and lacerated her knees. She left a bloody trail on the carpet, but at last she felt heat on her face. Closing her eyes, she wept against the coming pain, then plunged her hands into the grate, stifling a cry. She pulled out the burning tablecloth, smothered it against her filthy, bloody shirtwaist, and fell on it to put out the flames. She was found that way, unconscious. At the hospital, they treated and bandaged her. She had a broken kneecap. A great livid bruise marked her flat belly. The two physicians on call agreed that there might be serious internal injuries, but they couldn't tell as yet. When she could speak, she asked for Mac. He rushed to her bedside and stayed 12 hours, leaving only to use the washroom or telephone the police department. He telephoned 9 times. Of course, the detectives couldn't locate or even identify the perpetrators. On a Saturday in March 1905, California Chance steamed out through Golden Gate. Following the owner's instructions, Captain Norheim set a course for 10 miles offshore, and there cruised in a long, continuous oval. Under a white awning on the stern deck, an awning marked with the JMC cartouche, Mac's 3 Chinese stewards set out a buffet luncheon of oysters, pâté, and other delicacies. It was a bright, invigorating day, a splendid day to cruise the ocean. None of the guests really cared. Mac had invited 3, Fremont Older, the former mayor Jim Phelan, and Rudolph Spreckles, 4 years younger than Mac himself. Rudolph was a tall, sturdy chap with a high forehead, the handsomest of the brothers. And he knew he was handsome. He bore himself with the unconscious arrogance of a prince, lounging in his canvas chair with his white flannel trouser legs crossed. Mac socialized with Rudolph, but didn't especially care for him. He did respect Rudolph's wealth and his family name, and he could overlook almost any character flaw, if the bearer hated the roof machine sufficiently. They wrecked everything, Mac said when the discussion began after lunch. California Chance left only a slight purling wake in the smooth sea. Shadows of gulls chased back and forth on the awning. Older chewed his cigar. I know that. I printed the story. You didn't print anything about her mother's tablecloth. Torn, burned, ruined. I'd say she was lucky to escape with her life and minor injuries, Rudolph remarked. Minor injuries? Mac lit a cigar and snapped the match overside. People are injured in different ways, Rudy. That piece of Irish lace meant more to Margaret than her own life, nearly. I can help her rebuild her place, I will, but money won't restore that heirloom. Money won't erase her memories of what they did to her. We sit here fuming and arguing, and meantime the machine hooligans do anything they damn please. They extort money from businessmen. They attack a decent woman. Oh, come, Mac, Rudolph Spreckles said. A lot of people would question your use of the word decent. By God, she is a decent person. They brutalized her. Don't be a fucking hypocrite. Have you never visited a prostitute? Rudolph turned away to study the sea. Now, Jim Phelan said. We're not adversaries. We're in agreement, seeking remedies here in privacy. That's right. I'm sorry, Mac said. Yes, Rudolph muttered. The issue is, how do we get rid of this crowd? Mac said. There's hardly a thing they haven't touched or corrupted. The water situation, business permits, now the trolley mess. It's a mess, all right, Rudolph said. I'm told the boss informed United Railroads that the regular monthly retainer of $1,000 was not enough to guarantee a favorable decision on the overhead lines. Pat Calhoun has to come up with a bonus. Older bit on his cigar. How much? $250,000, cash. Christ, Phelan said. He stood up and gripped the stern rail. Never had that sort of rot when I was mayor. I knew of small bribes, certainly, $10 here and there under the table, but not this kind of cancer. Older said, I remind you, gentlemen, if you want to remove a cancer, you must handle sharp knives. There was silence. The steam yacht slipped on through the water, trailing a thin plume from her big stack. The stewards refilled glasses, as soundless in their slippers as the gull shadows on the awning. Mac leaned forward, hands spread. He'd let his beard grow again, though he kept it trimmed close. It was as white as his hair, which, to his dismay, was now starting to thin. We've talked and talked about a reform movement. Talk must get it started, but we're long past that stage. At what stage are we, men? Rudolph asked. We need a committed reform organization. We have the core of that here, Older said. Yes, Max said. So we have to address this question. Suppose we want to start gathering evidence on a serious and methodical basis. How do we do it? I'm not a professional detective, and neither are any of you. We need one or two investigators who know what they're doing and can't be bought. We need enough money to hire men like that. He leaned back and sipped from his glass of steam beer. We need a war chest. Rudolph Spreckles studied Mac a moment, then languidly beckoned a steward to refill his glass. I'll personally pledge $250,000. Jim Phelan almost dropped an oyster over the side, while Older clapped Rudolph on the back boisterously. Then Mac spoke. I'll go in for the same amount. They were excited for just about a minute. Then Older finished his cigar and threw it in the ocean with a scowl. All right, we've got money. With it, we can probably hire investigators who can't be bribed. But we also need honest prosecutors and judges. You won't get those in San Francisco unless you bring in the federal government. Then that's what we have to do, Mac said. In the evening, California Chance bore east again toward the blue chalk smudge of the coast. The gentlemen had donned yacht caps provided by their host. All of them had drunk their share of champagne and wine, beer or whiskey, but they were still relatively coherent about their purpose. I know one man we might enlist, Older said as they stood together companionably in the dusk. Even Rudolph's cloak of arrogant charm seemed happily misplaced. Fran Haney, Francis Joseph, born right south of the Slot, Hastings law degree. He's in Washington as Assistant Attorney General and Special Federal Prosecutor. He's only about this tall, and he parts his hair in the middle. He looks dull and harmless, but he bites in and hangs on, and he gets convictions. I know him well, Jim Phelan said. An incorruptible man. Then he must have left town long ago, Rudolph said. Is he really tough? Mac asked Older. Haney practiced law down in Arizona for a while. A man involved in one of his cases took a dislike to him and came after him with a weapon. Older's eyes turned to little ice chips. He cupped big, hard hands around a match for a new cigar. Fran shot the man in self-defense. They say he killed him without mussing his own cravat or disturbing a hair on his head. Is that tough enough for you, Mac? 55. Mac burst onto the third-floor landing. Nellie, I've got an important phone call. 2 more minutes. The meeting starts in 10. But he'd already disappeared. Nellie paced the foyer. The young Japanese garage man ran in from Sacramento Street. The Cadillac had been at the curb for half an hour, he said. Did Mr. Chance still want it? Nellie cradled her book against her bosom, her inscribed copy of John Muir's Our National Parks. One never knows, Yosh. I trust the great man will enlighten us soon. Yosh laughed and ran out. Nellie walked around and around under the skylight. She'd lately celebrated her 40th birthday, which sat on her much less easily than her frame. She looked smart and fresh, as always, with her hair worn longer and rolled over a rat into a pompadour. To complement her pleated plaid skirt and shirtwaist, she'd put on a man's long-sleeved navy sweater. Her stockings were a misty pale blue, and they nicely showed off her ankles above a pair of low-cut pumps with ribbon bows. Some considered the new shoe style too informal, even a mark of bad character. Johnson strolled in with a billiard cue over his shoulder. "Morning, Nellie. Beautiful, cool day."
"Invigorating. I walked over from my flat." She'd taken a place on Russian Hill, though she still had the Carmel cottage. Johnson's hair showed plenty of white now, almost as much as Mac's. The new century was rushing along, turning pages of the calendar faster than Nellie liked. The Norris sequel remained at a standstill, and her mirror revealed new lines in her tanned face almost daily. She loved her independence, but she hated sleeping alone. Trouble was, there was only one man she wanted beside her at night. All in all, being 40 depressed her. Mac burst into sight again, jamming his arms into his jacket. He ran down to the second landing, plucked Jim from the protective arms of Senora Olivar, hugged him, and took his hand to bring him downstairs. Mac clearly wanted to rush, but Jim negotiated each riser slowly, cautiously, his body tilting, his hand jumping from baluster to baluster for support. "The call was from Jesse Tarbox, one of my foremen," Mac explained. He snatched his hat from the stand. "2 of my laborers got the hell beat out of them in Fresno last night." "Who did it?" Nellie asked.
"Some fine young white boys who don't think Mexicans deserve jobs."
"You know," she said with a sad air, "Henry Thoreau once observed that the experience of Americans coming to California meant nothing but getting 3,000 miles closer to hell. Sometimes I do believe it." He winced. It couldn't be called a smile. Then he took her arm. "Come on, let's see whether your friends can hold their tempers if I air my views." "The question is, can you hold yours?" Jim limped over to stand by Johnson. The Texan put his arm around the boy. "While you 2 palaver with the nature crowd, me and Jim thought we'd rent a couple of saddle horses and canter through Golden Gate Park. Make sure he gets a gentle horse. Go slowly. I don't want any falls. That foot can't take it." "Yes, it can, Pa. I'm strong. I want a horse with spunk." "You let me decide that, young man." "Just like you decide everything," Jim blurted. Mac grabbed his son. Now, Johnson said. He laid his hand between them, pressing the edge of it against Mac's sleeve, and Mac backed off. Jim stepped closer to the big Texan. How defiant he is, Nellie thought. When will Mac wake up and devote as much of himself to Jim as he devotes to his deals? A month ago in Carmel, she'd tried to say that to Mac. She'd never seen him so angry. Drawn by voices, Professor Love bustled from the library. He flourished a mathematics text. "No skylarking with Mr. Johnson until we finish the morning lesson. The procrastinating man is ever struggling with ruin. Hesiod said that." Johnson made a pistol of his hand and snapped down the hammer of his thumb. "Finish up quick, Jim." "Yes, sir, HB. Right away." Jim went off with Love. Johnson leaned his cue against the wall and walked out with Mac and Nellie. "The boy's right, Mac." "Right to defy me? No." "I keep telling you, you oughtn't coddle him so much." Mac started to retort, but Johnson's green eyes caught the sunshine of the summer morning and held, unblinking. After a moment, Mac looked away. "Have a good meeting," Johnson said with a chilly smile. Shifting gears, going downhill on Powell Street, Mac said, "Do you know what I read this morning? The Army studied some automobiles and decided they have no use for them. Rich men's toys, they said. Horses and mules, that's all they need. Stupid bastards." Mac sped around a dripping ice wagon, recklessly steering and braking and honking. Nellie held tight to the side rails of the seat. "Why are you so angry again?" "I can't get along with Jim. I try and I try, but I always fail." "Sounds like me in my novel." "I'm in no mood to joke about it."
He honked at an old Chinese gentleman with a laundry bundle crossing the street. The Chinese stumbled back and dropped the bundle in the water flowing in the gutter. Nellie frowned. Mac was so irascible and dogmatic these days, she sometimes wondered why she continued to see him. Of course there was an answer, but she tried to keep it buried most of the time. At the moment, though, she was not only tired of his ideas, she was tired of him. The Sierra Club met at 11. The club had rooms on the third floor of the Mills building. If Mac found any irony in the nature crowd meeting below the local offices of Chance Johnson and Union Oil, he never commented. About 60 people sat in rows of hard chairs in the plain, drab room. Mac and Nellie were indeed late, and they drew stares as they took seats in the last row. The stares aimed at Mac were clearly hostile. Under the club's banner on the platform, old John Muir held forth. He looked as wild and rustic as ever, with his long brambly hair and his beard flowing over a worn brown coat, tightly belted above knickerbockers and high-top hiking boots. Nellie whispered that Muir had just come up from a ranch near Wilcox, Arizona, where he'd taken his beloved wife, Louie, desperately ill with pneumonia. What was his age now, Mac wondered? Almost 70, surely. What a wonderful face he had, though. Old as mountains, old as glaciers. Those sky-blue eyes had gazed on most of the world's natural wonders. The Himalayas, the Siberian steppe, the cataracts of the Nile. The world knew him now, not just a few Californians, his articles appearing regularly in The Atlantic and other periodicals. He thundered in print, and he thundered in person. Camping with Teddy Roosevelt in Yosemite, he'd chastised the president for hunting and killing living creatures. He was thundering this morning. The threat to Hetch Hetchy is still with us. Certain foolish men in that political quagmire known as our federal government continue to give consideration to the project. We must stand together and never yield, because a Hetch Hetchy dam would be utter destruction of that pristine and lovely valley. It is not a civic need or a civic good, as some pretend. It is a scheme by developers and monopolists to exploit the wilderness for private gain. Near the front, a man stood. Mr. Muir, may I interrupt? If you must, Mr. Phelan. Mac whispered, I didn't see Jim before. I feel compelled, Mr. Muir, because I don't agree with you at all. I admire your courage and idealism. I admire the zeal of the Sierra Club in protecting the forests and rivers of California. But in this case, with all due respect, you misstate the facts. A displeased mutter ran through the audience. The proposal for Hetch Hetchy is not for anyone's private gain, but for the gain of all. Connected by an adequate pipeline, a reservoir in the Sierras will assure San Franciscans of clean, pure drinking water for years. The alternate proposal favored by the Schmitz administration, another franchise to the Bay Cities Company, is the monopolistic, exploitative proposal. The mayor and his supervisors stand with you against Hetch Hetchy because Bay Cities has bribed them to do so. Exclamations of "No!" and "Sit down, Phelan!" greeted that. Mac found his temper shorter than ever. He wanted to stand and argue. I don't accept these assertions, Muir retorted. Once despoiled, a wilderness is gone. Whatever the rationale, you may keep your damnable dam scheme to yourself. Applause. Nellie joined in, sitting with her face straight to the front. Mac jumped up. John, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Phelan happens to be right. Flushed but pleased, Phelan yielded the floor and sat. Mac turned his hat brim in his hands. He fed all his nervousness into that movement, keeping his voice clear and loud. San Francisco urgently needs a new and adequate water supply. The supply is adequate now, laddie. No, John, you're wrong. Before I offer some evidence, I want to say unequivocally that I love Yosemite and the high country as much as anyone in this hall. How can you, sir? How can you when you talk like the worst sort of developer? We need none of your shoddy progress. We need no more sick, starving immigrants crowding into the state. I was under the impression that most Californians were sick or starving immigrants once, John. We need none of those, I say, if they put crushing demands upon our resources. We need no more savaging of God's natural wonders in the name of a few more hotel rooms, restaurants, souvenir shops that offer meretricious gewgaws to the shuffling hordes of tourists. Growth isn't the issue, John. There I disagree with my friend Mayor Phelan. Enough! Sit down! People yelled. Mac's cheeks turned a dark, choleric color. I'll have my say. Old Muir held up a hand. Yes, allow him that, misguided as he is. I am not misguided, Mac said. The water situation in San Francisco is desperate. Over the weekend, I read a copy of a report from the National Board of Fire Underwriters. It says that the 36 million gallons pumped every day isn't enough for a city this size. We need more water, new hydrants, a completely new system. What if we faced an emergency, one of those great raging fires that burned San Francisco 6 times in the 50s, or a killer earthquake? Persiflage, jeered a young woman with thick glasses. We've not had a quake for decades. That's right. Yes. Not since '68. Shut him up. Listen to me, Mac said above the chorus. Chief Sullivan runs the best fire department in the West, but what good is it without water? For years, the chiefs tried to build an emergency saltwater system or rebuild the old cisterns under the streets, but he can't get money for either. We're courting disaster here, and it scares me. I care about this city. You care about your real estate. Who said that? I care about the lives of my son and my friends. I care about the truth. You people don't. Someone shouted, Liar! A woman booed him. Mac felt he was laboring uphill foolishly. But there were great seas of anger churning in him, and they swept away all restraint and common sense. I've studied the philosophic base of this dispute and others like it. You claim to have all the right on your side. You don't. There's a well-regarded water doctrine called conservation for public use. A Hetch Hetchy Dam fits comfortably within that policy. Muir thumped the lectern. That doctrine is not my doctrine, Chance. It's not our doctrine. So why are you here? Whose side are you on? The side of reason, I hope. The side of compromise. There will be no compromise. None. Mac jammed his hat on his head. Then I don't belong here. Impulsively, he stepped into the aisle. In the heat of the argument, amid the shouts and finger-pointing, he expected Nellie to rise and follow. When she didn't, he reacted. We're leaving. Are you insane? Don't order me around. Muir cried. I say this to Mr. Chance and his friends and his dam. I say no. Eternally no. I say damnation. Wild applause. Club members jumped up. Nellie jumped up. Phelan slumped glumly. Over the bedlam, Mac shouted, You people don't have any answers. You have a single issue and blinders and no answers. That's it. That's the end, Nellie said. He whirled on her, out of control. It's true. You've got nothing but one narrow agenda and a talent for squealing like stuck pigs. You Republican capitalist bastard! Get out of here! She gestured to the door like an actress in a melodrama. A man cheered. Hurrah for Miss Ross! And led more applause. Get out! She was nearly incoherent. Get out! Get out of here, Mac! You're despicable! I don't want to see you! Get out! By God, I will. Jim Phelan shouldered through the crowded aisle. So will I, God-damned wildfowl sentimentalists. It was only a few steps to the anteroom, where Mac shut the double doors to mute the threats and catcalls. He leaned against the door, shaking. John Muir's right most of the time, but he isn't right all of the time. Totally unreasonable, Phelan agreed. They'd rather see Frisco burn than damage a single tree. Slowly, Mac's brow cooled as the trembling worked itself out. He regretted the tone of his remarks, but not the content. Though he respected the Sierra Club, he did believe the members were wrong about the dam. He also realized he'd behaved abominably in Nellie's eyes. Phelan started to the stairs. "Just a minute, Jim." Mac opened the right-hand door. The meeting room had calmed down, and Muir was speaking quietly and patiently again, using a red wax crayon to mark a map of the Sierra Range. "Nellie," Mac said in a stage whisper. Still seated in the last row, she kept her eyes straight ahead. She was rigid. He spoke her name again. When she finally turned and looked, her eyes said everything. He shut the door and followed Phelan down the stairs. During the afternoon and evening, he telephoned her apartment on Russian Hill. The first time she answered. He said hello, and she hung up. The next 10 times he listened to ringing. When the exchange closed, he went into the dark summer streets and walked for hours. He ended the night asleep in an armchair at Margaret's redecorated flat. 56. On the night of November 4th, 1905, Francis J. Haney addressed a campaign rally at the Mechanics' Pavilion. It was organized by the so-called Fusion Ticket, a coalition of Republican and Democratic candidates running against Schmitz and the hand-picked non-entities of the Union Labor slate. Haney had cleared his schedule and made the long trip from Washington to support the Fusion group. Mac and Fremont Older sat in the second row. From that low angle, they could barely see the little attorney behind the lectern, but they heard him. "I personally know that Mr. Abraham Roof is corrupt. I look forward to the time when I will be free to prove it in court, and I will do so gladly. If Eugene Schmitz and his crew of thieves are re-elected for 2 more years, graft will become so intolerable that the people of San Francisco will beg me to come back and put them and Mr. Roof in the penitentiary where they belong." On November 6th, Boss Roof published an open letter to Francis J. Haney, calling the lawyer's allegations lies and accusing him of a murder in Arizona. The next day, San Francisco voted. Mac waited for the returns in Fremont Older's office at the Bulletin. The editor's wife, Cora, had come over from their rooms at the Palace. She knew what the election meant to her husband. A lovely, retiring woman whose shyness some mistook for snobbery, she and Mac tried polite conversation, but no subject lasted more than a minute. Outside Older's Goldfish Bowl office on the second floor, reporters typed and shouted into telephones. Mac watched the city room chalkboard, increasingly nervous about the numbers posted for the Union Labor candidates. At 8:30, Older poked his head in. "I've been calling around. It looks bad all over town." At a few minutes before 10, Mac was aware of a sudden lull in activity. Older walked in again. "Get your things, Cora. It's over." Mac peered through the glass at the chalkboard. Until his eyes focused, he saw blurs instead of numbers. Damn it. On top of everything else, he needed glasses. "Schmitz," he said. "Schmitz for a 3rd time, probably by more than 40,000 votes. That's the largest plurality he's ever received. As for his slate, just look. Every one of those 18 toadies and charlatans elected to supervisor. What's wrong with this town? The people fall down and beg to be raped and plundered." Cora Older helped her husband into his jacket, then put her arms around him and held him a moment. As Mac lifted his hat from the rack, he heard noise in the street. He ran to the window. "There's a mob coming." They watched the first ranks surge around the corner. Roof's cheering, chanting partisans filling the street from sidewalk to sidewalk. Their torches flung huge moving shadows on buildings. A lot of them staggered drunkenly. They brandished bricks, bats, and four-sided box banners, and blew tin whistles and tin horns. They overturned a ragman's cart, blocked a horse car heading for the barn, and rocked it. Some of them surrounded the downstairs doors of the Bulletin.
"We can't go back to the hotel now, Fremont," Cora said.
"Of course we can. I'll not let that riff-raff interfere with us." Older put on his Homburg while Mac was observing a new commotion below, a kind of human whirlpool spinning in the midst of the mob. At the center was Roof, hatless, riding on shoulders. Roof shot his arms up in a great V. Someone spotted Mac and Older in the second-floor window, and then someone else hurled a brick that fell short. A window shattered on the ground floor. People threw more bricks and rocks, and more ground-floor glass broke. Older grabbed his walking stick and ran out. Mac followed, trailed by a protesting Cora. The editor stomped downstairs, kicking at broken glass littering the foyer. He went straight to the doors and flung them open, Mac beside him. People in the pushing, shoving mob threatened and cursed them, while the torches smoked, the box banners bobbed and turned, showing now a serious face of Roof, now a smiling one. Out there above the crowd, the boss suddenly sank from sight. Laughing, breathless, he was rescued and raised again. He spied the men in the newspaper door. Roof pointed to them. "There's Fremont Older. He isn't an editor, he's a raving anarchist." The mob raged predictably, and Roof's sweaty face glowed with excitement as they bore him on. A woman spat on Mac. He wiped it from his nose and cheek. Then a man darted at Older. "Who's that slut behind you?" Older swung his stick at the man's head, narrowly missing. The man fled, jeering. People in the mob lit Roman candles and shot their fizzing, colored fireballs aloft. Others set off squibs and salutes in the middle of the crowd, or heaved bricks at the last pieces of glass hanging in the ground-floor windows, knocking them out in a tinkly shower. "Burn down the town while you're at it," Older snarled. "I'm going to the palace and get drunk. Cora, take my arm." "And mine on this side," Mac said. With Cora between them, they stepped out in the fire-lit glass. The mob kept jeering and threatening them, but gradually flowed away, leaving room for them to walk. 2 blocks down Market Street, they found Walter Fairbanks watching the celebration. When he recognized Mac and the Olders, he smiled as if he were their warmest friend. Green and pink Roman candles fizzed in starry parabolas, coloring his gray eyes. "Good evening, Fremont, Mrs. Older. Chance? This one you lost." "We lost the battle, not the war," Older said, not cordially. "Still keeping score, Walter?" Mac said. Fairbanks smoothed his thin mustache with his index finger in a quick, agitated motion. "It's a habit I can't break. Good evening, all." He tipped his silk hat and turned up Mason, quickly gone in the glare of saloons and walk-up hotels. Downtown San Francisco resounded with bells, horns, tin whistles, drunken singing. Someone fired a volley from a gun. Older seemed pale and spent all at once. "I've decided something, Cora. In a few weeks, I'm going to leave you for a while. It's time I bought a ticket to Washington. I've waited too long already." "Buy 2 tickets," Mac said. Phelan, Spreckles, Mac, and Older convened their reform committee in a private dining room of the University Club. Mac quickly voiced concern about Francis J. Haney. "He's the ideal man, but if we get him, we've got to recognize that the murder charge will be used against him." "The case is 14 years old," Older said. "I've had a man in Tucson investigating. Here's what happened. The wife of a certain doctor wanted a divorce. The doctor was a brute with a bad temper. He announced he'd shoot any lawyer who took his wife's case. Haney did, and the doctor attacked him in public. In the scuffle, the gun went off and the doctor died. Haney was cleared immediately. 50 people witnessed the shooting. My reporter brought back signed statements. One problem out of the way, then, Mack said. There's a bigger one, Phelan said. You can't approach the federal government without evidence of a federal crime. I've been working on it, Older snapped. You all know girls from the Orient are brought into the city for prostitution. They're sold in Chinatown for $2,000 to $3,000 a head. 2 of my best men dug up something else about the trade. The girls are passing through immigration misrepresented as wives of American citizens of Chinese ancestry. The marriage papers are forged right on Grant Avenue. I secured 2 notarized affidavits citing names, dates, and circumstances. He leaned back. We have a federal offense. Spreckles was jubilant, but Mack less so. Can you connect it to Roof? I suppose, Older said with a shrug. He's mired in prostitution. At least his people are. I don't think it's necessary to prove a connection. We just use the evidence to get Haney here, get him appointed special prosecutor. Then he goes after Roof on every front. Pack your bags, Mack. I bought our tickets this morning. On December 3, 1905, President Theodore Roosevelt received them in his study, the remodeled cabinet room of the executive mansion. A welcome fire blazed in the hearth. Outside, an unexpected snow fell, soft and wet, its fluffy 3-inch icing decorating the bare trees. The storm had snarled wagon and horse-car traffic and brought chaos to the essentially southern town. Mack thought the 47-year-old Roosevelt resembled a thick oak tree growing in front of the fire. He was about 5 feet 8, with a bulging chest and thick midriff. The visitors felt his enormous energy, saw the flash of his blue-gray eyes behind his ribboned glasses. The president continually clenched his teeth, and he had huge teeth. Roosevelt allowed 5 minutes for social talk. He presented them with inscribed copies of his memoir, The Rough Riders, and showed them a prized photograph, a studio portrait of himself, much younger, in a grotesque cowboy costume, heroically posed with Winchester and scalp knife. "Look at that dude," he said in a high-pitched voice. "Promotion photograph for hunting trips of a ranchman. Ridiculous outfit. Putnam's insisted. Promotion. Everything's promotion to those book fellows. I hope they get over it someday." Mack mentioned that Johnson sent greetings to the president. "Sergeant Hugh Johnson," Roosevelt responded. "Tall, lanky fellow. Bully fighter, that Texan. Took a bad wound at El Caney. Convey my regards. Now, business." Older summarized matters. Then he said, "Mr. President, San Francisco is a captive city. Abraham Roof controls the mayor, the entire board of supervisors, and, for the moment, the district attorney's office. William Langdon, the new DA, is not so much corrupt as green. He used to be superintendent of schools. Roof persuaded him to run after 6 experienced lawyers refused. The boss will put pressure on him, that's certain. So what we have out there, sir, in addition to the federal immigration violations I have documented, is what amounts to a municipal bordello. Virtually every man in the government is for sale." "I am aware of the corruption, sir. I was first made aware by certain gentlemen at the time of that grand golden banquet. Corruption on such a scale rots the moral fiber of California. Indeed, it taints the whole country." Impressed by the man's aura and by the office he held, Mack nevertheless spoke calmly, with little nervousness. "Sir, our reform group can do nothing more." "You took a stand, Mr. Chance. You made a moral choice. I do not call that nothing." "Thank you, Mr. President, but I'm referring to concrete steps, legal action." "Yes, understand. Continue." We've escrowed nearly $600,000 in a special fund for hiring detectives, renting offices, but that's as far as we can go. We need someone with the competence and authority to spend that money on investigation and prosecution. You have kept your activities largely covert? Yes, sir. We didn't want to tip our hand until we had an attack plan. Oh, but they know who we are, Older said. They know very well that we're after them. Mr. Chance here, Mayor Phelan, Spreckles, we're all watched from time to time. Mac and his son were brutally attacked. Yes, I'm aware. Very sorry about it. Go on, Mr. Chance. I suppose what's most galling is that we're all tarred as anti-Semites. Roosevelt snatched off his pince-nez. Is there any truth in that? Absolutely none. It's a damned insult, Older said, to us and to honest Jews. That little Mr. Roof would be a crook if he were a Catholic, a Muslim, or a Hottentot. Roosevelt locked his hand behind his cutaway and observed the falling snow a moment. Then he returned to his desk and showed them a sizable file. You have written me in some detail. I asked the Justice Department for a report on the authenticity of your allegations. He squeezed the file. Most of what you say is corroborated. The matter of the Chinese women gives me grounds to act. I don't do so lightly, gentlemen. Never strike a blow if you can avoid it. But if you cannot, never strike softly. I offer you 2 of my best men. 2? Mac exclaimed. Yes, sir. Mr. Haney, whom you requested, and my Chief of Treasury Secret Service, Bill Burns. William J. Burns, the detective? Older asked. The same. Every prosecutor needs a smart investigator to ferret out evidence for indictments and trials. I've already asked both men to meet you tomorrow morning at Willard's Hotel. Older's face shone. They hadn't expected this much largesse. He jumped forward to pump the president's hand. Sir, there aren't words to— Wait, Roosevelt said. You may be less enthusiastic when I tell you that my order relieving Haney and Burns of current duties will take effect only when those duties are complete. Burns must clean up some cases. Francis Haney is still prosecuting Senator Mitchell and the others who stole our public lands in Oregon in order to strip them of timber. Mac hid his disappointment. He was impatient. Every now and then, when the tickers and telephones happened to fall silent, he would hear little Jim moving through the great house on Sacramento Street, hear the scrape of the boy's ruined foot. At those moments, he always imagined himself doing some kind of physical violence to Abe Roof. The urge was even stronger and darker when he spent an hour with Jim and saw how much effort it cost the boy to walk, how he never complained. Those occasions generated bloody fantasies. Roof on a gallows with the trap springing. Roof fatally shot, squirming in a pool of his own blood. Shameful images, people would say. The hell with them. It may be spring before Haney and Burns reach San Francisco, Roosevelt continued. I assure you, the wait will be worth it. They'll take the stick to those looters and grafters. Yes, sir, the big stick. He slapped their backs while firmly heading them out the door. At Willard's on Pennsylvania, they met Burns and renewed their acquaintance with Francis Haney. Bill Burns was a Baltimore native and had a tough Irish charm. He'd fallen in love with police work when he was young, his father having been police commissioner of Columbus, Ohio. Here's the way I work a case, he told them. Full tilt and no questions asked. The man I'm after is guilty till he proves otherwise. That approach is efficient but hardly legal, Haney said, amused. You handle the courtroom, Francis. Let me handle the rest. You don't catch crooks with parlor etiquette. Hard knuckles, that's what it takes. Hard knuckles and no sympathy for the bastards. We'll send this Roof to San Quentin. Count on it. In a westbound Pullman sleeper, Mac dreamed of drowning. He fell slowly through the clear cobalt water of a mountain lake, able neither to breathe nor to propel himself upward. He sank through sunlit depths in which dead things floated. Drowned birds, foxes, a grizzly, a stag with a garland of dead wildflowers hanging from its antlers. There were hundreds of drowned things in the water with him. They moved gently, slowly, round and round in a noiseless, sunlit dance. He woke sweating, even though a prairie blizzard howled outside and chilled the rattling car. Except for the blizzard dream from boyhood, no nightmare ever terrified him so much or gripped him for so long afterward. He thought he understood the dream, and he pondered what he ought to do. Once back in San Francisco, he dispatched a letter to John Muir at his ranch in Martinez. He said he'd changed his mind. The city remained in need of a new water supply, but he would back a search for alternatives. He would oppose the damming and flooding of Hetch Hetchy. "When I'm here full-time in another month or two, I intend to open a law office," Francis Haney said to Mac and Older in the latter's office. "Take on a partner, Joe Dwyer. Tough man and a fine lawyer. He's agreed to approach Langdon about putting me on as a special assistant district attorney." Older leaned near the window above the street, puffing on his cigar. "Langdon's soft as cheese. Rufe will squeeze him to say no." Haney allowed a tart little smile. "We'll squeeze harder with these." He tapped several files on Older's desk. It was early April 1906, a Wednesday. Mac was impatient to end the meeting and get away on a short holiday. "Burns is gathering some astounding information." Haney selected a file from the desk. "The Fight Trust, a small group of promoters allegedly paid $18,000 to ensure that they would be the only ones granted permits to stage prize fights. The informant said Rufe and Schmitz split the bribe." Another file. "PG&E, our honorable utility, an alleged $20,000 to persuade the supervisors not to lower gas rates." Another. "An alleged $30,000 legal retainer from Parkside Realty, Rufe to guarantee them the streetcar franchise they want on the west side." "My God, your informants are hardly reticent, are they?" Older said. Mac shrugged. "They may be bragging, not squealing. They know the machine owns the police and the courts. They know Rufe and his pals won't be prosecuted." Haney's mouth set. "They will be now." He scooped up the files. "Can either of you join me for dinner this evening? I'm meeting Hiram Johnson. I want to recruit him for our trial staff." "You're pretty damned confident, Francis," Mac said. "Totally confident. We're going to clean up San Francisco." "Well, regarding dinner, I'm afraid—" "God above!" Older exclaimed, nearly biting his cigar in half. "I didn't believe the little thief would do it. Come here, quick." Mac and Haney reached the window in time to see an open black touring car pass in the street. Abraham Rufe was enthroned behind his chauffeur, flanked on each side by several cardboard shirt boxes. Rufe basked in the sunshine and the happy state of his world. Mac thought the boss's eye roved upward to the bulletin windows as he caressed the shirt boxes. The touring car chugged out of sight behind a horse car. "Do you know what's in those boxes?" Older asked. "Just $50,000 in cash, the first installment of Pat Calhoun's $250,000 bribe to get the overhead trolley lines. We got word of it day before yesterday. Someone in the East telegraphed the $50,000 to the Mint, and one of Calhoun's boys took delivery. He exchanged the gold for cash at Fairbanks Trust. Rufe bragged that he'd pick up the cash personally this morning." "Pick it up where?" Haney asked. "The offices of Calhoun's Trolley Company." Mac's hazel eyes clouded. Brazen son of a bitch. "When a man becomes that powerful, he sometimes starts to believe he's invincible," Haney said. "It might make our task easier." "Don't underestimate Abe," Older said. "He's a brainy little crook. In occasional moments of weakness, I admire him." Not I, Mac said with that cloudy look still in his eyes.
Francis Haney squeezed his arm.
We'll put him away. It may take months or years, but Abe Roof's finished. I trust you, Francis, but I'll believe you when I watch them escort Roof to San Quentin.
Mac reached for his hat.
Sure you can't join me to meet Hiram Johnson?
Not this time. I'm running down to Monterey for the rest of the week. Older rolled his tongue in his cheek.
Nellie Ross lives down that way, doesn't she?
So I'm informed, Mac answered with a smile. Actually, the first purpose of the trip is to try out my new automobile. Older snatched the cigar from his mouth.
You have another new one?
A beauty. She came off the boat from Liverpool Monday. I read a report on this model from the Olympia Auto Show over there. She cost me £1,000 at the curb in Manchester, and Lord knows how much to ship by sea. She shines like the morning. Henry Royce built her. He calls her a silver ghost. Anticipation kept Mac tossing all night. At 6, he jumped out of bed. While he was shaving, little Jim walked in. Father and son both wore nightshirts, but there the resemblance ended. Jim grew fairer, more like his mother, every year.
Where you going today, Pa?
Down the coast. I hope I'll see Nellie. Jim thought about that. After a silence, he said soberly,
Is Nellie a whore?
Mac nicked his cheek and swore. He pressed a hot towel against the bleeding cut. No, she is not. Who taught you that bad word? Jim examined his bare foot.
Oh, some boys.
What boys?
Boys I met on the street.
Well, stay away from them, and don't repeat that word, do you understand? Little Jim gave his father a sad, cold stare and left. He's hanging out with roughnecks, Mac protested to Johnson at breakfast. The wrong kind of youngsters.
What's he to do? Some of the right people ain't around most times. Besides, a little exposure to the streets won't hurt him none.
The hell? He isn't 8 years old yet.
What of it? My friend Jack, when he was 7, he was roughhousing on the Oakland docks, drinking hard liquor, too.
Jack London's a sot. Besides, he's a writer. You can't believe half of what a writer says. I'm going to order Angelina to restrain Jim, forcibly if need be.
Oh, Mac, my God.
And you keep it in mind if you see him trying to leave the house. I won't have him roaming around San Francisco like some orphan.
He's a smart boy, tough in his own way. He can take care of—
You heard me. If you're my friend, you'll go along. Johnson regarded the man at the far end of the enormous dining table.
I'm your friend, but sometimes you make the job goddamn hard.
57. The 100-mile auto trip took most of Thursday, but it was a joy rather than a trial, thanks to the great silver car. She measured 15 feet, weighed 3,300 pounds, developed between 40 and 50 horsepower from her 6-cylinder engine, and could carry 7. Her silver wheels were wooden, with pneumatic tires, and she had 4 forward gears plus reverse. The car was operated from the right front seat, but Mac found that no great inconvenience once he got used to it. He was repeatedly thrilled by the feel of rumbling power coming through the steering shaft to the wheel rimmed in fine polished wood. The automobile lived up to all the manufacturer's claims. She was indeed quiet as an electric sewing machine or an 8-day clock. At dusk on Thursday, he pulled up and parked in a rutted lane near Nellie's cottage. Whipping off his goggles and cap, he ran the rest of the way. He knocked on her door, tapping his foot. The curtains were closed on the cottage windows. He knocked again, louder. After the 5th try, he circled the cottage on foot, then simply stood there, crestfallen. Presently, he tramped back to the Rolls-Royce. In the distance, the surf boomed, a lonely sound. He was an idiot not to have written or contacted Nellie beforehand. He'd assumed she might say no to a visit announced in advance,
and had relied on personal persuasion when he arrived on her doorstep. Now he faced a long trip back to the city, and he didn't look forward to it. He was tight with physical need again. He ought to get something more than this from his weekend. Suddenly he recalled what was nearby, the Del Monte Hotel and Resort. What the hell? Why not spend a few hours in the enemy's camp? The Southern Pacific built the first Del Monte in 1880. Charlie Crocker was the guiding spirit, arguing that a society resort near the ocean in Monterey would fill up trains that were running nearly empty in those days. He was correct. In a parkland of 126 acres, artfully planted and enhanced by secluded paths and classical statuary, the Del Monte soon attracted the city's best crowd. She was a wondrous three-story wedding cake place, gleaming white with green shutters, winding exterior staircases, and turrets and spires crowned with American flags, California flags, and the railroad's own ensign. Actually, this was the second Del Monte, a duplicate of the one that burned in '87. The owners had not tampered with success. Mac put the Silver Ghost in the auto park, passing the attendant $20 to be sure no one touched it, and took a suite for 3 nights. The clerk didn't recognize him, which was good. Might be damned embarrassing to be seen enjoying himself on railroad property. He was in a dismal mood and warned himself against drinking too much. Changing to a blazer and white flannels, he stretched his solid gold watch chain across his vest and fastened his cravat with a stick-pin diamond big as his thumb. He ate lunch on the lawn at a white iron table under an umbrella. The hotel was busy, crowded with cheerful, expensively dressed ladies and gentlemen. Having politely turned down an invitation to join a group for lawn bowling, he sat in a white wicker chair on the great veranda, where a unit of Ballenberg's society band played hits of the day. Sweet Adeline, In My Merry Oldsmobile, Hello Central, Give Me Heaven, Victor Herbert's Toyland. The Herbert piece touched him with a sudden melancholy. What was he doing, wasting his time among idlers? Inside, at the arrangements desk, an officious gentleman booked carriage tours to the beach, the cypress groves, the Spanish mission ruins at Carmel. As Max stood studying a leaflet on the 17-mile scenic drive, he fell into conversation with a plump blonde woman who reminded him of Carla. She was a Miss Francie Howell of Denver, recently divorced. By 5:30, he and Miss Howell were sweatily making love in his suite. After dining together that evening, they waltzed in the ballroom, again to the strains of Ballenberg's band, whose members had exchanged military tunics for tails. They met and chatted with 3 young naval officers in dress blues. Their warship was anchored in the bay. That night, they made love again. Next day, when they played croquet after breakfast, Mac discovered that Miss Howell was a determined competitor and expert shot. He had to fight hard to race through the wickets and beat her. Losing to a woman was unthinkable. He bought a bathing costume at the hotel shop. Miss Howell had brought hers, a very daring Parisian suit of striped tights, which elicited scandalized stares from some other guests when they went to bathe in one of the heated saltwater tanks. Proper female bathers wore modest blouses, ankle-length skirts, and stockings. Mac swam on one side of the soupy warm tank, Miss Howell on the other. A heavy net properly divided the sexes. It proved to be a relaxing, if inconsequential, weekend. On Sunday morning, waking while his companion slept beside him, he decided he couldn't waste another hour, and would leave right after breakfast. The divorcee had been suitably ardent, but she wasn't Nellie. And San Francisco nagged him. There was always work. There was always Jim. He knew how to deal with work. He understood less and less about how to cope with the boy. What he did with the best of intentions seemed to anger his son, and Jim's reactions and reticence angered him in turn. What was the answer? He wouldn't find it lying in a bed owned by the Southern Pacific. He kissed Miss Howell's cheek and dressed. Mac nosed the Silver Ghost down the winding drive. It was shaded by huge old cypress trees, and the air smelt fresh and salty. A beam of sunlight between the cypresses flashed from the brass lamps of a massive dark green auto coming up the drive. He identified a white steamer, and then the driver. First by the tiny mustache below the goggles, then by the well-tanned features. The driveway wasn't wide enough to accommodate both autos. Each gave way a little and then halted side by side with right-hand tires off the road. The white hissed and trailed vapor. The Silver Ghost clicked like a loom shuttle quietly operating in the next room. The automobilists leaned toward one another to speak. Mac at some disadvantage because he drove from the right. Fairbanks plucked off his stiff-billed cap and smoothed his auburn hair. "I heard you were in the hotel. The implacable reformer and railroad foe visits the Del Monte. Pity we didn't photograph it. What's this you're driving, a tin-plate bread box on wheels?" "A new model Rolls-Royce." "Ah, English. An American car isn't good enough for you. Looks slow as an elephant." "Faster than that paraffin burner, Walter." "Would you like to put that to a test sometime?" He snapped it out so fast and with such ferocity that Mac laughed. "Have you been lying in wait with that invitation?" "Yes, you have, ever since the polo match. Or longer. Eh, Walter?" Caught, Fairbanks thumped his steering wheel. "Yes or no?" "Certainly. Any time you say." "Next Sunday. That's April 15th. I'll be down here again." "I can arrange it," Mac said. Maybe Nellie would be home. "Just your auto and mine. My secretary will send particulars about place and time. Agreeable?" "Sure." Mac leaned back, letting stray sunshine warm his brow. He felt fine suddenly, finer than he had all weekend. He couldn't help grinning, but it was done with a certain deliberation, because it goaded Fairbanks. Delighted, in fact. "Just prepare to get your ass whipped, Walter." And with a wave and a clashing of gears, away he went. Fairbanks leaned over the back of his seat. Through a cloud of sunlit steam, he watched Mac negotiate the next downward bend. At the lower edge of the property, the road narrowed to one lane on either side of a stone bridge that spanned an ornamental lagoon. Mac slipped the Silver Ghost through the tight space and accelerated on the straight road beyond. Fairbanks saw his dust. A sudden cramp in his gut brought a gasp of pain. Friday afternoon, a sultry, overcast day. Mac switched on the electric lamps in the garage. He'd been at work on the Silver Ghost since 8 a.m. Yoshimo Okada had demounted the spare tire that rode upright on the right running board. This allowed him to unlatch the toolbox built in beneath it. There was a similar toolbox on the left side, and Yosh had both lids raised and was checking the contents against a list. He'd taken off his shirt and singlet an hour ago. The garage smelled of grease and sweat. Mac's forehead dripped. In the driver's seat, he was examining and testing every control. He pumped the clutch, then the foot brake pedal that worked with the transmission to aid steering. A large lever on the outside right braked the rear wheels for stopping. He reached for the gear lever, located outside between the door and the brake, and shifted from first back to second, over and down to third, up to fourth. He tested the magneto switch, even honked the bulb horn. On his knees beside the left-hand toolbox, Yosh raised his head and grinned. He was tired, Mac could see. He decided they'd better close up and rest the remainder of the day. They'd be driving all day tomorrow, Yosh following in the Cadillac with extra tires, tools, and fuel tins. Already, Mac felt a tightness in himself. He was putting more importance on the race than he should. Somehow, he couldn't help it. "Did you disconnect the governor, Yosh?"
"No, sir. I do that right before the race."
"Then that's about all we—" He stopped, hearing a familiar sound on the back stair that came down from the floor above. Jim's left foot scraping the risers. The boy entered the garage and gazed at the great silver car with an expression of awe. "Hello, son," Jim responded with a small wave. "Miss Jim," Yosh said cheerily. He wiped his greasy hands on a cotton rag. "How you today?" "All right, Yosh." The boy came a little farther into the garage. On the packed dirt floor, his foot didn't scrape so loudly, but it left a trail where it dragged. From behind the wheel, Mac stared at that. The sight of it hurt. Jim sat down on a crate of spare spark plugs.
Pa, can I go with you down to Monterey?
"No, I don't think so."
I want to watch you race.
Mac opened the half door and jumped down. The raised silver cartouche glinted under the tin-shaded lights. "I'll be away a few days. After the race, I'm going back to Carmel to visit Miss Ross. She wasn't home last week, and I'm really eager to see her." He reached for Jim's hair to ruffle it. "I promise you, this'll be the last trip for—" Jim jerked his head away from Mac's hand, and Mac's face lost its look of good cheer. The boy darted behind the crate and then to the open door of the garage. He gazed at the dull sky, having taken himself as far away from his father as he could without leaving. Yosh's dark eyes jumped between Mac and the boy. With attention to the rag, he finished wiping his hands, cleared his throat.
I be back. Excuse me."
He ran up the stairs into the mansion. Jim stared at Mac with unhappy eyes.
You don't care that I want to see you win the race.
"Of course I care, Jim." Mac picked up Yosh's rag and worked at some grease on his fingers. "But you've got to keep up with your studies with Professor Love. Angelina will take good care of you while I'm gone. She always does." Doggedly, the boy said,
Why don't you ever want me with you, Pa?
Mac wasn't prepared for such a direct question. He approached his son, watching closely for signs of temper or withdrawal. "Jim, I've explained before. I want the best for you. A good education at a fine college like Stanford. That means you just can't take time away from your lessons."
I hate them.
"What? You used to like reading and doing math problems. What's changed?" He knew very well what the answer was. Anything he liked, Jim disliked. The boy was stubbornly silent. "Well," Mac said, "regardless of how you feel about your studies, they're necessary." He wasn't selling it. He saw it in Jim's angry pout, the sudden wetness of the deep blue eyes. Westward, far away, thunder bumped.
You just make all that up because you don't want me around.
That's not true. And when it comes to your education, your future,
I mean who's going with you to Monterey?
Yosh, to help me with the car.
Is Miss Emerson going? That whore?
Mac's hands dropped to his sides, clenched. "I've told you before, don't use bad language, especially a word like that."
Miss Emerson's a whore.
"Jim, stop it, and stop crying. I'm tired of your sass and your constant rebellion. I won't have it anymore."
That's all you care about, hanging around whores.
"You're making me angry." He jutted his jaw.
Whore.
"Jim?" Mac grabbed and shook him. The boy danced up and down, pulling against Mac's hand, wrenching.
Whore, 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 whore.
Mac let him go and slapped him. Tumbling back against a wall stud, Jim smacked his head and almost sat down in the dirt. His tears seemed to dry up instantly. He clutched the stud, watching his father as if he couldn't believe, couldn't comprehend his cruelty. Furious with himself, Mac stretched out his hands. "Come here. I didn't mean to blow up and—" Jim ran under his hands as fast as he could with his dragging foot. Mac heard him on the stairs, struggling, fleeing. Mac picked up a silver-plated wrench and twisted it. Suddenly he struck out. The blow left a deep dent in a stud. He walked to the garage door to watch the storm gathering over the rooftops. The wind flung trash along the gutter. Yosh tiptoed in and they went to work, closing up, saying nothing. Hellburner Johnson listened to the storm. A single shaded electric light sharply defined a circle in the midst of his darkened sitting room. Johnson had slicked his crinkly gray hair with pomade and put on his best blue cotton traveling shirt and string tie. A folded coat, dark blue cord lay on his leather valise at the edge of the circle. Things were in a fix in the household. Someone had spread word about Mac hitting Jim. Evidently Jim hadn't kept quiet about it. Meanwhile, Mac had gone out in a fury. Johnson had been waiting for him in the rain-lashed house since dinner time. He sat by the light, trying once more to concentrate on the handwritten foolscap sheet given him by his friend London. Knowing Johnson's love of travel, the young writer had copied some thoughts he wanted to use in a future story. Don't you sometimes feel you'd die if you didn't know what's beyond those hills? And what's beyond the other hills, behind those hills? All the places of earth are just waiting for me to come and see them. That surely fit his own nature and his present mood, Johnson reflected. He read the passage again. Lightning washed the windows. As the thunder quieted, he heard a familiar tread on the stair. He folded the foolscap and tucked it in his shirt pocket to save. Then he reached for his cord coat and what lay under it. "Jim?" Mac tapped softly. "Jim, answer me." He tapped again. Water oozed from the soles of his shoes and his cuffs were soggy. He'd wandered hatless, collar up, hands in pockets, bumping along in the downpour, trying to figure out how to correct his relationship with his son. That he had to correct it, and drastically, he no longer doubted. The boy didn't answer the repeated knocks, so he tried the handle. Locked. A footstep startled him. Johnson ambled out of the shadow between little electric wall lamps. Their shades focused the light downward, leaving great dark spaces. Mac immediately noticed his partner's slicked hair, fresh shirt, black string tie. "Leave him be, Mac." Johnson's tone stunned him. "What?" "I said leave the boy be until you can treat him right. I heard what you did, and I talked to Jim about it 'fore supper. Tried to make him feel better. Couldn't do it." "I slapped him. I shouldn't have." "That's true. You shouldn't have. Tanning a youngster's bottom is one thing, but what you did, that's downright mean. You better not do it again." Mac stared into the leaf-green eyes and saw a clear reflection of how far he'd drifted. Putting an arm around Johnson, he drew him away from Jim's door. He felt weak and beaten. He was simply not used to feeling either way. "What does he want from me, Hugh?" "Ain't so hard to figure out. He just wants a father. One who ain't so damn busy all the time with his ranches and his oil and his real estate and his reform committees and his women and his personal feud with some snob lawyer. Are you and Fairbanks two snotty kids fighting over the marbles in the schoolyard? You sure as shit act like it sometimes." Mac stopped on the stair overlooking the hall. Above, sheets of rain battered the skylight. He felt a piercing guilt, a sense of being unmasked as a criminal. In a few plain words, Johnson had stripped down the long quarrel with Fairbanks and put it in a ridiculous light. The right light. He hated to admit that, and so he dodged around it. "You're all duded up." "Going away again." "You didn't tell me." "Hell, Mac, you ain't around long enough for anybody to tell you anything. Wouldn't listen if they did. I'm catching the midnight for the East, then maybe a cattle boat to France. Lately, I don't like living here." He stepped in front of his partner and jabbed him with a finger. "I'll tell you this much 'fore I go. You're still my friend, but in some ways, you're sure God messed up. You said some while back that you didn't want to raise no hothouse lily. Then you turned right around and started raising Jim exactly that way after he got hurt. Go off and get this damn stupid race out of your system." "I'll stay in San Francisco this weekend. I'll telephone Fairbanks that I can't—" "Don't bother," Johnson said with a wave. "Jim don't want to talk to you right now. He'll cool down by the time you come back, I reckon. Then you can try to repair the damage. You better. You better start taking good care of that fine, smart boy, or you'll deal with me when I get back." With an almost feminine delicacy, he touched and lifted the left side of his blue cord coat. The peacemaker with the lone star embossed on the ivory grip jutted from his waistband. He dropped the coat again. "You want to fight with somebody? I can make old Fairbanks look like a beginner. Don't ever give me cause. You got your work cut out around here. So long." Little Jim heard the stutter of engines and flung himself out of bed. He'd hardly slept at all while the storm raged through the night. There was a worse one inside him. He ran barefoot to the bay window. Dawn lit the lace curtains. He raised them and leaned on the sill. Under his dark blue eyes, his cheeks were puffed and raw from crying. He watched the automobiles roll through the intersection of Sacramento and Mason, bound south. 4 men with lunch pails pointed and commented from the curb. Pa drove the Silver Ghost, already mud-splashed. He'd raised the canvas top, and Jim couldn't see his face, only the shoulder of his duster and his right gauntlet working the brake and gear shift. Emotions flew over the boy's face. Resentment and pain, anger and resignation. Tears welled again. He hated them almost as much as he hated Pa. The Cadillac followed the Silver Ghost through the intersection. Over San Francisco's sturdy downtown buildings, billowy clouds caught the pink light of morning on their eastern curves. What a beautiful day in spring. A good day to do what he'd planned all night. Jim let the lace curtain fall. Head down, he stood motionless, then drew a deep breath, finding courage. He limped to the hulking mahogany chiffonier and opened a drawer, glancing briefly at the bolt on the hall door. Still secure. No one would bother him. He pulled out a favorite shirt and threw it on the bed. Another. Then a belt. Jeans. From the wardrobe, he fetched his heaviest shoes. Then he thought of something, hurried to his study desk, and rummaged under his school books. He caressed the lacquer of the abacus. He loved the parade of fire-breathing dragons chasing themselves around the frame. Clicking a couple of the red and yellow beads, he swallowed and then rubbed his cheeks. He'd show Pa. He put the abacus with his clothes. Couldn't leave his favorite possession behind, could he? 58. Stately eucalyptus shaded the drivers. They had parked their automobiles in a grove on the east side of the coast road, some 20 yards separating them. They wanted to check and adjust their machines in privacy. Fairbanks had brought the starter, an officious young man from the new city office of the fast-growing Automobile Club of Southern California. He was as dull as his brown suit, white shirt, detachable collar, and cuffs. He drove a dull brown Luverne. Here, on this Sunday, the coast road below Point Lobos was deserted. Slightly inland from the Pacific and twisty and deeply rutted, it wound away south toward the Tehachapis, north toward Monterey and their chosen finish line. It was 11 a.m. on a fresh April day. Mac sweated in his duster and driving cap. Yosh had the bonnet raised and was priming the induction pipe.
All right, Miss Chance.
Petrol tank air valve open. Mac liked to call out the steps in starting. It helped establish concentration. That was harder than usual today. All the way down from the city, his thoughts had repeatedly veered to Jim and Johnson's warning. He reached down for the hand pump and worked it vigorously, then watched the gauge needle rise. Fuel pressure 1 psi, 1.5 psi. Flooding carburetor now. Turn her over, Yosh. The Japanese man slammed and latched the bonnet and grabbed the starting crank at the lower front end. He grunted as he revolved the crank, counting aloud. When he said 8, Mac's gloved hands darted. Coil switched in. Magneto switched in. Advancing ignition. The Silver Ghost had run a while this morning. She was warm, so advancing the ignition started her on the first try. He shivered and leaned back, ready. The starter waved to the drivers.
Gentlemen, if you please, we're 6.5 minutes late already.
Fairbanks shifted and drove his white steamer out of the grove, braking just this side of a line scribed across the road. Mac pulled the Silver Ghost alongside the white on the left, acknowledging Fairbanks with a brusque nod. Fairbanks returned an unusual, almost smug smile and a little wave. The starter held a blank cartridge pistol.
The rules of this contest are simple.
Just one moment, Fairbanks interrupted. I'd like to wait for my rooting section. There. Mac heard the auto approaching from the direction of Monterey. When it bounced over a low hill into view, he couldn't immediately identify the make or the two people riding in it. It was painted bright yellow, and it bounced and banged toward them with a tinny sound. A man in livery was driving. Beside him sat a woman in a beige duster, large gauntlets more suitable for a man, and a stiff-billed cap held on by a golden-yellow veil tied in a bow with its ends flying over her shoulder. Can't possibly be. The little auto, which he recognized as a Buffalo, now puttered up to the starting line, and then there was no mistake. It was Carla. She'd grown heavier, a half-moon of chin fat peering from behind the veil bow, and her expression was bleary. The chauffeur pulled off the road, turned off the motor, and ran around to the passenger side. Carla put her yellow shoe on the running board and missed the edge. With a cry, she tumbled against the chauffeur. He wasn't quick enough to catch her, and she landed on her knees in the dirt. The chauffeur babbled apologies while helping her up, but she wouldn't take his hand, waving at it as if it were a pesky fly. Drunk. And this early. God help her. So far she hadn't glanced his way. Deliberate, he imagined. Fairbanks got out of his car, and Mac felt obliged to do the same. The dull young man with the pistol studied a pocket watch with affected concern. Mac swept off his cap and goggles, and at that moment, Carla looked at him.
Good morning, Mac.
A smile curved her rouged mouth. It was a self-satisfied smile, like that of Fairbanks a while ago. What kind of private joke were they sharing? Carla, this is a real surprise.
I came all the way down from the hotel to wish you luck, but of course not as much as I'm wishing your opponent.
She linked her arm with the lawyer's. So that was it, a new liaison. He hadn't heard it mentioned in the city. But Swampy didn't keep track of his daughter, and Mac didn't keep track of Fairbanks's private life. Fairbanks had always wanted Carla, but Mac wondered if he really knew what he was getting. He was surprised to feel a genuine, if brief, pang of sympathy for the lawyer. For himself, there was only a renewed relief, like that felt by an ex-prisoner whose freedom was all the sweeter because he could remember what it was like to be locked up. Mac hid his feelings under a polite smile and tried to banter. If you're cheering for Walter, you certainly don't owe me any good wishes.
Oh, my dear, there's a lot that I owe you.
The hate in those deep blue eyes chilled him. He put on his goggles and jumped up into the Silver Ghost. "Let's go." Carla flung her gloved hand around Fairbanks's neck and kissed him. All the men saw her open her mouth. Fairbanks's embrace seemed stiff, and Mac caught the gleam of the rolling white of an eye. The man of propriety worried about the brazen kiss. Fairbanks extricated himself and turned away to shield a whispered conversation with Carla. Mac heard, "My dear," and "at the hotel." Then Fairbanks strode around the bonnet of the steamer and vaulted up. Carla stepped back and hit her heel on a half-buried stone. She'd have fallen again if the chauffeur hadn't caught her. She favored him with a slurred thank you, not bothering to look at him. The starter stepped in front of the auto bonnets, shining in the sun. "You gentlemen are familiar with the road, I believe. A direct route running north and inland to the Del Monte. Total distance is 10 miles. The first auto to reach the hotel and park in front wins. Drive off at the sound of my pistol. Do you have any questions?" "No," Fairbanks said. He was driving bareheaded with goggles. Carla blew him a kiss and waved with the energy of a sentimental schoolgirl. Fairbanks seemed to like that. He returned another jaunty wave, then began tapping his wheel with the fingers of both hands. It gave him a relaxed, almost playful air. "Can we get on with this?" Mac blurted out. Carla's presence had unnerved him. He didn't love her, but she had once belonged to him. This new affair was a kind of violation of that intimacy. He fiddled with his goggles. The elastic was too tight. Then he wiped a sweaty cheek. Yosh had been watching the byplay from the roadside. He knew the former Mrs. Chance by sight and reputation, and he saw Mac's agitation. His face said he was worried. A breeze ruffled Fairbanks's auburn hair. As the starter bustled to one side, Mac poised his hands on the wheel and the outside gear lever. Then the pistol fired. Fairbanks rammed the steamer across the starting line and immediately veered left. "For God's sake, Walter!" Mac yelled. The steamer struck and glanced off the high forward end of the Ghost's front fender. The white pulled back to the center of the road, accelerating. Mac coughed in the dust, then raised himself off the seat, inevitably losing speed as he surveyed the damage. The fender bent downward, inches from the Dunlop tire. Silver metal menaced the rubber like a knife. So that was how Fairbanks wanted to play it. All right. Mac twisted the levers that loosened the top half of the windscreen and slammed the top section down, striking the lower part so hard the glass cracked. His cap blew off, and wind and dust particles attacked his exposed face. Somehow it wakened him and fixed his concentration as nothing had before. The great silver machine chased the green steamer through the empty countryside. The Monterey County Highway hardly deserved the name. It twisted back and forth and up and down like a corrugated washboard. Dust bathed the drivers, and sweat on Mac's face turned it to a thin, runny mud. His speedometer showed 39 miles per hour, the mileometer above it indicating that he'd gone 2.5 miles. He roared along, one car length behind the steamer, the road too narrow for passing. Unexpected holes or shallow transverse ditches shook the cars and bounced the drivers like cowboys on wild broncs. Mac clenched his jaws so hard they hurt. Better that than an open mouth and a risk of broken teeth. The road abruptly leveled between grape arbors, and some Mexicans pruning vines gaped at the roaring autos. Suddenly a sharp report sent Mac's hand flying to the brake lever. The rear drums squealed and smoked. He narrowly avoided hitting the white as it careened off the road, its right rear tire punctured. Walter Fairbanks spat profanity into the wind and dust as Mac roared by. He settled back comfortably to cruise the rest of the way to the Del Monte. He could hardly believe he'd won so easily, but the flat would cost Fairbanks 10 minutes minimum, a loss impossible to make up. He stopped for a minute at a rickety stand to buy a large green apple from an old woman. He was filthy with dust, his hair blown every which way, but the sudden easy victory left him famished. The mileometer showed he'd raced 6 miles. A half-mile farther on, he drove out of a grove of wind-blasted cypress into a long, blind bend, and when he emerged from that, he suddenly confronted a wide pool of water in the road. If he slowed down to a safe speed, he'd lose momentum, but better that than breaking an axle. The decision was automatic. He braked and then hit the mud hole. He felt the engine strain, the front wheels spin. The Silver Ghost lurched forward out of the hole. The rear wheels splashed in, spun, then sank back, mired. Mac pounded the steering wheel. Why such a huge puddle? After the last storm, the whole route from the city to Monterey County had dried, completely. Then he noticed a man in scabrous overalls sitting in a rocker in front of a shanty set back from the road on the left. The man wandered out to the Rolls-Royce, his eyes little brown mud balls assessing Mac with open amusement. "Looks like you're stuck bad. Can you help me out? Have you got horses?" "2 mules, yonder in that shed." "I'll pay you." "Sure," the man said. $100. "I thought you were a farmer, not Black Bart," Mac snarled. "Too high for you? Stay here," the man said with a shrug, and Mac knew that Mother Nature wasn't the one who had flooded the hole in the road in order to trap the unwary automobilist out for a scenic drive. Mac had read about similar tricks aimed at the rich and their toys. Seething, he said, "I've got the cash. Get the mules." Hitching them took 10 minutes. Bringing them to the road and attaching chains to the front axle took 10 more. The farmer demanded his pay before he whipped up the team. Mac handed him a $100 note, and for the first time the farmer was impressed. He tucked the note in a dirty pocket of his overall and applied a quirt. "Get up, General Grant. Get up, General Lee." Straddling the chains, Mac cranked the engine, then jumped in to restart it. With combined mule and horsepower, he surged the Ghost's rear wheels out of the mud. The auto's rear fenders were bent down as badly as the right front, now 3 twisted knives poised over the tires. Mac jumped out again. The farmer gave him a witless grin, convinced he'd flummoxed the city gent neatly. "That was a good job," Mac said. "I'll give you a little something extra." "Why, that's real kind of you." "Sure," Mac said, and blew him back with a fist in the face. The farmer knew a lot of barnyard language, and he used it. Undeterred, Mac plucked the $100 note from the man's pocket, then rolled him into the mud hole head first. He jumped back in the Ghost just as Fairbanks steamed out of the blind bend, yelling and gesturing. Fairbanks was coming out of the curve full speed. The farmer came up spluttering, saw the white looming, and jumped out of the mud hole with a shriek. Fairbanks hit the brakes so hard they spewed smoke, and managed to stop a yard short of the mud hole. Screaming threats at the farmer, he ordered him to stay back. Accelerating the Rolls-Royce, Mac looked over his shoulder as Fairbanks roared to the mud hole. He was going faster than Mac had been. He was also luckier. The white plunged in, shuddered, started to settle, but then lurched out, muddy water streaming from the hubs. Mac was only narrowly in the lead. The mileometer showed 8¼ miles now. The road widened and turned east, the ramshackle roofs of Monterey visible ahead. Coming out of the curve, Mac again saw the white over his left shoulder. Drawing up even where the road widened, Fairbanks suddenly wheeled over and rammed his auto into the Ghost. The noisy collision sprang the Ghost's rear door. It clanged like a metal shutter in a hurricane. Fairbanks wrenched his wheel over a second time. This time Mac steered away, shooting across a shallow ditch and into the weeds beside the road. An enormous eucalyptus loomed straight ahead. As the hinges of the flying door broke and the door sailed away like a silver coin spun into the sky, Mac downshifted and steered around the tree, then left again toward the gray cloud behind the steamer. He smelled the Ghost's overheating rear brake, clutch, and motor. Fairbanks hunched over his wheel like some maniacal goblin. Mac opened up the Ghost as far as he dared and chased Fairbanks in the dust. Within a mile of the Del Monte, the road widened still more. Fairbanks nearly ran 2 excursion carriages into the underbrush as Mac gained steadily on the steamer, which was beginning to belch darker smoke. The Ghost shuddered and rattled as if about to fall apart, but the great engine kept her going, and shortly Mac pulled alongside the White. Looking ahead now, he groaned. He'd forgotten the trap at the edge of the hotel property, the arched stone bridge over the decorative lagoon. Wide enough for one. Only one. Side by side in boiling dust, the cars rattled and screamed toward the point where the road shrank to a single-lane bottleneck. Fairbanks swung over and rammed. Mac hadn't expected that so late in the race. He'd unclenched his jaws. The impact jammed his teeth together on his tongue, and blood spurted. But he held the wheel as if he were fused to it. There were carriages parked on the roadside beyond the bridge, spectators waving the racers on. Fat black clouds plumed behind the steamer, and it coughed and bucked, and Mac pulled slightly ahead. The bottleneck rushed at them. Fairbanks sideswiped him again, and Mac's right-hand mirror snapped off while the front fender bent farther down, and the edge sliced a thin shaving of rubber from the tire. Fairbanks hit the Ghost a 3rd time. Spectators jumped up and shouted, seeing the unsportsmanlike maneuver. Blood ran down Mac's chin and splashed his duster. The autos hurtled side by side toward the bottleneck and the bridge. Mac pressed his bloody lips together, put his head down, and steered arrow straight. He could feel the White inches away, with the road narrowing 30 yards ahead, then 20 yards, 10. Mac refused to give way, and finally Fairbanks's nerve broke. Mac heard a raging oath, howling tires. The White veered off. Mac shot onto the bridge just as the bent fender carved through the tire and burst it. The Ghost banged into the stone rail on the right side. Mac fought to control the wheel as the twisted right fender raked the mortared stones, spewing up sparks and smoke. The spectators began to yell fearfully and jump from their vehicles. The Silver Ghost roared off the bridge, held to steer because of the burst tire. Mac flung a look over his shoulder and saw the White miss the bridge and shoot on, its front end lifting, sail over the narrow lagoon, and crash bonnet first in reeds on the other side. Ducks fled with terrified honks as the steamer's rear wheels sank in shallow water scummed with green algae. The car bubbled and hissed, steam billowing out in enormous clouds. Fairbanks climbed groggily into the water, massaging his neck, then splashing to the reeds and ripping off his goggles. Mac throttled down. Even so, the Ghost remained hard to drive. The wooden wheel rim was cracking and splintering. He passed the applauding spectators and crept up the curving drive at 2 miles an hour, the Ghost straining and chugging on the grade. She almost didn't make it to the driveway in front of the hotel, but Mac pleaded and coaxed, and she rolled to a stop at the extreme end of the veranda. There she seemed to sigh and settle on creaking springs. Beneath her, like the flow from a fatal wound, hot oil spread on the sparkling driveway of crushed stone and oyster shell. Mac limped back down the drive to the bridge. Dust dyed his hair a curious tawny color, the blood on his duster and gauntlets already brown. He licked at his crusted mouth and wondered how Fairbanks felt, giving way at the last second. Because he was on foot, he reached the bridge only moments before the Cadillac, the Luverne, and the gleaming yellow Buffalo drove into the bottleneck on the other side. Carla ordered her chauffeur to stop and park. She jumped out and splashed across the shallow lagoon, while on the near banks, Fairbanks walked up and down with small agitated steps. An obese gentleman from a Packard Landau pumped Mac's hand and congratulated him, and Mac's ghastly, bloody face cracked in a poor imitation of a smile. Carla flung off her veil, her cap, her gauntlets, dropping them all in the green water. Fairbanks stepped down to examine the white, now settled hub-deep. Carla reached him.
Darling, darling, are you all right?
Mac stood by the bridge rail where the ghost had left a long scar, then sat down gratefully, exhausted. As usual, Carla wore a great number of rings, sapphires, emeralds, a huge oval-cut diamond, and Mac stared dully at the flash and dazzle as she caressed Fairbanks's face and shoulder.
Are you hurt, sweet?
I don't think so, Fairbanks answered. The auto's a total loss.
Don't worry. Don't concern yourself, sweetheart.
She kissed his dirty face.
I can buy you a new one. I can buy you 10 new ones. It's the least I can do for my husband.
She knew Mac was resting on the bridge within earshot. Fairbanks put his arm around her. They stood in the green water, smiling at him. Mac remembered how he'd felt in the room with Coghlan years ago, punched nearly senseless. He felt that way again. Fairbanks had won his victory before the race started. Congratulations, Chance, Fairbanks called. And to you and Carla. I didn't know you were married. When was the happy event? She smiled defiantly, letting her husband answer. 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles. Very private. Yes, well, quite a surprise. All the best to you both. With a weary, strangely queasy feeling, Mac walked back up the road past the silent spectators. 59. Exhaustion and a deep unhappiness continued to grip Mac in the hours just after the race. He sent Yosh back to the city with the Rolls-Royce, saying he wanted a day or two by himself. He had no idea of where he was going, but he promised to telephone Alex Muller next day. Driving the Cadillac, he found a small, quiet country inn as dusk was coming down. On Monday, from the Monterey Central telephone office, he placed a call to Sacramento Street. There was some kind of trouble on the line. The operator couldn't get the call through. After the third attempt, he gave up. No real harm done. His various enterprises would survive for a bit without him. On Tuesday, he drove to Carmel. Nellie served him lunch of fish chowder and beer. It was a dark day, and she'd lit kerosene lamps inside the snug redwood cottage. She had neither electricity nor a telephone. The solitude didn't seem to sit well on her. Her outdoor color had faded. She was pale as a piece of china. Strain marked her eyes with charcoal smudges. She was humorless, ate almost nothing, smoked one Turkish cigarette after another. He said he'd changed his thinking about Hetch Hetchy. Said he'd written Muir. He expected an enthusiastic response, questions. She said, "That's good," in a distracted way. That was all. In silence, they cleared the table, and then she put on a sweater and led him over a winding path to the white dunes. The fog hid all but 50 yards of gray-green sea. Huge pieces of driftwood lay about in tortured shapes. One reminded Mac of a hunchback kneeling to pray. They walked in the cold murk, careful not to touch. Sandpipers fled from them. A man with a fan beard, dim as a ghost, hailed Nellie from a quarter-mile away. He was hurrying off the beach with his easel and paint box. Nellie returned his wave listlessly. He told her about the race and some of the events that led up to it. The news of the wedding surprised her.
Did you see any more of them?
No, they checked out right away. It was so damn strange, Nellie. Once the race was over, I found I didn't care about it anymore. There wasn't any satisfaction in beating him. We were acting just the way Johnson said, like a couple of 8-year-olds in a schoolyard. Head down, hands in the pocket of her skirt, she said, "Sometimes grown men play those games all their lives. They call it business, politics, sports. You can feel good that you're outgrowing it." The surf rolled foamy white and glassy green from the enveloping fog bank, and a ship's horn uttered its lonely plea far to the west. Mac's white hair blew in the dank wind. He wanted to hold and comfort her. "Time to talk about you," he said. "You don't look well."
Oh, physically I'm all right. It's the depression. The fog lifts, but the feeling doesn't. I've never been so low. Not in all my life.
"Are you writing?"
No, I don't even pick up the pen. I kept hitting my head against Frank's book until I couldn't stand it, so I quit. Now I read. I'm a beachcomber. I failed, Mac. I just failed.
"It's allowed, you know." A wry smile came and went in a moment.
Do I hear the great J.M. Chance admitting human beings can be less than perfect?
He laughed. "You can't get my goat with that. You want to discuss failure? I'll tell you about failure." He told her about Jim. At the end, he said, "Johnson's right about that, too." It seemed to draw her out of herself. They sat on a driftwood log, staring into the mist. Sandpipers kept marching through the shallows in quickstep. The wind blew her hair, and she brushed at flying strands.
You're amazingly frank about yourself.
"Told you, a lot of things came clear at the hotel. But what good is that? I don't know what to do."
Why, HB had one of the answers. Forget business for a while. Concentrate on Jim. Give him more of yourself. No matter how awkward it seems at first, or how difficult.
She watched the fog.
You don't want to make the same mistake you made with Mr. Fairbanks's new wife.
"Now listen, about Carla. When we were married, I tried—" At that point, he cut it off. It was bluster, an automatic defense. He no longer believed it. Why should others? "No, you're right," he said finally. "I neglected her. She drew away, so I neglected her more. The pattern's repeating with Jim. I began to recognize that yesterday, dimly. You've seen it clearly, I guess. You're a smart woman."
Oh, yes, expert with everyone's problems but my own.
She scooped up sand and flung it angrily. Then she rose and wandered down to the water with a hopelessness that alarmed him, and he hurried after her. He touched her shoulders and turned her. The wind blew her hair forward on either side of her face, teasing his skin like unseen hands. "I hate to see you feeling so bad."
I hate it too. Where's all that California hope? God, I need a little.
She averted her face, eyes shut, crying now. Mac embraced her, felt her shuddering against his wrinkled motoring coat. She crept her arms around him and clung to his back. They held each other a while. Then she pulled her head back to gaze up at him. Her mouth was pale as ivory. He kissed her and tasted salty tears. Her hair blew against his closed eyes, and he put his mouth to her ear. "Nobody else keeps me straight like you. I wander off the path, and you kick me back. Stay with me. I love you." She kissed him with enormous ardor, twisting her head back and forth, finding his tongue. He rubbed his palms up and down the back of her sweater and felt her legs brace against his. He kissed her throat. "Let's go back," he said.
No, I can't.
Her voice strengthened.
Not when I'm in this state. I've got to straighten myself out. Then, we'll see.
"Damn it, Nellie, I want you so damn bad." She pushed against his chest, not hard, but firmly.
Your son needs you. If you're serious about him, now's the time to show it.
"I can't get back to San Francisco tonight."
Start now. You'll be there in the morning.
"Let me stay."
God, I'm tempted, but No. He kissed her ear, her eyelids. You want what I want. I know it. Please, Mac, go on. You don't know how weak I am. If you stay the night, I'll beg you to stay a week, a year, forever. I'd hate myself if I kept you from Jim 1 hour longer than necessary.
That's very selfless.
Oh, don't be bitter.
What the hell do you expect? You're turning me away. Again.
You're losing your temper again. When you get over it, you'll see I'm right about—
Very selfless, and it makes me feel like hell.
Well, I don't feel much better. Not about you, myself, anything. Go, go, go.
She ran off over the dune. He stood there, a study in despair, while the surf rushed and the hidden foghorn mourned. Damn woman, stubborn as ever. He went straight back to the Cadillac and drove off without knocking on her door. 60. The seedy little building overlooked Half Moon Bay. Bilious tan paint was peeling from the siding, and a weak electric bulb lit the sign over the doorway. Shore Cafe, wines, beers, liquors. Mac peered at the sign through the dust rising around the acetylene headlights. He shut everything off and walked to the cafe. Behind him, in the black abyss of the ocean, he heard gulls. He was spent. He'd been driving steadily, stopping only for gasoline. The owner, the only person in the place, was cleaning up. He was a burly, thick-necked man in a shirt with vertical blue stripes. A single shaded lamp threw light on the back bar, where 3 plates were propped on a narrow shelf above the bottles. Souvenir plates, painted in gaudy enamels. One showed Cliff House, another the Ferris wheel at the 1894 Midwinter Fair in Golden Gate Park, and the third depicted angelic tourists in the Japanese tea garden. The snap of his rag indicated that the owner didn't like Mac's rumpled clothes and general air of raffishness. "Closed up," he said. "See the clock? 10:30. I want some whiskey." Mac dug in his pocket. "You can take time to sell me a pint of whiskey, for Christ's sake. You can take time to sell me some gas." The man studied the bill on the bar, then he laughed, a hog snuffling. $20? For that I can. For that I'll set you up in style." He gestured to the deal table under porthole windows, made nearly opaque by smoke and cooking grease. "If you want to go to bed, go on," Mac said. "Just fill the car and leave the whiskey." "How many pints? How many have you got?" Lifting his head, Mac winced and groaned. His mouth tasted of the risen bile of his belly. He ground the butts of his palms in his eye sockets. 3 pints of whiskey stood in front of him, one empty on its side, one a quarter full, one unopened. "God," he groaned. "What time is it?" He dropped his pocket watch, fumbled for it under the table, snapped it open. A few minutes past 5. In the morning? There, outside the greasy portholes, the Cadillac glistened with dampness. Beyond it, Half Moon Bay spread gray and flat, though there were touches of pink brightening it. 3 little fishing smacks were raising sail. "In the morning," he said, with a sorry shake of his head. He'd let Nellie's rejection get the best of him, had drunk the cafe's bad whiskey till he passed out or fell asleep. Probably just as well, though. He'd pushed himself to exhaustion yesterday. Couldn't have driven any farther. He felt a little better in spite of his excess. His head was clearing. He'd work things out with Jim. Then he'd work things out with Nellie, in that order. Mustn't forget the lesson of T. Fowler Haynes. There was always hope. He pushed away from the table, anxious to get out in the air and watch the dawn break. As he started for the door, though, the floor seemed to shiver. He heard a rumbling as of distant detonations. Plaster dust sifted from the ceiling, powdering his shoulders. Then there was a thump upstairs, and oaths. The floor shook steadily. Bottles on the back bar clinked, danced merrily to the edge, fell, and broke. An ornamental plate plummeted off the shelf and demolished the tourists in the tea garden. The Cliff House crashed. The Ferris wheel fell and exploded. Mac heard a grinding and watched in amazement as a fissure shot across the stained ceiling, then branched into fingers. Then silence. The floor had stopped shaking finally. It had lasted 30 seconds or so, he judged. In the distance, someone rang a fire bell. A door slammed open upstairs, and the owner stumbled to the landing, his red flannels unbuttoned over a hairy navel. He rubbed his morning beard. Jesus, I fell out of bed. It woke me up. What the hell was it, an earthquake? Yeah, felt like a bad one. Well, it didn't last long. The floor swayed and shook again, and suddenly the ceiling opened and the light fixture dropped, along with crumbling plaster and lath. Mac kicked the door and dove outside just as the Shore Cafe fell down on its owner. Little Jim woke up about the same time as his father. He smelled the raw odor of garbage. Above a milk wagon at the end of the alley where he'd taken shelter for the night, a street lamp went dark. Jim sat against the building, stiff and cold, clutching his tramp's bundle against his chest. He'd left Sacramento Street at dusk on Sunday. It took him that long to find his opportunity. Alex, Senora Olivar, and Professor Love were all out of the house finally, and the servants busy. "I'm going home," he said to himself now as he shook off sleep. 3 nights on his own had weakened any desire to run away. Sunday and Monday he'd slept in Golden Gate Park, freezing, eating the last of the apples and bread filched from the kitchen. On Monday night an unkempt man approached him, unbuttoned his pants, and showed his thing. Jim fled while the man shouted dirty invitations. Last night, after wandering all over, he found this narrow, trash-strewn passage. He'd slept against the wall of the 4-story Valencia Street Hotel, a cheap place just below Market. Pa didn't like him. Pa was a stranger, but he'd had enough of defiant adventuring by himself. He was stiff, cold, starving. Home was better than this, even with Pa to put up with. A sound distracted him, and he turned to the other end of the alley, the end away from the street, and saw a man's silhouette against the breaking light, the rooftops. He was a tall man in a queer ankle-length garment, a patchwork coat of quilt and carpet squares. The man wore woolen gloves without fingers. For a second, Jim thought it was the terrifying stranger from Golden Gate Park, but it wasn't. This one had wild locks straggling to his shoulders. Water trickled. The man was relieving himself. At the nearer end of the passage, Valencia Street, the milk wagon horse began to toss its head and stamp. Then it neighed, as if it sensed or saw something frightening. "I want to go home, right now." Little Jim scrambled up. "Hey, who's that?" the shadow man called out. He slipped along the alley toward Jim. Jim ran the other way. 6 steps and he reached Valencia Street. The milk wagon horse flung itself against the traces and stamped, its wild neigh signaling something awful but still unseen. A rumbling filled the air then, a sound like a rushing train. Jim shot looks left and right but couldn't find the source. A few early workers trudging along stopped and looked around. Then the street was rippling like a shaken carpet. Jim's mouth fell open. The roar grew louder, mingled with creakings and grindings and crunchings of the rickety frame buildings crowded around. Upstairs in the Valencia Hotel, guests woke, crying out, and suddenly it seemed as if every church bell in San Francisco started to ring. They pealed and clanged without rhythm or melody, wild bells filling the air. A huge cornice hurtled down in front of Jim like a meteor, exploding as it hit the street. With a cry, he leaped back and put his face against the hotel, fragments of the cornice stinging his cheek and ear. One nicked his eyelid. A gloved hand grasped his shoulder. "Boy, what's happening?" Jim screamed. Saw a stranger's face above him. Long locks. It was the man in the carpet square coat. "Let me pass, youngster. Let old Jocker see." A guest from the hotel ran into the street as the wagon horse whinnied and bucked. A chimney on a two-story frame house across Valencia ripped apart on the mortar lines and collapsed, a dozen of its bricks striking the milkman. The wire carrier dropped from his hand, corks popping out, and he rolled on the sidewalk, his blood flowing into the milk. Roofs tore open. A second chimney sheared in half, and sparks spun upward, a whirlpool of fiery dots. The street waved and rippled like the ocean. Jim was stricken with terror, held fast by the dirty, tall man. "Jesus God, Judgment Day," the man cried. After what seemed like forever, the tremor stopped. "It's an earthquake," the man panted. People ran out of the flimsy houses and the Valencia Street Hotel. A long tongue of fire rose from a broken chimney, then fell back, and black smoke rolled behind some windows down the block. The bells still rang across the sky, but the tolling slowed somewhat. For approximately 10 seconds, the morning seemed fresh and sweet and still again. The heavens sun-brightened, though hazed with drifting dust from wrecked buildings. Down toward Market, Jim heard a rush of water and saw a great foamy geyser spurt up 2 stories, a burst hydrant. Then he saw another. Jim ducked and pulled against the tall man's hand. Then the next tremor hit. The street began rippling again. Halfway down the block, 10 yards of pavement bulged up and formed a hill. The Valencia Street Hotel tilted forward, and across the way, 3 abutting houses leaned south, tipped to an angle of 45 degrees in the space of a breath. A grinding, shuddering roar filled Jim's ears again. Lumber fell on him. "Here, boy, watch out," the man cried, throwing himself on Jim to shield him moments before the entire Valencia Street Hotel fell apart, fell on top of them, raining debris and human bodies. Mac drove the Cadillac north like a man demented. Rocks ticked and snicked against the windscreen. His white hair blew and the sleeves of the filthy duster flapped. Practically leaning on the wheel, he tried to force more power, more speed from the sputtering, overheated machine. Behind him, Half Moon Bay lay ruined. Nearly all of its frame buildings and piers were down. An aftershock about 5:30 leveled the few structures that had survived the initial quake. By 6:30, Mac and some neighbors had cleared a small mountain of wreckage and rescued the cafe owner, who was still alive. They stretched the man on blankets by the gas pump. Ahead of him, filling the horizon, extending to the Pacific on his left and across the peninsula on his right, a billowing, boiling rampart of cloud showed the enormous sweep of the earthquake. On his left, toward the sea, he saw a half-mile of railway line sunk out of sight. On his right, a man waved his arms in front of a collapsed pile of lumber. On it lay a ripped-down sign. "Artichokes, avocados, fresh." "Stop! Turn back!" the man yelled, waving. "Everything's down. Telephone's out. I was calling Palo Alto. The university's in ruins." The man in the wreckage blurred away behind. Max squinted. In the rampart of dust and smoke a mile high, there were new flashing colors, reds, yellows, pinks. He couldn't see the city, only its southern approaches, its outlying hills, but he could tell from the color-shot clouds that the quake 4 hours ago had done more, much more, than demolish property. "Jim!" He beat on the wheel. "Jim!" At 9:15 in the morning, April 18th, 1906, Mac Chance drove into San Francisco. San Francisco was burning. 61. "Special police," the civilian said. He stood in front of the stopped Cadillac at the intersection of 10th and Bryant, and stretched his arm over the bonnet, his big blue Colt pointed at Mac's forehead. Smoke drifted in the intersection. Directly east, south of Market Street, huge clouds boiled skyward, flashing orange within. Every few seconds, Mac heard windows blowing out. "Who deputized you?" "Mayor Schmitz, me and 1,000 others." "Where are your credentials?" "In the cylinder of this gun." "Get out of my way. I live on Nob Hill. My name's Macklin Chance." "Oh, Mr. Chance." "Yes, sir. Didn't recognize you right off. I've seen your photo many times." He stepped away from the front of the auto. "Go on, but be careful, and pay attention to this." He pulled a handbill from his pocket. Meantime, Mac's eye fixed on a corner hydrant. It was open, its base surrounded by a slime of mud. "What's wrong with the water?" "Isn't any. Just a muddy trickle all over town." "The underground mains broke?" "That's what they think. Listen, it's bad on Market Street. Rubberneckers, pickpockets, people hauling out what they can save. It's a damn madhouse. Don't make any suspicious moves. This paper means what it says." Mac looked at the proclamation. Signed by the mayor, its bold-faced words leaped out. "Kill any and all persons engaged in looting or the commission of any other crime." Kill people with no questions asked? How can Schmitz order that? "How can something like this happen?" The special waved him on. He drove around a big brick pile, a chimney that had tumbled into the street. In the ruins of a house, a blue gas flame hissed from a twisted pipe. Up on Market, a steam pumper raced east, the manes of its horses flying. What good was fire equipment without water? A spindly man in a long flannel gown ran alongside, begging a ride. "I was recuperating in the Central Emergency Hospital. It fell down around us. I've got to find my wife. I'm afraid she's left our flat in North Beach." "Get in. I'll take you up to Market Street." As Mac drove, the spindly man babbled. "It's terrible. It's so terrible. The Hearst building is burned. The Opera House is gone, and all the Met scenery. 8 freight cars of it. Caruso sang Don Jose last night, you know. He stayed in one of the hotels. They say he's dead. Oh, God, I'm so worried about my wife." "Where do you think she's gone?" "To the moon. All of my wife's relatives live on the moon." Mac stopped just short of Market Street. "Good luck." The man thanked him and got out. Mac shook his head in wonderment. The Central Emergency Hospital had disgorged all of its patients, including the lunatics. Astonishing sights assaulted him as he turned right on Market Street. The City Hall dome was a mere skeleton now, dangerously canted. Soldiers were everywhere. Soldiers from Fort Mason, the Presidio, the Pine Street Cavalry Barracks, mounted soldiers and foot soldiers. All were armed, some with bayonets. Ahead, looking eastward, buildings were burning in several blocks immediately south of Market. North of Market, in what appeared to be the waterfront area, a second great cloud arose. That was the wholesale produce district. Heavy smoke rolled over Market Street, sometimes hiding most of the taller structures like the 18-story Call building on the south side at 3rd Street. The Call was still untouched. Down that way, too, he saw huge crowds of people milling around, men in business suits and derbies, women with parasols. They were sightseeing. Incredible. He nosed the Cadillac ahead slowly. It was a small metal boat in a human tide flowing the other way. Hundreds of San Franciscans were fleeing west toward the parks and ocean beaches. They dragged steamer trunks. They pushed lawnmowers and sewing machines, piled high with goods. They carried belongings in suitcases and pillowcases. 2 men went by rolling an upright piano stuffed with clothes, a moose head, a banjo, a dress form. The pervasive smoke began to sting Mac's eyes, and he coughed repeatedly. He noticed more and more long blue coats, more and more tall helmets. Along with the soldiers and specials, every policeman in Chief Drennan's 600-man force must have been called out for duty. "Clear away!" A mounted army captain in a khaki campaign hat waved his crop and rammed his horse through the fleeing people. "Squad, follow me!" 6-foot soldiers with bayonets double-timed behind. The captain and his men surrounded the Cadillac. "We're taking this auto." "Just a minute, Captain." "Get out. That's an order." Angrily, Mac flung himself to the street. "I thought the Army had no use for rich man's toys." "I don't know what you're talking about. We're moving the dead and wounded in autos, commandeering every one. Nothing else can get through these streets. Private Allen, drive." He signaled to the east with his crop. Mac stood amid the flowing crowds and watched a grinning 20-year-old in khaki depart with his automobile. He trudged on. Down side streets he saw dead horses. Pavements were awash with the flood from burst mains. Every saloon was closed. By order of the mayor, signs said. Clouds from the 2 fires above and below Market rolled higher into the sky. Mac could no longer see the sun. A woman lay in a Market Street doorway with her skirt hoisted, both her hands clutching the doorframe above her. She heaved up and down and screamed like a hurt child as a man and another woman crouched on the sidewalk in front of her. Mac saw them pull a bloody newborn baby from between her parted legs. Half a dozen men overtook him from behind. 3 pushing wheelbarrows full of canvas sacks stenciled Fairbanks Trust. The other 3 carried pump shotguns. "What have you got there?" Mac asked, stepping toward the nearest barrow. $1 million in bearer bonds," one of the armed men said, taking aim. "You want a close look? It'll be your last." "No thanks, I believe you." Mac stood aside and they rushed on down Market Street with their barrows. Going where? The ferry building? Oakland? Were the ferries still running? He recognized a police sergeant who was trying to direct traffic and asked him for details. "Oh, Mr. Chance, it's a catastrophe," the policeman said in his lovely Irish brogue. "There's no water except what can be pumped from the cisterns and the bay. None of the fire alarms worked, and the battery jars at the Chinatown alarm station broke in the quake. Poor Dennis Sullivan was mortally injured when headquarters came down." Sullivan was fire chief, a 26-year veteran, and the man who'd pleaded for money to improve the water system. "And there's been nobody as keen and sharp as him to direct the firemen. We got a 3rd blaze, a bad one, back there in Hayes Valley." He pointed over Mac's shoulder. "Some damn fool woman tried to cook breakfast with a damaged flue. It's God's judgment, I think. 'Tis a sinful town, this one. Whores and sodomites, sodomites and whores." "How's Nob Hill?" "Safe so far. Who knows for how long?" Mac watched the apocalyptic clouds. The Call building jutted like an iceberg in a smoky sea. Who knows for how long? He fought on to within a block of the Call. The crowds were heaviest here. Thousands packed Market Street from curb to curb, asking questions, offering opinions. They weren't typical sightseers, Mac realized when he was among them. They weren't light-hearted. They were worried. "Think the Call will go?" "Not on your life. The building's fireproof." "The Crocker building was fireproof. It's gutted." "The palace is standing. See her flag flying down there?" "Hurrah for the old palace." Some of them applauded. The general noise level was incredible. The roar of the South of Market fire background for horses trotting, windows bursting, soldiers and police yelling, children crying, autos honking as they wove reckless paths through the crowds with cargoes of bodies or the wounded. Unseen buildings continued to crash down. Mac pulled out his watch. Almost noon. A cry went up and a plume of smoke was visible spewing from a window on the Call's top floor. Windows began to explode, a torrent of glass falling toward the street. People around Mac pushed and screamed and ran. A triangle of flying glass slashed the back of his neck. The policeman had used the right word: catastrophe. The heart of San Francisco was not yet gone, but it was going. He turned up Grant, then west again for a quick look at Union Square. It was packed with people, and so far unscathed. On the edge of the square, he bumped into a man he knew from the Bohemian Club. "Chance, you're on the Committee of Safety. Do you know that?" "No, I don't. I just got back. What's the committee? What's it for?" "The mayor organized it to run the firefighting, the emergency hospitals, everything. 50 of the city's best. Jim Phelan's chairman. They've sent appeals to Mayor Amat in Oakland and Governor Pardee in Sacramento. I saw your name when they posted the committee list at 10. They're supposed to be in session right now." "Where?" "Not sure. I heard they left the Hall of Justice for the new Fairmont." "Thanks," he said, pushing and shoving his way onward toward the Dewey Monument with the winged victory figure crowning it. On the Gary Street side of the square, a man was shouting and waving. "Get away to Oakland! Launches to Oakland! Pier 13! "How much?" someone yelled. 50 cents. "That's thievery!" But 20 other people rushed after the tout. Mac kept squeezing and pushing forward toward Post Street on the square's north side. Another mass outcry turned him around suddenly. 4 upper floors of the Call were ablaze. Behind it, the fire clouds rose 2 miles or more, darkening the sky. To the southwest, similar clouds indicated that the Hayes Valley fire, the fire from the woman's breakfast, was spreading. The constant crash of collapsing buildings made it sound like wartime. Mac crossed Post on his way back to Powell. Suddenly he spied Alex Muller over near the entrance of the St. Francis. Hatless and coatless, Alex dove across Post into the square Mac had just left. Mac recrossed the street and chased him. "Alex!" he yelled, waving as he swam through the human sea. Alex heard his name, turned, and peered through the dull daylight. "Mr. Chance!" The sight of his employer seemed to upset him. Alex's sweaty shirt was smudged with dirt. He'd rolled up his cuffs to a point just below his black sleeve garters. Alex never showed his sleeve garters or went out with soiled linen. "Sir, I didn't know where you were or when to expect you. The mayor's committee." "Yes, I heard. Are you out for some sightseeing like everyone else?" "No, sir. I am here in hopes of... That is, sir, have you been home?" "Not yet." "You don't know about your son?" In the palpable heat of the infernos to the south and east, Mac grew cold. "Is Jim hurt?" "Sir, not exactly. On Sunday evening, the professor, Angelina Olivar, and I were all out of the house for various reasons, for a period of several hours. I was the first to come back at approximately 10:15. Since Angelina was not due to return until early Monday, I checked Jim's room to see that all was well. I couldn't find him. Apparently he slipped away sometime during the evening." "What the hell do you mean, slipped away?" "Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry." With a guilty look, he blurted, "Ran off." "Oh, Jesus. No." "We tried to contact you, sir. We didn't know precisely where you were. The Del Monte said you had left. Yosh told us to expect a call on Monday, but it never came. Belatedly then, Monday evening, we asked the local authorities to attempt to contact other law enforcement agencies south of here. I must say candidly, when your name was mentioned, we did not get the best cooperation." Mac was too stunned to react to that. Alex continued, "I've been out all morning, ever since the earthquake woke the household. I hoped I might spot little Jim somewhere. There are so many people abroad, and I feel he must still be in the city." "Are you sure he ran away?" "He removed many of his things from his room. The bed was still made." "Did you call the police on Sunday night?" "Naturally, at once. We gave them a full description of Jim." "Damn it. Can a 7-year-old boy with a limp be that hard to find?" "No, sir.
Last night a foot patrolman saw him on Market Street. He lost him in the crowds. This morning, well, you see for yourself. The police have no time."
Somewhere another building came down in thundering ruin. Mac scanned the sky, Union Square, the crowds. Tears of rage and guilt began to run. He fought them. God, where is he? A detonation, louder, different, shook the pavement. People screamed and pushed, flinging their arms over their heads. It's another quake.
No, they're dynamiting. The army's dynamiting. Fire breaks.
A second detonation followed, and a third.
"Sir," Alex began, "if I might suggest—"
Mac whirled away, shoving a man crowding next to him. He didn't think coherently, just ran. He hurried up the steep slope of Powell Street. Behind him, the fire south of the slot was burning along a 1.5-mile front, from the Bay all the way to 6th Street, and from Folsom to Market. Fire was gutting the entire Call building at 3rd and surging on toward the Palace Hotel at Montgomery. The Produce District fire was advancing as well, and the Hayes Valley fire was spreading in the direction of Mechanics Pavilion and City Hall. It was a panorama worthy of hell. Mac ran away from it, up Powell toward home. He passed a small pigtailed girl wandering with a rag doll. He passed an old Chinese woman sitting in a doorway, her cheeks shiny with tears. A white bone poked through a torn black trouser leg.
"Broke," she said to Mac as he ran by.
"Oh, broke." He passed an Italian with a pushcart full of sheet music. He passed a coffee house where 2 special policemen had cornered a looter. One pulled silverware from the man's coat pockets. The other beat the thief with a truncheon. Mac struggled up the hill to California Street, and all of pain turned deep in his chest. The hours of hunger, shock, and exertion finally took their toll. He leaned his forehead against the cold granite of the new, but still unopened Fairmont Hotel. Unexpectedly, he thought of Margaret, her place on Mission Street. Destroyed, surely. Was she all right? He raised his head, his white hair blowing in the hot breeze. He was so tired he wanted to drop, but he had to go on, to the mansion. But why was he hurrying? What could be done if Jim was gone? Who could find a lone boy among so many thousands in flight? And there was the committee. He identified himself to a guard and walked into the Fairmont Hotel. Former Mayor Jim Phelan noticed when Mac entered through a rear door of the parlor, which still smelled of fresh paint. From a draped table up in front, he said, "Mac, welcome. You're a sight. Drove up from Carmel. The quake caught me at Half Moon Bay." "We're trying to decide how to save this town," Rudolph Spreckles said. He was seated among the committee members. "It's too late." The voice belonged to Fairbanks. His remark angered Phelan. "Don't talk that way. San Franciscans may be guilty of a lot of things, but they aren't quitters. They don't sit down and cry. Shall we get back to work, gentlemen?" Fires burning at 2,000 degrees and higher rapidly consumed entire blocks. Granite pillars melted, shrank, and cooled as misshapen rocks. Steel beams bent like sticks of macaroni in hot water. Iron folded like shirt cardboard, sandstone cracked like window glass, concrete crumbled into sand. At 1 p.m., the Army began dynamiting north of Market Street. The Produce District fire was sweeping west. At 3 p.m., the flag on the Palace Hotel vanished in the smoke, and the great old hostelry waited for the end. By 8 p.m., with the sun down, an eerie false daylight illuminated the city. Frantic firefighters watched the westward advance of the Produce District blaze, then reorganized to hold the line at Powell Street. The south of Market fire crossed 8th Street. The third fire, the one started by the unknown woman at breakfast, raged on from Mechanics Pavilion toward City Hall. Someone had christened it the Ham and Eggs fire. It jumped Market Street at Ninth, mating with the South Fire to create a new one, bigger, deadlier, a huge hot hurricane of flame. The fire rushed west toward the Mission District. At the Fairmont, as everywhere else, telephone lines were dead, and commandeered autos came and went with messages, orders, reports on the position of the fires. The Committee of Safety rushed available supplies to Golden Gate Park, facing a possible 100,000 people homeless for the night. A messenger from Oakland said an emergency train was already en route from Los Angeles with doctors, nurses, food, medical supplies. By 11 p.m., it became certain that Chinatown was going. All of its 10,000 residents were flung from their homes and shops into streets already overflowing with refugees. Mac worked through the night with only a cup of cold tea and a half-stale roll to sustain him. Shortly before 3 a.m., he heard running in the corridor outside the parlor.
"We have to evacuate the hotel," someone cried. "The fires jumped to this side of Powell."
"Mac, you better go home," Phelan said. "Save what you can." The official fire defense line moved west to Van Ness. The Produce District fire burned along Bush Street and Pine Street, taking a building, heating the next till it ignited, taking that one, and heating the one beyond. The fiery dominoes fell one by one, randomness injected only by shifts of the breeze. After the fire took the first blocks of Bush and Pine west of Powell, the wind turned it north on Mason, toward the wooden gingerbread palaces of the Rail and Silver Kings. The mansion on Sacramento Street had sustained severe quake damage. The great Tiffany skylight was gone, its remains littering the foyer 3 stories down. The floor of Mac's bedroom canted at a 30-degree angle. In his office, he packed a Calgold orange crate with ledgers and papers. At 3:40 a.m., the exodus from the house began. Signora Olivar carried out a precious painted Madonna. Professor Love carried out his Bartlett's and some other books. The servants carried Gladstones, teapots, Bibles, photograph albums. Yosh drove around the corner in the Silver Ghost, her acetylene lights poking through the smoke. She lacked her ruined fenders and spare tire and was dented, but she was oddly grand, bright as an ingot. Yosh parked her at the gate, pointing west. Coatless now, Mac struggled down the steps with the orange crate. He was beaten to exhaustion, to a kind of numbed somnambulism. But he kept moving, one foot ahead of the other. The servants were watching him with concern. In the confusion of firelight and shadow, he bumped into Alex, who was carrying the large Sargent painting on his shoulder. "Leave that."
"Sir, it's a valuable piece of art."
"I'd rather have my son."
"I know, sir. This is my choice to save."
He slipped out the gate with the portrait of Mac still balanced on his shoulder. All of them but Alex and Mac piled into the Rolls-Royce, crowding in like comedians in a Nickelodeon picture. 11 people in an auto built for 7. She sagged, but her springs held. Mac turned for a last look. He saw for the first time the crack in the left-hand pillar. It ran down through the cartouche, cleaving his initials. It's God's judgment, I think. The fire swirled above the roof of the Fairmont and danced behind its windows. Yosh watched anxiously.
"Mr. Chance?"
What arrogance, Mac thought, staring at the pillar. What stupidity. This was his punishment. Jim was his punishment.
"Please hurry, sir,"
Alex said. Mac's face convulsed. With a great heave, he threw the orange crate back through the gates. Papers scattered. Ledgers flew. Overhead, wind gusts whirled flaming sticks and debris. Some landed on the mansion's highest cupola, and a little white thread of smoke unraveled. "Burn, God damn you!" He turned around and walked away. Standing in front of the Silver Ghost, between the acetylene lights, he had a pale, wild, almost demented look. He flung off his torn vest and threw it in the street. Those in the car saw the shopkeeper's Colt riding in its holster on his right hip. "Follow me, Yosh." He started walking. The car crept forward, Alex walking behind. On his shoulder, Mac's painted eyes stoically watched the Fairmont burn. The false sun heated the back of Mac's neck. The false noonday lit the way ahead. He led the slow, burdened auto down from Nob Hill, leaving the hill to its conqueror. 8. Ruins, 1906 to 1908. While the fires raged, the city was on her knees. They burned all through Wednesday and Thursday. On the western fire line at Van Ness Avenue, soldiers spread and lit kerosene to burn houses and create fire breaks. More dynamiting made plenty of noise, but experts later said it did little or no good. The price of holding the Van Ness line was high. With manpower concentrated there, the fire to the northeast jumped Washington Street and consumed parts of Russian Hill and North Beach. To the east, the fire burned to Columbus Avenue, then on toward the waterfront. On Friday, the firestorms spent themselves, and the firefighters began to win. Fireboats helped save most of the piers on the bay. The western fire jumped across Van Ness, but there the breaks held. Then on Saturday it rained, and the reckoning began. The death toll approached 500. No one could be sure of how many had been lost in collapsed buildings that later burned. Fires had razed over 2,800 acres, wiping out 490 city blocks and 250,000 dwellings. They had destroyed 6 times as much land and property as the London fire of 1666. Even the Chicago fire of 1871 was but 2/3 the size. The great landmark buildings, the banks and theaters were gone. All the records in City Hall, the books in the public libraries, the Nob Hill mansions of the Big Four, gone. The ferries had never stopped running, but the cable cars were out of service indefinitely. San Franciscans responded with astounding pluck and heart. They had beaten disasters before, and they would beat this one. The Committee of Safety immediately opened 150 relief stations to distribute survival portions of food and water. Distant towns and states loaded food and blankets into boxcars and sped them west. School children took up collections. Foreign nations sent money, the Japanese alone giving almost $250,000. In all, $9 million in relief aid poured into San Francisco to house and feed its homeless in the enormous tent camps erected on every available square foot of green space and ocean beach. Less generous were some of the companies that had smilingly insured San Francisco's goods and real estate when the skies were blue. Now, with smoke hanging in the air, some of them reneged. Claims ran to over $500 million, and many honest firms pledged to pay in full. 12 American companies did so and went bankrupt, but several European insurers either discounted claims as much as 25% or welched altogether. The mind-numbing proportions of the disaster slowly emerged. San Francisco was far from the sole casualty. To the north and south, the quake had buckled the earth for a distance of 200 miles in a path up to 40 miles wide. North to Fort Bragg and south to Salinas, railroad tracks had softened like taffy, risen and frozen into roller coaster hills. Eyewitnesses said sidewalks shot up and stopped like elevators arriving at the second floor. Earth along the opened fault line moved as much as 21 feet. In Sonoma County, downtown Santa Rosa was leveled. At Palo Alto on the peninsula, the university sustained massive damage. Large sections of San Jose were rubble. Looked at one way, it was an unspeakable nightmare, but in another, it became an achievement. Who else but Californians could survive a mammoth quake and the worst fire in man's history, yet exhibit such courage, spirit, and resilience? In this mood, the city began to shrug off her shock and despair and was soon displaying the charming cockiness that had always made her special. Handsome Gene Schmitz proclaimed, "Our fair city lies in ruins, but as your mayor I say, these are the damnedest, finest ruins ever seen on the face of the earth." Cleanup began. Soldiers patrolled with bayonets to keep order. City government resumed its operations in the Whitcomb Hotel on Market Street. Architects declared their intention to implement the Burnham Plan at last. God had already cleared the land for them. People shared living space, food, memories of good times and of narrow escapes as they ate their rations shipped over the rails from Chicago or Denver or Jersey City. For a while, everyone forgot to hate the SP. Within 3 years, virtually every block of the city's commercial heart, her downtown, was rebuilt as if there had never been an earthquake, never been a fire. The alchemy of time was already turning the base metal of disaster into the gold of legend. Years afterward, San Franciscans still boasted of the damnedest, finest ruins ever seen. 62. Even before the fires went out, Mac was moving, roaming through the parks and along the ocean beaches. He showed his pass signed by Governor Pardee, over and over to the camp commandants, soldiers with bayonets, refugees. He said, "My son is 7, going on 8. His most noticeable feature is a limp. His left foot is crippled. He's tall and mature for his age. He's fair-haired with dark blue eyes. I don't have a picture of him, but he looks exactly like the woman in this photo from the Oakland Tribune. Have you seen him?" On Saturday, the day it rained, he went to the temporary police headquarters, the park station out on Stanyan Street. The place was bedlam, officers coming and going, distraught relatives shouting and weeping. Mac's name got him into the office of Chief Drinan immediately. Drinan knew about the disappearance, but had nothing new to report. He muttered a few words of sympathy that Mac found perfunctory, and sent him to see Detective Mulvihill. "Ike Mulvihill," the detective said, giving Mac a damp handshake. His desk looked like someone had emptied several wastebaskets on it. Sit down, sit down." Mulvihill gestured to a flimsy chair. He was a spindly, gray-haired old-timer with bags under his eyes, a shirt that gave off a stale odor, and a tie on which he'd spilled innumerable cups of coffee and mugs of beer. "I suppose it's about your son," Mulvihill began, shuffling some papers aimlessly. "We have the description, but he hasn't been seen. Under the circumstances, it isn't surprising. Hundreds of persons are still missing. I mean literally hundreds. But I'm telling you, sir, you're making our job harder because you can't provide a photograph of this boy." "I had 2 of them, both burned along with the house. I was interested in getting my people out rather than personal effects. I trust that won't hamper you from working on the case." Mac was growing sarcastic. "When we have the time and can spare the manpower," Mulvihill said. Perhaps he was tired, worn out, but he too seemed unsympathetic, and he shrugged in a way that snapped Mac's temper. Mac hammered his desk. "The time is now, detective, not next week or next month." "Don't yell at me, Mr. Chance. Don't you come in here and yell. I've got my hands full." "Haven't we all? I want you to do something." "Don't take that tone with me. Remember who you're speaking to. You do the same, goddammit. I'm a taxpayer, but no friend of the government of this city." Mulvihill exploded, shooting him a look. He began shuffling and arranging papers again, rapidly now, his eyes fixed on them. "I'm busy, Mr. Chance. You can see all these cases of people missing just like your boy. We'll do our utmost, as we would for any citizen. If we come up with something, we'll inform you right away. Where are you living?" "We're camping in the panhandle of Golden Gate Park." "Fine. Good day," Mulvihill said, not looking up. On his way out, Max slammed the door. It made him feel no better. Leaving the station, a new thought struck him. Considering Mulvihill's age, he was undoubtedly a colleague of Lon Coughlin, maybe even a friend. God, what a situation. Among the 40,000 camped in the park, Mac and the others from the mansion had set up their own little community in a double row of white tents. They took turns standing in the food and water lines. For the first few days, all the water came across from Oakland, transferred from barges to tank wagons that traveled through the ruined city under heavy guard. Their tent community grew quickly. Red Haversack found them, and his wife and 5 children. Margaret found them along with 2 of her waiters and a shy black whore, Gisela. Maison Napoleon was completely gone. She had operated it with a few girls, without dining room service, in the months since her release from the hospital. Though she'd confessed to Mac that she didn't have much heart for the business anymore, she'd have to reopen eventually because it was the only trade she knew. Margaret's waiters brought an upright piano with them. No one asked them where they got it. In the evening, everyone would gather around to enjoy it. Gisela played and sang. She had a lovely soprano voice. Their favorite was the song people had adopted after the quake and fire, "There'll Be a Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight." Gisela performed it with a hard, rocking beat. Sometimes, though, she sang it slowly, like an elegy. Then all the women wept. He went downtown on Sunday after the fires went out, describing Jim to strangers, showing Carla's photo. Hundreds were roaming in the sunshine, sightseeing. There wasn't much to do yet but that. Steam rose from the rain-soaked ruins. Young men in khaki with rifles guarded every block, watching for looters. Matterhorns and Shastas of abandoned goods loomed at the street corners, piled there as part of the cleanup. Touring cars painted with red crosses chugged by with food, blankets, clothing. Walls of burned buildings cast long shadows, like cemetery monuments. Row houses, spared by the fire, leaned over sidewalks at crazy angles, thrown out of plumb but not thrown down. Perceptions were distorted. Landmarks had vanished, and the skyline was lower, or seemed lower. The city appeared smaller, and downtown intersections revealed vistas of a wasteland. You walked what appeared to be 3 blocks and found it to be a mile. While Mac was standing outside the gutted Hearst building, a sad expression on his face, a small, round Chinese gentleman came up to him. He gave Mac a smile and a pat on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. By and by, we build all new." Mac showed him the photograph from the Oakland Tribune to no avail. On another corner, a rumpled man on a soapbox waved a Bible at 6 mildly curious listeners. "Babylon is fallen. Babylon the sinful is fallen. God struck at her painted whores and her prancing deviates. God leveled her dram shops and her play shops. God scourged her thousands of complacent sinners for tolerating such evil." Mac shook his head. Many a zealous preacher was blaming all the devastation on the city's tradition of easy morality. The preachers never mentioned an inadequate water system. Near the Ferry Building, Mac ran into Jack London. London's reputation as a writer and lecturer was solid now, but tainted by sex scandals and his socialist politics. The author wore a baggy blue suit and a Baden-Powell hat. He told Mac that he'd come down from his ranch at Glen Ellen and was writing up his impressions. Mac went through the ritual of describing his son. London shook his head, then said, "I tell you, I've never seen San Franciscans so kind and courteous. In this kind of catastrophe, I thought the social classes would turn on each other. I thought we'd have war." "You sound a little disappointed." London gave him a level stare. "No, touched. But mark this, my friend. The old Frisco, the city of the nabobs, is gone. The new San Francisco will belong to the people south of the slot. Factory people, poor people. Look, nothing personal. I hope you find your son." Touching the brim of his big hat, London moved on. Bitter about the near insult, Mac wondered why, if London was so touched and moved by city poverty, he had promptly moved to the country when he made some money. In conversation later, Professor Love said he thought London's social theories were balmy, but his stories were original and thrilling, and he was right about the disaster bringing out the best. Animus tamen omnia vincut. Courage conquers all things. Ovid. Money bought nothing. There was nothing to buy. Mac stood in the long food lines with lawyers, bankers, society matrons, maids, bricklayers, hod carriers, reporters, milliners, pickpockets. He swung a shovel with the rest of the men in their encampment, digging their latrines, then emptying them. He soon got used to the stench. It was, after all, a stench of life. People communicated by scrawled notes or chalked signs on special outdoor bulletin boards. Mrs. J. Fox is safe in Oakland. Angelo Fanucci, find your family in Camp Number 2. Relatives of baby boy Seligson, contact City Morgue. Malcolm, meet here Friday noon if you see this. Nora. Mac almost wrote one of his own. Jim, where are you? Pa. Some were quick to take advantage of San Francisco's misfortune. One day Mac accompanied Rhett Haverstick to the post office substation in the park. The post office had established tent substations almost as soon as the fires went out. Mac had no mail, but the attorney got an outrageous postcard from a cousin in Los Angeles who was a realtor. In a huge, bold hand, for all to read, he'd written, "Our region was totally unaffected by the earthquakes. In the future, why don't you consider Los Angeles, or recommend it to friends? Many excellent buys are available. Regards, Phil." James Phelan addressed members of the Committee of Safety at an open-air meeting. "We were right about the water supply. The critical shortage and the state of the system during the fire proves the urgent need for the Hetch Hetchy Dam and aqueduct. We must keep pressure on the federal government to approve the project. We must not be further deterred by the sentimentalists in the nature societies." At an outdoor Catholic Mass, Alex Muller met Sophia Carminelli, a frail, plain, but intelligent girl. She introduced the young Swiss to her parents and 8 brothers. 2 weeks later, Alex looked for Mac during one of the evening song sessions. As usual, Mac was seated on a crate by his tent. He never sang with the others, just sat listening with a dead look in his eyes. Alex told his employer that he'd proposed, and Sophia Carminelli had accepted, and they would be married as soon as conditions were normal again. On a bright, sunny Saturday, a distinguished silver-haired businessman addressed a crowd in the refugee camp. "My fellow citizens, you all know who I am. Patrick Calhoun, president of United Railroads, your trolley company. I am carrying word from camp to camp that I have pledged to earthquake relief, personally and on behalf of my firm, the sum of $100,000. There was long, loud applause. Standing at the back, under a great shady cypress, Fremont Older said to Mac, "And don't you suppose the city fathers will be moved by Patrick's humanitarianism and let him put up his wires?" On May 14th, Boss Roof's captive supervisors approved the overhead trolley ordinance. Mac spent hours with the newly incorporated Relief Committee, which handled distribution of the carloads of food, bedding, clothing, and horse fodder pouring into Oakland from all over the United States. To everyone who asked, needing encouragement, Mac would say, "Of course we'll rebuild San Francisco." It sounded like his first priority, but his first priority was really the one he seldom discussed: Jim. He went back to police headquarters 6 times in the first 3 weeks after the fires went out, but each visit was more discouraging than the last. It was always the same answer: Nothing new, no one had seen his son. Mulvihill was off the case, hospitalized with a stroke brought on by overwork, and the new man, a detective with a flip manner, young, seemed even less interested than Mulvihill. Indoor cooking was banned indefinitely in all structures still standing. When the residents of Mac's tent community could obtain some beef by standing in line, they liked to cook it outdoors on a large square of salvaged sheet iron propped on bricks. Haverstick, an excellent cook, called the outdoor stove a barbecue. He said barbecuing was catching on all over town and predicted other Californians would take to it. Street and sidewalk kitchens sprang up everywhere. Some were established with relief funds, and these served meals in the open air at long trestle tables, often right in the middle of enormous ruins. For breakfast, the relief kitchens served mush, milk, and bread. For dinner, hash, vegetables, and bread. For supper, soup, stew, and bread. No one complained. Those with money paid 15 cents. Those who couldn't pay got the meal free with a ticket from the Red Cross. Individual entrepreneurs set up shop too, offering a more varied fare. One afternoon, Mac returned from a relief meeting across the bay and went to his warehouse. Water pumped from the bay had saved the Chance Produce Company. A block from it, he was surprised to see a new corner kitchen, a Boom and Barbecue, with Ross Cafe chalked on the booth. Nellie. She looked up from a pot of stew simmering on the sheet metal. Two bearded men waited patiently. She had good color again. After serving the customers, she wiped her hands on her apron and led him around to the other side of the booth. There she'd chalked the menu for the day and a slogan: "Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may have to go to Oakland."
I couldn't sit in Carmel and do nothing.
How long have you been here?
5 days. It's broken the log jam in my brain. Night before last, I started writing a story.
Did your flat on Russian Hill survive?
Yes, the fire missed it. How are you?
When he told her about Jim, she cried. He found himself struggling to be unemotional, if only to restore her calm. Then he told her something almost as unpleasant. I changed my mind again. If no acceptable alternative can be found, I'll back the Hetch Hetchy Dam. Nellie's novella The Fire Zone was bought later in the year by the Saturday Evening Post, the editor declaring that she had never done better work. William Randolph Hearst heard of it and wrote a personal note from New York to congratulate her. Growing desperate about Jim, Mac hired one of the first job printers who reopened after the fire to print up a flyer he had drafted. The headline was, "Large Reward for Information." In a long block of text, he drew the best word picture of Jim that he could. Fremont Older helped him change and refine it, and suggested insertion of a line meant to trick opportunists into revealing themselves. The reward itself, bold-faced at the bottom, was $25,000 cash, but Mac was prepared to double or quadruple that if necessary. The address for forwarding information was the post box Haverstick was using for his law office. Mac ordered 20,000 copies of the flyer and had them shipped in batches to his various managers, with orders that they be distributed to newspapers and police and sheriff's departments and posted on public notice boards and even telegraph poles in the most populous regions of the state. He told his managers in a letter that distribution of the flyer was their first priority in the coming weeks, and he wanted no slacking. Poor execution of the job would be cause for dismissal. On a balmy night toward the end of May, Mac and Margaret ate together, sitting some distance from the others. Mac had cooked the dry, stringy roast beef and green beans. Those in their little community took turns.
"The meat's tasty," Margaret said.
"I scorched the beans."
"I watched you at the barbecue, scowling, muttering. You don't enjoy cooking under these conditions, do you?"
"I don't enjoy anything under these conditions." After a minute, she said,
"I've decided to rebuild the restaurant."
"Oh, I wondered if you would. I'll loan you whatever you need."
"You're very generous. Did your banks move their cash and records in time?
Some did. For instance, I had $40,000 in Pete Giannini's Bank of Italy. Pete put his cash and ledgers in a wagon and personally drove them to San Mateo. The banks whose cash burned up are handing out certified chits. You take a chit to the mint for the equivalent in gold coin. The gold in the mint got through all right. Margaret took another bite. Mac was sitting and staring at his plate on his knee.
Mac, you don't look well. Is it Jim?
Yes, I suppose. I don't know. He let down. I sleep for 8, 9, 10 hours and wake up exhausted. I get pains in my head, pains so bad I can barely see. Just here. He rubbed his forehead close to his brows. They start, they stop, no pattern, no reason. I spend a lot of time wondering why the hell I bother to take another breath. She thought a moment.
You feel sad much of the time? Despondent?
He nodded. It has to be Jim.
Perhaps not altogether. I've heard the same complaints from other people in the camps. One of them said her preacher told her it's remorse.
What?
Remorse. Because we came through, but so many others didn't.
We're guilty about that?
I think so. You sleep for hours, but I have trouble sleeping at all. And I only lost some property, not a son.
Mac's face twisted. Do any of these acquaintances of yours say how long the feelings will last?
No, I haven't heard that.
Well, I'll tell you how long I expect mine to last. Forever. She wanted to reprove him for the gush of self-pity, but his eyes were so vacant, his face so white and saggy that she didn't have the heart. He put his plate aside. He'd eaten only 2 or 3 bites of the stringy beef. Touching his sleeve, she spoke hesitantly.
Mac, you shouldn't feel—
Yes, I should. My son ran away. I'm responsible. I'm tired, Margaret. I think I'll go to bed. He went into the tent he shared with Alex and Professor Love, but he couldn't sleep. The pain came at the bridge of his nose and spread to either side in a moment. Old litanies chanted in his head. Never be poor again. Never be cold again. He remembered coming down out of the Sierras into the California spring, full of hope. Where was the hope now in this accursed place? Firelight glowed on the tent canvas. He flung a forearm over his eyes to try to ease the red pain in his head. He despised his weakness. He'd always been strong and confident before, able to overcome setbacks and sorrows. Not this time. In the first 10 days after distribution of the flyer began, Haverstick received 9 letters and 2 telegraph messages, all from claimants certain they knew Jim's whereabouts. 6 of these are obvious frauds, he declared when he and Mac discussed the matter. He waved one of the letters. All 6 people identified the boy by his limp and by the small birthmark on his right cheek shaped like a butterfly. Mac gave him a bleak nod. The birthmark was the item inserted to trap cheats. I guess the flyer was a bad idea. Not necessarily, but even the promising replies must be checked into. You can't do it all yourself. The police sure as hell won't do it, Mac said. They're sitting on their hands. Perhaps you should hire a private detective bureau. Why don't you talk to Bill Burns? Mac's head snapped up, his expression animated. I will. Burns recommended a Los Angeles detective, a Pinkerton and former bull on the Great Northern Line, Wild Bill Flyshack. I think he gave himself the name because he's anything but, Burns said. Wild Bill's a plodder. Reliable, but a plodder. Also, his name is Selwyn. I'd call myself something else if my folks named me Selwyn Flyshack. Mac hired Flyshack, who promised to come north for an interview as soon as he finished his present case. May blurred into June. Between them, Mac and Haverstick looked into the apparently honest replies to the reward flyer. By a combination of short trips and telegraph messages, they satisfied themselves that all of the replies identified the wrong boy. One reply from Santa Barbara was a lucid letter from a woman who guaranteed that Mac's son was living next door. The crippled boy turned out to be 37 years old. The woman had been in and out of asylums for years. "We're getting too much of that," Haverstick sighed as he finally disposed of the letter. "Problem is, I don't know how to stop it." Mac was too despondent to comment. He attended more meetings than he liked, but they were necessary. He joined the new committee of 40 for the reconstruction of San Francisco. When he had a free hour, he still roamed the camps, asking his questions, though by now they were hollow in his mouth. Too much time had passed, and no one seemed to give his inquiry more than a moment's thought. There had been too much loss, too great a drain of emotion in the weeks since the quake and fire, and everyone had a life to rebuild in some fashion. Still, in the face of it all, Mac kept on. Walking down the lane of tents in Golden Gate Park one evening, he encountered Alex with a set of plans rolled up under his arm. Alex knew his employer's state of mind, and he struggled to hide or at least mute his own happy state. It was hard, given his love for Sophia. "Any news, sir?" "Same as yesterday, and the day before, and last week. No one's seen him." Alex cleared his throat. 2 boys ran by, rolling hoops. "Yes, sir. Well, I've been waiting anxiously for you to return." They continued a slow walk down the trampled lane between the tents. 3 were empty. Mac had let most of the servants go. He wouldn't need them in a new place, and they had left to find other jobs. He'd paid each of them 6 months' wages. Alex pointed to the tent established as a temporary office. "Mr. Haverstick has an agenda of urgent matters needing your attention, particularly the insurance claims." "Rhett knows my feeling. If those companies try to discount my claims so much as 1%, I'll take them to court for eternity. People in San Francisco paid premiums for years in good faith. Now some of these crooks turn around and chisel." "Yes, sir, there is a problem in that regard. Our claims with Aetna of Hartford are in fine shape, but Hamburg-Bremen Insurance is reneging." "Sue the bastards," Mac said darkly, thrusting his hands into his pockets. "Hire the best lawyers in Germany. I can afford to fight those Welshers for all the people who can't. What else have you got?" "These, sir." He displayed the roll of plans hesitantly. "Mr. Starr dropped these by this morning." "Who the hell's Mr. Starr?" "Mr. Kingsley Starr, sir, of the firm of Starr and Meldrum, original architects of your house." "The mansion?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Starr assumed that with rebuilding starting up all over town at such incredible speed, you would want to—" Mac's tired, dead eyes bored into him, making him falter. "He brought the original plans together with sketches of some suggested modifications." Mac kept staring. Alex cleared his throat again. "Of course, sir, the architect knew nothing about your son being missing. He only meant to be helpful." Mac's truculent expression softened, and he extended his hand. Relieved, Alex gave him the plans. "Tell Red I'll see him tomorrow or the next day," Mac said. "I'm going to nap for an hour. Then I'm going to the camp at Harborview. I haven't asked there for a week." "Yes, sir." Mac started away, then noticed Alex on tiptoe. "Something else?" "Only, sir, that, may I say, we all remain deeply grieved by your loss, but we're confident Jim will be found alive." "Thanks, Alex. I'm sure, too. It can't come out any other way." In his dark tent, with a bright swath of pale sun and leaf shadow on the canvas, Mac stared at the plans. Rebuild that place? Now? He wanted to laugh, or burn the plans in the barbecue which Angelina Olivar tended in her role as housekeeper. Instead, he tossed the plans under his cot and lay down. He slept and dreamed of Jim and the blizzard again, waking abruptly in the midst of a hard rain and howling wind that nearly knocked the tent down. His cheeks were wet with tears of fright, and soon, fresh tears of guilt. Wild Bill Flyshack was not a pleasant man. Slovenly and crude, he spoke with a constant leavening of sarcasm. He chewed rather than smoked cigars, and was always spitting out specks of green wrapper. "Pinkertons will need a photograph of your son, Mr. Chance." Mac explained why he had none. Flyshack spat. "You mean to say you had 2 pictures and you didn't even save one? You saved an oil portrait of yourself, I notice." "I wasn't the one who— Never mind. Do you want to discuss my deficiencies or this case? All you need is a photograph of my former wife. There are plenty of those. Jim looks exactly like her." "Nobody looks exactly like anybody," said Wild Bill Flyshack. "For Christ's sake, will you try to find him or not?" "For the retainer you're paying, we'll hunt for St. Peter and all the archangels and throw in Judas." "I'll pay a substantial bonus over and above the reward when you locate him." "If, Mr. Chance, if. I courted my wife for 16 years. I pursued her. I pleaded with her. I beggared myself buying her presents. On my 43rd birthday, she said yes. On our 2nd day at our honeymoon cabin, lightning hit the outhouse and fried her. Nothing in this world is guaranteed, especially not the life of a boy gone this long under these circumstances.
63. Slowly, a semblance of normal life returned, and the municipal government began to function again. Inevitably, the truce of goodwill between the roof machine and its enemies, the truce that prevailed in those first days when the priorities were cooperation and survival, inevitably that truce was forgotten. Burns set operatives to digging. Through the influential men who backed him, Francis Haney exerted pressure on District Attorney Langdon, and Langdon agreed to make Haney an assistant DA at the appropriate time. Mac decided he couldn't live and conduct his business in the park forever, and began to search for a large flat to rent. He quickly found there was no rental space to be had, so he bought a 2-floor building on Greenwich Street, on the bay side of Russian Hill, which the fire had spared. The earthquake had demolished the owner's brewery. His wife, a spiritualist, earnestly explained to Mac that the dead striving to escape from the earth had broken it open along the fault line and caused the quake. Husband and wife wanted no more of San Francisco. For cash, they closed the sale of the duplex and moved out the same day. The building was frame, with large bay windows in front. Mac set up offices in the lower apartment and lived above. The house was identified by its number. There was no name outside, no initials. Alex hung the sergeant behind Mac's desk. Mac didn't want it there or anywhere about him, but somehow Alex considered it important to hang the portrait, so he didn't press the issue. Mac chose to live alone. Senora Olivar came in from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. each day to cook and clean. He found her a small house on a sandy, windswept street out near the ocean. Alex Muller lived in a rooming house and applied for housing in one of the 5,600 refugee cottages being pounded together in the parks. Winter would come soon, winter and its rain, and tents wouldn't serve. The hideous little houses stood in dreary rows with scarcely a foot between them. Some had 2 rooms, some 3. Alex and Sophia planned to be married before Christmas, and as a family they were eligible to rent one of the cottages. Professor Lorenzo Love lived in a rooming house too. There was nothing for him to do. Mac knew it was foolish to keep paying the tutor's salary, but he did so out of a superstitious belief that as long as Love was kept on, Jim would be found. Mac shaved his beard, and he finally bought spectacles, round with steel wire frames. Having sold the Silver Ghost, he bought a small black Oldsmobile. He didn't mark it with the familiar cartouche. Nothing bore that insignia anymore. One day in late July, Haverstick telephoned Mac with great excitement. "There's a letter that you should see. The signature's unreadable, and the sender doesn't mention the reward, only the flyer. But the description fits.
I mean, it fits perfectly." Mac nearly wrecked his auto driving over to the reopened law offices. He slammed open the gate in the waiting room rail, brought a shriek from a stenographer just backing out of a supply closet, and practically tore the crudely written envelope from the hand of his attorney. It bore a blurred address in Visalia, in the Central Valley. "Person you seek resides with Randolph family, Wild Horse Road, Visalia." There followed a perfect description, without mention of the false birthmark. Mac couldn't help feeling an enormous surge of hope. "Did you call Flyshack?" "No, he's down below the border in Ensenada, checking out another lead." "Good. I'll go to Visalia myself." "Oh, I wouldn't do that, Mac. You can't be sure this isn't another—" "This time I feel it. I feel it. It's Jim. I'm going." He spent a sleepless night staring out the window of a sooty railroad car, and late the next afternoon, in blistering heat typical of the valley at that time of year, he stopped his hired buggy on a dusty yellow side road, identified back at the turnoff as Wild Horse Road. The side road had become too narrow for the buggy, so he hiked the last quarter mile between broad, flat fields, sweat soaking him under his duster. His hope sagged a little when he saw the pitiful plank shanty at the end of the dirt track. A sickly rooster scratched in the dust and ran off as he approached, and he smelled pigs in a pen. He remembered Haverstick's skeptical expression when he said he'd make the trip personally, and he began to have a feeling that he'd let his emotions run away with him. And yet, if there were the slightest possibility— He knocked on the ramshackle door, his heart hammering. An old gray-haired woman in a faded and patched print dress opened the door. Her skin was blue-black. "Yes?" Mac's heart was heavy as a rock then. With sweating hands, he fumbled the letter and a flyer from an inside pocket. "Is this— That is, I'm looking for Randolph." "Yes, this is the Randolphs." "I'm from San Francisco. I received this letter saying— That is, there's a young man missing, you see. A white boy with blonde hair and a bad limp. He's my son. The letter says he's living here." Her eyes suddenly sad with sympathy. She opened the door wide. "Mister, I can't read that letter nor write, but the only lame boy here is my grandson Lester, yonder." Mac saw a black boy about Jim's age, standing with a homemade crutch under his left arm. "Jesus," Mac said, unable to stop the tears welling. "Jesus, why would someone write a letter like this?" "You got somebody that don't like you?" the woman said softly. "There's a lot of cruel-hearted people out in the world. I'm mighty sorry if one of 'em tried to hurt you." Who? He thought. Carla? No, ridiculous. She wasn't that depraved. Fairbanks, then. Or someone in the San Francisco Police Department with relatives in Visalia. Someone who'd found out about the false birthmark reference and thought he'd play a fine joke with just a letter and a stamp. Mac knew he never learned the answer. Jesus, God, she's right. What kind of despicable scum is out there? He thought, shaking his head to fight back the hot tears. The woman was watching him, concerned. He collected himself and gently squeezed her arm. "I'm sorry I disturbed you. I'm very sorry." He turned and stumbled away, hearing the door close behind him. He was still churning with fury and disappointment, but he had enough presence of mind to leave a $100 bill under a stone, but visible in the center of the yard. Then he walked on toward the buggy, his face dead and expressionless. Back in the city, Haverstick was sympathetic about the incident, but candid, too. "You've got to expect that sort of thing." "That kind of viciousness?" "Yes. Look how Jim was crippled in the first place. You're neither bland nor uncontroversial, Mac. You've made enemies. It happens to anyone who accomplishes anything. And you've accomplished a great deal. I'm sorry, but that's the truth." For days afterward, Mac still felt numb. It was then, for the first time, that he began to admit to himself, in the deep privacy of his heart, that Flyshack's warnings about the difficulties of finding Jim, especially as more time passed, might, just might, be right. That summer saw the resumption of politics as usual in San Francisco. The SP didn't like the incumbent governor, George Pardee, feeling that he was not quite friendly enough, cooperative enough. Through its spokesmen, Herron and Fairbanks, the railroad announced support of James Gillette, a congressman from the 1st District, as the Republican candidate. He was the personal choice of the SP's president, Mr. Harriman. The party's nominating convention was to be held in Santa Cruz in the first week of September. Abe Roof controlled all the members of the San Francisco delegation, and they in turn could tip a nomination one way or another by voting as a block according to the boss's directions. It was assumed that Roof would endorse Gillette, but he surprised everyone by letting it slip before the convention opened that he wanted the nomination for J.O. Hayes, publisher of the San Jose Mercury. "What a stupid choice, even for a grafter like Roof," Mac said. "Hayes is a complete non-entity." "Calm down," Fremont Older said. "Roof isn't serious about Hayes. He's just playing a game. You know as well as I do that the boss wants an appointment to the U.S. Senate one of these days. Who can arrange that for him? The men who control the votes up in Sacramento. Walter Fairbanks, Bill Herron, the gentlemen of the SP. So I predict a great ray of light will fall from heaven. The boss will suddenly change his mind and generously swing his delegation behind the railroad's candidate. Wait and see." At the Sea Beach Hotel in Santa Cruz, the boss did indeed have an amazing change of heart, and the votes of the San Francisco delegation delivered the nomination to James Gillette. That night, State Committee Chairman Frank McLaughlin threw a dinner party at his seaside home, his honored guests Gillette and Roof. It occurred to McLaughlin that all those attending might like a souvenir of the evening, a memento of the triumphant alliance of the San Francisco machine and the greatest, most powerful corporation in the state, the West, perhaps the whole country. He brought in a photographer. The important guests, having imbibed heavily, saw nothing wrong. Little Abe sat in the middle, like the kingmaker he was. Gillette stood behind him, a comradely hand resting on Roof's shoulder. Posed on either side, in various stages of inebriation, were Porter, the SP's choice for lieutenant governor, Fairbanks and McKinley of the Railroad Law Department, 2 judges, and assorted political operatives of the corporation, including its chief lobbyist, George S. Patton, Sr. Everyone had a grand time making the photograph. No one saw anything wrong with handing around copies to friends later. Roof inscribed several for favor seekers. Then the opposition papers got a hold of it. The monarch of the dailies captioned it, "Harriman's Cabinet." Fremont Older called it the shame of California. It was perhaps the single most famous political photograph in the state's history, and it was a match thrown on the carefully gathered kindling of the reform campaign, kindling that had been piled up at some cost, then almost forgotten in the aftermath of a quake. The Republican convention and the shame of California shocked the reformers into action. On Sunday, October 21, 1906, District Attorney Langdon went public in the city papers, announcing the graft investigation and identifying Francis Haney and William Burns. He stated that special detectives had been shadowing Roof and others for months, collecting evidence, and he promised indictments. Later that same week, selection of a new grand jury began. Like a trapped ferret, Roof bit at his attackers. His captive supervisors issued an order suspending Langdon and appointing Counselor Abraham Roof as DA. The opposition immediately filed a restraining order, arguing that the district attorney was a county, not a city official, and therefore not subject to removal by the Board of Supervisors. Superior Court upheld Langdon in his job. The ferret was in the corner. Jim flailed and fought his way through the blizzard. Snowflakes melted on his eyelids. He was freezing. He dropped to hands and knees in a huge drift and dug down to find the path. As soon as he dug the hole, the storm filled it. The strange snow was as fluid as running water. Some distance away, hatless, Mac floundered toward him. He knew Jim was somewhere ahead, but couldn't seem to reach him. The howling wind kept battering him back, blinding him with flying pellets of ice. "Jim, it's Pa. I'm coming. Hang on." Mac saw dark shapes towering in gaps in the flying snow shanties on the hillsides, the superstructures of mine heads. He knew this place. Why couldn't he find the path? Suddenly, another rip in the snow veil revealed his son digging frantically. Mac threw himself forward and shouted Jim's name again. The boy raised his head. His skin was gray, his mouth blue. "Pa? Pa, here I am." Mac laughed triumphantly. Only 20 or 30 feet more, and he'd swoop the boy up in his arms and take him home. A grinding in the earth made him look down. The snowdrift shuddered and split open, and underneath a great crevasse of ice appeared. It was 1/2 a mile deep. Snow crumbled under Mac's feet. As the crevasse widened, Jim reached toward his father with pleading arms. Their fingers almost touched. Then Mac fell into the blue depths of the ice gorge and landed hard on his back, on the carpet at Greenwich Street. Weak autumn sunshine filtering through the lace curtains patterned his face. Mac rubbed his head and yanked at the silk dressing gown binding him around the legs. Blinking and straightening his spectacles, which had slipped off his left ear, he climbed to his feet amidst the litter of last night's newspapers. He remembered now. He'd drunk 2 bottles of wine, then lain down to nap. Someone was knocking. He stumbled to the parlor door. On the landing, Signora Olivar gasped with relief. "Signor Chance, are you all right? I heard the great thump." "I was asleep on the couch. I fell off." Angelina Olivar twisted her apron. "I was so worried. For 2 hours and more I have been thinking I must wake you." Mac turned his stubbled face toward the soft light at the windows. "How late is it?" "Sir, it's 10:30. Mac groaned and rubbed his temples. Sleeping late was becoming a habit, an escape. Noisy wagons passed in the street. Municipal crews worked all day and all night. Older said they were cleaning up something like 6 or 7 million bricks. Signora Olivar was still standing at the door. "Yes?" Mac said. "What else?" "A gentleman is downstairs, an old friend who has come home again." "Hellburner?" "Yes, Signor, the same." "Warm the coffee pot. I'll throw some water on my face and be right down." He vanished in the hall leading to rooms in the back. Angelina Olivar took note of his step. For once, her employer was not moving like a tortoise. Ah, but behind his hazel eyes there, she saw no change. Behind his eyes, he was dead. The parlor on the floor below had been converted into Mac's office. It was dark and rusty as the rooms above, but crowded with cabinets and work tables. Mac came shuffling in. Johnson stood next to his valise, turning his wide-brimmed hat in his hands. He wore a sheepman's coat and the inevitable bandana, this one black. His fingers constricted on the hat brim. "Lord God, I heard you wasn't doing so well. Looks like that ain't the half of it." "Hello, Hugh. Welcome back." Mac moved slowly to his desk, flattening his uncombed hair with his palm. Angelina Olivar served mugs of coffee on a tray and quickly retired. Mac sat and eyed his partner. "If you're really back," he added. "Yep." Johnson sailed the tall white hat onto a black horsehair sofa. The muffling drapes were black, too. Johnson shucked off his coat and dropped it, then dropped himself into a chair and reached for coffee. "Back for a spell, anyway." "I live upstairs. There are 3 empty bedrooms. You can take your pick." Johnson nodded to acknowledge the offer. "I sure don't recognize the town after what happened." He blew steam off the coffee. You know I'm not so good with words, but I want to tell you how sorry. Don't bother. Jim's alive, somewhere. Mac left his desk and drifted across the room to a closet. There's whiskey in here if you want to lace that. Johnson covered his mug with his other hand. My Lord, never this early. You don't mind if I do? He opened the closet. Johnson saw decanters and bottles of Sonoma Creek Vineyard wine. Mac rummaged a glass from a shelf and filled it with red wine from an open bottle. Then he knocked it back like a couple of swallows of water. What about the place on Nob Hill? Johnson asked. I didn't go by there. Burned to the ground. Gonna rebuild, aren't you? Mac refilled his glass and shut the closet. He picked up a roll of plans from a bookshelf. Starr, the original architect, thinks I should. Margaret thinks I should. Everyone thinks I should. He threw the plans back on the shelf. Except me. He drank a second glass of wine in quick gulps, then shuffled back for more. Johnson sipped coffee and unhappily watched his friend pour his third drink. He didn't know how to help Mac. Maybe no one could help him in this state. 64. On a Tuesday in early November, Mac returned to the apartment on Greenwich Street at 3:30 in the afternoon. 3 men on scaffolds were brushing gray paint on the frame of the bay window next door, and someone was hammering in the tobacco shop on the corner. Hammers could be heard all over San Francisco. Mac wore a brown derby, a suit with a brown stripe, and a short, solid brown topcoat. The suit and outer coat were London-made, but it was a conventional, not to say drab, outfit. It discouraged attention rather than inviting it. Mac hooked his cane on his arm and unlocked the front door. Alex sprang out of the parlor, red-cheeked and eager. He still had not come down from his romantic cloud. He touched a stack of folders on a marble-topped table. A messenger from the Haverstick office brought these. Mr. Haverstick himself telephoned 5 minutes ago to remind you that the oil leases require attention immediately. Mac dropped his cane into a ceramic stand. They'll wait. Alex stepped back, thwarted by his employer's curt, almost defiant answer. He indicated the office door. You also have a caller, Mr. Marquez. Mac's stoic face suddenly became animated. Stepping inside, he found Diego Marquez sitting with Johnson. Although the heavy drapes on the bay windows were open and tied back, it was fall and afternoon, and the parlor seemed dimmer than usual. Dusty, too. Marquez heaved up from the horsehair sofa. He was almost grossly fat and shabbier than ever. His beard hung to the middle of his chest, gray and patriarchal. He walked to Mac with an odd rocking gait, like a man hurting. Piles, Mac suspected. Piles or some other malady of age. Diego, Mac held out his hand. Welcome. Is Felicia with you? No, Felicia left me, pregnant by a rancher's son. That's an irony, eh? A sad little shrug. Then he said, It was inevitable, I decided. To be poor all the time, despised, constantly threatened, it's no life for a young girl. And idealism melts in the acid juices of an empty belly. No need to discuss it further. Let me instead express my profound regret about the loss of your son. Temporary, just temporary, Diego. We quarreled. He ran away. He'll be back. I've hired Pinkertons to find him. Sit down. Do you want some whiskey? Some wine? He didn't. Mac helped himself. What can I do for you? Marquez ordered his thoughts before speaking. I have been working in the Central Valley, quite near your ranch below Fresno. Working with the stoop labor? Yes, they must be helped constantly. They must be educated so they can speak up for their rights. Not only a fair wage, adequate food, decent quarters. Do you know that some of the owners will not provide even one toilet for 100 men and their women and babies? That is not the case on your property, I'm happy to say. Then what do you want from me?
Johnson crossed his legs and scowled over the abruptness of Mac's question. Marquez frowned too. It wasn't going well. I am here to speak for a certain group of workers no one will hire, just as the ranch owners once refused to hire my people, or the Japanese and Chinese. There are several hundred of these men presently in the vicinity of Fresno.
Who are you talking about?
The Hindustani.
Ah, the Indians. I've seen them.
They come principally from the Punjab, in India's northwest. They are expert agriculturalists, skilled in the cultivation of cotton, melons, figs, corn. But they can't find work, not even at the meanest, lowest wage.
Why not, if they're so good? Johnson asked.
Because they are too dark, very different. We like to boast that California is a golden door of opportunity, standing open for all. Unfortunately, if you don't have white skin, that is usually untrue.
Mac regarded him with lifeless eyes.
Marquez leaned forward. I personally know of 7 Hindustani who are starving. If you would lead the way, hire some of them, if only for a trial period.
I'm a businessman, not a social pioneer. Hiring is my foreman's responsibility.
Mac, I am asking you in the name of friendship.
Mac grabbed the upright telephone. He seemed put upon, annoyed. I'll speak to the foreman, but it's his decision. In the valley, it was still 87 degrees, and hot, harsh light flooded Jesse Tarbox's office. Outside his dusty windows, bright fans of water rained on the low, short-pruned arbors of raisin grapes. Tarbox was a lean, pale man who tended to redden with sunburn. For clothes, he preferred what he was wearing: tan jodhpurs, brown cavalry boots, a khaki shirt. He sweated heavily and changed shirts 2 or 3 times a day. His wife sometimes complained, but 1 or 2 strokes of the cane shut her up. A Hoosier, Tarbox had been run out of a private academy after teaching for 16 years. His abusive disposition undid him. He caned 1 pupil too many, and the young man's broken forearm didn't set properly. After that, he drifted through Kansas and Colorado, learning farm work, gaining experience. Finally, at 57, he had a position he liked. Here he could cane with impunity. The wall telephone rang, and Tarbox sprang to answer. Fresno Central connected him with San Francisco. Tarbox speaking, he said nervously.
His employer was a hard man, moody these days and unpredictable. Tarbox listened.
All right, sir, you want my opinion? Here it is. Don't hire ragheads. Absolutely not. They look like niggers. In town, just walking around, they scare the women folk half to death. Some ranchers claim they're good workers, but I don't believe it. I say they're not worth the trouble.
Thanks, Jesse. Everything all right?
Fine, sir.
Mac said goodbye and rang off. Tarbox hung the earpiece on the prongs. Out in the arbors, the pumps hissed and clicked, brushing the air with the great golden fans of water that sprinkled the Alexandria muscat vines and left them gleaming. The foreman stared at the telephone in a fixed way. Macklin Chance paid well, but Jesse Tarbox didn't like him. Tarbox hated all those he perceived as his betters, and he loathed his inferiors, which left damn few worthy white men on his own level. The door flew open and a runty Mexican rushed in, clasping his straw hat to his sweat-soaked blouse.
Señor, la tubería de la estación de bombeo se rompió y se está inundando.
A burst line in the pump house was a problem, but Tarbox perceived a bigger one. In Spanish, he said,
Aguilar, I've told you, never come in here without knocking first. I'll have to remind you in some way you'll remember.
Smiling, he reached for his cane. Mac pushed the phone back to its corner of the desk.
My foreman says no. The local people don't like the Hindus.
Abruptly, wrathfully, Marquez rose.
That's your answer?
That's right. I think the man I met some years ago would have answered differently. He would have decided for himself. I heard it said that the loss of your son changed you. I did not understand how completely. Diego, I don't need your moralizing. I'm sorry, Mac. If you're the enemy of those I help, you are my enemy also. Mac shrugged. Whatever you say. He turned away as if interested in the dusty heaps of correspondence around him. Johnson and the burly man exchanged sympathetic looks. Then Marquez picked up a battered straw hat like those worn by his migrants and without a backward glance left. The moment the door shut, Johnson whistled. You're pretty rough on an old friend. That's your opinion. No opinion, fact. Johnson shook his hand-rolled cigarette at Mac. Time was you'd have jumped to help any underdog in sight. Christ, you sound like Diego. Is he giving you lessons for the priesthood? Don't you get snotty with me. If Nellie was here, that'd be 3 of us telling you to head in. Well, Nellie's on her way back to Europe to write a new novel. You probably passed her on the cattle boat coming home. Stand on your own feet. Johnson planted them in front of the desk. I surely will. I got something to say. As usual, I don't want to hear it. He opened a folder of sales and construction reports from San Solaro. The summary sheet said permanent population had reached 1,003. Johnson snatched the folder and flung it, spilling paper. Listen here, Mac. I know you're hurting bad inside. I'm sorry about that. But it don't give you leave to act like a son of a bitch. Mac hurled out of the chair and began picking up the papers as if they were treasures. I think we've had this conversation before. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. If you object to the way things are, Hugh, the door's right there, always open. The Texan drew a long, soft breath. I think I'll take advantage. Pack my valise and light out for good. Reckon I was a damn fool to come back at all. You can stay here with the curtains shut, pitying yourself, picking at your own misery and swilling wine and snarling like a rabid dog. But I don't have to sit around like I think it's a whole lot of fun, like I approve. He walked out and shut the door so hard a picture fell off the wall, a framed photograph of the Iron Gateway Arch at San Solaro. The glass cracked and the photo leaned crazily against the baseboard. Mac left it there. 10 minutes later, he heard the irregular rhythm of Johnson's boots on the stairs. Bang went his crippled right foot, and a couple of moments later, bang again. He listened to the street door close. Then the crown of Johnson's tall hat sailed past the bay window. Mac rubbed his flushed face. He hated the self-righteous Texan. He hated him for his arrogance, and he hated him even more because Johnson knew the truth, that his rich, shiny world was falling apart. He tried to forget that by opening another Sonoma Creek Red. Out in the valley, Hellman tripped on the stair at the boarding house and wrenched his leg. His landlady said he fell because he was old, couldn't see, yet was too vain to wear glasses. Mac heard that and laughed in a chilly way. He understood perfectly. He drove to Sacramento and found his father-in-law confined to bed for a month. The sight of the old man saddened Mac. Hellman swore he was as hale and vigorous as ever, then fell asleep with a sentence unfinished, dribbling out the last words as slowly as the drool in the corner of his mouth. He's too old to live alone, Mac said to Alex when he returned to the city. Find him a place. I'll move him bodily if need be. Mission Street smelled of mud and new lumber. Mac and Margaret stood on the corner of a vacant lot on the south side. 2 muddy men worked on a broken main in a deep ditch bisecting the lot. A donkey engine chugged, pumping water out of the ditch. Mac and Margaret were watching the lot across the street. There, carpenters were hammering in the first-floor framing of a new building. The sunshine flattered Margaret, accentuating the red in her auburn hair. She was elegant in wine velvet, lace gloves, an immense picture hat. In the shadow of its brim, her marvelous smile shone out. She was as delighted as a child. Mac smoked a cigar with scarcely a change of expression. She took his arm, and they resumed their walk. "I'll be open by March. The contractor told me yesterday." "Good," he said. His hazel eyes got lost somewhere above a windowless brick wall, somewhere up in the fat, breeze-driven clouds. She stopped and touched his chin. "When will you ever get out of this misery?" "When the police or the Pinkertons find my son." "Is there anything?" "Nothing." They walked on, alternately in sun and shadow as the autumn clouds sailed over. At the corner, 2 dray horses lay stiffly in a lake of congealed blood. Horses dropped in their tracks every day, worked so hard in the cleanup that their hearts burst. Crews hauled them away at night. Margaret choked at the odor, then apologized self-consciously. "Pigs smell worse. Now you know why I ran away from the farm." They went up toward Market Street. A wrecker's ball crashed against a wall somewhere. In the middle of Market, a small SP switch engine pulled 3 gondolas piled with rubble. The temporary railroad tracks were new for the cleanup. A newsboy's shrill cry sounded before the wrecking ball crashed again. "Something about roof," Mac said, livelier suddenly. "I couldn't quite hear." They hurried and found a small crowd around a boy hawking early editions of the Examiner. Hearst had ordered new presses for a new building, but even so, the paper would have to be made up and printed in Oakland for months yet. "Paper here, latest paper. Abe Roof and Mayor Schmitz charged with crime." Mac pushed through. He and a sallow man reached for the last paper. Mac was faster. He showed Margaret the 24-point screamer. Roof Schmitz indicted. It was the news the reform group had awaited from the grand jury for weeks. 5 counts of extortion, Margaret exclaimed, scanning quickly. The Poodle Dog, Delmonico's, Marchand's. Mac, they've got the evidence. Amounts, dates paid. Burns and his detectives are doing a fine job. The French restaurant case is just the start. She clapped her hands. "Oh my, at last! Isn't this something?" Something, he thought, but not enough. Bitter Bierce sent him a note from Washington. Nellie's earthquake tale is published in the S.E. Post. Envy rages in my ink-stained bosom. She continues to achieve, while I hack on for the great W.M.R. Huey, whose cheap yellow journalism I hate, but whose paychecks somehow retain their power to enthrall. On December 6th, Fremont Older arranged press credentials for Mac, and the two squeezed into the crowd at the Roof Schmitz arraignment. Courtroom space was still limited because of the destruction. Mac thought it a fine irony that this proceeding was held in a room customarily used for Sabbath school at Temple Israel. During the reading of the first indictment, handsome Gene Schmitz stood before the bench, fidgeting. The boss remained seated, legs crossed, gazing at the ceiling with affable unconcern. It was too much for Judge Dunn. "Defendants will stand for arraignment. No one receives special treatment in this court. The clerk will start over." Roof snapped to his feet, genuinely shaken. Wild Bill Flyshack visited Greenwich Street a week before Christmas. Darkness was settling outside. His report was succinct. "Still no sign of him. Have the flyers produced anything?" 5 more leads, all bad." Mac hit the desk. "Flyshack, I'm not paying you to take the train up here and recite your failures. Put more men on the case." "Mr. Chance, just a minute. We're already using every available—" "Then find him. Pinkerton's is supposed to be the best bureau in the country." Flyshack jammed his cigar into a glass tray, splitting the cigar and ruining it. "I'll stake my personal reputation on Pinkerton's any day of the week. You're just not facing certain facts." Mac snapped on a dim electric light, brass with a green shade, and its glare washed over Flyshack's pocked face. Mac gave him a hard stare. Such as?
Pinkerton's is a private bureau. We don't have the full resources of police departments. Not that they're giving us any help, especially here. You aren't popular with the city government, Mr. Chance.
You think I don't know that? What the hell does it have to do with this?
Plenty, Flyshack shot back. Most of the cops in this town hate you, or at least they won't go out of their way to help you. It's more than your opposition to Roof. It goes all the way back to Lon Coughlin. He was a stalwart on the detective squad for many years.
Get to the point. What's the connection? Flyshack didn't like being tongue-lashed. He reacted with high color, hovering on the edge of rebellion. His voice actually shook.
I didn't like the cooperation we were getting from the cops statewide, so I put an informant into the department here. Low level, but he's seasoned here's plenty. I understand there have been some telephone calls made about your flyer to other major departments in the state. San Diego, Los Angeles, the Valley. Nothing clearly illegal, you understand. Just a slowdown. Flyers pulled off station bulletin boards. Inquiries from my operatives lost or misfiled. Nothing big, nothing noisy, but it has an effect, like a stone thrown in a pond.
Did Abe Roof instigate this? Do you mean to tell me he'd get even at the expense of my son?
I'm not saying Roof directly. Friends of Roof, associates of Roof, in the city government. They have connections all around California, and a big dislike of you and your reform crowd. It's all kind of like moonlight. You can't take it into a court of evidence, but it's there. It's real.
And that's why Jim hasn't been found?
It's one reason, yes.
You're giving me excuses.
Flyshack jumped up. I'm giving you what I see. I can also give you my notice right now.
The harshness sobered Mac abruptly. No, I'm sorry. I believe what you say. I want you to stay on the case. Sit down. With an air of reluctance, perhaps exaggerated, Flyshack did. He examined the ruined cigar, grumbled, and lit another.
Mr. Chance, I'd like to give you soothing words and promises, but frankly, I'm beginning to think we're pissing uphill. All this underground stuff I mentioned, it contributes, but it's secondary to something else. It's December already. You've ragged the police, you've nailed up thousands of flyers, and after 8 months, your son is still missing. We must at least recognize that the boy may have died in the quake, or the fire afterward. No, he didn't. You find him. California's a huge state, an enormous amount of territory to comb for one boy who may be lying low. Find him.
Flyshack glared, then contained it. With a flicking motion, he drew a paper from an inner pocket of his chalk-striped suit.
I have this month's bill. Do you want me to give it to Mr. Muller?
Mr. Muller is on his honeymoon. Leave it. The detective slapped the paper on the desk, then picked up his travel bag.
As a client, I won't say you're easy, Mr. Chance.
No, but the money is, right? Flyshack managed a grudging laugh, and Mac walked with him to the foyer. Their tempers were settling down. Flyshack looked around.
You've no Christmas decorations.
Is there reason for any?
Well, I don't suppose.
Flyshack's shoulders drooped noticeably.
I see your point. Merry Christmas anyway.
He tipped his derby, and as he went out into the dark, Max slammed the door behind him. 65. In 1907, the United States plunged into another financial panic. Stock prices fell, banks failed, unemployment rose. Pierpont Morgan telegraphed capitalists around the country to secure private loans to shore up the shaky bank and credit system. Mac pledged $7 million of his personal fortune. Aeronautics and airplanes crept into the news. The Wrights had flown at Kitty Hawk in '03, but respectable conservative people hooted at flying as they'd hooted at autos in the 1890s.
They believed that anyone seriously interested in flying belonged to the lunatic fringe. Mac qualified. Nellie wrote from Florence, Italy, to say she had nearly finished her novel, squeezing out 900 words a day in pencil on lined copy paper. She said the book was sure to make me hated by Collis Huntington's heirs and appointees, those of Uncle Mark Hopkins, too. Mac traveled to New York on business and returned to California via a steamer for Colon, Panama. He crossed the isthmus and inspected the great raw wounds in the earth where thousands of workers were digging and blasting Teddy's Big Ditch, the canal to join the oceans. On the coastal ship for San Francisco, he read The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Vacationing in California, Willie Hurst took Mac horseback riding at his Piedra Blanca Ranch, a vast property in San Luis Obispo County. Willie's father, the senator, had bought up the original 45,000 acres of Spanish land grant back in '65. Willie was married now and the father of 3 sons, and he was serving a second term as a U.S. congressman from New York City. But he spoke little of Washington or his family. Instead, as he and Mac galloped along the wild coast above the Pacific, he talked nostalgically about the beauty of California, and particularly this site. Here, he said, he would build his dream castle someday. Mac began to hear of a new and radical labor organization, International Workers of the World. Wobblies, some called them. In public statements, they said their aim was to educate the oppressed working classes as a prelude to worldwide revolution. In a news article listing IWW men arrested for street corner speeches in Visalia, he saw the name D. Marquez. Mac moved his father-in-law from Sacramento to a pleasant house far out on Lombard Street, within earshot of the bay, and hired a nurse and a cook. Hellman was sickly, suffering from angina and enlarged veins in his legs, and his memory was failing. He denied he needed help from anyone, though he relied on Mac. Professor Lorenzo Love had enough of waiting for his pupil to be found and accepted a post at a female academy in Bakersfield. When he said goodbye, he told Mac he prayed for Jim's return someday. But if it was not to be, he knew Mac would survive. Lear said, "I am tied to the stake, and I must stand the course." Longfellow wrote that it is sublime to suffer and be strong. Lorenzo, that's bullshit and you know it. The men embraced. Bring back that boy, Mr. Chance. Bring back that fine boy. Fleishhack reported regularly, though there was nothing new. One night toward the end of 1907, sleepless, Mac rolled over and stared into the dark and let the cool, dispassionate truth take hold of him. There wasn't any hope. Jim was gone. Meanwhile, the graft prosecutions moved forward. In March 1907, the grand jury had returned 65 indictments of bribery and fraud in the Fight Trust case, 17 in the gas rates case, 13 in a telephone franchise case, 17 in the United Railroads trolley line case. Special Prosecutor Haney locked Roof in a secure house at 2849 Fillmore Street and negotiated with him. The boss agreed to testify for the prosecution in return for limited immunity. In June, Roof had testified against his crony Schmitz in the French restaurant case. The jury's verdict? Guilty of extortion. Schmitz was at last removed from office and sentenced to 5 years in San Quentin. The year was not without its perils for friends of the prosecution. Mac received 3 anonymous death threats in the mail, and Rudolph Spreckles took a telephone call late one night warning that his home would be dynamited. While Fremont Older was on a trip to Southern California, 3 men attempted to kidnap him when his train was stopped at a station. The men were armed and carried a warrant for Older's arrest, but Older shouted that it was a forgery, and station employees and passengers helped him drive off the would-be kidnappers. At least once a week in 1907 and early 1908, Mac drove to Lombard Street, picked up Hellman, and took him to the courtroom for the day. Hellman reveled in the dishonesty of his fellow man. Mac supposed he liked to know that others were as crooked as he'd been. The Parkside Realty case came up for trial early in April of '08. Parkside was a development firm, and one of its principals was William Crocker, president of the Crocker Bank and son of Charlie of the Big Four. Parkside had schemed to spur sales of an oceanside tract with a new trolley line. A trolley line required a franchise. A franchise meant a bribe paid to Roof. The trial was bound to be complex because Roof himself had helped secure the indictments against Parkside's officers, testifying before the grand jury in return for limited immunity. Between that time and the start of the trial, Roof and the prosecutors had quarreled repeatedly. Haney wanted Roof to testify to more than he was willing to say. As a result, the immunity arrangement had broken down, and Haney and his staff were once again after the boss on every front. "They're having trouble finding jurors now," Mac said as he helped his father-in-law down the steps at Lombard Street. Hellman labored across the unpaved sidewalk to the Oldsmobile. "Is that what's on today? More jury picking?" Mac nodded. The dynamiting of Gallagher's house threw the graft trials back on the front page in a very lurid and emotional way. It'll be damn hard to get jurors who are objective. He was referring to an event 2 nights before. Dynamite had blown out the front of the residence of former Supervisor James Gallagher. Under immunity, Gallagher was giving evidence in the trial of Tyree Ford, an official of United Railroads. Gallagher had been a go-between for Roof, carrying Ford's bribe offers to City Hall. Gallagher and his family had miraculously survived the dynamite attack. Hellman wheezed and grimaced as Mac helped him into the auto. "Thanks, Johnny. I ain't so spry anymore." Mac walked around to the hood. "What do you hear about Hetch Hetchy these days?" "Dragging on," Mac said as he climbed in. "No decision yet." When he reached for the brake release, the old man grasped his sleeve. Hellman's hand was red and flaking. He had a vile skin rash and smelled heavily of tar-based ointment. "Listen, I've never been good with compliments, but I got to tell you I appreciate all you done for me. Finding me this place, that dandy little nurse with the round bottom, coming out here and taking me to court every week when you're so busy. That's a real carnival downtown. I know you love it. Watching them fry those crooks is more fun than watching bare-assed girlies dance the hoochie cooch. It is at my age, anyhow." Hellman's smile was sad somehow, the smile of a man keenly aware of his own mortality. Mac felt old himself. "It's nothing," Mac said finally. "Hell, it isn't. Ever since the ranches got too much for me to manage and I moved into that boarding house, Carla stopped coming around much. Now she don't come around at all." "I know that." "And you know why. She's getting long in the tooth like the rest of us. She ain't helping matters, drinking and carousing with those Nancy boy artists she runs with. But her pa, oh no, she don't want to look at him. He'll show her that old age is real. She don't want to be reminded." He squinted into the sunshine, his eyes gleaming as though they were watering. "I'll always love that girl, Johnny, but I don't like her very much." Mac was silent. He shared the feeling. Francis J. Haney approached the bench. In the witness chair sat a man recalled from the panel of provisional jurors, a man with unruly yellow-gray hair, a big mustache, and a walleye that gave him a slightly mad air. There were about 30 people scattered in the spectator section of the courtroom. 3 of Abraham Roof's 4 expensive defense lawyers, Shortridge, Ack, and Farrell, conferred behind their hands while the judge said, "Morris Haas was accepted yesterday as a juror in the Parkside bribery trial. You now wish to challenge that, Mr. Haney?" "I do, Your Honor." Haney handed up a sheet of stiff paper. "This evidence is new, unearthed by our staff." Morris Haas sweated and squirmed while the judge studied the photograph. Haney said, "I'd like permission to present the evidence to Mr. Haas." "Proceed," the judge said, nodding.
Haney marched to the witness box. Mr. Haas, I show you this 20-year-old photograph from the Department of Prisons, a photograph of a man with a shaven head, a man wearing convict stripes. Haas's eyes bulged and sweat streamed down his yeasty face. Are you not the man pictured? Were you not at the time serving a term in San Quentin prison for embezzlement? In the second row, his favorite place, Hellman leaned over to whisper,
That Haney's a tough little apple. I wouldn't want to get him interested in what I'd done 15 or 20 years ago.
He rolled his eyes. Haney pounded the witness box. Mr. Haas, if you please. The governor granted me a pardon, Haas exclaimed. Restored me to full citizenship. Then you don't deny the evidence? No, I don't deny it. How can I? There it is. But I paid my debt. I came back to San Francisco, married, and raised 4 children. You didn't have to rake it all up again. Haney was icy. I beg to differ. Your Honor, the prosecution cannot accept a juror susceptible to undue pressure, for whatever reason. A concealed criminal record certainly makes a man a potential target of extreme pressure. Our investigators unearthed these facts about Mr. Haas, and I regret to have to bring them forward. But I must ask that he be stricken as— Damn you, Haney! Haas yelled, jumping up. He was a small man, 5'6" at most. The judge gavelled him silent. Mr. Haas, step down. You're dismissed. Haas lunged at Haney, who had already turned his back, but a deputy sheriff strong-armed Haas away from the prosecutor, and Foley, the prosecutor's bodyguard, rousted him out through the gate in the rail separating lawyers from spectators. A massive woman with a dark mustache rushed to Haas in tears. I won't let this pass, Haas yelled as the bailiff and the woman pushed him toward the courtroom doors. You've ruined me in San Francisco. You'll pay. Crazy man, Hellman said with a shiver. Mac was about to comment when the hall guard slipped into the vacant seat beside him. There's a gentleman hunting for you, Mr. Chance. He went to your house and your assistant sent him here. He handed Mac an engraved card. Intrigued, Mac studied it. Then, noticing Hellman craning to see, gave him the card. Can you read it? Sure, I can read it. Hellman was defensive about his afflictions. He held the card 3 inches from his nose. Shit. What's it say? Gilbert M. Anderson, S&A Manufacturing Company, Argyle Street, Chicago. Never heard of him. Go on, go see him. I'll be fine. Mac hurried down the aisle. For the first time in a long time, there was a sparkle of interest in his hazel eyes, inspired by a decorative device on the card, a crudely drawn strip of movie film. In the new Golconda Saloon and Grill 2 blocks from court, Mac ordered schooners of beer. Gilbert Anderson was a thickly built, rather plain young man. About 30, Mac guessed. He had soft, luminous brown eyes and a magnificent nose that would suit a statesman. He was dressed as drably as a bank officer. S&A, he pointed to the card lying between them. That's S for George Spoor, my partner, and A for Anderson. George handles our business affairs. I'm in charge of production. You're talking about moving pictures. Yes, sir. I appreciate your taking time to discuss the subject. I was told you're an investor who isn't afraid of new ideas. Mac packed tobacco into his meerschaum. Was he wasting his time? There was nothing dynamic or forceful about Anderson. He seemed, instead, rather shy. Yet that very lack of sophistication, that sincerity, was curiously winning. Mac nodded to indicate that he should go ahead. I'm a stage actor, Anderson began. That is, originally. From New York? Yes, but born in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. He studied Mac and seemed to decide that he could trust him. Gilbert Anderson's the name I adopted for the theater. It's more, acceptable than Max Aronson. Some producers don't like Jewish actors. Some theatrical boarding houses won't rent to Jews. The world is full of stupid people, Mr. Anderson. Do I understand that you quit the stage for moving pictures? That's right.
I've been roaming all over the West, shooting one-reelers for S&A. I even shot 2 down in Westlake Park in Los Angeles. But we need a permanent base out here. I want to buy land, establish a studio to take full advantage of the constant sunshine. Unfortunately, every cent of S&A profit goes into operating the Chicago studio. I have to find supplementary capital. What kind of pictures do you want to produce? Pictures that make money. Mac laughed. The best kind. You like pictures? I love them. Anderson leaned in, so eager he nearly upset his beer. Actually, I'm most interested in pictures about the West. The Old West is practically gone. Autos, interurbans, modern roads, and all those Midwesterners coming in with their real estate offices and tourist cabins. They buried it. I have a partner who'd agree with you. Or do I? Johnson had disappeared as completely as Mac's son, his oil royalties continuing to pile up in his account in Los Angeles, untouched. With enthusiasm, Anderson said, "People still love the West, Mr. Chance, partly because it's vanished, but also because it's simple, open, honest, and mighty exciting, too. Did you see Porter's great train robbery?" "Many times. I was in it. I was a passenger at the mercy of the outlaws." "Well," Mac puffed his pipe and tried to be tactful, "I certainly saw you, but I didn't know you then." Despite the gentle letdown, Anderson was wounded. Typical actor, Mac thought, amused. He liked this fellow who loved the West, though he hardly looked like a Westerner. Anderson had unbuttoned his cheap plain jacket. A sizable belly roll showed. "I was just an extra," Anderson admitted. "I was hired to play one of the train robbers, but Porter happened to ask whether I could ride a horse, and I couldn't lie to him. Matter of fact, I was sick of New York and ready to give up acting when I got that job. Porter's film changed my life. It changed movies, too. Because it had a story. You're right. That little movie contained just 14 scenes. When we shot it in the wilds of New Jersey, I didn't think much of it at all. Then I went to see the finished film projected. I stood in the dark at Eden's on 14th Street. It was astounding. When the outlaws robbed the train, people jumped up and shouted, 'Catch 'em!' When it was over, they yelled, 'Run it again! Run it again!' The picture was also playing uptown at Hammerstein's on Broadway. I couldn't believe the reaction at Eden's, so I went to Hammerstein's, figuring the audience would be highbrow, cold. Know what happened?" "Did they shout, 'Run it again'?" "Exactly." Anderson quickly drank some beer and forgot to dab the foam off his lip. "They couldn't get enough. I said to myself, 'Anderson, that's it. It's the picture business for you.' And now you want to produce westerns. A series featuring one character, a sort of good-hearted bad man. I'll play the part to save money for us." A wry look fleeted over Mac's face. He was sure economy wasn't the primary reason Anderson wanted the role, but the man's enthusiasm excused his ego. "Have you found property for your studio?" "Yes, sir, out in the East Bay, Niles Canyon, well away from the worst of the fog." "Here's the important question. Have you learned to ride a horse?" Anderson burst out laughing. "Tolerably. If I fall off, we can always do a second take. That's the beauty of movies." Smoke rose from Mac's pipe, and he gazed at it thoughtfully. Conservative men would have nothing to do with a scheme like this. Never mind. He had a hunch, an impulse. He'd bet on similar feelings before, and won. Folding your hand, you won nothing. To his surprise, he realized something remarkable had happened. Here in this drab saloon, smelling of sawdust, a stranger had lifted him a little way out of his despond. It was a refreshing feeling. "I must get back to court, Mr. Anderson. Send me a proposal. Tell me how much you need." 66. The Parkside trial ended in a hung jury. The prosecution pressed forward with the trial of Boss Roof himself on charges that he bribed supervisors, specifically Supervisor J.J. Fury on behalf of the United Railroads. Fury would testify under immunity, as would Gallagher, Roof's alleged go-between. This time it was even harder to seat an unbiased jury, and the process took 72 days. Roof's chief counsel, Henry Ack, hurled challenges like rice at a wedding. He dismissed any Veniraman who read the call. He dismissed any Veniraman who subscribed to the bulletin.
Pretty soon he'll be dismissing them if they take a piss first thing in the morning, Hellman grouched.
Henry Ack continued to strike names, object, and stall, until more than 1,400 jurymen had been screened. Meantime, on November 3rd, the nation voted. Mack cast his presidential ballot for Secretary of War William Howard Taft, personally picked by Roosevelt to be his successor. It was a victory for the Republicans, a humiliating defeat for the tired old populist William Jennings Bryan, whom the Democrats had dragged out a third time in desperation. On November 6th, the United Railroads jury was finally sworn and the trial began. Late in the afternoon of November 13th, Friday the 13th, Judge William Lawler announced a short recess. The courtroom in Carpenter's Hall was filled to the limit, 200 people or more. They jammed the balconies along the sides of the drafty hall and packed the seats behind the press tables on the main floor. Mack and Hellman sat on the aisle, second row, main floor. They'd been listening to defense attorney Ack cross-examine James Gallagher, the prosecution's star witness. As the gavel fell and people left their seats, Mack heard snoring. Hellman's round, dimpled chin rested on his shirt front. His yellow and brown plaid suit, an offense to taste, was spotted with red clam sauce from their noon meal. Better take him home soon, Mack thought as he stood up. A small man bumped into him. Mack had seen him before, but couldn't recall where. The man was visibly agitated and pushed through the crowd toward the attorneys' tables. A hubbub of conversation filled the court. Anxious for some air, Mack shoved his way toward doors at the back. Suddenly his neck prickled. He remembered that the man who'd bumped into him had a bad eye. A walleye. "What's he doing? What's that man doing? Oh my God, he's got a pistol!" The woman's voice escalated to a shriek. Mack spun around with a feeling of dread. It had all been there on the face of the wall-eyed man. Hatred and the intent. He just hadn't paid attention. More outcries, then a shot. Mack jumped up on a chair. Forever afterward, he could recall the scene exactly. Francis Haney fallen face down on the prosecution table, blood running from a wound in front of his right ear. The juror in his dirty overcoat standing with the small blue pistol smoking in his hand. In the second row, Hellman woke up and wobbled to his feet. Except for the screaming woman, the courtroom was dead silent. Then everyone yelled at once. A deputy sheriff and Foley, Haney's bodyguard, rushed Morris Haas, and Haas retreated. Excited and confused, Hellman stumbled into the aisle 4 feet behind Haas. It was Hellman's style to bellow when he didn't understand something. He bellowed now at Haas.
"What's going on, mister? What the hell's that gun for?"
"Stay away from me," Haas cried, though Hellman wasn't moving, and then fired 2 more shots. Huge clam sauce splotches appeared on Hellman's gaudy jacket, and he fell forward in the aisle. "Swampy!" Mack shouted, jumping down. He flung people out of his way while the deputy snatched the pistol and beat Haas to the floor. "How is he?" Bill Burns said on the telephone the next night around 11 o'clock. "Bad," Mack said. "In the hospital?" "No, he wanted his own bed. I've been sitting with him all evening. How's Haney?"
"Damnedest thing. He's going to live.
The docs think he had his mouth open, maybe laughing when the bullet hit. The slug went into the jaw muscle under his left ear. Another 1/4 inch and he'd be gone. He'll be down a long while, that's a setback, but he'll recover, and they don't think he'll lose his voice." "Well, good," Mack said in a tired way. "Actually, I called with news about Haas. He's dead." "How?"
"Suicide."
"In jail?"
"Right. They found a Derringer in his hand. He did it lying on his cot under a blanket. The gun wasn't on him when they locked him up, that's certain. Someone smuggled it in."
A chilly shiver worked down Mack's back. "Bill, I don't like to see conspiracies all over the place, but this makes me wonder. Haas was clearly a nerve case. Maybe someone banked on that."
Who do you mean?
Someone who set him up to kill Haney.
You think he was set up?
It's a possibility. They used dynamite, why not an assassin? Maybe they figured Haas was crazy enough to do them a favor afterward. I mean, do away with himself, out of fear or despondency. Provided he had a gun. After a silence, Burns said,
"Interesting theory. We'll never know, will we?"
He broke the connection. 67. Headlights pierced the dark of Lombard Street. The long, gleaming Pope Toledo parked, and the chauffeur opened the passenger door. At the front window, drawn by the sound of the motor, Mac watched Carla stumble out. Her evening wrap brushed the dusty sidewalk. It was mauve velvet, ornamented with a black velvet collar and an excess of passementerie, golden gimps, cords, and tassels. He opened the door. He was in shirt sleeves, old trousers, and suspenders. His face was grim. "About time. I've left messages at your house in Burlingame for 3 days." Carla regarded him with bleary nervousness. How round, white, and matronly her face had become. It was caked with powder and rouge tonight, and smears of lash blacking stained the hollows under her eyes. "Walter's in Washington. I was in Carmel. The servants didn't know where to reach me." Shutting the door behind her, he detected a stronger, sweeter odor beneath her perfume. She dropped her wrap on the parlor rug. She'd come from a party and was in a gold satin evening gown. Its bertha of black lace was sheer enough to show her ballooning cleavage. She wore a wide dog-collar choker, solid with diamonds all the way around that splashed the walls and ceiling with sparkling reflections of the dim electric lights. "Don't you read the papers, Carla?" "Not in Carmel. There was a weekend party." "Where did they hold it? The bottom of a barrel of gin?" She raised a fist. "You bastard! You're so unkind." He pushed her hand aside. "I'm feeling unkind. They took out one bullet, but they can't reach the other. He's dying. You should have been here sooner." They walked the long hall. It was black as a mine shaft, with only a slim band of light showing under the door at the end. Mac opened it a few inches, and Carla clutched him. "Oh, my God." The electric lights were off in Hellman's bedroom, but there was a glow, the glow of an altar. On tables and tabourets crowded on both sides of his headboard, votive candles burned, perhaps 100, flickering and smoking in small red and blue glasses. Hellman lay with his eyes shut, his cheek resting on the round bolster. He wore a nightshirt of gray flannel, and his hands clasped a rough wood crucifix. A broad-shouldered nurse sat on a chair near the bed. Mac said, "He asked for the candles and the cross the first time he regained consciousness. I never knew he was Catholic." "Papa was born Catholic. He was unruly growing up, and he said the German nuns beat him unmercifully for it. He abandoned the church when he was 16. He always told people we were Protestants." Mac opened the door fully. Carla searched his face. No sympathy there. She drew a breath and stepped inside. Her ankle wobbled, her foot coming out of her beaded slipper. Mac jumped and saved her from a fall. "For God's sake, stand up." The nurse gave them an angry look. The noise roused Hellman. "Who is it?" His eyes opened, filmy eyes, seeing little but moving shadows at first. Then they fixed on the shimmer of gold at the bedside. "Carla? My baby. Carla." Mac shut the door and leaned against it. The room needed airing. There were smells of stale bandages and the chamber pot. Smells of death. "Papa," Carla uttered it in a broken voice, dropping to her knees at the bedside and putting her face down on the blanket. Her shoulders heaved. "Papa, oh, Papa." Hellman's nose looked like a radish. Someone, the nurse, had center-parted and combed his thin white hair. He looked waxy and neat as a corpse just attended by morticians. His hand groped and found his daughter's head, then stroked the spun gold hair. "My little Carla,
God above, you smell like a saloon.
He said it lovingly, stroking.
You'll be all right, Papa. She sounded like a child. We'll get you the best care we can.
I got the best. The finest doctors in...
A wheezy cough shook him.
In California.
He pressed the crucifix against the bosom of the nightshirt. Obviously, it cost him an effort to talk. Effort and pain. He kept stroking Carla's bowed head.
I got my son-in-law taking care of me. Your new husband, what's his name? That stuffed shirt. Maybe he's a go-getter, but Mac, now he...
More coughing. Sudden sweat glistened all over his face. The nurse stepped in to pat his brow with a hand towel, dab away a bit of green phlegm from his lip. Hellman looked at her like she was a viper, and she retreated.
Mac's the best man who ever loved you. You didn't pay attention. You had everything, and you just threw it away. You were a damn fool.
He was drowsy, mumbling.
A damn fool to leave him.
Carla raised her head. Lights from the votive candles shone in her eyes. Her mascara ran, streaking her powder. She looked at Mac.
I know, Papa.
Such a fool, but a beautiful girl. Schönes Mädchen, just like your mama. She was beautiful, too.
Hellman sighed. He closed his eyes.
Papa?
The nurse felt Hellman's pulse, then his brow.
Nothing to be alarmed about, Mrs. Fairbanks. He's asleep again, that's all. Please, let him rest.
Carla stumbled to the hallway. Mac closed the door on an image of Hellman sleeping with the crucifix and the nurse holding his wrist. She slumped against the wall.
I thought he was...
Not yet. The doctors say it's a matter of a day, maybe 2 at the most. There's bleeding internally. They can't stop it.
Oh, Mac.
She fell forward against him, shuddering, then stole one arm around his neck. Mac smelled her perfumed hair, felt the warmth and bulk of her body. Over her shoulder he stared at the wallpaper, examining the pattern. She said,
I need a drink. Please don't criticize, just give it to me.
A little brandy, that's all. In the parlor. He pried her arm off and walked down the black hall. In the parlor, he shut the drapes on the street side. No need for the chauffeur to watch Mrs. Fairbanks and her former husband. He put a measured half-inch of Napoleon brandy in a snifter. She consumed it in 2 swallows, then held the snifter out. He shook his head. Swampy and I talked about his will, Mac told her. You inherit half of everything. The other half's in trust for our son when he's found. She gave him a peculiar, coquettish smile. It startled and sickened him. Was she blind drunk already? They did say that some drunkards needed only a sip to lose control.
Papa was right. I was crazy to think I'd ever find someone better. You were the best in every way. In bed, you were the best, too.
This isn't a very appropriate time to talk about that.
Why not? We were married. There's no pretense between us.
She slid the bolt on the hall door, then caressed the gleaming wood in a slow, sensual way, smiling. His stomach turned over. She ran her hand over the black Bertha, rubbing the curve of her bosom.
You were the best. Sometimes I forget.
She took a lurching step.
I'd like to remember. I'd like to be reminded.
Carla, for Christ's sake. She snatched his hand and rubbed his palm with her thumb. He stepped back, but she followed, arm sliding around his neck again. Her tongue licked his cheek, then his ear. The round breasts mashed his chest. He felt stays.
Do you know what I'm wearing underneath this? A corset from Paris. Brocaded satin and lace. Ribbon garters. Wouldn't you like to see?
He threw her arm down. Stop it.
I love you, Mac. I've always been in love with you. I ran away because I couldn't control you, make you do what I wanted. I didn't like that. But I didn't stop loving you.
As I recall, you didn't want the responsibility for Jim either.
That was a mistake. Leaving was a mistake. We were good lovers.
She reached for his waist.
Remind me.
He caught her wrist and held her hand away. No thanks. The only time I was entitled to that was when we were married. I despise your husband, but I'll be damned if I'll cuckold him.
Mac, why not?
She held out her arms, begging, swaying back and forth, weaving, starting to simper at him.
Why not, lover, why not?
You better go. I'll telephone Burlingame when there's a change in your father's...
Mac?
Leave. The rebuff was quiet, hard, final. She lowered her arms, trembling.
You prig. You arrogant, self-righteous son of a bitch. I've had better than you dozens of times, bigger and better. Even when we were married, you weren't good enough. I had lovers, more than one.
He walked away, supremely tired. It doesn't surprise me. I think you're drunk, Carla. Drunk or unhinged by all this. Go sleep it off. He picked up her evening wrap to lay it around her shoulders.
Don't tell me what to do.
She threw the tasseled wrap halfway across the parlor.
You think you're so superior, always in charge. I'll tell you one time you weren't in charge. New Year's Day, 1898. You were in New York seeing that bitch who writes books. Do you remember where I was?
A cold rock of dread fell to the bottom of his belly. Pasadena.
That's right, but I wasn't alone. Walter was there. I had Walter in Pasadena. I had him in here, Mac. Right in here. Are you looking? He got in me New Year's Day, and more than once. He loved getting back at you that way. So did I.
She was leaning toward him, so overwrought that she could smile while tears streamed from her eyes. Mac flung the evening wrap at her. Get out. But she had the knife in him.
Not till I tell you something else. You thought Jim was a month early. No, I was full term when he was born. I was already pregnant when you came back from New York. Jim isn't your son. Jim is Walter's son.
You're a liar. Carla flung her head back and laughed at him.
Hurts, doesn't it? Good, good. There's no mistake. Walter was my lover when you were away. You raised his son, and Papa called me the fool.
You goddamned liar. He backhanded her mouth. Carla cried out and spilled sideways, hitting the sofa with her head. Mac stared at his right hand as though it belonged to someone else, a leper, a Jack the Ripper. He'd struck Jim, and now he'd struck a woman.
You cowardly bastard,
she said as he circled, hand outstretched to help her rise.
Don't touch me, don't you touch me, or I'll have the police on you, you fucking woman-beating monster.
He reached again. Carla, I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Carla shoved him and ran past to the foyer door. She breathed hard, yellow hair coming undone and tumbling to her shoulders. The diamond dog collar studded Mac's face with light points as she gripped the edge of the door.
I'm glad I told you. Let it hurt, you cruel shit. I hope it hurts till the day you die.
She left, spraying diamond points of light on the walls, the ceiling, comets and stars flying in some great stellar cataclysm. The street door slammed and the crazed heavens became a plastered ceiling again. The young Lutheran pastor was red-faced in the November cold. He nevertheless prayed with passion. Lord God, we now commend thy servant Otto Adolphus Hellman to thy eternal care. Gray mist from the ocean blew across Redeemer Cemetery and wet the gravestones and the brown grass. Thou shalt in time redeem all of mankind, soul by soul, as thou hast redeemed him. Mac stood at the foot of the open grave, his sad gaze on the bronzed metal casket. Yesterday, the monument company had raised the obelisk, a tall shaft of pink marble surmounted by a Prussian eagle with Hellman in relief on the base, 10 inches high. Hellman's dates were a quarter of the size. Thou hast cleansed him till he is innocent as a child, his soul bright and pure as dawn, his heart prepared, ready for thy everlasting care.
14 mourners ringed the grave. All but Mac were connected with Hellman's various real estate enterprises. Managers, foremen, bankers, insurance brokers. All men. Neither Carla nor her husband was present. They were represented instead by a 5-foot floral tribute already wilting and browning. Receive him now, Almighty Father, now and forever. Amen and amen. After an appropriate silence, the pastor's glance signaled that the service was over, and the mourners dispersed quietly. Mac put on his derby, shook the pastor's hand, and gave him an envelope containing his fee. 2 bored cemetery workers turned cranks to lower the casket on straps. The mist was turning to rain. Mac walked quickly up the slope, speaking to no one. At the summit, several black automobiles waited in a line. He was startled when a woman in a black wool coat and large black hat stepped from behind a stone angel.
"I thought you might need company afterward," Margaret said, taking his arm. "You've been so grim since he died. It must have hit you terribly hard."
Mac said nothing. His expression never changed. She thought he'd reached bottom when his son disappeared, but it was worse now. Mac's skin was yellowing, and huge dark rings showed under his eyes. James Macklin Chance, age 40, looked like an invalid. Near the parked autos, a man in a cloth cap adjusted a box camera on a tripod. He uncapped the lens and raised his holder of flash powder. "Mr. Chance, this way if you don't mind." Mac ran at him, kicked his tripod, and rubbed dirt on the lens. He and Margaret sped off in the black Olds. 68. Abraham Roof, you have heard the verdict of the jury in this case. You are hereby sentenced to confinement in the state prison at San Quentin for the maximum term specified for the crime of bribery, 14 years. Judge Lawler rapped the gavel once. The boss grabbed the arm of Henry Ack, his defense attorney. The trial had ended 2 weeks ago. Gallagher's testimony had established Roof's guilt beyond question. "It's an outrage. We'll appeal," Ack shouted. Reporters broke for the rear of the courtroom like track sprinters, several jostling Mac as he left his aisle seat. An exuberant Fremont older pummeled his shoulder. "Got him, by God! Told you we would!" Hiram Johnson, the stout and florid Sacramento lawyer who'd taken over for Haney, began to gather and stack his various notes and depositions with neat, crisp motions. People pumped his hand. 3 men in blue surrounded Boss Roof and swept him toward a side door. Roof traveled to and from jail under heavy police guard. Mac put on his derby. The boss spied him and stopped. One of the policemen ordered him on. Roof ignored him, quickly walking over to lean across an empty press table. His eyes were moist and shiny. "Well, are we quits?" "I'd give you 100 years if it were up to me." Roof looked affronted, then the police dragged him away. Mac walked down the stairs at Greenwich Street. He'd packed one old leather valise. Senora Olivar stood just inside the parlor, tensely twisting and squeezing her apron. She watched Mac's face, hunting for some kind of reprieve. Instead, he pressed an envelope into her hand. "That's for Christmas. Alex will send your wages every week as usual." Alex and his wife had left for Riverside 3 days before.
"When will you be back, Senor?"
"I don't know. I'm sick of this town." Under a winter half-moon, Mac drove through the outskirts of San Jose. A couple of revelers lurching from a roadside tavern waved and shouted, "Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!" But Mac didn't return the greeting. He drove on past the little island of red and green lights. Christmas night was nothing special, just a night to put more miles behind his car. A night to drive the bumpy roads as long as he could before pulling over to sleep with his hand on the shopkeeper's Colt in his overcoat pocket. On New Year's Day, after 2 road breakdowns, Mac's mud-spattered Oldsmobile coughed and strained up the last few hundred yards of winding road to Villa Mediterranean. The servants tried to greet him cheerily, but the unspoken reaction was shock and dismay. Their employer was haggard and sallow.
Mac handed over his valise and opened the office. Alex had been in, obviously. Papers and files were stacked and marked with notes written in his small, precise hand, indicating the priority of each batch. He unlatched shutters. Shafts of winter light touched the desk, and the Emigrant's Guide to California and its gold fields. Mac picked it up and blew on the cover. A little puff of dust arose. Suddenly he hurled it against the wall. He dragged a chair to the window and sat in the sunshine, staring out, staring inward at his confrontation with Carla. The scene played and then repeated, like a film loop on a Nickelodeon screen inside his head. Sometimes he stopped the image, froze it, to better examine Carla's face at the moment she told him. He wanted to discover little signs of deception, falsehood. But he'd lived with her. He could tell. There were no such signs. He saw instead hysteria and raw spite. She wasn't lying about Jim. She'd picked her longest, sharpest knife and put it in his vitals to the hilt. He could feel it there. He'd never get it out. 9. Smashing the Machine, 1909 to 1910. The movies fled west. They fled from the wilds of New Jersey and grubby studios like Biographs in a converted piano showroom on 14th Street, New York. They fled the confinement of winter weather, endless days and weeks without sunshine, and they fled with even greater alacrity from the wrath of Thomas Edison, his writs, and his lawyers. Edison had little to do with the invention of motion picture cameras and projectors, generally scorning them as trivialities. But he was a canny businessman, always willing to lend his name to inventions that might make money, and then producers of silent movies began copying the design of Edison equipment and constructing duplicates. Even selling the clones as their own, the inventor went into a frenzy. He claimed his motor design and the film loop design were stolen. He couldn't claim the film, that was made by Eastman, but he insisted the sprocket holes were patented. In 1907, a federal court in Chicago held that independent producer William Selig had violated Edison camera patents. Like many of the early producers, Colonel Selig was a brawler, not inclined to shrug and accept defeat. He organized a production unit and sent it where he thought no Edison lawyers would pursue, over the Rockies to California. Other independents read the lesson of the Selig case. If they bucked Edison, they foresaw endless harassment, endless interference with production and profits. Led by the powerful Biograph, 7 of them amalgamated to make peace with the famous inventor. They would pay him royalties and, in return, would be the exclusive licensees of his equipment. Producers who weren't members of their little club were forbidden to use the equipment under any circumstances. Thus was born the Motion Picture Patents Company, a monopoly, soon to be nicknamed the Patents Trust. Its appearance in 1908 sent a horde of independents westward, where Selig had gone. But Patents Company goons scouted out their secret locations in California and the Southwest and interfered with production. They liked to pump bullets into the camera just to make sure the picture was never finished. Eventually, the Patents Company perished, trust-busting under the Sherman Act, hammering some of the nails into its coffin. But in its day, the Patents Company drove many a movie maker to California, while others, such as Biograph and S&A, Vistograph and Calum, comfortably established as members of the trust, went west for the greater productivity afforded by good weather year-round. The various producing companies were so delighted with results that wintering in California became an annual rite. By the 1920s, Southern California had become the industry's permanent home. The movies, too, had struck a vein of California gold. 69. On a bright, brisk morning in November 1909, Mac and Alex Muller cantered down to Foothill Drive on saddle horses. Mac wore jeans and a faded denim shirt, red neckerchief, and leather vest. The months in Southern California had restored his color. He enjoyed these morning meetings on horseback. Alex didn't. As usual, he looked fretful on his piebald. He also looked peculiar, sitting in his saddle in suit, waistcoat, and cravat.
Behind them, Villa Mediterranean presented a changed appearance. Ironworkers had torn out the JMC cartouche in the gate and filled the gap, and masons had chiseled the cartouches from the house, then repaired and repainted the stucco. Ahead, the luminous light of early morning lay on the orange groves, pencil lines of smoke showing just above the treetops. The previous night, when an early frost threatened, the burners had been set out. Now Mac's white and Mexican laborers were sleepily piling the burners back into wagons. What's first? Alex pulled out his neatly written agenda for the horseback meeting. These days he lived in a cottage at the foot of Mount Rubidoux, the proud, if somewhat exhausted, father of twin boys. We had a letter from Mr. Flintman, the bookkeeper at the Tabernacle. He questioned the sum on our last oil royalty. I went over the statements. He was simply misreading one figure, so I telephoned and corrected him. He was extremely agitated over the mistake. To me, he sounded like a man who suffers if he misplaces 3 pennies. Mac laughed. How are the sun worshippers doing? I don't keep track. The Tabernacle is the largest non-denominational church in all of Southern California, I understand. Don't call it a church. It's a cult. A damned fraud. Someday they'll catch up to Wyatt. Meantime, it's said that he lives like a Raja. He would. What's next? They walked their mounts into a lane between the trees. The manager, Billy Biggerstaff, and 2 Mexicans called to them and waved. Mac returned the greeting while Alex bent over his paper, which kept him from hitting his head on a branch 6 inches above. He never saw it. Captain Norheim requests severance if you have no plans to take the yacht out of dry dock. I don't. Let him go. Pay him generously. Very good, I'll take care of it. Mr. Anderson writes, asking that you visit the new studio at your early convenience. Mac had put $50,000 into the S&A studio in the East Bay. He'd also shared the opportunity with Giannini at the Bank of Italy. The shrewd little banker had interviewed Anderson, then put in $15,000. Giannini's enthusiasm for movies matched Mac's. I'll see it when I go north again. Or if. You are a major stockholder, sir. Shouldn't you inspect your property? I trust Anderson. I liked the scenario for the one-reeler that he sent last week. He's calling his Western character Bronco Billy. Alex missed that. He was preoccupied, not to say bug-eyed, behind his pince-nez. A green snake was wriggling along between the horses. Alex loved California, but he preferred to enjoy its natural aspects indoors, with his eyes jammed to a stereopticon. Again he consulted the paper. Wardlow Brothers, on Monday they will have final schematics and cost estimates for the new irrigation system at Fresno. Mac pondered. I suppose I'll go ahead. It's a big outlay, though. New reservoirs and canals and dikes and spillways. But the system will make the ranch a showplace for the valley. Mac's voice hardened. Who am I going to show it to? Chastised, Alex lowered his head over the paper. Selwyn Fleishak's assistant telephoned from the Pinkertons' office in Los Angeles. And? Nothing to report. It was just the required weekly call. Mac no longer took the calls himself. In August, Fleishak had delegated them to an underling. The Pinkertons had almost relegated the case to inactive status. Who could blame them? No one liked failure. One bit of good news, Alex said in a hopeful way. Miss Emerson telegraphed last night. She will arrive on vacation shortly after the first of the year. That seemed to restore Mac's spirits somewhat. I've been inviting her all year. I'll be glad to see her. Are we finished? Yes, sir, except for a reminder of your appointment at 2 this afternoon. The gentleman from the Lincoln Roosevelt League. Hell, I forgot. I don't want to see them. I only let them come for the sake of politeness. The 3 visitors were white, Republican, and prosperously dressed. Their spats, cravats, and buttoned waistcoats didn't fit the Italian-Spanish atmosphere of the living room, and clashed strongly with the attire of their host, who looked like a seedy cowhand. Dorian Stimson, young and earnest, was a Harvard-educated lawyer Mac knew slightly through Enrique Potter. They talked at some length when Mac was a guest and Stimson the speaker at a meeting of the Christian Scholastic Economic League, the Los Angeles organization of Dr. John Randolph Haynes.
Haynes was a remarkable, complex man Mac admired because he somehow balanced passionate Fabian socialism with a lucrative surgical practice and great success as a real estate speculator. The second visitor, Max Margolis, was a dry goods magnate with 17 stores from Ventura to San Diego and a power in the Los Angeles Good Government Group. The third man, Randall Noon, edited the Modesto Annunciator. After Mac served whiskey and they took care of pleasantries, "What fine orange groves! What a magnificent house! What an interesting train ride out to Riverside!" Stimson spoke for the visitors. "You know that Republicans have organized a League of Lincoln Roosevelt clubs throughout California, Mr. Chance." "I do," Mac said. "We have done so for one purpose. A year from this very month, we must return our state to the people. We must do it by instituting reforms and by once and for all defeating every candidate promoted by the SP. Most important, we must elect a governor," Noon said. Stimson walked back and forth in front of the vast hearth, clearly confident of his own persuasive powers. "Hiram Johnson has agreed to run. He did a superb job in standing in for Francis Haney while Haney recuperated from his bullet wound. Johnson will likely be the prosecutor given the credit when Boss Roof finally goes to San Quentin." Margolis said, "And it's a damn rotten shame that he hasn't." A shaft of sun from a high window lit Mac's white hair as he leaned against the tan wall. "There are a lot of good lawyers in California." "You have a right to be sardonic," Stimson said. "The delays and maneuverings are scandalous, but it's due process, and when it has run its course, Roof will fall. Roof will go to prison, I guarantee it. Back to the point, if we may. Hiram Johnson, he's an ideal candidate. He is state vice president of our league, a tough, experienced man." Randall Noon said, "You can measure the depth of Hiram's commitment by understanding the personal cost of his decision. You know his father, Grove, has a big law practice in Sacramento, and he's pro-railroad. Grove is furious with his son, but Hiram is still willing to go ahead." "So are we all," Stimson said. "Last year, for 6 months, we pleaded and argued and lobbied in Sacramento, and the legislature finally, reluctantly enacted the direct primary system into law. Primaries will take the nomination process out of the hands of the corrupt state conventions, which the SP usually dominates. That's step 1. Step 2 is this: win the 1910 elections. That requires candidates and good men standing behind them. We're here to recruit you as one of the latter, Mr. Chance. We need you in the Lincoln Roosevelt League. We particularly need your influence up in San Francisco. And, I'll be frank, we need your money. But I'm living in Southern California. I have no plans to go back." Stimson squared off in front of Mac like a debater. "Enrique Potter said I'd have a hard time selling you, but please consider carefully before you refuse. A decade ago, the citizens of California won significant victories over the SP. The Los Angeles Harbor decision, the defeat of Huntington's scheme to cancel the debt. But the octopus is still huge and powerful." "Damned arrogant, too," Margolis said. "They slung most of the mud at the Good Government Group, sneered and called us the Goo-Goos." "It's intolerable," Stimson said, "and we won't tolerate it, not any longer." "Mr. Stimson, gentlemen, I admire your zeal, and I don't disagree. I believe every word. But you must also believe me. I've fought enough battles. I'm tired of fighting." Dismayed, the 3 Republicans exchanged looks. Noon, the editor, said, "Your friend Rudolph Spreckles is one of us. Jim Phelan, too." "I admire them for it. It doesn't change anything." With sharply reduced enthusiasm, Stimson said, "Do I understand that you're saying no?" "That's exactly what I'm saying. Have a pleasant trip back to Los Angeles, gentlemen." 70. Margaret Emerson arrived on the sleeper from San Francisco. Stepping down into sunshine and billowing steam, she was the very picture of Parisian style. Her travel suit was dark brown wool, and a beige blouse with a jabot and a tight high collar enhanced the long, graceful line of her neck. Brown gloves, brown silk parasol, brown straw hat with brown plumes. Everything matched. She threw herself into Mac's arms for a long hug.
"It's so wonderful to see you."
"I thought you'd never take me up on my invitation. I'm glad you did."
"How are you?"
"About the same. This way." They passed from under the eaves of the platform, and she watched sunlight strike him. Physically, he looked much improved, but those eyes were still dead. Margaret's bubbling excitement turned to pain. He stowed her suitcases in the rear of his newest automobile, a four-wheeled yacht of a car, a Packard Landau, brilliant yellow, with black fenders and trim, and Packard's stylish, hex-shaped hubcaps. "I thought we'd spend the day sightseeing, then drive to Redondo Beach for the night. I reserved 2 suites," he added in an offhand way. She got the point. Mac sped the open Packard away from the SP depot. Minutes later, he was weaving through downtown traffic. He shot around one of the big red cars of the Pacific Electric interurban system, and the motorman clanged his bell defensively. Margaret hung onto her hat and her seat cushion, gasping.
"You're a demon. What's the speed limit?"
6 miles an hour downtown, 30 everywhere else. I can't stand to go that slowly. The Packard threaded through openings Margaret thought impossible. Mac was a fine driver and never endangered pedestrians. Still, he hunched at the big wheel as if he had some unseen presence on his shoulder.
"This is my first visit to Los Angeles," she said. "It's huge. I pictured adobes and cows wandering the streets."
"I saw it that way in the 80s. There are 350,000 people, maybe more. We get a dozen or so off the trains every day." He motored past the Times, now headquartered in a massive dark red building crowned by brick turrets and battlements. The unofficial capital of Otis Town, the General's Commission in the Philippines went to his head. Notice the sentry box at the front door? He calls this place the Fortress. His home's the Bivouac. Inside, they keep 50 or 60 high-power rifles.
"Whatever for?"
"For the day the mad anarchist trade union dogs rise up and attack," Mac said with a wink. He drove through streets of small, neat homes with derricks pumping noisily in backyards. He showed her the well he'd dug for Doheny. One of the richest men in the state now. He pointed out some of his own wells. In the late forenoon, he took her by Echo Park Lake. Sunshine painted rainbows on the heavy oil slick. Someday all that seepage will catch fire. He showed her Angel's Flight, the cable railway that ascended Bunker Hill. When he offered to take her to the alligator farm on the east side, she declined. "All right, but you can't experience Southern California fully unless you see something bizarre. Tell you what, before you leave, we'll go to Pasadena, and I'll show you the headquarters of a cult. I've told you about my old partner, haven't I?" They ate pork loin, vegetables, potatoes, and gravy at Brown's Union Square Cafeteria, a new kind of restaurant without table service. They pushed their trays along a shelf in front of neatly cased displays of food, selecting only what they wanted, and paid the cashier at the end of the line. "Another new California idea," he said. It was hard to make himself heard. The Michigan Society was holding a meeting at several nearby tables. The Grand Wolverine, as his satin sash proclaimed him, extolled the state from which he and all his listeners had fled. At every mention of Michigan, the audience stamped, clapped, and clanged silverware against water glasses. "I guess they love snow now that they don't have to shovel it," Mac said. They drove out to Washington and Grand. Biograph is filming there. They've sent a whole crew from New York for the winter to take advantage of our sunshine. The picture they're doing is called In Old California. They want to shoot at the San Gabriel Mission and on some property I own in the Hollywood Hills. Mac didn't mention that most of Riverside considered him crazy for putting money in moving pictures, or having anything to do with them. "Still a novelty and a trashy one," Clive Henley said. "It's a business run by a lot of ghetto Jews from New York, glove merchants, rag pickers, dirty little sheenies, the lot of them." "Your bigotry and snobbery are showing, Clive," Mac said in reply. "Also the moss on your back." Clive sniffed. If you want to chum around with Jews and low-life actresses, don't come to me complaining you've caught some disease." Clive was trying to be humorous, but he came across as merely crude. Mac didn't like him very much anymore, nor did he like the constant attacks by the solid men of Riverside, the badgering he took because he held strong opinions and refused to run with the herd. He'd resigned from the polo club because of it. They found the Biograph Company working on a wooden-walled stage on a lot next to a lumber yard. There seemed to be a great deal of commotion. Actors and actresses rushed back and forth from 4 wooden huts to the stage, costumed as señoritas, friars, Spanish dons. Mac handed Margaret a business card. "That's the man I have to see, Mike Sinnott."
"This says Mike Sinnott."
They all have professional names. Sinnott's an assistant to the director, also a bit player and scenario writer, so he said on the telephone anyway. They stepped onto the stage, suddenly immersed in the noise of many conversations and the rapping hammers of carpenters finishing a row of flats. The flats represented an hacienda interior. The roof of the stage was open to the sun, but hung with long linen battens to diffuse the light. "Sinnott?" Mac said to a girl rushing by with an armload of monk's habits. She pointed to a burly, bare-headed man with long simian arms and rough features. He was talking to a little man with a cap and a tall, beak-nosed fellow of 35 or so. Striking rather than handsome, the tall man drew the eye because he wore a suit, cravat, and straw hat. Everyone else was in old clothes or costumed for the picture. The gent in the straw hat leaned an elbow on the great box of the camera, puffing a cigarette and gesturing like some languid dandy. Those around him hung on his words. "Must be the director," Mac said. The conference ended and Sinnott broke away. Mac introduced himself and pulled a document from his coat. "My lawyer, Mr. Potter, made 1 or 2 small changes in the location contract. I initialed them and signed it. I'll expect the $100 fee by the end of the week." "Right you are, Mr. Chance. Would you and the lady like to meet our principals?" He introduced them to a handsome young actor named Jack Pickford and his sister Mary, an ingenue of striking beauty, who was perhaps 15 or 16. Then he presented them to the little man in the cap, the cameraman, Bitzer, and the director, Mr. Griffith. "Welcome to the Biograph lot, Mr. Chance, Miss Emerson." Mac heard the South in Griffith's voice. "We're all set on that fine location in Hollywood," Sinnott advised his boss. "Mr. Chance and I struck a deal in 10 minutes. "Two Macs certainly ought to get along, don't you think? Where are you from, sir?" "At the moment, Riverside. You?" "I was born on a plantation in Oldham County, Kentucky, about 20 miles from Louisville. I'm proud to say the blood of the old Confederacy flows in my veins. My father fought for the white race in the 1st Kentucky Cavalry. He rode for Bedford Forrest and Joe Wheeler. What about you, Miss Emerson?"
"Northern California."
The director fondled Margaret's chin in a familiar way. It annoyed Mac and made Miss Pickford pout like a jealous lover. "What a smile you have," Griffith said. "If you'd like to go waltzing some evening, leave a message at the Alexandria Hotel down on Spring Street." It was light-hearted, superficially a joking invitation, but Griffith's eye feasted on Margaret. Mary Pickford said sweetly,
"Will Mrs. Griffith let you out, D.W.?"
Griffith shot her a look. "I love you too, Mary," he said, turning his back on the little girl with curls. Jack Pickford pulled at his sweaty monk's habit and snickered. All charm again, Griffith shook Mac's hand and smiled at Margaret. "Guard her, Mr. Chance. If you don't, someone will steal her." He kissed her hand, about-faced smartly, and clapped 3 times. "All right, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, Mary, Wally, rehearsal, please." They watched for an hour. Margaret was fascinated by the actors, the orderly disorder, the hand-cranked camera, and Griffith's absolute command of every detail. The director deliberated before each shot. He argued with Bitzer, but seldom gave in. A general in charge of a raffish army. When he worked, he was blunt, even biting if something went wrong, quite different from the courtly Southerner who tipped his hat and flattered Margaret.
"What an attractive man,"
she said as they left the stage. I didn't like his crack about defending the white race.
No, but did you notice that lovely Pickford girl? She's mad for him.
She and 3 or 4 others I saw mooning over him. Marriage doesn't seem to keep his eye from roving.
You sound like a grumpy old prude. Marriage doesn't interfere with my customers at the Maison, either. They come in spite of it.
Or because of it. She laughed. He didn't. The January afternoon grew cool, the shadows long and sharp, the light a deepening gold and melancholy. On the way out to the ocean, he pulled to the roadside near a large, colorful billboard. While he raised the folding top and latched it to the windscreen, Margaret studied the board. Painted aircraft filled a painted sky, fanciful dirigibles, balloons with gondolas, monoplanes and biplanes with translucent ribbed wings. First in America, Aviation Meet, Los Angeles, January 10 through 20.
What's an aviation meet? She asked as they started up.
A big exhibition with races, demonstrations, time trials, that sort of thing. The Hearst paper in Los Angeles is sponsoring it. Glenn Curtis is bringing a replica of the Golden Flyer, the plane he flew to win the Gordon Bennett Cup at Reims. Louis Paulin's coming from France. It's shaping up to be quite an event.
I've read a lot about flying machines. I'd never want to ride in one, but I'd love to see them. Could we go?
I suppose we might as well. I've no family to entertain you while you're here, nor any close friends for that matter.
Have you heard from H.B.?
Not since he left. Mac sped the Packard down the dirt highway. He caught up with a bicyclist and honked him out of the way. Margaret frowned and held on, and soon she was gasping again, clutching any available handhold while her cheeks paled and her heart raced. She exclaimed over the noise.
It'll be a wonderful vacation if I live through it.
The clerk at the Redondo Lodge showed them to adjoining suites without comment. Mac immediately noticed a connecting door. They unpacked, changed from their dusty clothes, and walked down to the shore of Santa Monica Bay. An orange winter sky reflected in the silver water, and high waves broke and roared toward the wet shingle. 2 young men in tight-striped bathing costumes balanced precariously on prow-shaped boards atop the rushing waves.
What on earth are they doing?
It's something called surf riding. Brand new. There's always something new out here. They watched the spray-soaked surf riders on the crests of their waves, tilting from side to side with arms out for balance, laughing in their strength and their youth. Margaret slipped her arm through Mac's, and he could feel the roundness of her breast touching him. He didn't pull away. They ate in the cozy wood-paneled dining room of the lodge. Mac was surprised to find Sonoma Creek Cabernet listed among the offerings of the small cellar. They drank 1 bottle with their abalone steaks, and then a second, and both of them were weaving a little as they went up to bed. Margaret gave him a polite good-night kiss on the cheek and went to her door with her own key. He'd drunk too much. He fell asleep face down on the bed, still in his clothes. Some time later he heard tapping on the connecting door. Opening it, he saw Margaret, with the small bedside candle in its brass holder. The lodge was not electrified. Her nightgown was white as a bride's, her nipples dark and large as dollar pieces beneath. Margaret, she put her palm on his mouth. When she was sure she'd quieted him, she kissed him, and he could smell her hair and her skin. He flung off his clothes. She blew out the candle, and soon she was astride him. They slept a while. When they woke, he held her in his arms. Margaret?
Yes?
We mustn't do that again. Ever.
No, but I had to do it once.
She kissed him, her auburn hair tumbling down on his naked shoulders.
Thank you, my love.
She left the warm, tangled bed, and a moment later the connecting door closed. In the morning she was refreshed, humming as they walked down to breakfast.
What a lovely dream I had, Mac. I dreamed you and I made love. We made a little bargain beforehand, too. I'd sleep with you if you would take me to see the airplanes. Yesterday you didn't sound at all enthusiastic. I thought you loved new inventions."
"I do," he said with surprising vigor. He'd shaved clean and close, put on a fresh linen. Despite the wine, he had no hangover. For the first time in months, he felt better.
"Good, it's settled."
To the waiter, she said,
"A table in the sunshine, please."
71. A 3-car Pacific Electric special arrived at Dominguez Junction every 120 seconds. From there, it was a half-mile hike up a muddy road to the flat summit of Dominguez Hill. Promoters of the air meet had constructed a grandstand to hold 26,000, a 3-mile wire fence to protect spectators from taxiing aircraft, and an area of large exhibition tents behind the stands. Special telephone lines linked the site to the city room of the Los Angeles Examiner. Concession booths lined both sides of the auto road leading to the hilltop. The promoters christened it Aviation Park. From a modest 20,000 or so on opening day, attendance jumped to 40,000 a day by the end of the first week. On Sunday, a boy and an older man squeezed in with many others aboard one of the PE specials from downtown. The boy's left shoulder dipped noticeably each time he put his weight on his left foot. The man used a cane and moved stiffly because of arthritis. He was tall, and so was the 11-year-old with the handsome face, blonde hair, and dark blue eyes. Both seemed to be crippled. People took them for relatives. The boy went by the name Jim David, the first name that had come to his head when the older man asked what to call him. The man was called Jocker Sprue, though that wasn't his real first name. "I was named for various thimble riggers, money grubbers, and whited sepulchres among my ancestors in the tidewater of Virginia. My full name, I regret to say, is Arlington Arvide Mertha Sprue," he said once when Jim asked the question, "Is that a mother's triple sin against her offspring, or isn't it?" Jocker was the tall man who had created such an impression of terror in those vividly remembered moments just before the Valencia Street Hotel collapsed and a wall came down on them in the alley. Jocker had flung himself on top of Jim instinctively, and being more agile then and powerfully strong from living a rough life in hobo jungles, he protected Jim in those moments when lath and plaster, siding and flooring and roofing, and even a bed fell and buried them. Jim had been knocked out for a while, waking to darkness, choking dust and the weight of Jocker and the rubble on top of him. "Shout, boy," came Jocker's hoarse voice in the dark. "Shout, and pray to God somebody pays attention. It's an earthquake, and a bad one." They yelled, "Help, help under here, somebody help," for what seemed like hours, meantime listening to a growing cacophony of sounds, fires crackling, injured or dying hotel guests moaning and pleading, people running and yelling in fear. Finally, Jim felt he could yell no more, and in a gasp said so. The unseen man whose weight was grinding down on him managed to grasp his shoulder and squeeze it, an excruciating pain. "Don't you say that. Don't you give up on me. You yell your throat raw. Yell till you pass out from yelling, or we won't get out of here." Jim yelled. Finally, ready to weep with exhaustion, he heard the tall man exclaim, "Somebody's out there." And then he heard a second, more distant voice. "No, Harry, back here, under that bedstead in the alley. I distinctly heard a voice." Two dusty, sweaty San Francisco policemen dug them out with the help of another man. Jocker said his back was strained, but he straightened up readily enough when the police asked his name. "Arthur Jones. We're grateful to you, officers," he said, dragging Jim away. They emerged into the nightmare of Market Street with the great fire burning immediately to the south and other fires over by the bay. But they were alive, and Jim was too frightened and grateful to disobey the tall man with the long locks when he whispered, "You take my hand, boy. Jocker's got you now, and he'll look after you. Don't you question me or so much as look cross-eyed, 'cause I've got to pick some pockets so we can get enough money for 2 ferry passages to Oakland. I hope to God the ferry's running, because this side of the bay looks like an inferno. Doomed."
On Market Street, in the milling crowds, Jim thought he saw his father at one point. He almost called out, but the crowd shifted so fast that he couldn't be sure it was Mac, and he wasn't certain whether he wanted to be back with him now that he was alive, albeit bruised and gashed from his stay under the rubble. Besides, Jocker had one fingerless glove wrapped around his hand tight as a vice, to be sure they wouldn't be separated in the confusion. On Market Street that morning, Jim was introduced to one of the hobo's unusual skills. Jocker successfully filched $5, from the purse of a sightseeing woman, no less, without detection, and they escaped to Oakland on a noon ferry. It was on the ferry ride that Jocker asked his name, and he invented Jim David. He told Jocker that his folks were dead. "If you say so," Jocker replied with a snaggly smile. His teeth were white. Later Jim learned he brushed them once a day, even if he had to use a twig and water, but he was missing a couple in the front. "If you were a street boy, your face'd be weathered and your hands'd be calloused, which they aren't. All right with me, though, if you ran away. We won't go into it. I did the same thing when I was just a mite older than you. Oil and water don't mix, and I determined at a pretty early age that sprue and responsibility of any sort would never mix either." He leaned on the rail among the horrified crowds and watched the smoke and flame above the receding city. "I've ridden the rods with a couple of boys, but neither was as quick and sturdy as you seem to be. So here's the arrangement. You try to run off, I'll catch you and whip you. You stick by me, I'll take good care of you. I've never seriously hurt one of my boys, or harmed him in a nasty bodily way. Never touched one, in fact, unless it was to give a little discipline, or maybe a little necessary affection," he added, slipping the arm of his queer patchwork coat around Jim's shoulder. "Sort of like a father, don't you know?" He said that so softly Jim almost didn't hear it above the slap of the waves and the churn of the engines. "I think we'll get along fine," Jocker decided then. "You'll have to fetch and carry for me. I'm not getting any younger, and this blasted arthritis is cruel, but you'll eat more or less regularly, and you'll sleep safe, out of the weather most of the time, and you'll be safe from some of the less savory brethren we bump into in the hobo jungles. Old Jocker, he'll see to it, Jim David." He squeezed the boy again. His sleeve was coated with dust from the Valencia Street wreckage, and had left a white mark all across Jim's shoulders, like a brand. But Jim didn't see it, and he was not at all unhappy to have fallen into the company of the peculiar, untidy, but oddly likable old tramp. They lived for 2 weeks in the vicinity of the Oakland rail yards, and for 5 nights actually had a splendid warm residence inside an empty boxcar that bore a painted legend on its side: "To the California sufferers from the peoples of Iowa." Finally, though, Jocker declared that they must move on. "Thought we'd find some nice pickings after the quake, but there's too many soldier boys all over the place. Time we went where it's warmer. My arthritis craves the sunshine." And so they began to move eastward. It was exciting to travel the way Jocker did, but it was dangerous, too. The old tramp taught Jim how to swing aboard a freight when it was moving slowly, not as easy as it looked. The first time Jim tried it, it wrenched his arm sockets so badly he almost fell beneath the wheels of the boxcar. Hanging in the door, Jocker pulled him up one-handed. Jocker taught him how to ride the rods down between the bottom of a locked car and the track speeding beneath, and do it without falling to your death. He taught Jim how to pluck a stolen chicken, cook hobo stew, and dodge the railroad bulls who always wanted to roust you and sometimes beat you half to death in the yards. Jim learned fast. It was that or perish, and he tried doubly hard to master the old tramp's lessons because he fancied himself a drag on their progress. His crippled foot naturally made him slower and more awkward than Jocker. Jocker never complained, though, only encouraged and occasionally corrected him. They went all the way down to the Gulf near the Mexican border, then east again through the Texas cattle ranges and cotton fields, and on across Louisiana and the rural South into Florida. They roamed the pristine Atlantic beaches for a while, swimming and rollicking in the surf, and catching and picking big Atlantic blue crabs for supper. Wherever they went, they lived off the land, stealing when they had to. Man should only resort to stealing out of necessity, Jim, never for the sport of it. And Jocker was good as his word, protecting Jim from the occasional advances of some unsavory, love-starved hobo in the camps along the railway lines. Jocker was an entertaining companion, Jim found, and a smart one, too, despite his lack of formal education. He read any old newspaper he could find, every word. The poor man's university, don't you forget it. And he knew a little about every part of America, it seemed. At least he always had a comment when some hobo spun a story by a flickering fire about some town he'd visited. Buffalo, you say? I was there with a couple of gents called Captain Silverheels and the Gray Spats Kid. Wouldn't give you a plugged nickel for Buffalo. Too cold. They don't like us Knights of the Road there, either. That famous writer Jack London, he was in jail in Buffalo a whole month. He was a road boy like Jim here. He saw how bad the jail cons were treated in Buffalo, and it turned on a light in his head, they say. Ever after, he championed poor folks. Finally, they grew tired of road life and decided between themselves that they should settle down again. They chose California, and specifically Los Angeles, because of the climate. By now, Jim was growing taller, and there was very little of master and slave left in their relationship. They were friends, partners, surrogate father and son. In Los Angeles, Jim found this or that job to help pay rent and buy food. He was industrious and smart, and he seldom lacked for work. Jocker worked when he could, but his arthritis was beginning to cripple him badly, so Jim worked that much harder. He was hugely fond of Jocker now, except for the fact that Jocker wasn't his real father. Jim loved the old tramp almost as much as he'd loved Mac before Mac turned on him. Of his mother, Jim thought very little. He had seen newspaper photographs of her. He knew she was beautiful, a society lady, and was still living somewhere in California. But Mac had made clear that Jim's mother had abandoned them for her own pursuits and her own reasons. And to Jim, she was a remote, cold being, almost like a marble statue in a museum. That was mostly imagination, of course, because he'd never been inside a museum, only read of them. Jocker preferred pool parlors. Occasionally, too, in the papers, Jim spied his father's name. The sight of it filled him with much more sadness and anger than did any photo of his mother. Why had his father hated him? Because of failings in himself? He felt that was true, though he was still too young to puzzle out the nature of those failings and try to change them. But it hardly mattered. He had a new life, a free life. He had long ago decided he'd never go back to the old one. Now, on the day the P.E. special bore them to the aviation fair, Jim and Jocker both had good jobs in suburban Pasadena. Jim loved being out in the sunshine, learning about and working with the exotic trees and shrubs and flowers of Southern California. Finally, he felt life was going in the right direction for him. He'd be 12 in the autumn, but he looked 2 or 3 years older because of his height and the maturity of his features, and he was starting to get interested stares from young girls. He wasn't quite old enough to like girls, but he was surprised and vaguely flattered by their new reaction. When he discussed it with Jocker, the old tramp chuckled and said, "Yes, I know you aren't altogether keen for it now, but wait a while. You'll be crazy about it. Trust old Jocker." "You know I do," Jim grinned, squeezing his gnarled hand. The P.E. Interurban slid into the 200-foot platform specially built for the air show. Jim took Jocker's hand and helped him off, elbowing and pushing when necessary. The crowd was boisterous and impatient, and there was a lot of buffeting. Jim felt obliged to protect Jocker because any rough contact made his joints hurt. It was a cool, windy morning. Jim shielded his eyes, then pointed toward the hilltop. "Look, Jocker, some of the balloons are up. Don't you think it's grand?" "I think I want to get this over with," the old tramp said. Jim had trimmed Jocker's hair for the outing, and Jocker had donned his only suit. But it was shiny at the knees and elbows, and he still looked seedy. "God didn't mean for Jocker's sprue to leave the ground in a basket dangling from a gas bag, nor in anything similar. Got me?"
Laughing, Jim clasped his hand tightly and pulled him away from the platform. With whistles and bells, a special train was chugging into a siding, a locomotive and 6 flat cars carrying shiny autos chained down. Smartly dressed men and women sat in the autos. A banner on one flat car said, "San Diego Aero Show Train." The gentleman who owned the autos began to loosen the chains before the train stopped, excited about the air show. Well, so was he. So was all of Los Angeles. Flying fever, people called it. In the comics that Jim read faithfully, his favorite, Little Nemo, was zooming through the sky in his own dirigible. On their way to change Interurbans, they passed a saloon advertising aviation highballs. "Try one. Have a mental ascension." Sprung tight with anticipation, young James Ohio Chance II, now Jim David, pulled the old man along the muddy road to the hilltop, ignoring his complaints. It was hard going on the road. For one thing, recent winter rains had muddied it. For another, autos in a long line were attempting the ascent and having difficulty because of the mud. 3 men with teams of mules worked the roadside, selling their services. People on foot and on bicycles added to the congestion. Along both shoulders, hawkers shouted and beckoned from canvas booths. You could buy coffee and donuts, cheap field glasses, sunglasses, auto radiator caps shaped like airplanes. Jim wasn't tempted. He'd carefully saved money from his wages to pay their admissions. $1 would take them both into the grandstand and buy a 10-cent program. "Take heed," cried a man temporarily established on a soapbox. "The coming of the airplane will drive the birds from the skies. All species will become extinct because of this mechanical plague." "Are the Wrights here?" a man in a mired auto asked. His companion said no, they had refused to attend. Jim pulled Jocker faster than he wanted to go. A gluey brown mud covered their shoes. At the sound of distant staccato explosions, Jim jumped up and down and squeezed Jocker's misshapen hand. "Those are engines. They're starting engines. We've got to hurry." "I was happier riding the rods," Jocker said, but he labored to keep up with the boy. Tons of sawdust had been thrown on the mud of the exhibit area. Tents sheltered the aircraft on display, and special policemen stood guard to prevent vandalism. Glenn Curtiss had brought 4 of his biplanes, and there were 3 Blériot monoplanes from France, as well as 2 Farman biplanes. One tent housed a balloon gas plant, a mysterious and intricate tangle of tanks, pumps, and pipes. On open ground nearby, an eager young man lectured about his ornithopter, which resembled a unicycle with ribbed wings attached. The young man cleared the crowd away, slipped his arms into straps on the wings, and mounted the cycle seat. He started to flap the wings, and the ornithopter rolled forward perhaps 2 feet, then crashed sideways. "See, Jim? Man was never meant to fly. Trains are perfectly good enough." "Oh, come on," the boy said, grinning. "Let's pay and find a seat. I don't want to miss Curtiss." Mac fought the Packard up the muddy auto road and paid $1 to park. You could watch the air demonstrations from your car, but he'd bought a front-row grandstand box for $2. About 12:30, he ushered Margaret into the box and opened a hamper in which the servants had packed a luncheon and 2 pairs of German field glasses. The speed course was hexagonal. One straightaway lay close and parallel to the wire fence, the other on the opposite side of the field. 10-foot towers topped with snapping flags marked the course, and at the foot of each a deputy with pistol and rifle sat on horseback. A youngster ran onto the field, and one of the deputies galloped to intercept him. The boy darted beneath the deputy's horse, thumbed his nose, and dug his way under the fence to safety before the deputy could dismount. Margaret laughed, and the crowd applauded and whistled. A lumbering 300-pound man approached the fence and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Mr. Horton of Long Beach," Mac said. "They call him the human megaphone." "Ladies and gentlemen," the human megaphone boomed, "I direct your attention to the flying field. In the replica of his famous Golden Flyer air racer, Mr. Glenn H. Curtis will attempt a new speed record around the course." The stands roared. A biplane sheathed in khaki cloth taxied onto the field, its 60-horse engine chattering and stuttering. The plane, little more than a skeleton of wings and ribs and struts, had a box tail, tricycle gear, and a control wheel. There was no protection for the aviator, merely a small seat attached to the biplane's lower wing, behind a control wheel. Curtis sat in the open, his feet braced against pedals. Swathed in a leather coat, scarf, and goggles, he controlled the biplane's elevator and rudder with the wheel, the brakes and oil pump with the pedals, the wingtip ailerons by means of a shoulder harness worn over his coat. Mac adjusted his motoring cap to keep the winter sun out of his eyes. Curtis waved to the crowd, then revved the engine. The biplane bumped and bounced over the ground and lurched into the air. Pandemonium. A woman in a nearby box fainted, and Mac's arms prickled with goosebumps. It was a thrilling sight. He pictured Southern California as he'd first seen it, rural, dusty, a frontier. Now autos and electric interurbans and flying machines were thrusting California and the rest of the world farther and farther from that lost past of memory. Curtis's biplane climbed above the towers and began to fly the course. When the biplane swooped over the closer straightaway, even sturdy men ducked. The motor roared and the great shadow flickered over upturned faces, the harbinger of the new world coming. Curtis failed to set a record that afternoon, but he received a standing ovation anyway. When he landed, Mac stood and clapped till his palms ached. Louis Paulin took off next. Paulin was a former circus tightrope walker and mechanic at the Voisin Airplane Works in Paris. A year ago, he'd set a stunning distance and endurance mark, flying 84 miles in 2 hours, 44 minutes. Paulin's Farman biplane was even more ungainly than Curtis's, its wings and tail resembling gray-white box kites, its undercarriage consisting of wheels plus skids. A 50-horsepower air-cooled Gnome engine powered it, and today, Paulin carried a passenger. The human megaphone stepped forward. "Riding with Mr. Paulin is Lieutenant Finger of the United States Army. They will present a demonstration of the potential of airplane warfare." The crowd quieted. A man in khaki strapped himself to the wing next to the aviator, his legs dangling over the leading edge. "I wonder if Paulin would take me up," Mac said. "Would you really want to risk it?" "Sure. Airplanes aren't a fad. They're here for good. We'll all go up regularly one day." He could tell from Margaret's expression that she doubted it, and feared it if it were true. The Farman rumbled out and took off, climbing over the field and then circling back on a course between and parallel to the straightaways. Lieutenant Finger leaned over and dropped a paper bag. It hit the ground and burst, shooting out a great cloud of white chalk dust. "A simulation of dropping high explosives," explained the human megaphone. "Mr. Paulin confirms that his aircraft can carry up to 300 pounds of explosives." The crowd gasped. The Farman banked and returned. Finger threw out 3 more paper bags, and they hit one after another, laying down overlapping circles of white. The crowd hushed again. Wind blew some of the dust, which covered an enormous area. Mac realized that if the plane had dropped bombs instead of chalk, there would be little left of anything at the point of impact. $50, Mac said. 100, said Paulin. He was a cheerful young man of 25 or so with lively dark eyes and a perfect Gallic mustache waxed to points. His buxom wife, Celeste, and his mechanics, Didier and Edouard, hovered behind him. Done. Mac began to count out bills. "Are you sure this is safe?" Margaret said. "Why, I took Monsieur Hurst aloft yesterday. He is still alive," Paulin said. "Strap yourself in place, Monsieur Chance." Everything happened too hurriedly for Mac to be frightened. He left his cap with Margaret but kept his goggles. The mechanics spun the propeller. The Gnome motor made his eardrums throb, and he gripped the struts of the fragile wing as the ground raced by underneath.
Cold wind beat his face. Paulin lifted the Farman skyward, and Mac's stomach dipped and churned. He watched the grandstand swoop away and diminish, and fields shrink to patterned squares. Paulin turned west toward the ocean. Mac held tight with both hands, the fear waning. What an incredible feeling. Angels must feel this way. They passed over farmhouses, arbors, the interurban line, racing toward the glittering ocean at incredible speed. Mac saw the land and sea from a perspective altogether new, but there was so much moment-by-moment excitement, the motor's roar, the battering wind, the constant dips and bumps of the biplane. He had no time to consciously examine sensations, only experience them. 2,000 feet, Paulin shouted over the wind. The struts cut into Mac's white-knuckled hands. As the Farman shot away from the shoreline like a slingshot stone, he looked down with a new, dizzying feeling. Water. Nothing but the herringbone wave pattern of dark blue water beneath. Paulin banked south and pointed at a small fishing smack plowing out to sea. Then he sank the Farman, and Mac's belly with it. They flew 50 feet above the fishing boat. The fisherman waved, and Paulin wagged his wings. Then the aircraft banked again, and Mac confronted the panorama of the California coast. Surf, shore, green land, toy buildings, the distant mountains. It reminded him of the moment he came down from the Sierras. It was a magnificent, exalting sight. Paulin took note of his passenger's rapt expression and concentrated on flying. "It's the most incredible experience I've ever had, Margaret." Mac was walking through the crowd with his arm around her. Utterly chilled after the flight, he dragged her off to search for a coffee booth. "Didn't you think you'd fall off or crash?" "Of course, every minute. But I didn't care." Suddenly, in the aisle between concession tents, Mac dropped his arm from her waist. He was staring down the line. "What is it?" "Someone who looks familiar." He bolted forward. "Wait right there." He worked his way through the crowd, shoving, turning sideways, his eye fixed on the tall boy studying a display of souvenir pennants. Sunshine lit the boy's face like a medallion. The boy was fair, handsome, and browner than Carla had ever been, but her features were unmistakable. "Jim!" Mac shouted, his heart pounding. The boy turned and saw him. There was a rush of emotions Mac couldn't quite read. Surprise, confusion, fear, perhaps. "Jim! Damn it, out of my way!" Mac manhandled a portly gentleman eating cotton candy, and the man stumbled against him, smearing him with the sticky stuff and delaying him for 10 seconds. Mac finally got around him and ran up to the pennant display. "Where'd that boy go, the one who was standing here?" The concessionaire pointed down the lane between his booth and the next. The lane was empty. Panting, Jim limped along as fast as he could beneath the grandstand. He kept flinging looks over his shoulder, his deep blue eyes full of panic. "Look out! One side! Let me through!" He wasn't sure. He wasn't sure at all. He'd seen the face only as the briefest of blurs. Then the white-haired man called him by name. Of course, there were a lot of Jims in the world, but he wasn't going to stand around and wait for the man to catch him. If it was his father, he wanted nothing to do with him. Out of breath, he burst into the sunshine and raced up the grandstand steps. He grabbed the old tramp's hand, twisted as some root freshly dug from the ground. "Jocker, let's go." "What? What are you saying?" "Come on, Jocker, right now. I'm sick to my stomach. I've got this fearful bellyache. So bad I'm like to die. Let's catch a train. I want to get back to Pasadena." Jocker didn't object. They escaped on an empty P.E. red car without seeing the white-haired man again. The fare was spoiled for Mac. Once Margaret understood what had happened, she readily consented to leave. "I'll drop you at a hotel for an hour," Mac said. "I'm going to the authorities before we drive back to Riverside. I know it was my son." He pounded the steering wheel and never thought twice about his choice of words. He'd accepted that quite probably Fairbanks was Jim's real father, but Jim remained his son. The drowsy sheriff's deputy he spoke with late in the afternoon woke up when he heard Mac's name. The man was much less hostile than the San Francisco police crowd, but he wasn't encouraging.
Yes, I grant you a limp is a noticeable trait, but we can't send people house to house, Mr. Chance. So if the boy doesn't want to be found, if he's law-abiding and doesn't attract attention, he may not be. We'll do our best, but please don't expect any miracles.
Refusing to be discouraged so easily, he called Pinkerton's and left a message for Fly Shack with the man on duty. Then he telegraphed Alex Muller and ordered an updated reprinting of 10,000 copies of the old reward flyer. 72. A hammered brass sunburst with radiant arms crowned the arch of the padlocked iron gate, and sunlight slanting into Pasadena Canyon lit the device to shimmering brilliance. Outside the gate, Mac and Margaret were tucked under a lap robe in Mac's smart Studebaker trap, the 4 shiny bay horses blowing out their breath in pale plumes. The long iron fence and meandering dirt road were in shadow. Even as they watched, the sun's angle changed and the sunburst darkened. The Tabernacle of the Sun Universal. Mac didn't hide his distaste. He touched the padlock with his long buggy whip. Evidently not everyone is welcome.
That's odd for a church.
It isn't a real church. They do conduct weekly services, I understand. Up there in that octagonal building. Still in the sunlight, the building shone on a terrace cut from the hill. The trim was white, the building a soft butter yellow. Sunny outdoor colors. The tabernacle was reached by a dirt road that curved up the grassy slope from the gate. Windows ran around the building on both floors, flashing back the sun like signal mirrors. 2 women in white robes, tiny as miniature dolls, emerged from the house and took a path to a cluster of cottages even more remote. The property was heavily treed and well tended. 6 gardeners were visible, pruning stands of white azalea and weeding flower beds. But they sell merchandise, too, Mac went on. Nostrums, health gadgets, quack stuff. They collect thousands of dollars from newcomers bedazzled by the sunshine and the rhetoric of my former partner. He runs the whole thing, calls himself Brother Paul. He stole that sunburst from our San Solaro tract.
Obviously you don't think he's sincere about what he does.
Oh yes, if there's one thing Wyatt is sincere about, it's making money.
What I meant was, you don't believe there's anything to this cult.
Sunshine does make people feel better. Sometimes it actually promotes recovery from illness. Should you have to pay someone to tell you that? As though it's some new gospel? I don't think so. Wyatt's a con artist, a crook. He picked up the reins. See enough?
Yes, certainly.
Mac whistled to the 4 bays, and the trap went briskly down the road, scattering gravel and tan dust behind it. On the hillside near the octagonal house, the young gardener heard the noise of the trap and horses. He was kneeling on a walk of blue slate, weeding a bed where gardenias would bloom in warm weather. Jim raised his head and studied the departing sightseers. A man and woman, that was all he could tell. Nothing unusual. They got plenty of rubberneckers up here. People showing Pasadena to visitors always included a drive past the tabernacle. He watched the trap disappear on its way down to the main canyon road. Then he spent 10 minutes finishing his chore. After the narrow escape from Dominguez Hill, things had settled down again. Jim had a calm, sequestered existence, and he liked it. He worked at educating himself by reading books from the public library, and he seldom saw people outside the tabernacle. He and Jocker went into Pasadena once every 3 or 4 weeks, and that was enough. Life at the tabernacle was a soothing respite from the storms he remembered from his father's house. The sun set behind the canyon, shooting rays of light upward behind it, and the hillside shade had a wintry tang suddenly. He shivered as he stuffed his cotton work gloves in his jeans pocket and walked up the path to the cottages. There were 14 cottages scattered through a large eucalyptus grove. Beyond them lay the stable, storage buildings, and a small dining hall. Workers lived in the cottages and ate in the hall. The cook fixed real food. That was noteworthy in light of a pamphlet authored by the founder of the Tabernacle and foisted on its members. In A California Sunshine Diet, Brother Paul's recommendation for a proper breakfast was a bowl of cornmeal mush and chilled spring or well water. For dinner and supper, valley fruits and vegetables, more water, and as a special treat, an orange or a grapefruit. Jim liked oranges, all right, but the mere thought of the rest of the diet almost made him puke. In the dining hall, behind the scenes, so to speak, he got more solid fare: pan-fried steak and breaded cutlets, eggs cooked hard as leather, and biscuits as heavy as a handful of fishing sinkers. Normal, healthy food. The Tabernacle's founder occupied the entire top floor of the octagonal house. Often at night, the whole floor glowed with electric lights. Once, unable to sleep, Jim had seen the lights burning at 4:30 in the morning. He'd walked up near the house and listened. Behind the closed drapes, he heard the squeals of women and the rowdy laughter of men. He was pretty sure of what was going on. He'd learned a lot very early traveling with Jocker. He wondered if that sort of behavior was not a little improper for a church. But if it didn't bother all the red-faced worshippers who drove out to the Tabernacle once a week, why should it bother him? Jim's familiarity with the octagonal house was limited to the first floor. He had never been upstairs, nor did he care to go. Brother Paul was a moody, bad-tempered man. Jocker had several times spoken of the founder's humidor of Canton opium. "Smokes it in his pipe. Don't you ever take a puff if he offers. Kill you quicker than the sif, that stuff." So long as Brother Paul paid decent wages, Jim figured the founder could do anything he wanted. A meeting hall took up half of the first floor of the house, offices of Brother Paul and his part-time lay staff filling the rest. One of those offices belonged to Elihu Flintman, a queer old bird who lived near Covina, came to the Tabernacle because his wife insisted, and kept the books on a volunteer basis. Flintman was on the board of elders that ran the Tabernacle. He complained that the board had no power. Flintman's wife raised roses. Jim had done a little part-time work in her garden. He'd gotten acquainted with Flintman. More accurately, he had been watched by him. Flintman wanted blood for every dollar, and thus the bookkeeper had learned that Jim had a passion for ciphering. When Flintman was especially busy at the Tabernacle, he'd bring Jim into his office for a few hours to run sums and double-check ledger figures. Jim enjoyed it, though he found Flintman fussy and inclined to be difficult. Moving up the path, he saw Jocker picking up small branches around one of the cottages. Jocker wasn't a very efficient gardener. He moved too slowly and couldn't bend over easily. Jim ended up doing a lot of his work, but he didn't mind. Jocker straightened up with a melodramatic groan, then leaned his rake against a eucalyptus tree. "Tired. Let's wash up and get ready for supper. Here, lean on me." Jim put Jocker's arm over his shoulder and helped him up the path toward the cottages. The following Saturday, Jim and Jocker hitched up the horses and drove into Pasadena to buy sacks of fertilizer. Jim took the occasion to dash to the public library. Waiting for him while the wagon was being loaded, Jocker happened to stroll past a flyer tacked to a telegraph pole, the word "reward" leaping out at him. He paused to read it. Ashen, he looked one way, then the other, along the dusty street. A dairy wagon creaked past. As soon as it vanished around a corner, Jocker tore the flyer down. On the way back to the Tabernacle, Jim drove the wagon. There were books on the floor, by Mark Twain, Dickens, James Fenimore Cooper. Jocker hummed to himself, then cleared his throat several times before he finally said, "Look here. I found something on a telegraph pole you ought to see." He pulled out the flyer. "I don't know why they put in that birthmark," he said while Jim read the flyer. "Otherwise, it's you to perfection, isn't it?" Jim crushed the paper into a ball, threw it away, and concentrated on the road ahead, both hands gripping the reins so tightly his fingers turned white. Jocker observed him for a moment or so, then said, "You haven't told me everything, have you? Somebody's after you. Somebody you don't want to see." Jim didn't answer. Suddenly, Jocker's eyes opened wider. "Say, I'll bet you saw that somebody at the air show. I'll bet you didn't have a bellyache after all." "Jocker?" Jim exclaimed in a warning tone. "Who is it, Jim? Folks?" the old man persisted. "Is that it? You really do have folks somewhere, just like I always suspected?" "Don't ask," Jim whispered, staring straight ahead. "If you're my friend, Jocker, just don't ask." Jocker reflected, wiggling his tongue in one of the gaps where teeth were missing. "I am, so I won't. I had a funny idea you might say something like this." He pulled a wad of paper from another pocket. "2 more flyers. That's why I tore down all the others I could find before you got back from the library." On the depot platform, Margaret gave Mac a big hug. "I've had a glorious vacation, thank you." The back of her glove rested on his cheek. "Especially for the first night." He looked away. Saddened, she said, "You were so cheerful for a day or two. Then I saw my son. I saw him and I lost him. And even though the Pinkertons have redoubled their efforts, still nobody can find him." "Get aboard, miss, if you please," said the conductor on the steps of the car.
"Yes, in a moment. Mac, won't you come north for a visit sometime soon?"
"I told Older I would when Rufe went to San Quentin."
"Wait for that and you may wait years. Don't you need to see Mr. Anderson out at Niles?"
"I suppose," he said with another of those vague shrugs. He gave her a brotherly kiss on the cheek. "I'll think about it." She searched his face. Lifeless again. Then she squeezed his arm.
"I really don't care what reason you come up with. I just think seeing the city might be a good change. You can't spend your whole life dwelling on mistakes."
"You can if they're big enough." The conductor harumphed and insisted she board. Margaret flung an arm around his neck and hugged him again, tears glistening on the lashes of her closed eyes. She held him and shared his pain, then let him go. As the Daylight Limited pulled out, she gazed at him from the window of her seat in the parlor car. Mac stood motionless in the steam, right hand raised. Slowly, he disappeared, but the image of his haunted face remained with her. 73. The girl in jeans and red gingham shirt booted her stallion harder, ducking at the sound of cracking gunshots from her pursuers. She flung a look of terror over her shoulder. There they came, 8 hard-riding outlaws. The leader was a lanky desperado in a cowboy hat with a Montana peak, its wide brim hiding the upper part of his face, a leaf-green bandana concealing the lower part. He rode at the head of his band of scruffy hard cases, each of whom had a brace of pistols. The outlaws chased the girl down a country road at the base of steep, tree-clad hills. The leader held the reins in his teeth, controlling his black mare with his knees, and fired shot after shot from a pair of silver-plated Smith & Wesson American .44s. The other outlaws shot too, white smoke puffing from their gun muzzles. Miraculously, though, the fusillade didn't harm the girl on horseback. Eyes round with fright, she urged her horse to go faster, but now the outlaw in the Montana peak hat galloped to within 20 feet of her, firing relentlessly, apparently never exhausting his ammunition. Suddenly, on the crest of the hill to the right, the girl spied a lone rider in sheepskin batwing chaps, tall hat, cowboy vest, flowing bandana. Sizing up the situation, he snatched out his Colt Peacemaker. The girl waved and wailed, "Oh, Billy, help me, help me!" The lone rider gritted his teeth and spurred his horse down the brushy embankment. With his reins in his teeth like the outlaw chief, he snatched a second Peacemaker from a holster, firing while his horse slid down the hillside. He knocked his hat back with a pistol barrel and the sun battled his face. His jutting jaw said he was fighting mad. The endangered damsel, her pursuers, and her savior all raced toward a grove of arching trees at a bend in the road. The lone rider picked off one outlaw, then a second, each malefactor falling with an elaborate toss of his weapon, a great clutch of his shirt bosom, a piercing cry. The outlaw leader flashed furious looks at his weakling assistants lying shot at the roadside. One of them sat up, dusted himself off, and grinned. The chase thundered toward the trees. In the dappled shadows, a couple of dozen men and women shouted and waved, urging the riders on. Directly beneath a limb that overhung the road, the cameraman, his cloth cap reversed, crouched behind the big boxy mutograph camera, cranking furiously. The mutagraph's gears were noisy. It sounded like a defective meat grinder. The camera punched sprocket holes as it filmed, and the little squares of film spewed from a tube in the bottom. A man in riding breeches and puttees bellowed through a megaphone, "Pour it on, Dora! Your face lights with hope. Billy's coming to your rescue." Dora lashed her horse with the reins as Bronco Billy reached the bottom of the slope, dust rising and blazing away with his peacemakers. Another outlaw dropped from the saddle, but landed hard, cursing. The director waved his megaphone. "Nobody look back. He's all right. Keep coming." In the shade, Mac jumped up on the high stool on which he'd been seated and clutched the limb above his head, able to see better now. "Looking good," the director cried as the horses galloped into the last eighth of a mile before the grove. Halfway up the slope on Mac's right, a second cameraman had stopped cranking, the action having passed him. People on the crew shouted excitedly. It was a perfect take. 20 yards from the camera, Dora's stallion suddenly stumbled, letting out a shrill neigh and somersaulting forward. Dora sailed over the animal's head and landed in high underbrush across the road. Bronco Billy was still firing, facing the other way. The director danced in the dusty road. "Oh, Jesus Christ, cut it, cut the action. Billy, Dora's down." The remaining outlaws reined their mounts. Gilbert Anderson responded to the director's call by trotting his horse toward the fallen actress. Makeup girls, scene shifters, the cameraman, and the director all ran after him. Mac took off his glasses and hurried that way too. He had a fierce, almost blinding headache, brought on by Flyshack's latest report, again entirely negative. He didn't notice when the leader of the outlaw gang abruptly stopped his horse in the middle of the road. Under the brim of the Montana Peak hat, startled eyes took note of the visitor, the only man on the set wearing a suit. Mac and the others reached Dora in the high weeds. Holstering the silver-plated revolvers whose supply of blanks he'd exhausted, the outlawed leader turned his black mare and trotted away up the road. Dora sat up, wincing and clutching her leg. Anderson pulled her boot off and gently probed her ankle. Then, with a great sigh of disgust, he stood up. "I'm sorry you got hurt. Should have put a double on that cayuse."
"I can keep going."
"Not a chance. You rest." Anderson slapped his big Stetson against his sheepskin chaps. "Buster, get the buggy. Ride into Niles for Doc Claybaugh. Some of you rig a lean-to so Dora doesn't have to lie in the sun. Hop to it." The S&A company was filming Bronco Billy's Pursuit on a deserted road off Niles Canyon 2 miles from the studio, which was in turn 4 miles beyond the town. It was a morning in March 1910. Mac had returned to the apartment on Greenwich Street the previous week and driven out to Niles, a trip of over an hour starting at sunrise. Together, he and Anderson walked back toward the trees. "Devil of a way to greet an investor on his first visit," Anderson said. "What are you going to do, Billy?" Everyone called him that, Anderson having submerged himself in his cowboy character. His first 3 Bronco Billy one-reelers had been hits, and exchanges around the country were yelling for more. "Close down until we find out whether Dora can work. I don't think she can. I think her leg's broken." In the early afternoon, his head still aching, Mac waited for the verdict in Anderson's office at S&A. The studio layout was efficient but primitive, with a single large wooden stage, the roof glassed in the middle of an abandoned alfalfa field. A number of California-style bungalows surrounded the stage, the largest of which, cheaply and sparsely furnished, housed the office and Anderson's living quarters. From the window, Mac could see 3 cows grazing in a pasture fenced with barbed wire. Still in cowboy costume, Anderson walked in and sat down heavily. "It's broken. She's out. What the devil am I going to do? We have to keep finishing these pictures on schedule, one every 3 days. If I don't bring this one in by Friday, George Spoor will be telegraphing for my scalp. Can't you replace the girl? Sure, next week. I need her replaced tomorrow morning. Mac tapped the brim of his Homburg on his knee. Is it necessary that a new girl be experienced? If she's breathing and can smile while hanging onto a California saddle, that's all I need. We can double her when we reshoot the end of the chase, and double her in the saloon brawl, too. I know a girl in San Francisco. She's not an actress, but she's a pretty thing. Smiles like an angel. A Biograph director in Los Angeles thought she was a stunner. Who was the director? Mac struggled to remember. Griffith. Hell, D.W. is a connoisseur of the ladies. If he approves, she must be a peach. Can you have her here tomorrow morning? I could try. The call is for 7:30. Billy, it's a long drive. She won't get much sleep. Does she want to be in pictures or doesn't she? 7:30, sharp. Hellburner Johnson sat against the side of the stage in the middle of the overgrown alfalfa field. In his lap lay the silver-plated S&W Americans, a type of revolver he loathed. His legs stuck out in the sunshine, a cabbage butterfly examining the toes of his boots. There was a lot of thumping and shouting on the other side of the wall. A comedian with whom S&A had struck a deal was filming His Night Out, a one-reeler about a drunk doing the town, and the drunk was taking pratfalls. Johnson opened a cardboard box of blanks and thumbed the cartridges into the cylinder of the first revolver. Silent pictures amused him. As the outlaw leader, he'd probably fired 35 or 40 rounds from each piece during the chase. He was glad to sit a spell. 57 now, riding that hard damn near killed him. He felt almost as weak as he had when he recuperated in the hospital in Panama after a fever that turned his bowels to water for 3 weeks and gave him evil dreams to boot. Talk about evil dreams. Working for Gil Anderson out here in the country, he sure as hell never expected to bump into his partner. Hearing an auto on the road at the edge of the field, he became still. His hat brim slanted far down so that it touched his nose. When the sound of the Packard's engine faded, he pushed the hat back up. Fortunately, Mac had lit out in a hurry, giving him some breathing space. Did he want to meet up with Mac again or not? The side door of the stage opened and the comedian popped out, a small, dark-eyed young man with curls. Ben Turpin? Not out here, Johnson said. Miss Purviance? Haven't seen her. The comedian gave a funny rabbity wiggle to his nose. Sunstroke, Mr. Johnson? Sore ass, Mr. Chaplin. Yes, well, carry on. Another wiggle. He shut the door. Snotty little Brit. Music hall fella. Thought he was a sketch. He'd never amount to beans. With that thought, Johnson returned to loading his revolvers. The Packard swayed and bumped on the road from Hayward to Niles. A jackrabbit sprang across in front of the auto, and Mac sawed the wheel wildly. Margaret uttered a cry, then leaned back, shaken. A few more thrills like that, and I'll faint before we get there. Gritty-eyed and grim, Mac didn't reply. There was a pale glow above the hills, and birds were waking in the woods. He'd been up most of the night, persuading Margaret to do it. As soon as she agreed, he bundled her into the car. They'd left San Francisco long before daylight. Mac, I'm so nervous. Calm down. Anderson will coach you. This isn't high art. It's a one-reel action picture. You keep saying you don't want to run a French restaurant all your life. I took you seriously. All right, I'll do my best. She patted her hair with nervous motions. At least you seem interested in something again. He steered the Packard around a curve. Damned if I don't, he smiled. It sneaked up on me. Margaret screamed. Mac yanked the wheel hard to the left, just missing a red cow chewing its cud in the road. Margaret had composed herself by the time they reached Niles. She stepped from the Packard with the cool elegance of a princess and extended her hand to have it shaken by the excitable director, Van Zant Morgan. Not his real name, Mac had told her earlier. His real name's Sid Morgenstern. She gave him one of her incredible smiles. "Oh my God, perfect," Morgan cried, clasping his hands in a prayerful way. At 7:30, a buckboard rushed Margaret to a glade near the alfalfa field. Carpenters and painters were finishing a wilderness cabin that consisted of a front and side wall and half of a roof. All of it canvas and lath. It stood on the bank of a rushing woodland creek, sparkling with reflections. The camera crew set up the huge mutograph as Morgan strutted around, eyeing the sun and changing the position of gauze diffusers mounted on tripods. Margaret fidgeted in a canvas chair while a makeup woman patted powder on her face. She'd been put into a gingham dress with puff sleeves and a properly high neck. Standing off to one side, Mac and Anderson watched the makeup girl pin a huge schoolgirl bow in Margaret's auburn hair. Anderson wore his Bronco Billy vest, sheepskin batwing chaps, and 6-guns. "I'm in your debt, Mac. That's one pretty girl. There's a freshness about her that's just remarkable. What does she do for a living?" Mac polished his spectacles with a white handkerchief. "Runs a small family business. I hope there's someone to manage it. I may use her again." "You haven't seen her act, Billy." "I've seen her smile. Hey, Morgan, there's too much sun reflecting from the creek." Off he went, boot heels digging the leafy compost on the ground, paunch jiggling under his cowboy vest. Amazingly, the ordinary man with the hook nose and rather bovine eyes had become a movie idol in a matter of months. Mac pulled out his meerschaum and tobacco pouch. His neck started to itch, and he looked around to see if someone was watching him. His gaze collided with that of an actor leaning against a tree in the cool morning shade. Several things registered at once: the lime-colored bandana, the green of his unblinking eyes, the crinkly gray hair. "Good God! Hugh?" The men met in a patch of misty sunlight. Showing no emotion, Johnson extended his hand. "How are you, Mac?" They shook, and Mac stepped back, still astonished. "What in the world are you doing here?" "Trying to keep the wolf away." "Come on, you don't need the money." "Trying to fill the hours, then. Play acting parts I used to play for real in Texas." "How'd you get here?" "Answered an advertisement. You seen much of our outlaw gang? It's mighty strange. Jesperson yonder, he's a genuine hard case. 2 terms in Arizona State Prison for train robbery. Then we got that pair." He meant 2 cowboy actors standing close and whispering like lovers. One fondled the other's hand. "Beats all, don't it? I grew up in the West, and this is all that's left of it. Play actors dressing up to get their pictures on little bitty strips of nitrate film. Funny how things work out." "You look fit, HB." "Wasn't for a while there. One of them tropic diseases nearly killed me down in Panama." In a few sentences, he described his experience swinging a shovel on a canal work gang. "You're healthier than you was the last time I saw you. Did the police or the Pinkertons find Jim?" "Not yet, but he's alive. I saw him." Mac told him about it. "I'm right sorry, Mac. Even sorrier that I blew up and walked out. Got a fearful bad disposition sometimes. Lived by myself too long. Guess I need a wife to learn me manners." Mac heard the forgiveness in that, and he relaxed. Hunkering in the shade of a budding sycamore, he filled and tamped his pipe. "I think I'm the one who should apologize. I was acting rotten that day." "Well, you was hurt bad." "No excuse. I'm surprised you'd even speak to me again." "Hell, we're more'n partners. We're friends. A friend's like this here bum foot of mine. It pains the shit out of you more than it ought, but you'd never take an axe and lop it off." "Couldn't have said it better. What do you think of our actress?" "Plain gorgeous," Johnson declared. "This work's more respectable than what she's been doing, but not much." Mac grinned. "Look here, I'm back in the apartment in San Francisco for a while. Come visit when Anderson wraps up on Friday." Hellburner Johnson rolled his tongue in his weather-reddened cheek. Why, I just might. Yes, sir, thanks.
His laconic answer couldn't quite hide his pleasure. A week later, at twilight, Mac and Johnson walked out of the Fairmont Hotel. Mac savored the bay breeze, salty, fresh, and cool. He felt fine. 2 schooners of beer in the gents' bar, plus some raw oysters, helped, as did the presence of his friend. They dodged a long black Delaunay Belleville touring car with blazing headlights, which was turning into the hotel's half-circle drive. The Fairmont's granite exterior had withstood the fire, the interior had been rebuilt with red plush opulence, and the hotel had opened officially in the spring of 1907. They strode north toward Sacramento Street. Johnson wore a proper city suit, but he wouldn't sacrifice his bandana. White silk, it looked incongruous. His crippled right foot dragged only slightly.
Any word from Nellie?
She's due home from Europe next month. Her 3rd novel's just been issued by her new publisher, Scribner's.
Didn't know that. Got to read it.
You'll find it different from her others. Funny, but in a savage way, like Mark Twain. One of the critics called her an authentic American genius. I hear Walter Fairbanks and his crowd want to crucify her.
My. She's come a fair piece, our Nell. But she's still a little girl with a big case for you.
Turning down Sacramento, they soon stood before the rubble of the mansion. Red light from the west lit it like the midden of a forgotten race. Johnson picked his way into what had been the front yard and turned over a chunk of stone. A brown rat leaped over his boots and ran.
You ever gonna rebuild this mess?
The architects brought the plans right after the earthquake. San Franciscans had a simple new calendar by which they kept track of the past. An event happened before the earthquake, or it happened after. Mac picked up the stone Johnson had moved and threw it on a larger pile, a puff of dust blowing away in the cold breeze. I put them in the closet.
Maybe you should get 'em out. Place looks like a damn trash dump.
I've had my number of letters from neighbors expressing the same thought. Johnson brushed off a fallen slab of marble and sat. He started to roll a cigarette.
I'm glad you got Margaret that part with Bronco Billy. It ain't only good for her, it's good for you. Margaret said it shows you're coming back to the real world. You've been away in those dark pits too long. Can't say's I blame you, but you got too much to offer. You can't hide down there the rest of your life.
With a somber expression, Mac sat down too. For once, he didn't rebel at Johnson's gratuitous advice. Maybe it was a certain tiredness, a resignation, after all the shocks of recent times. Johnson scraped a match on his pants and lit his twisty, hand-rolled cigarette.
I can understand why you was hit so hard. If I'd ever found the right woman and had me a son, I'd love him as much as you loved your Jim.
Jim isn't, the wind whispered over broken stones. Electric lights warmed the windows of rebuilt homes on Nob Hill. Faint scurryings told of rats running beneath the rubble.
Isn't what? Isn't coming back?
I've accepted that as a possibility. No, more than that. You see, I'm absolutely convinced I saw Jim at the air meet, and that means... Mac faltered, rubbing hard at a spot in the center of his forehead that pained him suddenly. Hugh, it means he's turned his back on me completely. He ran from me that day. He doesn't want to be found and probably wouldn't come back if he were. Johnson saw his friend's pain, and he too faltered.
Well, don't give up. Maybe there'll be some good luck after so much bad.
Mac shook his head. Look at the search that's been conducted. Law officers, Pinkertons, thousands and thousands of flyers, and over 40 false leads at last count. And nothing else. What's more, come the 28th of September, Jim will be 12 years old. Grown up. Changed a lot since he ran off. Suppose he's really going out of his way to hide. Suppose he works hard at leading a quiet, ordinary life. Suppose he's taken a different name. That would blur the trail almost completely. Only his limp would be left as solid, conclusive identification.
And maybe he's even learned to walk a little straighter. You did." He slapped his knees. "What difference does it make, all the theorizing? This is the sum of it. I'll probably never see him again." Johnson was silent a while, then he sighed. "I guess you're right. It's a real possibility, and mighty hard to bear. You can't dwell on it, though. You got work to do in this world." Mac's hazel eyes challenged him. "What work?" "For one thing, the election's this fall. That lawyer Hiram Johnson, fine name, he looks like the one the reform crowd's gonna run for governor." "Not exactly news." "No, but what I seen in today's Examiner may be. The SP says it's going all out to stop these here progressives from electing Johnson. The railroad's putting its whole damn machine to work, and today they announced the name of the man heading up the effort." He pursed his lips and let smoke trickle from his nose. "Your pal Walter. He's in charge?" "Yes, sir." Johnson chuckled. "Thought that'd stir you some. It's gonna be a mean, raw fight, you ask me. The state of California's suffered with that blasted railroad near onto 40 years, and a lot of folks are plain sick of it. The Examiner said the railroad will be fighting for its life. Everything is on the line." Now the red light had leached from the sky. Mac walked out to the ruined gate pillars and stared off toward the bright windows of the hotel. Cold wind blew his hair and Johnson's cowboy scarf about. Mac felt a curious stirring, as though he'd just awakened from heavy sleep. "Maybe you're right, Hugh. Maybe I should crawl out of the cellar and do what I can to nail Walter and those bastards he works for." "Thought you might see it like that." Johnson stepped up beside Mac and rested an arm on his shoulder. "Nothing like good, clean hate to stir a man's blood." At Greenwich Street, Mac took a hot bath, put on his dressing gown, and turned on a light beside his favorite chair in the room he used for a library. At 3:30 in the morning, he finished reading Nellie's novel for the second time. Huntworthy's Millions, or An Honest Dollar, was a raucous, outrageous tale, cruelly unforgiving in its portrait of Clemens Parsifal Huntworthy, founder and chief thief of an unnamed railroad in an unnamed western state bordering the Pacific. Nellie had divided her picaresque story in two. In the first section, in order to build his line, Huntworthy lied, stole, and swindled everyone from his trusting partner to President Lincoln. Established as a power in his state, he then bought himself a United States Senate seat. The night before leaving for Washington, he had another of his poisonous and profane arguments with his wife, Asphodel. Asphodel Huntworthy was an illiterate shrew, a mother-lode laundress who'd washed Huntworthy's long underwear when he was too poor to pay a Chinese to do it. The quarrel was monumental, which Nellie suggested by using dashes for omitted obscenities, and it built over 2.5 pages, with the last half page little more than quote marks around dashes. At the end, severely tried, Huntworthy dropped dead of a heart spasm. The second half of the novel dealt with vain and conceited Asphodel, her pretensions to social eminence in San Francisco, and her marriage to a slim, cultivated young decorator from New York City. Wallace Flummerfelt was 28 years younger than Asphodel. At her invitation, he traveled west to refurbish her palatial residence. A Dartmouth man, he was charming and affectionate, until he got the ring on Asphodel's finger. Then he showed himself to be fully as dishonest as her first husband, maneuvering behind her back, and ended up owning the railroad. She ended up as she began, arms in harsh hot water in a laundry tub in the failed mining town of Try Again, California. Ed Huntington loathed the novel and wrote Mac a boiling letter to say so. It was likewise hated by anyone with a fond memory of Uncle Mark Hopkins, whose widow had married her antique dealer. Mac loved it, absolutely awed by Nellie's savage wit. He badly wanted to see her and tell her. He wanted to tell her how he really felt about his son, down underneath the show of hope he still maintained for others. Jim was alive somewhere, but almost surely lost to him now. He wanted to tell her he was taking a first step back into the world in spite of everything. And he wanted to tell her that he loved her. That, of all his wants, was somehow the hardest to satisfy. 74. In a private room at the Olympic Club, the four men dined one Thursday in April. Mac, Rudolph Spreckles, Fremont Older, and Dorian Stimson, who had traveled up from Los Angeles. Stimson nearly spilled his soup when Mac told him why he'd invited them. "Mr. Chance, Mac, that's wonderful news. I'm pleased beyond words that you'll join us. We're going to put forward a splendid slate of candidates with Hiram Johnson at the top. The progressive platform is simple and unequivocal. Kick the railroad out of politics." Spreckles applauded. Mac said, "I certainly agree with a program like that. I'll give you as much money as I can." "How about your personal involvement?" Older asked. "That too." "Best news of all," the editor declared. "We need you. We need every hand. The campaign will be rough. The railroad knows what we're up to." "The railroad is desperate," Dorian Stimson said. The Southern Pacific boardroom was sequestered on the third floor of the temporary general offices at Market and Powell. There were plans for an entirely new and opulent headquarters building, but construction had not yet begun. A life-sized portrait of Collis Huntington dominated the room. The old bandit's eyes stared down at dusty sunbeams playing on the burnished wood paneling of the long table. 18 men sat around the table, 18 proper, sober company men. All of them, including the executive at the end, concentrated on the man seated by himself at the other end, Walter Fairbanks. The meeting's chairman was William Herron, the only attorney in the Southern Pacific with more authority than Fairbanks. Herron was a bland sort, deceptively innocent. He didn't smile, but neither was he unfriendly, merely direct and a bit formal. "Walter, I speak for the entire board when I say that we respect you as a colleague and treasure you as a friend. You've directed and coordinated the state and local efforts of our political bureau almost since you joined the company. Your level of effort and accomplishment is high, but I'm afraid that does not and cannot carry weight in this situation. We are plunged into a desperate struggle for leadership in our state. The SP has been good for California, good for industry, good for agriculture, good for the common citizen in 1,000 hamlets that might have moldered and vanished had we not favored them with our right-of-way. But there is a certain element, foreigners, Jews, jackleg journalists, rich men who are traitors to their class, a certain crazed element dedicated to ignoring the facts, dedicated to pushing us out of the councils of power and shutting the door. We are faced with a fight for our political survival. So then, by extension, are you." Fairbanks's gray metal eyes blinked twice. He was not a man easily disturbed, but this disturbed him. Deep in his gut, he felt a sudden stab of pain. "I understand, Bill. Let's hope so. The executive committee can't and won't excuse failure in this crisis, but we have enormous confidence in you." "Enormous confidence, unless I fail, in which case you'll spit me and roast me alive. I know how this company works." "You are challenged to attack and rout Hiram Johnson and the whole pack of lying progressives. Johnson is an evil man. He represented the dregs of the trade unionists, the San Francisco Teamsters, for 8 years. He convicted Roof. He's a ruthless opportunist, and his backers are waiting at the door with a portfolio of socialistic legislation. You're familiar with the man the Democrats are putting up, Theodore Bell of Napa. He says he's a Woodrow Wilson Democrat and a reformer in his own right. We don't like him, but we'll back him in preference to Johnson. That, in essence, is our program. We want you to implement it as if your job and future depended on it. Which, in fact, Walter, they do. Bill, are you saying Johnson and his crowd must lose in November? Must. Nothing else is acceptable." 75.
A procession of limousines rolled into the court entrance of the rebuilt Palace Hotel. Press hounds with cameras and flashlight powder photographed the notables arriving for the ball. It was September. Mac drove in at 8:30. He didn't want to attend, but the cause was too worthy to be ignored. As he alighted from his hired chauffeured car, he scowled at the photographers. It didn't stop them. He was turned out in a formal evening suit of black worsted with silk braid down the sides of the trousers, his waistcoat and cravat a fine white peak. Pearl studs gleamed on his cuffs and starched white shirt bosom, and his black patent leather pumps and tall opera hat shone. He carried a cane and white kid gloves and wore a white silk scarf draped over his shoulders. With his white hair and round spectacles, he cut a striking figure. He felt like a fool. "Be here at 11. I'll be ready," he said to the chauffeur, and the car rolled off. Behind him, a middle-aged man and his wife stepped out of their limousine. It was Mike DeYoung, the publisher of the Chronicle. He was a capable, feisty man of Dutch Jewish extraction, a power in the city, though still not one of Mac's intimates. These days the publisher treated Mac more cordially than he had in the past. Although Willie Hearst's paper was still very much a part of the city, Willie himself was long gone, and that, plus a general mellowing, perhaps brought on by age, seemed to have cooled DeYoung's anger toward Hearst's friends. He spoke to Mac in a way that recognized him as a member of the city's small and exclusive club of the very wealthy. "Good of you to come out for this benefit," he said now. Wax on his handlebar mustache glistened under the lights. "The DeYoung Art Museum deserves everyone's support, Mike." He greeted DeYoung's wife, and the three of them started into the hotel. "I'm glad you feel that way, because we desperately need a new building," DeYoung said. "That brick heap left over from the Midwinter Fair has outgrown the collection. Until we get a new museum, the operating budget for the old place must be raised every year. With all those needs, we'll even accept donations from friends of Hearst." "None of that, Mike. I read your paper right along with the Examiner. I figure the old saying's true. 2 sides to every story." DeYoung sent his wife along to the cloakroom. "What about the state election? 2 sides to that?" "No. There's only one right side. The progressive side." "On that we agree." DeYoung squeezed his arm. "Glad you're with us. Thanks for coming." The music of a Ballenberg orchestra, a jaunty rendition of Shine On, Harvest Moon, drifted from the ballroom. Mac crossed the foyer to the cloakroom and handed the attendant his opera hat, stick, and gloves. As he slipped the check in his pocket, he noticed a couple coming down the staircase from the floor above. Walter and Carla. She wore an ermine wrap over a peach satin gown with matching gloves and a lace décolletage. Tiny satin bows on the lace seemed too girlish for someone her age. White aigrettes bobbed in her hair, and Mac wondered how many water birds had died to decorate her for this affair. Carla groped her way down the stairs, one glove never leaving the banister. Her husband's eyes darted over the foyer crowd, then back to her. Deathly afraid she'll make a gaffe. She almost did when her silver pump slipped off a riser. She would have fallen but for Fairbanks's sudden lunge. They exchanged words. Carla was flushed and shook her head vehemently, then flung off Fairbanks's hand and descended the last several steps by herself. "Walter, Carla, good evening. I heard you were living in the hotel." Fairbanks brushed at his little mustache. "When we're not in Burlingame." He shot looks over Mac's shoulder. Taut as a wire, Mac thought. It pleased him in a perverse way. Carla swam in perfume. She started to speak, but a matron with a battleship bosom grabbed her. "Carla, dearest, do come here and meet Cloudsley Ballantyne, the painter." Carla lurched away to be presented to a young man with a fey face and center-parted brown hair combed down into horns on his temples. He'd pinned a golden California poppy to his lapel with a pearl pin. "I'm surprised to see you, Walter," Mac said affably. "I thought you might be out of town, turning up the heat under your county political bureaus. The election's not far off." Sliding a silver case from an inside pocket, Fairbanks took out a cigarette and tapped it on the case longer than necessary. A pallor had replaced his usual ruddy color. "Everybody deserves a night off.
We'll have no trouble beating your crowd." There it was again, the old smug condescension. God, how Mac despised him. He gave in to the impulse to hit back. "Don't get overconfident. Remember how the polo match came out. And the race." Fairbanks snapped the wooden match he was lifting to his cigarette, and the burning head fell to the carpet. He stamped on it, then lowered his voice. "You arrogant bastard. Haven't changed, have you? You're trash. That first day by the creek, Hellman should have put a bullet in you." Mac smiled, too, a broad smile, but hard. "What the hell do you want from me, Walter? No fight at all? No competition, so you never have to risk losing? Well, I'm afraid not. Especially not this time. This is the big one, and you're going to lose. Again." Livid, Fairbanks struck another match. Deep in his eyes something new lurked, or so Mac thought. Fear that Mac might be right. "What an ass you are to goad him. Only makes him hate you more." Carla flung herself between them. "Such an elegant young man. So talented." "Well," she blinked and touched Mac's sleeve. "This is charming. My present husband and my former one. Hello, former." She made a little lunge at Mac, enveloping him in flesh and the overwhelming scent of her perfume. Had she bathed in it? Fairbanks bit out a complaint, but she was already draped on Mac and twining her arms around his neck. She found his mouth and opened hers. He smelled and tasted whiskey, strong whiskey. He tried to step away, and Fairbanks dragged Carla off by seizing her wrist. "For God's sake, don't make a fool of yourself." "Darling, I was only greeting my ex." He showed what he thought of that by forcing her to take his arm. Then he pivoted her toward the ballroom. The little scene had played to one side of the foyer, but Mac saw a number of couples shooting sly glances at Mr. and Mrs. Fairbanks. The damage was done, and Fairbanks knew it. He yanked her against his side and marched her toward the high gilt doors. She turned once, quickly. What Mac saw in that blurred glance surprised and saddened him. He saw longing, the same longing he'd seen the night Swampy lay dying. He drifted among the tables ranged around the dance floor, stopping first by a large table hosted by Adolph Spreckles and his wife, Alma. Rudy's older brother was still too proper and starchy for Mac's taste, but Mac genuinely liked Alma, a handsome, breezy, full-figured woman, 24 years younger than her husband. Until she married Adolph in 1907, when he was 50, she had been plain Alma de Bretteville, an artist's model of uncertain background. She claimed her ancestors were French and Danish nobility. She said openly that she'd been deflowered at a tender age by a Klondike miner, but had taken the son of a bitch to court for a settlement of $10,000. Everyone said she was the model for the winged Victory atop the monument in Union Square, and she didn't deny it. Marriage to Adolph Spreckles had raised her overnight to social eminence. She was the city's youngest grande dame, lunching at the St. Francis every Tuesday with her own chosen circle. She involved herself in cultural affairs, notably the planning of another art museum, in direct competition with Mike DeYoung. The rivalry was a sharp one. The Spreckles table was as far as possible from that of the DeYoungs tonight. Mac had known Alma casually before her marriage, and in some ways respectability had changed her not at all. She still had a foghorn voice, a salty vocabulary, and few pretenses or inhibitions. "For Christ's sake, Mac, aren't you going to ask me to dance?" she said as he stood by the table. He grinned. "I'd better, or you're liable to cuss me out." The guests laughed politely, but Alma brayed. Adolph pursed his lips, his version of hilarity. Mac extended his hand. "Thank you, darling," Alma said loudly as he led her to the floor to waltz. "Some of those friends of AIDS are fucking cadavers." Heads turned. She was unperturbed. She fitted nicely into his arms. She had the kind of ample figure men called Juno-esque. "Tell me, darling, why didn't you bring a companion this evening?" "I wanted to ask Margaret, but she's filming another Bronco Billy picture." "I'm sure there are any number of ladies present who'd happily share their dance programs,
and their tarnished virtue. I certainly would if I weren't married and loyal to dear Aid." There was a stifled cry and then commotion. The music scraped and squeaked to silence. Alma stretched on tiptoe. "Oh, my God, Carla Fairbanks fell down." Mac saw her floundering on her side, callously revealed by couples who had quickly stepped away. Her long skirt was hiked over her knees, and garters and a white satin petticoat were exposed. Her partner, Cloudsley Ballantyne, fluttered his hands and dithered. "Help her, for heaven's sake," a portly man growled at the painter. Carla gripped Ballantyne's pasty fingers and pulled herself halfway up, then lost control and sat down on her round bottom with a thump. Mac wanted to hide. Such an ordinary thing, sitting down like that. But you didn't do it in the middle of this crowd. "Oh, my God, how embarrassing," Alma said in her brassy voice. "Drunk again." Fairbanks stormed through the hotel suite, snapping on electric lights and a pair of Bordeaux lamps with cut glass grapes decorating the globes. Carla limped from the foyer and threw her fur carelessly. A clawfoot gold clock on the mantel showed 3:10. Fairbanks tore off his coat, then his white tie. Unfastening his waistcoat, he broke button thread, and 2 buttons spun through the light and bounced on the oriental rug. Carla wandered past him, opened the bedroom door, and turned on the light. Fairbanks's hands shook as he tried to open the silver cigarette case. Hearing a cabinet door, then glass rattling, he hurled the case down, spilling cigarettes, and ran into the bedroom. Pushing Carla, he banged the cabinet shut with his knee. "You've had absolutely your last drink of the night." "Get out of my way." "Carla, you've had enough." "Enough of you." She fainted left, but he wasn't fooled, and, blocking the cabinet with his body, seized her wrists. Her lipstick was smeared again. A hook of red decorated her cheek. She'd repaired her makeup twice during the evening, twice that he knew about. "Sit down," he said, shoving her. Off balance, she backed into the double bed and went down with a little gasp. Fairbanks stood over her like a wrathful father. "I have had my fill of this kind of behavior. You spent the whole damned evening fawning over that flaming queer who couldn't even keep you upright on the dance floor." Carla leaned back on both hands. "He's more of a man than you." "Speaking from first-hand experience, are you?" "You have a spiteful, rotten temper, darling. Go fuck yourself. You bore me." She rolled sideways off the bed and lurched back to the parlor. Fairbanks noticed stain rings on the peach satin. What had she spilled all over herself? And in front of whom? He ran after her. Hearing him behind her, she snatched off one silver pump and tried to clout him with the heel. He grabbed the shoe and threw it, breaking the pane of a window overlooking Market Street. The velvet portiere ropes swung to and fro. His head was buzzing. "Pay attention, Carla. No, damn it, don't sneer and turn your back. I'm not going to be fobbed off one more time with your spoiled arrogance. You made a spectacle of yourself downstairs. You started with Chance, but he was only the first. There were important people at the ball, people who must be influenced in this election. It's the last time you're going to embarrass me. For the duration of the campaign, it is the last time." "My, oh my," she giggled. "I've seldom seen you so passionate, certainly never in bed." He pushed her again, dropping her on a sofa of Turkish leather. To his amazement, she laughed, turned her smeared face upward and laughed. The buzzing in his head grew louder. "Carla, I mean this warning. You'd better not do anything to embarrass me from now until November, or you'll pay for it." "Oh, is he scared? I believe he is. Dear little Walter, the uncrowned Prince of California, is scared." "My future rides on this campaign," he shouted. "Not only my job, but my reputation." She laughed and knifed him again. "Why are you so scared, sweetheart? Because you're pitted against Mac Chance?" A sudden, awful, total silence. An auto honked down on Market. Distantly in the bay, a ferry bell rang. Fairbanks admonished her with the shake of his finger,
but it was feeble, without heart. "You'd just better heed what I said. If you don't, you'll regret it." "If I'm still here." She flounced over and picked up her ermine. "Where are you going? Back to him?" "Maybe. Why not? He's a better man than you'll ever be. He's beaten you at every turn. He even raised your son." "My—" His mouth hung open, and his sleek hair, shiny as his dancing pumps, straggled over his forehead. At that moment he resembled nothing so much as a child lost in a dark wood. Carla leaned against the brightly papered wall, hands behind the small of her back. Her round breasts moved up and down, the only sign of her excitement. She played the next knife gently, almost tenderly. "Yes, I said son. Mac isn't Jim's father. It was you. That New Year's in Pasadena. I worked out the dates. I'm positive about it." Venom flowed into her smile. "But you see, I wanted Mac to raise him. I knew he'd be a better father." "Better? Mac's boy ran off, for God's sake. The whole town knows it." "Well, yes, things went wrong. Doesn't change anything. I was his mother, and I had a choice to make. I made it. Just one more little contest that you lost to the best man, Walter." "You slut." He took her by the shoulders. "You dirty, vindictive slut." He bounced her against the wall, and she fell, crying out. Seeing Fairbanks curl his hands into fists, Carla groped for a hold on the drop front of a writing desk. It pivoted down, and her weight pulled the desk over. Ink gushed from the well. Steel-nib pens flew. Creamy palace letterheads and envelopes sailed like seabirds. "I'd kill you, but you're not worth it," Fairbanks said in a breaking voice. He gathered a Homburg and overcoat, and a moment later the door slammed. Carla bent her back and shut her eyes and laid her cheek on the overturned writing desk. At 4:30 the next afternoon, Gaspar Ludlow knocked softly on the door of the sanctum. Ludlow was assistant chief clerk of the legal department. A smarmy young man, always smiling to please, he'd graduated from the business course at UC Berkeley and been employed by the SP for 3 years. The previous Thanksgiving, he'd created a vacancy by planting a Lincoln Steffens book on the desk of his immediate superior. The man was fired, and he was promoted. "Come." Fairbanks was at work in shirt sleeves, writing on a ruled sheet of yellow legal paper. The clerk wasn't accustomed to seeing the general counsel without his coat, or doing anything so mundane as using a lead pencil. Fairbanks hadn't come in until 9:30. Ludlow was on another floor at the time. When he got back to the department, others whispered about it. Walter Fairbanks III was a punctual man. It was part of his perfectionism. Several clerks told Ludlow his chief looked ill, and he did. His face pale as a bowl of cold oats and haggard, he handed Ludlow the yellow sheet. "That is a description of a runaway boy. All of the description I can provide, anyhow. I don't know what name the boy may be using, but he bears a strong resemblance to Mrs. Fairbanks. His left foot is crippled, and he limps. He would be about 12 years old now. It's presumed that he ran away from San Francisco just prior to the earthquake. He may be dead. He may have left the state. If neither is true, I must locate him, for personal reasons. Transmit the description to every California sheriff and police department friendly to us." Ludlow immediately characterized it as a futile assignment. However, one didn't get ahead in the SP by disagreeing with superiors. "We've paid enough money over the years to make certain there are plenty of those, sir. I'm sure we'll have some good results promptly." Fairbanks stared at him with a sick expression, as if he were sure of nothing any longer. 76. It was a Thursday in the last week of September, a stiflingly hot day. Elihu Flintman drove over from Covina in his buggy. Not for him, these newfangled autos or any other creation of a dubious modernism. Despite the heat, he wore his heaviest suit, single-breasted in black, together with a black bow tie and fedora. He looked more like a preacher than most preachers. Like thousands of others, Flintman had migrated to California from the Midwest. After his heart attack, he had retired as vice chairman of the Merchants and Farmers Bank of Xenia, Ohio. Because of his heavy brows and big fan beard, he bore a strong physical resemblance to Charles Dickens, especially those stiff frontispiece portraits. Spiritually, he was kin to Mr. Scrooge. A visitor's buggy was tied outside the octagonal house. Flintman pulled in beside it and noted, as usual, the platoon of gardeners busy on the grounds. Flintman despised the Tabernacle of the Sun Universal, particularly because of its extravagances and pretenses, including the abundance of white flowers and shrubs, and the cheery yellow and white paint adorning its headquarters. Flintman's wife, Winona, worshipped the place, however. She worshipped the founder, whom Flintman considered no better than a crook, and perhaps a lunatic. Elihu Flintman yielded to the authority of no man, but with Winona it was different. He did what she told him, sometimes resentfully, but he did it. He'd volunteered to keep the Tabernacle's books because she wanted him involved. Flintman was the Tabernacle's first trained bookkeeper. Brother Paul didn't want him, but the elected board of elders decided it was a good idea and insisted. Previously, the founder kept the books. Flintman's exposure to the grossly inexact records, full of smudges, blots, and strikeovers, led him to launch a kind of secret crusade. Certain the founder stole a lot of the money the communicants paid into the Tabernacle, Flintman was searching for hard evidence he could present to the elders, and particularly to Winona. He crossed the airy veranda to the frosted glass front door. The pie-wedge rooms of the octagonal house were all connected to a central foyer, which you reached by walking straight back from the entrance. The Tabernacle was decorated in typical late Victorian style, with heavy furniture, palms and pots, and every spare inch filled with something. For the walls, the founder had commissioned some unknown hack to paint a series of sunlit California landscapes. These cheap works hung everywhere, along with small versions of the Tabernacle's metal sunburst. The door of a counseling room off the foyer stood ajar, and through the opening Flintman saw buxom Deacon Rowena at her desk. She had prospects, 2 retirees, dressed in their shabby best, their hope-filled faces craggy with age. Flintman pitied them, for Deacon Rowena, young and sun-browned, was spreading before them a segmented belt of canvas about 5 inches high.
This is the solar longevity belt. The founder himself developed and approved it. You'll note the 8 segments corresponding to the octagon shape of the tabernacle. Each segment collects and stores the healing energy of the sun in special honeycomb cells. The cells disperse the energy into the body gradually and pleasantly. I think you'll agree that the price we ask, $300, is remarkably low when I tell you this. Combined with Brother Paul's principles of good health and sunlight therapy, the belt is effective against many forms of malignant tumor. We've printed this little brochure with testimonials of Californians who have been completely cured.
Old veined hands reached eagerly for the pamphlet. Deacon Rowena's eyes flicked to the door, sensing someone there, and Flintman hurried on. He was no scientist, but he presumed the belt was worthless and the testimonials fraudulent. The bookkeeper opened the door of his office. His occasional assistant was seated at the left half of a partner's desk. Sunlight falling through a window lit his hair like a great nugget of gold. He was a handsome lad and tall. In front of him lay invoices, ledgers, his Chinese abacus with its lacquered dragons racing around the edge. "Good morning, Jim David."
Good morning, Mr. Flintman.
The bookkeeper hung his fedora on a peg. Suddenly he spied something peeping from beneath an account book. Jim blushed, discovered. Flintman pulled out 3 dime novels with lurid covers, issues of Pluck and Luck and Work and Win, and one of Motor Stories. "Not in this office, Jim David," Flintman said, throwing the dime novels into a waste can.
Those are good stories, the boy began.
"They are trash, especially those ridiculous tales of boys who earn millions after a stranger's plug hat is blown off on Fifth Avenue and they retrieve it and discover he's the richest man in New York, childless, and possessed of a completely unmotivated urge to share his money-making secrets with an adolescent. Trash." Flintman repeated and sat down. "What have you been doing this morning?"
checking the bank deposits. I found another mistake."
Show me.
Jim gave him the open ledger. "An extra zero on the weekly deposit to Brother Paul's account. Instead of $1,800, it's $18,000.
That's the second such error in as many months."
Flintman snapped the ledger shut.
"I'll call it to his attention. Is he here?"
"No, sir, he went to the horse races. He'll be back late in the afternoon," Deacon Beatrice said. "You can wait and visit him upstairs."
"Can't do it this evening. Busy. Besides, I never go upstairs. I'm his bookkeeper, not his crony."
The tabernacle seethed with gossip about the activities up in the founder's rooms. Flintman had never ventured there, but now he thought perhaps he should. Perhaps he ought to search for evidence to confirm the rumors, especially with Winona babbling about rewriting their wills to include a large bequest to the tabernacle.
"I'll confront him in due course, my boy, but it won't do any good. He'll laugh and say it's an oversight, just another oversight. A lot of honest and sincere people in this tabernacle are getting mighty tired of Brother Paul's oversights."
He set his lips primly.
"You're smart with figures, Jim David. A good worker, too. I'm glad I was able to steal you from Mr. Sprue once a week."
"Yes, sir." The bookkeeper's righteous face softened a little.
"Is Sprue your stepfather?"
"No, he just looks after me."
"Have you no family in California? No mother?"
"I never knew her."
"A father?"
Jim's eye quickly shifted to the trashed dime novels. He stared at them, struggling to hide his pain. "Once, but not anymore." He bent his head and went back to work. At 4:30 on the afternoon of October 1st, a long-curtained touring sedan drove through the tabernacle gate. As the black auto glided up the hill, a pearl-gray glove drew aside one of the rear curtains. Walter Fairbanks leaned near the window, studying the yellow and white octagonal house on the terraced hill. He'd heard a lot about the place, and the sight of it sent a guilty thrill chasing through him. The chauffeur halted the car.
"I don't know how long I'll be, Sanchez. Pull over there and wait."
The chauffeur said, "Yes, sir," and opened the door for his passenger. After a quick, nervous look around, he saw a few gardeners, many plantings, some distant bungalows. Fairbanks darted up the steps and inside. He expected exotic furnishings. He found conventional ones. But the young woman who took his card was anything but conventional. Muscular and deeply browned, with huge round breasts, she carried the card upstairs. Within minutes, Wyatt Paul came down. His linen suit and clerical dicky shone with a snowy brilliance, and the hand he extended to Fairbanks was brown and manicured. The white streaks in his hair were dominant, sweeping back from his temples like horns on a Viking helmet. His clear blue eyes looked feverish.
"Mr. Fairbanks, pleased to make your acquaintance. Good of you to come all the way out to Pasadena."
"On the telephone, Mr. Paul, you insisted—" "It's a substantial donation. I thought I was entitled to hand it personally to the top man in the campaign."
"Yes, perfectly reasonable,"
Fairbanks said quickly. He didn't dare lose a donation so large. "By the way, communicants here call me brother, not mister." Wyatt caressed the arm of the buxom girl. "Thank you, Deacon Helen. I'll call you if our guest needs anything." Fairbanks was put off by the smoky glance the young woman gave him as she left. It seemed to say, however briefly, that if the guest wanted her favors, she would readily oblige. "Come along and see our sanctuary. I must say, Mr. Fairbanks, you look like you've had a difficult day." "I was meeting with the M&M at breakfast, the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, when we got word of the disaster."
"Disaster?"
"You don't know? The Times building was dynamited early this morning. 60 or 70 sticks were planted in an alley in the Broadway side. They've no idea how many are dead, at least 20. Blown up, burned alive."
"Terrible. Who did it?"
"General Otis has accused the striking metal workers."
"I didn't realize there was a strike."
"Largest in the city's history. 1,500 men have been out since June."
"I'm afraid I'm not good about keeping track of mundane matters."
"It isn't mundane to those of us in commerce," Fairbanks said a bit testily. "It's life and death for the open shop here.
The San Francisco trade locals poured in money and professional agitators. This is the result: anarchy and murder. Otis calls it the crime of the century. He swears he'll have the culprits in front of a firing squad. I certainly hope he's successful. This way, please." Soothed by Wyatt's charm, Fairbanks followed him across the round central foyer. Wyatt slid back carved doors, and they walked out on a dais to a pulpit that faced semicircular rows of pews. Fairbanks glanced around, noting another great metal sunburst suspended on wires above him. "This is where I lecture on the principles of solar medicine, physical and emotional health. By the way, you'll stay the night, won't you? I have a spacious guest room in my quarters upstairs." "No, I'm afraid I can't, Brother Paul." "You're turning me down?" Wyatt's clear blue eyes showed a curious opal blaze. "It's late in the day and a long drive back to the city." "But there's a rally for Hiram Johnson downtown. Nell Ross, the radical writer, is speaking. I must listen to her, find out what sort of lies she's spreading about Bell and his slate, so we can counter them. I'm sorry, it's a duty I can't avoid." Obviously irked, Wyatt said, "Pity. My evening, socials with some of the deacons are quite special." A pause. "Quite private, too, if that's a concern." Fairbanks understood what Brother Paul was suggesting, and it weakened his knees. He could certainly use a little discreet companionship after all these weeks of riding the SP from town to town, meeting with grubby merchants and farmers, speaking to groups and begging money until he was glassy-eyed. But he couldn't rest or let down until it was over, until they won. "Thank you, Brother Paul. I really must go back. Miss Ross is scheduled for 8:30. The check won't be ready until 9. Wyatt said it sharply. Fairbanks had overstepped. "If you want it, call Los Angeles and get someone else to spy on the woman." "Certainly, of course." Brother Paul was pleased again. He draped his white sleeve over Fairbanks's shoulder a little too intimately for the lawyer's taste. "Good. We can at least have a drink in my rooms. Perhaps you'd like a rest and brush up first." Fairbanks felt dizzy. What if he'd lost the donation and the board had found out? He felt like a man on a precipice these days. That was why he drove himself through the tank towns, repeated the same dreary speech at local Chamber of Commerce dinners, survived on 3 or 4 hours sleep a night and meals of hard rolls and acidic black coffee that destroyed the stomach. He had to win. You either made a perfect mark or you didn't. There was no middle ground. There had seldom been any in his life, and there was absolutely none this time. Brother Paul was staring again. Fairbanks fumbled out his reply. "I'm sorry, yes, kind of you. I'll make the telephone call, then I'll rest. It has been a trying day." To his astonishment, Fairbanks napped for a long while. When he woke, fully dressed on the large bed in the Victorian bedroom on the second floor, he checked his watch hastily. 5 minutes past 9. His eye leaped to the windows. It was dark. In front of the mirror, he smoothed his hair and straightened his cravat. He heard distant music, a woman singing in a slightly tinny voice, as though she sang inside some huge resounding sewer pipe. The tabernacle rooms were equipped with old gas mantles as well as newer electrics, and the gas had been lit and trimmed low. Fairbanks followed the music to double doors at the back of the house, directly above the sanctuary, and knocked. Wyatt's cheerful voice bade him walk in. Fairbanks felt the hot, guilty thrill again. His palms were perspiring. He slid the doors open and tried not to let his eyes bug. Wyatt's quarters were spacious, but crowded with dark furniture. He was relaxing on a leather lounge, wearing only his white trousers. His hairless chest was hard, flat, sun-browned. Beside him sat Deacon Helen, a peculiar, dreamy look in her eyes. She'd changed her dress for a white dressing gown, and Wyatt had his hand inserted under one lapel, idly teasing and pinching her great sagging breast. "Good evening, Fairbanks." Wyatt had to speak loudly to be heard. On a stand, an enormous Victrola poured music out of its fluted horn. The needles scratched on the red sealed disc, and the singer reached for the sweet, aching high notes of Un Bel Di.
Fairbanks counted 4 dark green wine bottles on a white rug, 2 of them empty. "Do come in and have a drink," Wyatt went on. "Is it 9 o'clock already?" "Just past." Fairbanks stepped onto the white rug and started. His foot had come down on the stuffed head of a polar bear, its huge ranged jaws open and glass eyes shining. Wyatt laughed over his discomfort. "You're still tense. I don't think you relaxed properly. Some of this wine will help." Fairbanks noted other details: the butts of fat green cigars in a cut glass tray, the remains of a meal on a tabouret, gnawed beefsteak bones strewn on a platter of bloody juice. He was cynically amused. Before napping, he'd skimmed a copy of A California Sunshine Diet in the guest room. A curtain parted in the shadows, and another young woman walked into the room, rubbing her eyes. She was short, with blonde ringlets, and was even more stupendously endowed than Deacon Helen. Her robe was carelessly open, exposing her hobbling breast and pubic mound. Fairbank almost strangled getting his breath. Amused, Wyatt used a waiter's corkscrew to open a new bottle of wine, then filled a clean silver cup. "This is very special." Fairbanks drank, expecting some ordinary vintage. Sweet fumes floated up his nose. The red wine was heavy with a curious undertaste. Remarkable. What is it? Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt the soothing effects at once. Vin Mariani. It contains a specially prepared extract of cocoa leaves. A young Corsican developed it and ships it all around the world. He has endorsements from H.G. Wells, Rodin, the Tsar, the Prince of Wales. The Pope even awarded him a gold medal for it. Wyatt splashed wine into cups for the 2 deacons, and the new girl seized hers in both hands and drank noisily. It wasn't an ordinary wine, then. It contained a drug. Fairbanks perched on the edge of a plush chair, rolling the silver cup between his palms. He wanted to run to the new girl, so voluptuous and vacant, and throw her down and rut on her. The moment he imagined it, guilt stabbed him. Not because he was married. Fidelity to Carla hardly mattered anymore, but simply because a part of him wanted to succumb so badly. Only proles and degenerates behaved that way. His bowels began to grumble and pain him. "Brother Paul, I really don't want to be an ungracious guest. But you must go. Until you came in, I didn't realize it was past the appointed hour. Time tends to lose meaning when one is surrounded by charming diversions." He parted Deacon Helen's robe below her waist. Fairbanks saw her tanned, strong legs. He saw everything. "Look at their bodies, Mr. Fairbanks. Golden bodies. California bodies. Strengthened and made vital by the mystic healing sunshine." A cold little knot wound up inside Fairbanks's head, and he was suddenly fearful of this dim room, the sweet, rich wine, these strange, dreamy-eyed people. The evil part of him wanted to sink into this world and drown in it, forget all the responsibility crushing down. But a larger, dominant part knew that it was imperative he leave. The pupils of Brother Paul's eyes were huge as a cat's at night. Fairbanks could deal with ordinary people, but this man wasn't ordinary. This man was not right in the head. Steering the conversation clumsily, he said, "I do appreciate your willingness to donate to our campaign." "It's the right side," Wyatt exclaimed. "The side of free commerce, which is the genius of California. Those progressives would have us saddled by all sorts of restrictive laws to make us our brother's keeper. Well," he drank from his silver cup, and the Vin Mariani ran down his chin, "I am my own keeper, and sometimes my sister's." He reached up between Deacon Helen's spread legs and fondled. She giggled and held out her cup. The other girl, unwanted, lifted the needle scratching at the end of the record, then disappeared. Fairbanks stood up, his pulse loud and fast in his inner ear. The wine had set him afloat. "Brother Paul." "Oh, all right, but you're a spoil sport." Wyatt opened the door of a small drum table next to the lounge and rummaged inside. A news clipping fell out, then a bank check. He picked up both, handing Fairbanks the check. Damn him. He probably had it ready this afternoon. Had to show his power by making me wait. $30,000 from my personal funds, Wyatt said. But it's anonymous. You understand that? Perfectly. Fairbanks folded and pocketed the check as if it might melt. It will be of enormous help. Better be. Wyatt sounded drunk. He waved the clipping. I don't want any of this bastard's candidates to win so much as one damn vote. Fairbanks took up the invitation to examine the clipping. At the head of the column, Mack and Hiram Johnson peered out of a photograph. It was an unflattering, grainy picture of both. J.M. Chance stumps Valley with progressive candidate. Fairbanks's palm grew moist again. You know Macklin Chance? Too well. 20 years ago, he defrauded me of oil rights to land we owned jointly, and he stole something else that was mine, a woman. Wyatt wiped a shiny dab of drool in the corner of his mouth. Fairbanks's neck itched, and the constrictions in his middle worsened the moment the awful suspicion occurred to him. Would I know this woman? Wyatt was staring at him, but now looked away with a shrug. Oh, I don't think so. A little smile played on his mouth a moment. She's prominent, but no, I don't think so. Her name isn't important. What's important is how I felt about her. I wanted to fuck her for the rest of my life. He took her, and that's why I'd like to put Mr. Macklin Chance into permanent retirement. Unfortunately, there are laws against murder, so I'm reduced to fighting him with money. Fairbanks switched to his careful courtroom mode. Chance has a great many enemies in California, I find. Wyatt rubbed Deacon Helen's exposed thigh. But none like me, Mr. Fairbanks. Absolutely none like me. Fairbanks could fairly feel the poison. Remarkable to find someone who hated Mac even more than he did. Hated him to the point of wanting to kill him. Brother Paul, thank you again for your hospitality. Wyatt shrugged. Didn't avail yourself of much. Shame to be so tight all the time, so scheduled. We must win this election. That we must. Can you see yourself out? Certainly. After Fairbanks rolled the doors shut, he started at the unexpected sight of a man half visible at the head of the stairs, a bearded man with papers in his hand. The man looked stunned and angry, but Fairbanks supposed it had nothing to do with him. Then he realized that the man might have glimpsed Brother Paul without his shirt, and Deacon Helen beside him, glimpsed them just as he came up when Fairbanks opened the doors to leave. The man shot him a suspicious look, turned, and hurried down the stairs. When Fairbanks reached the first floor, the central foyer was empty. Outside, he woke the chauffeur, who was snoring in the front seat. Faintly, through muffling layers of glass and velvet, the soprano sang On Belle Dee. The aria was masked suddenly by another woman's shrieking laugh. Walter Fairbanks dove into the back seat. Get me away from here, Sanchez. Fast. 77. The mutograph camera whirred and clacked. A slim rider on a palomino galloped along the Niles Canyon Road, skirt hiked above the stirrups, auburn hair streaming. Suddenly, the long hair lifted and sailed into the roadside weeds. Cut it! Cut! Van Zant Morgan screamed, throwing his tropical helmet on the ground. Make up, damn it! Can't you secure that wig? The chagrined young man in the dress reined the palomino. Anderson, who was to ride into the shot at the last moment, trotted his white horse forward and commiserated with the stunt player. Anderson didn't seem too disturbed, but the director acted like a child robbed of his candy. In the shade, Mac sat on a wooden box next to Margaret, whose chair had white letters on the canvas back that said Margaret Leslie. Her dress, a plain cotton befitting a frontier woman, matched that of the rider who was pulling burrs from the auburn wig. How's the campaign going, Mac? We look stronger south of the Tehachapi than we do in the north. I expect it's because the progressives are basically Republican and Protestant, and those are the kind of people who predominate down south. San Francisco is more cosmopolitan. We're drawing good demonstrative crowds in the valley. I predict a big win. You've been out with Hiram Johnson, haven't you? Yes, and I'll start again tomorrow. I came down on a boat from Sacramento to take care of some business with Haverstick. I had a free afternoon, so I decided to look in on my investment and my favorite actress. How is she?"
"She's in bed in her bungalow by 8 every night. This is hard work."
Mac tapped the white lettering on her chair. "This is new."
"Billy's idea. He picked the name."
"I like it."
"So do I. Miss Leslie will be billed under titles when the new Bronco Billy is released next week. Billy keeps assuring me Miss Leslie will have a long career."
"I think so." He said it quietly, reflectively. A sadness gripped him. Perhaps it was the season, late October, or the nearness to sunset. Van Zandt Morgan took note as well, clapping. Hurry up, hurry up. We'll be chasing our tails in the dark before long." Mac was staring fixedly at the Homburg held between his knees, and Margaret made up her mind to speak.
"I finished Nellie Ross's novel last night. It's wonderful."
"The railroad doesn't think so." The mention of Nellie perked him up noticeably.
"Where is she, still campaigning?"
"She's largely finished, I think. She's back in Carmel."
"Have you seen her?"
"I've thought of it. Quite a lot. Haven't done anything about it."
"But you should."
She laid her hands on his.
"Let me confide in you, Mr. Chance. I knew the very moment I fell in love with you."
His head snapped up.
"I knew I might as well fall right out, because there was no other woman in your world. Only Nellie."
"That's quite an admission."
"Not really surprising, is it? You've known how I felt for years."
"Yes." He seemed embarrassed. "But if what you say is true, I've certainly done my best to keep Nellie out of my world for a long time."
"Do you know why?"
"Oh, many reasons. Different ideas, for one. We're never able to agree on major things, and she accused me more than once of overweening ambition. I could say the same about her."
"That sounds like male pride speaking." "Now, wait, please let me finish. Pride is deadly, Mac. It injures all of us. We shouldn't allow it. Time is too precious. Look at this lovely day. It's almost over, and so is another year. Autumn weather reminds me that I'm not as young as I once was. Neither are you, my dear. Don't waste the rest of your life because of pride."
"Margaret, I have a lot of bull-headed notions, I admit it. I've been wrong plenty of times, especially in the way I've expressed certain things to Nellie. About her work. I do respect and admire it, but I'm not sure a woman should spend her entire life at a writing table."
"In preference to what? Childbearing? I don't understand. You don't find a career acceptable for her, but you encouraged me in this one. Why 2 standards? Because you decided Nellie should marry you?"
Mac turned scarlet, then slid past the accusation. "I encouraged you on impulse. I have money in S&A. Anderson needed an actress on short notice."
"And that's how lives change forever? As a result of an impulse? How disillusioning."
A mocking sigh. Then,
"Don't take that seriously. I'm not unhappy."
"I hope not. Everything's going splendidly for you."
"Yes, Billy has almost convinced me it's safe to sell the Maison. But we're discussing J.M. Chance." She clasped his hand. "Forget the arguments with Nellie, your differences. Soften your stand. Lower the righteous male fist you shake at everything not quite in tune with your views. Go to her."
"She'd probably turn me down again."
"She might not."
His expression was skeptical, but he wanted to believe it.
"Mac, you've changed a lot in the time I've known you. You're willing to examine your ideas about most anything else. To try the new, jettison the old. Can't you do it with her? And has it never occurred to you that Nellie may have changed too? You should find out. Take the first step. If you're too proud to do that much, and you lose her permanently—"
"Ready, please, Miss Leslie," Morgan's assistant shouted through a megaphone. Mac stared at the woman who'd admitted her love as calmly, as casually as someone might express a taste for black coffee. She'd never said it straight out before, not even during that night at the Redondo Lodge. Her admission sharpened a new guilt in him. Margaret was special, and she needed someone equally so, a man who'd devote his life to her. He couldn't be that man. She knew it, and in her generosity,
She was sending him where she knew he wanted to go. Golden light slanted past the hills, thin and pale as the day waned. Anderson walked toward them, leading his white horse. His bulky shadow fell across Margaret's skirt. He'd seen the earnest conversation and spoke now in an apologetic way. "We're ready." Margaret stood and touched Mac's cheek.
"Perhaps you did drive her away long ago, but that's past. Remedy it, Mac. Change. If you can't change for the person you love, then you're a bigger fool than you were in the first place. I'd change for you if you so much as lifted an eyebrow. I'd wear rags for you. I'd climb Mount Shasta in a blizzard. I'd do anything. That's what love's about." She kissed him almost chastely on the mouth, then gathered up her skirts in both hands and ran to her puzzled employer. They crossed the San Joaquin, and soon the red locomobile chugged into Manteca. If Mac remembered correctly, the SP had established this depot and named it after a creamery in the neighborhood. At the edge of town, they passed a billboard, an enormous photo enlargement of the Shame of California, captioned "Vote Progressive." The Johnson campaign had spread this board all over the state. Open to the heat and dust, the locomobile left its passengers sweaty and dirty after a short time on the road. Neither Mac nor Hiram Johnson nor the driver minded, because there was a sense of great forward momentum in the campaign, a presentiment of victory, and it energized them. In Manteca's dusty downtown, they parked and followed the established routine. Mac and the driver walked along different streets, ringing cowbells. "Come here, Hiram Johnson, the Teddy Roosevelt of the West. Your next governor. Hear the progressive candidate in 10 minutes. Look for the big red locomobile parked in front of the hardware store." 44 years old, energetic, and enormously ambitious, the corpulent Johnson put on the same show at every stop. He doffed his coat and wire spectacles, loosened his tie, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and jumped on the rear seat of the open auto. From there he lit into the opposition, whether he had an audience of 2 or 200. He was a splendid, polished orator with a vibrant voice. Today he garnered about 35 people. Mac sat on a shaded bench in front of Person's Hardware, paging through the previous day's Stockton Trumpet. He knew Johnson's stump speech by heart. "My friend, we are going to reclaim California for honest government. We are going to drive the money changers out of the temple of the people. We are going to do it by electing trustworthy officials and enacting 3 important reforms." Unexpectedly, Mac saw someone familiar at the back of the crowd, Diego Marquez. 1. We will enact the initiative provision in the state constitution and local charters. This will put legislative power directly into your hands. You will be able to band together to initiate new laws or modify bad ones. No legislator in Sacramento wiggling in the hip pocket of the SP will be able to stop you in this exercise of your rightful power. A couple of farmers clapped, but Mac's eyes were riveted on Marquez. His spectacles were thicker. His beard hung almost to his enormous belly, and he hadn't cut his hair in a long while. Large bruises discolored his forehead and left cheek. Someone else had taken exception to his opinions. Mac folded the paper and stared at the ex-priest. He was sure Marquez had seen him, but was refusing to make eye contact. 2. The referendum. This reform will allow citizens of California to step to the ballot box and veto any corrupt or wrongful legislation. It will send a powerful message to Sacramento and foil those lawmakers who consistently and shamelessly serve special interests instead of the common good. 3rd and finally, the recall. If all else fails, if the toadies of the Southern Pacific and the other power barons fail to heed the will of the people, your will, my friends, they can be removed from office. Those are the 3 strongest planks in the progressive platform. I ask you to vote for them, for me, and for a new era of decent government in California." Johnson's fiery finish stirred them. Everyone clapped long and hard. After looking at the candidate for several moments, Mac glanced into the crowd again. Marquez was gone. He'd have liked to talk to the ex-priest,
whether Marquez wanted it or not, but there was no time to search for him. They had one more stop before sunset, down the road in Salida. The crowd broke up, and Johnson jumped out of the car to shake hands, while Mac leafed quickly through the rest of the paper. A boxed advertisement for a San Francisco rally caught his attention. Nellie's name was prominent. He checked the date. "Hiram, I'm leaving you for a couple of days," he said when they were rolling down the dirt highway. "I have to go back to the city. It's important." He couldn't find a seat. Hundreds packed the hall and squatted in the aisles and leaned against the side walls, so he stood in the dark at the rear. Under a huge portrait of Johnson, photographed triumphantly with his arms upraised, Nellie spoke passionately to the throng. "During the administration of Abraham Lincoln, the first Secretary of War, before Mr. Stanton, was named Simon Cameron. Cameron was a powerful, some say venal, political boss from Pennsylvania. He ran the state machine. On one occasion, someone asked him for his definition of an honest politician. 'That's easy,' Cameron replied. 'Once he's bought, he stays bought.'" Laughter. When it quieted, she went on. "My friends, California has suffered for several decades with a plague of honest politicians. The progressives intend to change that with the initiative, the referendum, and the recall. 3 checks upon the outrageous cupidity of some of our elected officials. Further, our party is pledged to work for social good, for conservation of our forests, hospital and prison reform, a curb on illegal child labor and on the unregulated urban saloons. We want direct election of United States senators instead of nominations by political cronies or secret ballot in the SP boardroom. We demand a minimum wage for working women, a public utilities board with real power, beholden to none, a railroad commission that will set fair rates and then enforce them, a commission that is not a puppet or a propaganda bureau for those it is meant to regulate." On the huge stage, dwarfed by the great portrait, she still held every listener's attention. "As a woman, I am forbidden to vote for Hiram Johnson or any other progressive candidate. That in itself is a crime and a scandal." In the orchestra and gallery, men booed. Nellie's eyes flayed the great dark pit of the audience. "I repeat, a crime and a scandal. But we'll win that battle someday." A man in a front row snickered. The sound fell into a moment of silence, and mass laughter erupted. Nellie slapped the podium. It was loud as a shot, and her subsequent words carried to the farthest rows. "Yes, we'll win that battle, gentlemen, and write our suffrage doctrine into the Constitution, whether you approve or not. Our first priority, however, is to win on the 8th of November. So I say, down with the railroad and its political captives. Down with honest politicians who warp the truth, scoff at morality, and manipulate our legislatures and our courts for profit. Now, after 40 years and more, that kind of despotic rule is over. On the day after the election, California will once again belong to you, to me, and to all of her people. Thank God, I say. Thank God. Thank you, and good night." Nellie's face was turned up to catch the stage lights. For a moment, that face, a shining cameo of bravery, maintained the silence. Then the first rows came up, stomping and cheering, and like a breaking wave, the ovation spread. Mac clapped till his hands hurt. In the anonymous dark at the back of the hall, his face glowed with pride and love. For nearly 5 minutes, Pauls and well-wishers milled around her. Then the chairman gavelled the hall to order and introduced 2 local candidates, each of whom spoke well, but it was anticlimactic. Mac fidgeted, eager for the rally to end so he could find Nellie. It was time to mend things, start over. After the concluding speech, the pit orchestra struck up a march. Mac fought his way down the aisle, against the noisy enthusiasts coming the other way, and ran up the steps at stage right. He saw her in the wings, in her evening wrap. She dashed up to a portly and genial-looking stranger in a tuxedo. The man was older, bald, deeply tanned, and wore an expensive silk scarf draped around the collar of his jacket. It was as white as his huge, drooping mustache. Her eyes shining, Nellie threw her arms around the man's neck and kissed and hugged him. They walked out arm in arm, laughing and chatting like intimates. Stunned, Mac turned and left the stage. On November 5th, the Saturday before the election, Wyatt faced the Tabernacle's Board of Elders. The special meeting was convened with a day's notice, and the elders had invited all communicants, Elihu Flintman personally spreading the word by telephone to a network of callers. At 10 a.m., Wyatt confronted all of the elders and some 270 Tabernacle members in the sanctuary. Wyatt sat in a tall chair behind the pulpit, stiff and affronted. Dust-moted sunbeams lanced down from high windows. He let his eye rove over the congregation. What a shabby, ignorant lot, he thought. Indiana farmers newly come to California and still raw red from the sun. Stiff-necked, ugly women with dried-up dugs, wrinkles, and righteous expressions. How he hated them. All the more because they were so gullible. This morning, though, he noted a difference in the faces of these small-towners come to live out their last years in cheap bungalows. Where he had previously seen earnest sympathy and affection for him, he now saw dislike, even outright hate. It was the hate of infantile minds coming sluggishly to an awareness that they had been deceived. Flintman stepped up and took charge, clearly savoring the opportunity. He was prosecutorial with the bank check, which he flourished like a dead fish left in the sun too long. "I call your attention to this $30,000 donation, Mr. Paul." "Brother Paul, if you don't mind." Flintman glared right back. "You donated this money to the Democratic campaign of Theodore Bell. I show you the name of the state campaign organization on the face and the endorsement on the back. The bank that cleared the check called the irregularity to my attention." "What irregularity, for God's sake?" "We'll come to that." "They had no right, Flintman. Bank transactions are private." "Yes, the bank violated confidentiality, but its officers obeyed a higher law." "What shit?" Wyatt said under his breath. A woman in the third row heard, but he stared her down. "They called attention to the donation because it was not permissible." Wyatt shot out of his chair. "What do you mean, not permissible?" He was loud, belligerent. There was no trace of his customary charm. Flintman had first shown him the canceled check at 4 p.m. the day before, and he hadn't slept all night. "Why not, I ask you? That money came from my personal account." "That is not true. That is a flagrant lie. The account on which this check is written is not your personal account. It is the General Tabernacle account. That is why the bank took notice. I charge that you diverted Tabernacle funds for a private purpose. That is a serious malfeasance. Not all of us here wish to see the SP candidates elected." Cries of "No!" and "They're crooks!" filled the hall. Christ, how those smug, stupid faces disgusted him. He saw Winona Flintman in the second pew, looking at him as if he were vermin. He wished he had a pistol to blow her eyes out. Wyatt stormed to the pulpit. Flintman retreated a step. "You're telling me to whom I can and cannot make political donations?" He tried to be scornful, to brand the thought ludicrous, but Flintman stood up to him. "In this case, yes. What misguided thinking prompted you, I don't know, nor do I care. I am merely stating irrefutable fact. You gave Tabernacle funds to a personal cause." "I am the Tabernacle. The rest of you are ciphers, dung. Nothing." He yelled it, pushed beyond reason. Outraged stares and exclamations showed the dreadful miscalculation. He dug his nails into his hands, the pain helping him regain control. Flintman was pleased by Wyatt's outburst and now regaled the founder with a pious smile. "Your opinions are immaterial at this stage, sir. You are not the supreme authority here. You are not a dictator, though perhaps through benign neglect and tolerance we have given you that illusion. You have broken faith with the members and the ruling elders of this congregation." And then Wyatt knew, truly knew, how bad this was.
The bearded old bastard was going for a kill. A great vomitous feeling overwhelmed him. Of course, he wouldn't allow them to win. He would not. He went on the attack, seizing hold of the pulpit and startling Flintman into another retreat. With his aggressive stance and his fierce gaze, Wyatt defied all the set mouths, the vicious pig eyes, the puny minds in front of him. Ruling elders? What have the ruling elders got to do with it? Who do you think coined the term ruling elders, for Christ's sake? I did. I wrote the articles of organization. Me, personally. They were meaningless then and they're meaningless now. No, sir. Lawyers have examined them, advised us they are enforceable, and urged us to act upon them. We are specifically enforcing the clause which states that all members of the tabernacle shall be of high moral character, beyond reproach. You have cheated us, Mr. Paul. You have falsified other financial records. You have engaged in acts of moral turpitude which I personally witnessed. Wyatt's smile went on like an electric light. Elihu, friend, let's not air these ridiculous— You are a disgrace, sir. Flintman pointed at him with a trembling hand. A whoremaster, a deceiver, a monumental fraud. Winona Flintman sagged forward, sobbing into her gloved hands as angry mutters ran around the hall. Wyatt stood slack-mouthed again. His attack had failed, hadn't intimidated them even slightly. A queer ringing filled his ears, and he saw double images of Flintman. Effective at noon tomorrow, Flintman said, the Board of Elders relieves you of all authority in the tabernacle. You have no followers, no church, and with the cooperation of the bank, we have seen to it that tabernacle accounts are beyond your reach. You'll steal no more of our money, Mr. Paul. Wyatt jumped on him. I'll break your fucking neck. Flintman yelled and pulled at Wyatt's hands on his throat, then lunged sideways. He missed the edge of the platform, fell, and landed hard in front of the first pew. Everyone heard his head knock the pew seat. Winona Flintman shrieked and threw herself over the back of the pew. My husband has a weak heart. Men from the congregation ran to the platform and surrounded Wyatt. He spat and snarled and rammed his elbows in their bellies. Hold him, for God's sake! They were older, less strong, but his violence drew them out of the audience in large numbers, and in a few moments he was wedged inside a mass of bodies. He cursed and kicked until a louder voice overrode him, that of another elder. Let him go, Jephthah, Donald, Cleve. Stand away from him. He's whipped. Panting, Wyatt shoved his tangled hair off his forehead. They'd rumpled and soiled his white suit, ripped off his clerical collar and trampled it. Elihu Flintman stood up groggily. His cheeks had a blue tinge and he was bleeding from a forehead cut, but he had the strength of righteousness. He swayed forward to the platform and pointed. Noon tomorrow. 24 hours. Be out of your quarters and off these premises, taking nothing but your clothing. Otherwise, there will be a sheriff's warrant for your arrest. On Sunday, Elihu Flintman and Jim worked in the bookkeeping office from 1 o'clock until dark, pulling and listing every ledger and record of the tabernacle in preparation for turning the lot over to the attorneys. Flintman dictated the descriptions and Jim wrote them down with a steel nib in his fine, large hand. Flintman was smugly exultant, though his good feeling was blunted by occasional severe angina and by worry about Winona. After the frightful session the day before, from which Wyatt had stalked screaming the vilest obscenities, Winona Flintman had collapsed. Flintman rushed her to Pasadena Hospital, where she was sedated for nervous prostration. Jim worked quietly, following instructions, asking no questions. He hadn't been allowed to attend the meeting, but he knew that a group of elders and a sheriff's deputy had escorted Brother Paul off the grounds at 12:05. Jim was relieved that the founder was gone. Brother Paul had always frightened him a little. He just hoped he and Jocker would continue to have jobs. Around 8 o'clock, just as he was starting to yawn behind his hand and wonder if he dared ask Flintman about supper, he heard someone cross the veranda with a soft tread. Then faint clicks signaled the opening and closing of the front door. Immersed in canceled checks, Flintman didn't look up. "See who's there, Jim David." Dutifully, Jim left the office. Deacon Rowena, Deacon Helen, and the others had packed up and departed sometime Saturday night. Could it be one of them coming back for something? He limped from the central foyer past the staircase and caught his breath. Brother Paul was halfway up the stairs. "Mr. Flintman!" Jim shouted. "You little prick!" Brother Paul lunged at him, shooting his hands over the banister. Jim jumped back, but his bad foot twisted, and Brother Paul's fingers brushed his throat. Elihu Flintman lumbered from the office. "Here, what are you doing? Come to add thievery to your mischief?" Flintman rushed up the staircase, though he slowed noticeably on the last few steps. He grabbed Wyatt's arm. "Get off these premises. Jim, telephone the sheriff." Brother Paul bashed him with an elbow, and Flintman staggered down 3 steps, sucking air, his eyes bulging. Jim struggled up past the bookkeeper as fast as he could. "You hurt him," he yelled, throwing himself at Wyatt. He got one hand around Wyatt's arm, and then Wyatt punched his jaw. Jim's teeth cut the lining of his mouth. He spat bloody saliva. A few drops splattered Wyatt's sweater, and it seemed to drive the man wild. He grabbed Jim's blond hair and kicked him between the legs, then flung him bodily down the stairs. Jim landed hard, skidding. As Wyatt ran down, Flintman clutched at him. "You monster!" Wyatt pivoted and threw a brutal blow into Flintman's abdomen. The bookkeeper collapsed, grasping for the banister and choking. His eyes rolled up in his head. Then he flopped like a rag doll. Wyatt's head was afire with rage and the lovely, unexpected satisfaction of dealing with these two. He darted the rest of the way down and paused over Jim's prostrate body. If he had ever seen the boy before, it hadn't made an impression. They said everyone in the world had a twin. This boy was Carla's. Uncanny. How like a beautiful, sleeping seraph he was. Wyatt's dreamy smile vanished, and he kicked Jim's head viciously. The boy's head snapped over. Wyatt heard his weak cry as he ran to a bay window. Grinning, Wyatt tore draperies from their rings, and then he held one edge up to the gas until it flamed. Jocker Sprue was sitting in the cold darkness outside his cottage when he saw the rose-pink light in the octagonal house. He shouted until he roused 2 other gardeners who could run faster than an arthritic old man. They reached the tabernacle as the fire spread out of the foyer. Flintman was found with his legs still on the stairs and his must-gray hair resting on the polished floor. The gardeners dragged his lifeless body outside, then rescued Jim from the puddle of blood where his head lay. By 9 o'clock, the fire had gutted the tabernacle. By 1:30, the last beams crumbled in shining waterfalls of sparks. Old Jocker shivered in the night air and thoughtlessly remarked that the fire was bright as the sun. 78. Carla left the party at 1:30. Party? It was a funeral. She'd consumed 2 full bottles of champagne and half of a third. She was still depressed and wanted more. After 11 o'clock, Walter barely said a word to her, just sat there watching the numbers going up on the chalkboard, sat there with a full glass and a sick dog expression as the telephone lines brought the totals into the St. Francis. Around 12:30, she slipped into a cloakroom with a randy little ward captain. He bolted the door and she screwed him standing up. When she came back, Johnson still held his 20,000-vote lead. Walter didn't know she'd been gone. She staggered out the Post Street entrance, taken aback by the sound of rain. It was pouring, sluicing off the canopy and flooding the sidewalk underneath. To her left, headlamps came on, and Walter's newest Pope Toledo, black as usual, glided out of its space and pulled in near the canopy. Carla's fox fur dragged in the water as she crossed the sidewalk. After he had gotten Carla in, the chauffeur U-turned, heading west on Post, then south on Mason. The rain hammered the metal roof and rushed under the car like Niagara. Carla leaned back and shut her eyes.
Walter had failed the SP. God, what next? The car slowed for the O'Farrell intersection, and she opened her eyes. On a brick wall ahead, she saw two big posters washed by the rain. One advertised a motion picture with a large, heroic illustration of a cowboy firing spitting six guns. An oval inset showed a young woman with auburn hair and a pretty smile. SNA presents Bronco Billy's Courage, featuring America's new sweetheart of the West, Margaret Leslie. But what drew Carla's attention was the other poster. Elect Hiram Johnson. Someone who didn't like the suggestion had torn a long strip from the center of the new governor's photograph. "Stop, Haynes." "Mrs. Fairbanks, I said stop right here." "Ma'am, I got orders from your husband to take you straight from the party to the palace." "Screw you." She struggled with the door handle. "Some party, a fucking wake for the political dead." Unexpectedly, her weight hurled the door open and she almost pitched into the gutter. A silver flask fell out of her beaded bag and lay in the rushing water like a silver fish, her fur piling on top. She staggered to the posters, rain soaking her gown, matting her tangled hair, and dissolving her makeup. Weaving back and forth in front of Hiram Johnson's portrait, she spat on him, then attacked him with her nails. "Piss on you, Johnson! Goddamn pious hypocrite! Piss on you and your whole pack of righteous—" "Here, stop that!" The voice came from the corner. A second later, the chauffeur called a warning. He was crouched in the beams of the headlights, his fine uniform soaked. Carla heeded neither voice, tearing at the picture savagely. A fingernail broke, then another, but she kept on cursing and shredding the paper face. Suddenly, a bright beam blinded her. "Take that fucking light out of my eyes." A young policeman in a slicker and bill cap strode up. "Ma'am, I don't know who you are, but it's illegal to deface political posters, even after the election. I'll have to take you in and—" Carla spat in his face. The cop blinked and wiped his chin with his sleeve, then grabbed Carla's arm. "Listen here, lady." With her other hand, she raked his jaw, 3 bloody nail tracks. He cursed and blew his whistle, and that enraged her more. The chauffeur pleaded and tried to wedge between them, but the cop was angry, and she was out of her head, battering the cop, kicking and gouging him. Suddenly there were running footsteps, splashing in the rain. The struggling cop heard them and, holding Carla at bay with a palm against her chin, called, "Frank, for God's sake, help me with this bitch." The second cop, older and burly, wrestled Carla against the brick wall. She spat on him, too, then tried to kick his testicles. He whacked her with a hard backhand. It was done neatly and professionally, with no animosity. Her eyes lost focus, and she started to slide down the wall. There was a flash of plated metal, and then something snapped shut. Carla braced her legs and opened her eyes. Dragging her forearm forward into the glow of the headlights, she saw the diamonds dazzling on her wrist bracelet. But the links of the handcuff chain were almost as bright. The chain connected to another cuff on the wrist of the older cop. "I know who this is, Tommy," he said. "We'll take her in, then I'll telephone around to find her husband." Sobriety came like a thunderclap. Carla stared at the policeman with the wild look of a trapped animal. At 3:20 a.m., Fairbanks pushed open the doors of police headquarters at Fillmore and Bush. He practically dragged Carla down the steps in the pelting rain. He started when he saw 2 black Fords parked one behind the other at the curb, then put on a show of calm as he descended the last 3 steps. 2 men leaped from the Ford in front, another from the second car. The fastest, wearing a fedora and belted coat, shot up to Fairbanks with a reporter's pad poised. "Reeves of the Examiner, Mr. Fairbanks. I'd like to ask—" Fairbanks smashed him down against the running board of the Ford with a roundhouse punch. Fairbanks walked out of the opulent bathroom of their suite at the palace. Clouds of steam from the hot tub dulled the luster of the gold faucets. He tried not to think of his loss of temper outside headquarters. He crossed the bedroom to the parlor. Carla sat drowsily in her muddy finery, rolling her head from side to side. Open-mouthed, she hummed a tuneless little song. "Get up." He could barely keep from striking her, and she seemed to realize it. She didn't resist. Fairbanks dragged her back through the bedroom like a chattel, then shoved her roughly into the billowing steam. "Take your clothes off and sober up, goddamn you." Carla gave him a sad, searching look. Her eyes were stained black from all the running makeup, and she looked like a tawdry circus clown. Bowing her head, she shut the bathroom door. Rain rushed down the window, throwing a mottled pattern on his face. In the next bed, Carla slept restlessly, muttering. Fairbanks was sitting up, arms crossed over his starched pajama jacket. With his eyes fixed on some remote point of dark, he tried to chart the probable course of his future. He didn't know the exact time, 4:30 or 5 in the morning. He couldn't sleep. His stomach was tearing him up with pain. Carla pushed at her pillow and muttered something. Fairbanks regarded her with loathing. She rolled her head from side to side, then spoke the word again. "What did you say?" She repeated it. He swung his legs out of bed, stepped over, and leaned down. She rolled from her shoulder to her back, fretting in her dream, then pushed the sheet down off her satin nightgown. This time he heard it clearly. "Mac. Mac." Carla's tongue crept out and slid across her lower lip. Her hips arched a little and her hands found the roll of her fat stomach. She held herself as if suppressing pain or some other sensation, and moaned again. Fairbanks hardly had to speculate about the dream. He walked barefoot to the window. There he gazed down at the rainy bleakness of a deserted market street. He heard Carla tossing and grumbling, her hips heaving up and down. Fairbanks watched, contemplating murder. Hiram Johnson carried the state 177,000 to 155,000, rolling up his greatest margin in Protestant Southern California. At the San Francisco celebration, Mac drank and danced with Margaret until it was light, then drove her up Nob Hill. He showed her the side of the old house. It was cleared now, sodded, and planted with a few skimpy trees. "But I have no plans to rebuild." At Greenwich Street, he cooked breakfast. She asked whether he'd seen Nellie, and he told her Nellie had a new lover. "Are you sure?" "I saw him. Do you want champagne with your eggs?" Fairbanks, like a man under a death sentence, was allowed to dangle the rest of the week. Then he was summoned to the boardroom at 10 o'clock on the Monday following the Progressives' statewide sweep. It was a gray, foggy morning in the city, and the drab light made Fairbanks's face all the more mealy and ghastly. "Walter, I deeply regret this," Heron began. "Spare me, Bill. I know you need a goat to sacrifice." Displeased, another executive said, "There's no need for emotional rhetoric, Walter. We explained the consequence of a loss very clearly beforehand." Heron regained control of the meeting by clearing his throat. "Your wife's arrest and all the attendant publicity made a decision not only more unpalatable, but, I'm sorry to say, even more necessary." Fairbanks's gray eyes had a destitute look. Wearily, but doing his best to square his shoulders and maintain good posture, he stood up. "Is there really any need to prolong this? I'll give you my letter of resignation by the close of business." "In that case," Heron spoke with surprising kindness, "no, there is no need to prolong it. Thank you for being understanding, Walter." "Of course," Fairbanks said, bitter suddenly. He marched out like a good soldier, though not under the best of control. He slammed the door. Once outside the room, he bowed his head and covered his eyes. He heard the rustling skirts of a secretary walking along the hall. She passed him and saw his shame and disarray. He was surprised at how little he cared. Gaspar Ludlow found his chief at his desk with his head in his hands. "The word's all over the building, sir. Speaking for everyone in the legal department, it's damned unfair." Fairbanks pulled his hands down slowly. "What a consolation."
He knew the little rodent was probably scurrying around kissing the asses of all those he presumed to be in line for his job. Ludlow nervously offered a yellow flimsy. "At least I have one piece of good news." Fairbanks looked at the clerk blankly. "One of those queer cults down south threw out its leader over the weekend. The man returned and burned the headquarters. A bookkeeper died of a heart seizure trying to prevent the arson, and a young gardener named Jim David received a head injury. The gardener is recuperating in a local hospital. We received all the details from the Pasadena police. They were interviewing the gardener, and one of the officers recalled the description we circulated. It was still lying on his desk." Fairbanks continued to stare at him. Ludlow desperately rattled the flimsy. "Sir, the young man in the hospital fits the description. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a crippled left foot. He fits it exactly." Fairbanks sat motionless for some 15 seconds, then snatched the flimsy and smoothed it with both hands. He read it twice. Grabbing the telephone, he clicked the hook up and down. "Eunice! Eunice! Damn it, answer!" He kept clicking the hook. Ludlow almost interrupted to add something else Pasadena had told him on the telephone when he called to verify after receiving the hospital's address. Pasadena told him that the officer who made the connection between the boy and the SP description also recalled a similar inquiry and a similar description from Pinkerton's detective agency months before. But the point didn't seem that significant, so he decided to drop it. "Eunice, where the devil are you? This is Mr. Fairbanks. Telephone the main ticket office. I want a reservation on the Daylight Limited to Los Angeles tomorrow." The coastal range shone blue and white to the west of the speeding Limited. Fairbanks leaned his forehead against the cool glass and watched the mountains. Long ago he'd studied Darwin, and more recently the Superman theories of the socialist Jack London. Out of such reading, his upbringing, and his long association with important and powerful Californians, he'd evolved a theory of how he should live and behave. This place, California, called on a man to dominate it. The sheer, overwhelming natural beauty inspired some, but others, like him, it taunted. Its very bigness challenged him to a contest for mastery. He understood a man like Charlie Crocker, who had torn down trees, plowed up the earth, drilled and blasted through mountain rock to build the CP line and prove to everyone that he was mightier than God's own handiwork. Fairbanks shared Crocker's need to prove he was the master of his time, his place. But in that effort, he had lately failed on a scale unimaginable in any previous season of his life. He'd failed and been kicked aside like a street cur. Dreaming in the sunshine, his brow on the cool glass, Fairbanks felt he had but one great opportunity left, one opportunity to recoup the enormous loss, vindicate himself, win. One opportunity.